Although some people in the team felt that Concubine Bai was a little too cautious, even Ouyang Yu accepted Concubine Bai's orders, so they didn't say anything more. The entire team accelerated their speed and marched towards the Tianqing slope. Almost as soon as they entered Tianqing slope, they saw large areas of dark clouds appearing on the grassland in the distance. Of course, it was not a real dark cloud, but a group of super-burning iron cavalry. Thousands of super-burning warriors, riding big black bulls, roaring with super-burning battle axes, were almost invisible. The super-burning legion is actually here. Everyone was shocked and sweated. If it weren't for the quick decision of the white god Concubine, they would have been killed by so many super-burning warriors on the plain, and they would have been killed in a short period of time. Now there are natural dangers to defend. Unless the Taurens of the super-burning legion can fly, no matter how many cavalry there are, the narrow and steep ramps cannot rush up at one time. The width of the ramps can only accommodate 7 or 8 riders side by side at one time, which is much more operable. Others felt their legs a little weak when they saw the black Super Rift Legion, but Wei Wufu's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for the Super Rift Legion to appear for too long. The Wei family never knew what fear was. There was an animal tide every 2 or 3 days in Tianchang, and the scene was much bigger than this. Chapter 165 Taiyang Xingpo. The reason why humans call this area the Tianqing slope is because there are many steel plants similar to the shape of Tianqing grass on this slope. However, this plant usually grows on the mountain walls. The terrain of Tianqing slope is very strange. There are deep and cloudy canyons on both sides, with only a long slope about 10 meters wide, extending to the other side of the canyon, with an angle of about 30 or 40. It is definitely much more useless to rush up from below than rushing down from above. On the other side of Tianqing slope is a horseshoe-shaped mountain. The mountain is steep and the walls are 90 degrees, like a knife cut. If a Jedi like this is really fighting, there will be a dead end if you are trapped on it without food or drink. However, Concubine Bai and the others did not need to stay for too long. They only needed to last more than 2 days to teleport back safely, so this place was an excellent natural danger for Concubine Bai and the others. After everyone rushed to the Tianqing slope, Concubine Bai Shen immediately commanded the teams to prepare for taking turns to fight. As long as they guarded this ramp, they could rest assured. The impact of the first round must be the most fierce. Concubine Bai originally planned to let his team guard the first round, but Ouyang Yu volunteered to fight and led his team to guard Taiyang Xingpo. Concubine Bai Shen allowed Ouyang Yu's request. Ouyang Yu led his team to the best combat position. Under Ouyang Yu's command, one by one, the basic changers summoned various pets and blocked the Taiyang Xingpo's approach. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were responsible for setting up tents on Mati Mountain in the rear. After the fighters and pets in front retreated, there would be a place to rest and treat. Concubine Bai Shen did not let them enter the battle group. Originally, Lin Shen thought Wei Wufu would be very angry, but he did not expect Wei Wufu to install the tent without a sound, and there was no slight dissatisfaction. "Old Wei, aren't you angry if she doesn't let you participate in the battle?" Lin Shen touched Wei Wufu with his elbow and said in a low voice. "War, no, alone." Wei Wufu said calmly, and his work did not stop. Lin Shen was not as focused as Wei Wufu when he was doing work. He looked in the direction of Taiyang Xingpo from time to time, and only saw that Ouyang Yu's team's pets were divided into several groups, and he was also preparing to rotate defense. The Tianqing slope is so wide that no matter how many pets there are, they cannot be separated. What surprised Lin Shen was that Ouyang Yu was still standing in front of the pet, facing the super-burning warrior riding a big black bull rushing up from below alone. "This Ouyang Yu really likes to show off," Lin Shen said with a smile. "Charge ahead, imposing, suppress," Wei Wufu said. Of course, Lin Shen knew that Ouyang Yu wanted to give the Chaoran Legion a wake-up call and directly suppress their momentum, and the subsequent defensive battle would be much easier. However, the first wave of charge of the Super Burning Legion would definitely not be an ordinary Super Burning warrior. This move is extremely dangerous. If it were Lin Shen, it would not have taken this risk. Sure enough, Lin Shen saw that among the Super Burning warriors on the charge below, there were 2 in front of them, both in red suits, and under them were all red bulls. I don't know if they were the deputy commander or the commander of the legion, and they rushed up directly. It is estimated that the deputy commander of the Legion is relatively high. The charge on the Tianqing break was significantly slower than the naked eye on the plane. Ouyang Yudo had an archer with a ranged attack, but he did not order the arrows to shoot, but just watched the super burning warrior rushing up. The two super burning warriors in red who were in the first place looked at each other, took out their pet launcher almost at the same time, and shot wildly at Ouyang Yu. The pets rushed up one by one, and the speed was much faster than their charge. In an instant, more than a dozen crystal-based pets rushed towards Ouyang Yudo and the others, and a smile appeared on the corner of Ouyang Yudo's mouth. The next second, everyone saw Ouyang Yu moving, changing from extreme quiet to extreme movement, leaving behind a series of residues. For a moment, Ouyang Yu seemed to have transformed into several people and met those crystal-based pets. Lin Shen had to admit that Ouyang Yu was indeed a fierce man. More than a dozen crystal-based pets on the other side rushed over. He didn't even use the base-based shell, so he just met him. Before seeing Ouyang Yu take action, Lin Shen always felt that the skill of using force to fight can only be a flash of inspiration in actual combat, and cannot be used as a main combat skill. Because the process of leveraging force to fight forces is too complicated and it is impossible to respond to high-speed attacks continuously and efficiently, so it is useless. But Ouyang Yudo broke Lin Shen's perception. He saw that Ouyang Yu was like a willow in the wind, and his hands were wrapped around his belt and pushed and pulled it. In the blink of an eye, he threw more than a dozen crystal-based pets into the abyss on both sides. "I'll go, this guy really has something," Lin Shen couldn't help but exclaim. He also saw clearly that Ouyang Yudo's technique is indeed very clever, his speed is indeed amazing, and his mind is also very good. He just snatched more than a dozen crystal-based pets to be fired, and the power of the pet launcher had not yet lost its effect. These crystal-based pets couldn't help but rush forward, and directly drove them down, giving them no room to play. This is a result that can only be achieved by having strong comprehensive abilities, and it cannot be achieved by having strong one aspect. When Ouyang Yu saw that he threw more than a dozen crystal-based pets out of the abyss, the morale of the basic changers was greatly boosted. Seeing this, the two super-burning warriors in red clothes jumped up directly from the back of the big red bull's bull. The two red crystal battle axes with unparalleled violent power were chopped down at Ouyang Yudo in the air, intending to capture the thief first. Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yudo with great interest, and all the work in his hands stopped. He wanted to know how Ouyang Yudo would deal with such a situation. Standing at a high place and observing the overall situation, Bai Shenfei, who saw Lin Shen paying attention to Ouyang Yudo, said in her heart, "Look at it carefully. What is the difference between talent theory and evolution theory? Will you regret your original choice? Will you regret not persevering?" Looking at the two super-burning warriors in red wielding a giant axe and slashing in the air, Ouyang Yudo's crystal-based shell appeared. The crystal clear and white jade-like armor wrapped around his entire body. The mysterious patterns on the armor were like clouds and mist, making him look like a god general wearing a jade armor and helmet in the heavenly palace. Ouyang Yudo stood in front of the formation and had not moved. The two red crystal battle axes, one left and one right, had already struck him, as if he was about to cross and slash his body directly. As the battle axe was about to hit Ouyang Yudo, the violent battle axe suddenly stopped. Ouyang Yudo grabbed the axe blade of the battle axe with both hands, and actually stopped it from slashing. Click! The battle axe made of crystal-based material was crushed by Ouyang Yudo's fingers. Goodbye. As Ouyang Yudo said his goodbye gently as water, his figure also swept past the two super-burning warriors in red. Blood gushed, and the armor of the two super-burning warriors in red was pierced through with their hearts, but ordinary people didn't even see clearly how Ouyang Yu was able to use it. Chapter 166 Apply for a Fight. Lin Shen, have you seen it clearly? The theory of talent and evolution are ultimately different. The theory of talent can surpass the limits of levels, easily kill the same level, or even challenge beyond the level. This is something that evolution theory cannot do. Mediocre evolution can only do mediocre things after all. For some reason, concubine Bai Shen wanted to see Lin Shen's regretful expression. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's face was blocked by the face armor, and he couldn't tell what his expression was. Old way, I originally thought that a man as young, rich, handsome and successful as me is already the best in the world, unparalleled and unparalleled. I didn't expect that there are men like Ouyang Yu in the world who can be as charming as me. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu brag and chat, and setting up a tent was too boring for him. No, Ouyang, weak, you, powerful. Wei Wufu said seriously. Old Wei, you still have vision. Lin Shen was a little moved. Wei Wufu said that he was stronger than Ouyang, and even if he was comforting, he loved to listen. Skin. Wei Wufu gasped and added 2 more words, instantly scattering Lin Shen's soul that had just moved and scattered. Don't you understand this rule if your family members don't tear down their own positions? Lin Shen said depressedly. After being beaten by Ouyang Yudu, the morale of the Super Burning Legion was indeed extremely low. However, the next second, the horn of the charge sounded, and the Super Burning Warriors rushed up regardless of their own efforts and fought wildly with their pets. For a moment, Taiyang Xingpo turned into a conveyor belt for the meat grinder. Waves of Super Burning Warriors and pets rushed up, roaring and screaming intertwined, as if it was the exclusive BGM of the slaughterhouse, and also as if it was a concert hosted by the god of death. Broken bones are pounding, weapons are chanting, and the tone of blood gushing seems to be the low chant of the devil. This is the first time Lin Shen has seen such a fierce battle. Not to mention Lin Shen, even those who have experienced alien wars have numbskulls at this time. The pets were blocked one after another, and they died one after another. There was no star grass on the entire Tianqing slope. Blood and base liquid gushed everywhere, dyeing the entire long slope colorfully. Ouyang Yu had already retreated, and the base-transformed shell on his body retreated, and the base-transformed people who were commanding his team behind summoned pets to fight. If you don't say anything else, his endurance is definitely not as good as mine. Lin Shen said with a smile. Already, very strong. Wei Wufu said. In the most terrifying first wave of attack, Ouyang Yudu's team successfully withstood the first hour, sacrificed many pets, and almost no casualties. As soon as the time came, the second team rushed forward, and the team that replaced Ouyang Yudu continued to resist the offensive of the Chaoran Legion. The offensive of the Chaoran Legion did not stop for a moment, and they were also racing against time to kill all of them before the 3-day countdown for humans ended. From time to time, Lin Shen's mind had a message of +1 in his offering. Every time a super burning warrior died, his offering was +1, and the power of the aura of sacrifice was constantly accumulating. The super burning warrior rushed up the star slope again and again, and was defeated again and again. After more than 10 hours of support, there were many casualties because the pets were killed or injured, and some vacant positions could only be filled by those who changed the base, and casualties began to occur here. The fierce battle made everyone watching the battle tremble. Some people have begun to worry whether under the suicide impact, Bai Xinfei and the others can hold on until the countdown ends. This is not right. I have also contacted Super Burning Warriors before. The so-called Super Burning Legion is just a bunch of cannon fodder. They cannot be so fierce and fearless. What exactly supports their suicide charges again and again? Lin Shen was puzzled. The sound of drums. Wei Wufu heard Lin Shen's murmuring and pointed out the key point. Only then did Lin Shen realize that he heard the drum sounds coming from below and thought it was a common snare drum in the war, used to boost morale and cheer. After Wei Wufu said this, he realized that the drum sound might have other mystery. Can you find a way to kill the super burning warrior who beats the drum? Lin Shen thought very much. It's possible, Wei Wufu replied. Lin Shen couldn't fly, so he had to shut up. Let's go, let's go. Wei Wufu stood up and walked towards the direction where concubine Bai Shen was. Lin Shen had to follow him, and he knew that the situation was not very good now. It was almost 20 hours long, and I don't know how many super burning warriors died. The Super Burning Legion still showed no sign of stopping the charge. It was determined to destroy them. The situation on the base changer is no longer so easy. Too many pets are dead, and the number of people injured by the base changer is also increasing. Top basic transformers like Ouyang Yudu, Mo Xingqi, and Bai Xinfei have also come out to fight many times, assisting and defending many strong charges to ensure their position. However, in high-intensity battles, their power was consumed too quickly. The base-transformed carapace could last for 2 or 3 hours at first. Now they have to retreat to rest in about an hour and replenish potions in base-transformed liquid. However, the potion in base change liquid cannot completely recover them. The next time they use base change power to fight, the duration will be shorter. We, apply, go to war. Wei Wufu came to Concubine by Shen and said, "You can play with the team." Concubine by Shen didn't want Lin Shen and Wei Wufu to play, but the situation is really bad now. 2 more people can rotate, so that other basic transformers can rest for a while, and the chances of living until the countdown ends are greater. Lin Shen took a deep breath and came to the team of Concubine by Shen. The next one to rotate to guard the formation was their team. Lin Shen reached out to pick up a battle axe. The thing was piled everywhere on the ground now, and it was useless. The one Lin Shen was holding was a red crystal battle axe, a high-end product used by the deputy commander of the corps. Lin Shen also made a handful of it before and asked Wei Wufu to take it to Tiancheng. No one would use weapons that they were unfamiliar with at this time. They had to use the most familiar weapons between life and death, so no one would pick up the battle axe on the ground, just piled them aside. Lin Shen only knows one trick, but this trick is not very useful in such a battle. At least there must be a group of spear teams assassinating together to play a huge role in this battle. A person's role is limited. So Lin Shen used the same weapon, they all worked hard directly, and the battle axe was also pretty good, at least it was a crystal-based weapon. "Old Wei, teach me 2 practical axe techniques," Lin Shen said to Wei Wufu beside him. "Cut it, it's okay," Wei Wufu said lightly. While speaking, the rotation time had come, and the team above retreated. It was Lin Shen and his team's turn to take over. Wei Wufu was carrying a golden crystal trident on his back, but he did not take it off. Like Lin Shen, he took a red crystal battle axe and rushed towards the battlefield with great strides. The amethyst-like armor wrapped around his whole body. His majestic figure is comparable to that of a super burning warrior, and his hands are holding a huge red crystal battle axe, making people a little dazed for a moment, and it is hard to tell whether he is a human base transformer or a super burning warrior. Lin Shen followed closely behind. Although his figure was not as majestic as Wei Wufu, he was also very heroic. The double-edged battle axe in his hand was really too big, and it was a little uncomfortable to hold it in his hand. As soon as Wei Wufu entered the battlefield, he slashed the big axe on his head and split a super burning warrior riding a big black bull charge, along with the man and the cow. The terrifying power made the offensive of the Chaoran Legion stagnate. Chapter 167, Strong Battle. The God of Warguard has been promoted to the Crystal Base. The God of Warguard is the God of Warguard, and he is so strong and invincible no matter how long it is. Although Ouyang Yu is very strong, my idol is still the God of Warguard. This momentum is really not comparable to a niche face, it looks comfortable. I have one guard in my hands, and I have it in the world. Seeing Wei Wufu's huge axe leaping over and overturning the people killed by the Chaotian Legion that rushed up, many of the people watching the battle exclaimed the same praise in different places. Of course, there are some disharmonious sounds mixed in this. It's a pity that the second-generation ancestor did not come, otherwise this scene would have scared him. My second-generation ancestor never fought a battle without confidence. How could he put himself in such a dangerous place? The second-generation ancestor is still very strong. It was not something that ordinary people could do when they shot the huge fruit in one shot. That one shot is just a strong shot. When fighting, it depends on endurance. If it is a shot, it will be abolished. What's the use? The second-generation ancestor knew that such a situation would happen, so he didn't come at all. As long as he didn't come, no one could defeat him. Fortunately, Lin Shen couldn't hear their comments outside, otherwise he would have to be depressed for a long time even if he was not vomiting blood by anger. He obviously worked very hard. Lin Shen was not idle now. He held the red crystal battle axe in both hands and slashed at the pets and super burning warriors not far from Wei Wufu. Although he doesn't have many skills, his strength is strong enough that the average alloy level cannot stop him from slashing. Skills and other skills are simply useless on the battlefield, and they are useless in fancy things. Just as Wei Wufu said, just chop, strength is the king. Lin Shen is mainly responsible for solving alloy-level enemies, and the crystal base level was solved by Wei Wufu next to him. With the two of them joining, the pressure on this team was greatly reduced when they were guarding the formation, and there was no need for support from Concubine by Shen, Ouyang Yudu, and others. The people from the Tianchang Wei family are indeed very interesting. Ouyang Yudu and Concubine by Shen were paying attention to the battlefield side by side, and Ouyang Yudu said in the direction of the position. Wei Wufu is indeed very strong, and the Phoenix Purple Chi technique is also domineering enough. Li Tiangang, the captain of another team, said interjectedly. Wei Wufu is indeed very strong, but I am interested in another one. His name is a Tian, right? Ouyang Yudu's words made the captain stunned. They are all top crystal bases and don't pay much attention to alloy grades. They mainly look at Wei Wufu. After Ouyang Yu said this, they looked at Lin Shen. After looking at him for a while, his expression became strange. In their opinion, Lin Shen's performance was really not sure what Ouyang Yu paid attention to. His axe technique was too rough. If Wei Wufu hadn't protected him, he would have made a mistake and was rushed up by the super burning warrior. Concubine Bai also looked at Ouyang Yudu, as if waiting for his answer, wondering why he was interested in Lin Shen. Concubine Bai could see that Lin Shen shouldn't actually know how to use an axe. Apart from his strength being stronger than ordinary alloys, she couldn't think of anything Lin Shen could attract Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, "Didn't you notice it? He is very different from ordinary alloy grades." "What's the difference?" "I really didn't see this." Li Tiangang looked at it for a while, but still couldn't see any difference. "Do you know how heavy the red crystal battle axe is?" Ouyang Yudu asked back. No one knew the answer. Ouyang Yudu continued, "I don't know how heavy the red crystal battle axe is, but the weight is definitely not light. Even the alloy-level super burning warriors, their battle axe blades are only embedded with some red crystal materials, instead of using the red crystal battle axe. It can be seen that the red crystal battle axe is not a weapon that can be easily used by the alloy-level battle axe, and at least it is difficult to use for a long time. Maybe it's just that because the red crystal material is too expensive, there is no way to equip all ordinary super burning warriors?" Li Tiangang said. "It's possible, but I saw a deputy corps commander being killed before. The red crystal battle axe fell on the Tianqing slope. The super burning warrior rushing up from behind did not swing the red crystal battle axe on the ground." Ouyang Yudu said. Li Tiangang was slightly stunned, so, that a Tian is really interesting. He is an alloy-based transformer who has slashed the red crystal battle axe for so long. He really needs some strength. Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, "The key is that he doesn't know how to use an axe, his force is not very correct, and he doesn't know how to use skillful force, so the consumption will be even greater. From my perspective, his strength and physical strength are far beyond the normal alloy level. Even mutated alloy creatures do not have such strength and physical strength. In other words, he has some kind of talented skill that can bless both strength and physical strength?" Li Tiangang pondered. "The interesting thing is here. If you use talented skills, there will inevitably be some special changes on your body, but so far, I have not seen any abnormal changes on him." When Ouyang Yudu spoke, his eyes never left Lin Shen. "That's impossible. Without using talent skills, an alloy level cannot have that power," Li Tiangang said firmly. "Is it impossible?" Ouyang Yu didn't agree. After a few people said this, the people watching the battle outside began to notice Lin Shen. Indeed, as Ouyang Yudu said, the alloy-level super burning warrior rushed to Lin Shen, but none of them could withstand Lin Shen's slashing force. They either retreated and dodged, or wanted to attack with attack, and forced Lin Shen to stop. Occasionally, there was an unopposed alloy that forced a fight with Lin Shen with a battle axe, but they were all slashed and retreated repeatedly, hitting the super burning warrior behind. Some of them were unlucky and fell into the abyss directly. Although Lin Shen is not as conspicuous as Wei Wufu, his power is indeed very domineering. Ouyang Yudu's eyes are so poisonous. Only then did I realize that a Tian's power is so strong, he can kill his same level in seconds. After all, they came from Tianchang, what's so strange about this? He doesn't know how to use a battle axe. Why should he choose a battle axe? Can't he use the weapons he is good at? He is practicing evolution, right? Is evolution so powerful? This brother Ration who practices evolution is too powerful, and I want to choose evolution again. I can say with certainty that evolution theory is definitely not so strong, because the whole family practices evolution theory. When the evolution theory is practiced at the alloy level, the strength is absolutely impossible. He should have chosen the basic transformation eggs and obtained some kind of basic transformation talent to strengthen strength. It's really a tangled thing. Should I choose Ouyang Yudu or War God Guard as my husband? This Tian also looks pretty good. Is it a potential stock? In the attic, a girl was filled with peach blossoms. Although appearance is just, Ouyang, you must have read it wrong this time. Without using talented skills, the alloy level cannot have such strong power. Everyone was talking about it, and the time for this round of defense was also up. The next team of people rushed up. Lin Shen wanted to go down to rest, but Wei Wufu stood in front of the formation without any intention of retreating. Apply, to fight. Wei Wufu's voice was as firm as iron. If it was at the beginning, Wei Wufu applied to play like this, it would only make people feel that he wanted to show off. But now everyone is starting to get tired, the number of injured people is increasing, and the pets are almost dead. Who doesn't want to take a little longer? Wei Wufu applies to continue playing at this time. The team he has changed has this help, and he will only be grateful to him. Chapter 168. There is only one martial man in the world. Wei Wufu defended round after round at the front line. The red crystal double-edged battle axe in his hand broke and the pole broke. He grabbed the battle axe in the hand of the super burning warrior who rushed over and continued to chop wildly with his backhand. Overbearing. Unparalleled domineering. As soon as Wei Wufu stood in front of the formation, he had the aura of being a man who could not open his door. Just because of the existence of a Wei Wufu, the opponent's offensive seemed less sharp. Really, I'm crying to death. The Wei family is so easy to cry. There are thousands of heroes in the world, and there is only one martial man in the world. Has this been the Wei family been like this for more than 200 years? Ouyang Yudu, Bai Xinfei, Mo Xingqi and others are all very strong, but I decided that my idol is the only god of Warguard. Wei family, it's such a pity. If such a man can surround the stars and seas, why worry about the alien race not knowing about our human racemen? Sun Jian sighed. Ouyang Juemio nodded and said, although Yudu and Xinfei are very strong, their strength has not been tempered and baptized by blood and fire. If you are fighting on the arena, Wei Wufu may not be their opponent, but if you fight for life and death, it will probably be Yudu and Xinfei. This man has simply trained himself into a machine, without any extra movements on his body, and has squeezed his own abilities to the limit. Every point of his strength is used to the most. He has been fighting at a high intensity for nearly 5 hours, but he can still be so fierce. If it were Yudu and Xinfei, at this intensity, he would probably not be able to hold on for 2 hours. Sun Jian also exclaimed. On the battlefield, Missouri Xingqi and others also looked at Wei Wufu, who was coming on the field with complicated expressions. It is hard to believe that there is such a fierce person in the world who keeps slashing for 5 hours. Even if it is a machine, its motor should heat up, and it is necessary to rest and cool down. Ouyang Yudu's eyes looked at the War God Guard from time to time, and his gentle eyes that seemed to care nothing also gave him a little respect. Only after seeing Wei Wufu's battle, I know what the real battle is. After seeing his skills, I know what the real skills are. The fancy fists and embroidery skills I practiced before are really a bit ridiculous. Ouyang Yu even exclaimed. Even Ouyang Yu admires Wei Wufu so much, let alone others. But Ouyang Yudu's eyes were not only focused on Wei Wufu, but also often looked at Lin Shen. Although Lin Shen is not as dazzling as Wei Wufu, most people ignore a fact that Lin Shen also fought with Wei Wufu for almost 5 hours. Of course, Lin Shen was fighting under Wei Wufu's wings, fighting against alloy-level pets and super burning warriors, and he often lazily rested, unlike Wei Wufu who has always stood at the forefront. But even so, it is already a very amazing fact that it is possible to fight for 5 hours in such high-intensity battles. Some basic transformers stand still and maintain the basic transform state for 5 hours is difficult, let alone such a battle.
Yang, you noticed more than this one.
In these 5 hours, Lin Shen used the battle axe, but the red crystal battle axe, which should have been a weapon used in the crystal base level.
For the alloy level, the battle axe was a bit too heavy and would aggravate Lin Shen's physical energy consumption.
But until now, Yang still has not seen Lin Shen's exhausted problem.
However, after Wei Wufu's battle axe collapsed just now, Lin Shen had already given his red crystal battle axe to Wei Wufu and picked up an alloy crystal inlaid battle axe for use. That Tian is quite interesting. He is a little less talented in fighting.
After fighting for so long, his axe is still not good.
Yang smiled and stood up and walked towards the battlefield. Brother Wei, you are almost satisfied. My hands are so itchy, so let me enjoy it too. Yang Yudu came to Wei Wufu and said.
Wei Wufu retreated without saying a word. Although he still had the strength to fight again, his physical strength was indeed exhausted.
Yang Yu was here at the right time. Brother Wei, can you lend me a battle axe?
After Yang Yu rushed forward, he knocked back a crystal-level super burning warrior with one punch, and shouted to Wei Wufu.
Take it. Wei Wufu threw the red crystal battle axe in his hand to Yang Yudu without hesitation. Thank you.
Yang Yu took over the red crystal battle axe and also stood at the position where Wei Wufu was standing just now. People were surprised to find that Yang Yudu's fighting style had changed, which was completely different from his previous methods.
That seems to be the axe skill of the god of War Guard.
Soon everyone discovered that the axe technique used by Yang Yu was exactly the same as that used by Wei Wufu. Even his momentum and combat skills were exactly the same.
Just watching Wei Wufu fight for so long, Yang Yu actually learned Wei Wufu's axe skills. Who said God is fair? I watched it for a long time and didn't even understand it. Yang Yu already knew how to use it. What did you say to me that I am born equal?
Someone muttered with a wry smile.
Li Tiangang exclaimed, Yang Yudu's talent is really amazing.
The following time seemed to have become Yang Yudu's performance time, and with Wei Wufu's combat skills, he did what Wei Wufu did. Other people's growth requires blood and tears, but Yang Yudu's growth seems to only need to take a look. Concubine Baishan looked at Lin Shen and Yang Yudu fighting side by side, and felt a little complicated.
Anyone can see that Yang Yudu's talent is much stronger than Lin Shen.
Lin Shen has been fighting with Wei Wufu for so long.
Although the battle axe can be used smoothly, it is still much worse than Wei Wufu. Yang Yu had already learned the essence of Wei Wufu's combat skills just by watching Wei Wufu's fight. This talent is really a difference between heaven and earth.
But for some reason, Concubine Baishan didn't want to see Lin Shen like this deep down.
Maybe she didn't even notice it herself.
She hoped that Lin Shen was that strong person.
Tian, how about we make a deal? Yang Yudu said to Lin Shen while fighting.
The battlefield was too noisy, but his voice came into Lin Shen's ears, but some people could not hear it from a distance, and those who were watching the battle could not hear it clearly.
The battlefield was too noisy. What transaction? Lin Shen, who was depressed, asked casually. He just wanted to retreat with Wei Wufu, but Wei Wufu stopped him and said that if he wanted to keep fighting, he needed to know where his limit was, which would be very beneficial to his future growth. I will teach you the techniques and ensure you can learn it. Tell me why you can last so long? Yang Yudu killed a super burning warrior with several axes and continued. This is a man's talent, you don't understand.
Lin Shen said while fighting.
He didn't want to learn any techniques with Yang Yu.
If he wants to learn combat skills, he can just find Wei Wufu.
Yang Yu is an imitator, and he really doesn't like it.
Of course, the main thing is that Lin Shen didn't want to learn the weapon of Tomahawk.
In order to deal with the battle, he watched Wei Wufu imitate a few moves, not seeking proficiency, just enough. Chapter 169 Talent Shackle. I exchanged mutant crystal-based pets for your secrets.
You just need to tell me how it was done, and you don't need to pay anything.
Yang Yu still didn't give up and continued. No change.
Lin Shen was lazy and talked nonsense with Yang Yu again, and chose to refuse directly.
Lin Shen is now feeling his own changes, so how can he have time to chat with him? Unexpectedly, high-intensity battles could also trigger the operation of evolution theory, which was somewhat beyond Lin Shen's expectations. When his physical strength was consumed too much, Lin Shen wanted to retreat or use the super basic text, but he didn't expect that the theory of evolution would actually start to operate, constantly strengthening and mutating his body during the battle, making his body more suitable for long-term combat. The main thing is to improve endurance. When you start to swing the battle axe continuously, your muscles are prone to soreness. After the theory of evolution took effect, his muscles are not so easily fatigued. And as long as Lin Shen relaxes, his muscle fatigue will disappear soon and he will recover faster and faster. The reason why Lin Shen retreats back like he is lazy every once in a while is to restore his physical function. Theory of evolution has made an indelible contribution to being able to fight continuously for such a long time. Moreover, Lin Shen also discovered something more fun. In the battle, even if the theory of evolution is activated, it can be used in the immortal court, and the two do not conflict. In other words, the theory of evolution has included the immortal court. Part of it is mutating and strengthening Lin Shen's body, and the other part is transformed into the power of the immortal court, which continues to operate with Lin Shen's movements. Lin Shen didn't pay much attention to Wei Wufu's battle axe skills because he had been studying the actual use of stepping on the immortal court. Outsiders only saw that his axe skills were not very good, but they did not realize that Lin Shen's overall movements were actually changing constantly. Lin Shen was adjusting the 73 movements to make them more in line with themselves, and remove some of the unpractical movements, leaving only the purest and most direct movements. Although some movements can be used, the power flow is slightly less smooth, or a little slow, and it is eliminated by Lin Shen. It can save trouble. Why is it so complicated? Lin Shen wants the most effortless and practical one, and does not have those fancy things. Of course, these require experimentation time and time again, and then ensure that after removing those movements, other movements can be coherent. Various splits and then recombinations take a lot of time and attempts. Practical combat is indeed different from one's own practice. Wei Wufu said nothing wrong. Only in actual combat can one see clearly what he is like, and it is also the only criterion for testing one's own. Yang said something again, but Lin Shen was not interested in listening, mainly because he couldn't explain why he could last so long. Yang Yudu's temper is really good. Lin Shen ignored him, and he was not annoyed at all. He took the time to say a few words to Lin Shen, hoping to impress Lin Shen. Lin Shen was really unbearable by what he said, so he said, "This is a secret that cannot be passed on, so don't ask. I don't need to know what the secret itself is. I just want to know what its name is. What you want, as long as I have it, you can exchange it." Yang Yu was very persistent and did not give up. What's the use of knowing the name? Lin Shen couldn't understand Yang Yudu's thinking. Of course it's useful. At least I know that it's not a natural talent. It can be created after all. Even if I can't use your method, I can still find another method. All I want is a possibility, not the secret itself. Yang Yudu said while fighting. Will someone with a talent like you care about these things? Lin Shen was a little surprised, and he didn't expect that Yang Yu would say such words. In terms of talent, no one on the Mother Star should be stronger than Yang Yu, but from his tone, he himself seemed to reject talent. Talent determines the upper limit. You should have heard this sentence, right? Yang Yudu said. I've heard of it. Lin Shen of course heard it, and he agreed with it. Anyone can do it by working hard, but not everyone has talent. With the same effort, talent will naturally go higher and farther. What I want is not the upper limit, but breaking through the upper limit, so talent is a shackle for me, and I don't want to be bound by it. Yang Yu said very sincerely. After hearing this, Lin Shen really wanted to give him a basin of ice water to calm him down, and then think about how to speak human words. It's like a person who is already a decathlon, has good temperament, has strong abilities, has high IQ, has high EQ, and is very lucky. Anyway, everything is good. Then when someone praised him for being so good, he said to you deeply, "No, I'm not good enough, I can't have a baby in my belly." Lin Shen just wants to say, isn't it normal for you, a big man, to have that function? You are already all around and want to steal the woman's life. Do you still have some shame? Lin Shen was speechless about Ouyang Yuding. If he had the talent of Ouyang Yuding, he would not waste time doing that kind of thing, and would not even practice talent theory. Just find an easy-to-practice advanced evolutionary technique, easily advance, become an ancestor, worshipped by the world, eat and drink delicious food every day, and be as free as you want. What should you do to practice talent theory? No matter how strong that talent theory is, it is just invincible at the same level. You are higher than him, so you don't just deal with him casually. Lin Shen thought again and again that he really didn't practice theory of talent, but his situation was not easy, and theory of evolution was not easy. Thinking of this, I really feel that Ouyang Yu is a tough brother, but Ouyang Yu is looking for a draw type by himself. He is a passive abuse type, and it is quite difficult anyway. Okay, I tell you, this is a practice that was acquired, but this method is not suitable for you. You should think of other methods. Lin Shen said. It's enough to have this sentence. Just say what you want, as long as I have it. Ouyang Yu was in a good mood. Seeing his heroic spirit, as if he was the emperor of the universe and the entire universe was from his family, Lin Shen said angrily, "Will you give it to concubine by Shen?" Ouyang Yu smiled and said, "If you want concubine by Shen, then fight for it yourself. She is not mine. Aren't you a match made by heaven? You don't care so much?" Lin Shen was a little surprised. She and I just need each other's talent theory, and it may not necessarily be necessary. I may not be able to break through talent theory, and I may not necessarily have to do it. Ouyang Yu said. You want to castrate yourself? Lin Shen widened his eyes and looked at Ouyang Yu incredibly. Chapter 170 The Evil Way. Lin Shen heard from concubine Bai Shen that recent research by the Bai family shows that even if you do not use dual cultivation, men can practice talent theory, but they need to castrate themselves. Lin Shen was shocked when he heard Ouyang Yu say this and thought to himself, Ouyang Yu is such a great young man, shouldn't he want to seat himself and practice Qigong? In shock, Lin Shen's composition was in chaos, and he was almost injured by the super burning warrior who rushed up. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and stabilized the situation again, and defeated the super burning warrior. Ouyang Yu also trembled when he heard Lin Shen's words of castration. Although his psychological quality was better than Lin Shen, he was still a little confused for a while. That is, his strength is strong enough to force the formation to suppress it without any mistakes. Most people can't see any problems, but Sun Jian and Ouyang Juemiya were a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Yu also made mistakes, which was really rare. Who wants to castrate himself? What I mean is that if others can't break through, I can break through. If others can't do it, it means I can't do it. Ouyang Yu's tone was still a little angry, and as gentle as he swears. So that's it, then you just work hard. Lin Shen said this, but he was thinking in his heart, Tu Xiaodao thought so at the beginning, but he did not practice talent theory as well. Lin Shen himself never thought of changing his fate against the will of heaven. He still prefers smooth sailing. It is so tiring to sail against the current. After getting the answer from Lin Shen, Ouyang Yu stopped saying anything and fought with all his might to repel the charges of the Chaoran Legion again and again. Ouyang Yu was indeed a genius. He not only learned Wei Wufu's axe skills, but also learned Wei Wufu's precise control skills for power. Ouyang Yu had been rotated several times before, and he only lasted for more than an hour, and the base turn carapace could no longer be maintained. This time, I persisted for 2 hours and it still seemed that I still had enough energy. Your axe skills have some problems. I'll teach you the correct way to use the axe. Ouyang Yu said while fighting. Not interested. Lin Shen was not in the mood to study any axe skills. His life-saving ability in stepping on the immortal court is much better than an axe. Then you have to ask for something. I can't ask for your answer in vain. Ouyang Yu thought about it and said, otherwise, I'll teach you a set of my own techniques. Okay, tell me. Lin Shen didn't want to continue to get entangled. Ouyang Yu wanted to teach him, so he would shut up after teaching, so as not to keep talking. My own set of techniques is called Evil Ways. You can remember the secret technique first, and then I will demonstrate the tricks for you. Ouyang Yudu's voice came into Lin Shen's ears like thin lines.
Even in such a chaotic place, the sound was still deafening in Lin Shen's ears. But the people next to them seemed to be completely unable to hear it, and the people watching the game did not hear any sound.
The orthodox main gate is all the Great Way.
The Great Way is like joy, the mountains and flowing water, the sun sinks and the moon sets, and everything in the world has its own laws. Every breath is also a change in the rhythm of heaven and earth. Those who are good at observing the changes in heaven and earth know their laws, and their every move is in line with the principles of heaven.
Ouyang Yudu said while fighting. My education is not high. Can I speak it more easily and understandably?
Lin Shen sighed.
Ouyang Yu was dizzy when he heard it.
Simply put, fighting has a rhythm, and most people fight according to the rhythm. The evil techniques I created are to specifically block people's rhythm, making the opponent very uncomfortable.
It is like singing. When others sing, they sing on the beat.
If you sing, you cannot sing on the beat, disrupt the other party's rhythm and lead him to the deviation. Ouyang Yu changed it to simple and easy to understand words to explain.
Can you still play like this?
I like this. Lin Shen was really interested when he heard Ouyang Yu say this. Then listen, write down all the heart skills, and then I will teach you how to get stuck. Ouyang Yu began to teach Lin Shen's heart skills over and over again.
Unfortunately, Lin Shen did not have super memory and did not have the ability to distract from the second use.
While fighting, he memorized the heart art, which made Ouyang Yu repeat many times before he could remember the heart art. Ouyang Yu had no intention of impatientness at all, and repeated it over and over again until Lin Shen completely remembered it.
He was still extremely fierce in his efforts, killing the super burning warriors who retreated. You have already remembered the heart art. I will demonstrate to you below how to stop the points. This is the foundation of the wrong ways. If you can't learn to stop the points, you can't continue the next ones.
Ouyang Yudu said while demonstrating. Once his momentum changed, his axe skills were no longer the kind of opening and closing of Wei Wufu. The timing and angle of each axe were made very strange. Not to mention the super burning warriors who fought with him, even those who watched him fight felt very awkward. How to say it, it feels like when watching a movie, the audio tracks and the picture are not synchronized, and they are always misaligned a little, which makes people feel very uncomfortable. The people who watch it feel uncomfortable, and the opponent will feel even more uncomfortable.
Just a few axes were used, and a crystal-based super burning warrior was slashed under the axe by Ouyang Yudu. Interesting, I like this thing.
The more Lin Shen read it, the more he felt that this technique called the evil way was interesting. Lin Shen really can't get interested in normal and boring things. Lin Shen is particularly interested in interesting techniques like this.
Ouyang Yudu demonstrated while explaining, telling Lin Shen how to do effective points and some of his own experiences.
Lin Shen listened for a while, and the more he looked, the more excited he felt, and couldn't help but try it on his own. The super burning warrior who was originally fighting with Lin Shen suddenly found that his battle axe had just been taken back and had not yet been able to accumulate strength to chop down again. Lin Shen's battle axe actually slashed over at this time, which made him feel in a hurry for a moment. Inexplicably, a few axes were cut off by Lin Shen.
Ouyang Yu was slightly surprised to see this scene. He saw that Lin Shen was not learning axe skills quickly and his memory was not very good, and he thought Lin Shen would not be able to learn the evil way for a while.
Who knows how long it took Lin Shen to use the skills of the evil way? Although it is just the simplest entry-level technique and it is very rough, it is indeed nothing wrong with it, and the effect is also very significant.
Interesting, you are really interesting. Ouyang Yu couldn't help laughing. You are also an extremely interesting person to be able to create such a technique.
Lin Shen also laughed.
Hey, are those two people chatting?
Finally someone discovered that Lin Shen and Ouyang Yu seemed to be talking while fighting, but they didn't know what they said.
Chapter 171 Permanent Motion Machine AT on.
Ouyang Yu used the wrong techniques for a while, but he stopped using them and changed his skills to use Wei Wufu. Because his physical strength is almost in trouble, using evil ways will only accelerate consumption and shorten his combat time.
The current situation does not require him to be too strong. Persistence is the kingdom.
Lin Shen didn't have so many concerns. He was still full of physical strength and the base transformation was also quite sufficient. This was still the case when he did not launch the Superbase text. After being promoted to the alloy, his base-changing shell can absorb world energy itself, but the amount it absorbs is relatively small. After all, those hieroglyphs are deeply embedded on the carapace, and even if they are not really opened, they still have some effects. Lin Shen is a little addicted to practicing evil ways. He keeps practicing how to get stuck. Every time he has a little new understanding, Lin Shen is very excited. Before he knew it, Ouyang Yu had already survived 3 rounds and had fought on the court for 3 hours. Logically speaking, with Ouyang Yu's current situation, it is enough to shock him to be able to last for 3 hours. But when he saw Lin Shen, who was still alive, his expression was a little strange.
Lin Shen came up with Wei Wufu.
Wei Wufu has been going down to rest for 3 hours, but he still seems to have no problem. The durability of this physical strength and the fundamental change power, even he feels a little scary.
You go down, I go up. Wei Wufu walked over again and replaced Ouyang Yu.
With Ouyang Yu's fate, most people discovered something abnormal this time.
That Tian, it seems that he came up with Wei Wufu when Wei Wufu was in the first battle, right? Wei Wufu went down to rest in the middle, but he didn't seem to go down, right? He seems to have good endurance?
This is called super long standby.
We have finished Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yufu and changed Wei Wufu and he has been there all the time. It's too long. No excellent employees are as resistant as him. What he practiced should be evolution. Is evolution so lasting?
Concubine by Shin and others also noticed Lin Shen.
Mo Xingqi said in surprise, Asian has such a strong ability to last. It's been so many hours.
Apart from occasionally retreating and taking the opportunity to drink something, he seems to have never really rested, right? It's been more than 8 hours, and it's almost 9 hours.
Li Tiangang said, I think it's because the potion he's drinking has something wrong with it.
I heard that Tiancheng has a potion that can restore a large amount of basic change energy in a short period of time.
Wei Wufu is the serious Wei family's bloodline. Did you recover quickly after seeing him drinking? Mo Xingqi did not agree with Li Tiangang's point of view. That should be a talented skill. Li Tiangang said again.
Concubine Bai looked at Lin Shen with a complicated look, and she was also a little confused.
Lin Shen's power and lasting ability were indeed a bit extraordinary.
But she had never heard of the practice of evolution that would have such an effect.
I wonder how Lin Shen did it. Can evolution theory also allow him to practice flowers?
This idea flashed through Concubine Bai Shen's mind, and she soon denied it again. It should be a talented skill. It seems that the base change egg used by his base change is very good, and he has obtained a good base change talent.
Others think that Lin Shen has a strong talent for basic transformation, which is nothing wrong. The problem is that he has not used basic transformation talent yet.
Lin Shen loves Ouyang Yu so much, the evil way created by Ouyang Yu. The more he uses it, the more he is. Every axe cut makes his opponent very uncomfortable, and it feels awkward and uncomfortable. If others are uncomfortable, Lin Shen's greatest comfort is. He axe after axe, and I don't know how many alloy pets and super burning warriors he cut down, and the original rock color could no longer be seen on the Tianqing slope. Fortunately, there are abyss on both sides, and many corpses have fallen down, otherwise it would have been like a hill. Many people became interested in a Tian and were curious about how long a Tian could last. When Lin Shen persisted for 10 hours, he had already added a nickname Permanent Motion Machine A Tian outside. Of course, there are also many people who joke about him as the most lasting man in the world. Although the matter of Eternal Atian makes many people feel very interesting. But the situation is not optimistic now, more and more pets are dying and more injured. Even the person who was not injured was already very tired now, and his physical strength and basic energy were almost exhausted. Even if there are potions and base fluid as supplements, it is impossible to completely recover. Not to mention ordinary basic transformers, even strong men like Bai Xinfei and Ouyang Yu have become very tired with continuous support in combat, and the consumed physical strength and basic transform strength cannot be completely restored. More than a dozen people have died in the team, and the death toll is still rising. On several occasions, they almost rushed up by the Super Burning Legion. If it weren't for the timely support of strong people such as Bai Xinfei and Ouyang Yudu, they would have been rushed up by the Chaoran Legion. Time passes minute by minute, and every minute of the present is torment. There are more than 14 hours left, so I can hold on anyway. Mo Xingqi once again supported the broken gap and faced a super burning warrior of crystal-based level. A sword was unpredictable, but because of the excessive physical energy consumption, his movements became much slower. He fought dozens of swords before he cut the super burning warrior under the sword. Everyone is already very tired because the number of casualties increases and the number of deaths increases. Fewer people who are able to rotate on the court after being treated have to rotate on the court again. After struggling for more than 5 hours, an abnormal commotion came from the Tianqing slope. Concubine Bai Xin and others quickly took the telescope to look. After seeing this, everyone's faces changed drastically. Under the Tianqing slope, 16 big Red Bull Knights appeared, each with red warriors with armor and crystal-based warriors holding red crystal battle axe. Behind them, there are a large number of crystal-based super burning warriors. Although their abilities may not be as good as the previous 16 Red Bull Knights, the number is enough to make people feel desperate. Look at the end. Ouyang Yu didn't use the telescope, but just squinted his eyes and then said this. Concubine Bai Shen, Mo Xingqi and others quickly looked at the end of the Super Burning Legion with a telescope, and saw that there was a square formation of super burning cavalry very strange. The big black cow they sat down seemed a little different from the ordinary big black cow mounts. Those big black cow mounts actually had huge dragon wings. There are more than 100 people in that square formation. Judging from their equipment configuration, they are probably all crystal-based. Coupled with the ability to fly, it would be a huge threat to the human-based transformer who is now overly tired. What's even more terrifying is that in front of the flying cavalry, there was a red-clothed general riding a black crystal dragon, holding an extra-long red crystal spear, pointing to the direction of Tiang Xingpo to issue orders. This is going to launch the final fierce attack. Mo Xingqi swallowed and his expression was a little stiff. The war has reached now, and there are thousands of crystal-based troops on the opposite side, and even flying troops are not used. Who wouldn't be shocked? Chapter 172 Dragon Hunter Attacks. The basic transformer who defended the formation did not notice this situation. Seeing that the super burning warrior who had been charging for so long and was still fearless and retreated like a tide, the sound of the war drums below also stopped, and they couldn't help but cheer, thinking that the super burning legion, which had been unable to capture for a long time, finally gave up. Just as they were cheering and celebrating the arrival of victory, they saw another group of super burning warriors stepping onto the Tianqing slope. Unlike before, the 2 rows of super burning warriors in the front this time were all red-robed and red helmets, and the big Red Bull under the seat was particularly eye-catching. 1, 2, 8, 16, my god, there are 16 super burning warriors at the level of Deputy Legion Commander. People were shocked. But when I saw the 16 deputy commanders behind me, it was no longer as simple as being shocked. The super burning warriors who came up behind had crystal-based armor on their bodies, and there were a large number, at least thousands. My god, after fighting for so long, does the Super Burning Legion actually have so many crystal base levels? The Chaoran Legion is going to make the final attack, so you must withstand it. It's all crystal level charges, and it's still taking turns to charge continuously. Who can stand this? On the Tianqing slope, all the cheers of the basic transformers were like they were stuck and swallowed in their throats. They are really tired. Although they have taken turns to rest, it is difficult for them to fully recover their overdraft physical strength in a short period of time. Especially the death of a large number of pets has forced them to use themselves as a wall to block the charges again and again, which is very costly. All alloy levels retreat to the top of the mountain, and the crystal base level that can still fight to reform. Concubine Bai Shen kept giving instructions. If most basic transformers are still confident that they can stand until the end of the countdown, the moment the flying troops appear in the air, all basic transformers will be ashamed. Although there are not many flying troops, only more than 100 cavalry, the premise for the basic transformers to defend is that there is the natural danger of Tianq Singpo. As long as this road is blocked, the Chaoran Legion will not be able to rush up no matter how many people there are. But now more than 100 crystal-based super burning warriors have descended down, disrupting their formation from inside, and it is probably difficult to defend. The army of the Chaoran Legion rushed up, and no one could survive. All alloy-based transformers are dispersed, try to keep themselves alone. Ouyang Yudu, you lead a crystal-based team to block the charge below. No matter what, you can't let them rush up. Leave it to me behind. After saying that, Concubine Bai pulled out her long sword, threw away the scabbard, and led another team of people to guard the rear. After the alloy-based transformers listened to the order, the cube ran around the mountain. As long as they are dispersed enough, the flying troops will not have the energy to chase them one by one. The main task of the flight troops is to assist the troops below to rush up, and opening a breakthrough is what they need to do. Dong dong. Dong dong. The sound of war drums that had just stopped for a moment sounded again, and the sound of killing and thunderous hooves sounded at the same time. The Super Burning Legion launched the most violent charge, and the stormtroopers composed of crystal base rushed up along the Tianqing slope like giant pythons. A huge flying ox rose up, and under the command of the Super Burning Warriors, they rushed from the sky to Mati Mountain like a group of evil dragons. But these are just flying cows, not real evil dragons. Only the red spiked knight in the lead and the black crystal dragon sitting down are the real dragon creatures. Brothers, if you want to survive, you have to fight to the death. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu stood side by side in front of the formation, holding a red crystal battle axe in their hands. Facing the violent charge of the Super Burning Legion, there was no timid look at all. Then fuck it. The war has also aroused the violent desire to kill in my heart, and has already become determined to fight to the death. Seeing that Lin Shen was still here, Concubine Bai said to him, "Go and find a place with few people, and maybe she can survive." Lin Shen thought for a while, said something to Lao Wei, then left here and ran towards the empty place on the top of the mountain. The charge below had already begun. Before the 8 super burning warriors rushed up in the first round, they had already pulled out their pet launchers and fired rounds of pets onto the mountain, and crystal-based pets fell onto the mountain. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu had no time to pay attention to the crystal-based pets. The battle axe in their hands faced the 8 super burning warriors in red who were rushing towards them. 2 against 8, 2 men guarded the pass. In the sky, flying giant bulls formed a formation and flew across the sky. The pet launcher in his hand continued to fire at the basic transformers who were guarding the formation, and pets rushed into the crowd one by one. Kill! With the order of Concubine Bai Shun, the man had already soared into the sky like a sharp arrow, jumped up more than 10 feet, and slashed the head of a flying cow flying low at a low altitude with one sword. Other crystal bases also rushed towards the pets falling from the sky, and the sound of shouting and killing explosions were earth-shaking. Lin Shen had already arrived at the open space on the top of the mountain, watching other alloy-based transformers scattering, hoping to find a glimmer of life in this tragic war. However, the mountain is surrounded by a knife-cut mountain wall, and only the platform on the top of the mountain can stand people. The platform on the top of the mountain is indeed quite large and can reach several football fields. But no matter how big it is, there is only so much space, and there is no place to hide, so everyone can only be exposed to the eyes of the flying troops. Whether these alloy-based transformers can survive depends on whether the flying troops will come to kill them, rather than how hard they try to escape themselves. Seeing several flying bull knights flying from the sky, not rushing towards the crystal-based team guarding the pass, but towards the scattered alloy-based transformers, the people who were chased were filled with despair. Damn it, if you fight, I won't believe it. Many of us can't even kill a crystal base, so it's okay to pull a cushion. Someone was so angry that he stopped running away, and he had to fight to the death if he drew his sword. In fact, I can't run away, Phenia's speed is much faster than theirs. The moment the flying bull knights passed by in the low altitude, a figure suddenly jumped up. Those who were about to fight to the death discovered that they were a very special humanoid-shaped base creature rushing towards the flying bull knights. The humanoid-like creature was wearing blue steel armor with light patterns, like a holy warrior who was guarding the god. As his body rushed into the air, the light patterns on his body became stronger and stronger, like dragon patterns entangled in his body. A super burning warrior who had already rushed to the humanoid-like transformation creature, waved the red crystal spear in his hand and stabbed the dragon hunter Kivis. Kivis actually reached out and grabbed the spear that was stabbed, then picked it hard, and instead picked the super burning warrior up and threw it out of the mountain wall. Kivis stepped on Fei Niu, who had already left the air, and jumped up again with the help of others. The red crystal spear he snatched out with his backhand, instantly pierced through another super burning warrior riding Fei Niu. He himself rushed toward another flying bull knight, and the nearby flying bull knights rushed over and stabbed Kivis with a spear. Kivis, who was in the air, could not change direction, swung his hands with photoelectric dragon patterns, and slashed at him with the red crystal spear, which was cut off one by 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 one. At the same time, he had already landed on a Fey bull's back, grabbed the short blade stabbed by the super burning warrior with one hand, and broke his neck with the other. Fei Niu, who had lost his master's control, dived towards the top of the mountain. Kivis, who was stepping on the bull's back, reached out and pulled the bull's horns, forcing the flying bull to change its direction of flight and soared into the sky. "I'll go, whose pet is that? Strong, so strong." Seeing Kivi's strong attack, someone spoke out in surprise. Chapter 173, Picking Up the Litter. The flying bull knights who rushed towards the alloy base transformer were killed by Kivis for a moment, and only one escaped to the sky. Kivis grabbed a spear and threw it directly into the sky, piercing the flying bull knight, man and cow through it, falling from the sky. After killing the Fei Niu knight, Kivis grabbed the horns with one hand, stepped on the Fei Niu and fell to the ground, returned to Lin Shen, and handed the stolen pet launcher to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the two pet launchers sent by Kivis and fiddled with them. The two flying bulls immediately flew over and landed in front of him and Kivis. "Ah! Is that a Tian's pet? Are all pets so handsome?" "He is handsome and strong, and he is also a humanoid. I have never seen such a pet." While people were talking about Kivis, Lin Shen and Kivis had already ridden a flying cow. Lin Shen pointed to the pet launcher in his hand and said, "Wait a minute, grab more this thing." After saying that, Lin Shen picked up a red crystal spear, and as soon as he urged the flying cow to take his seat, he rushed into the sky. Kivis followed closely behind, flew into the sky, and rushed towards the place where the battle was most intense. Concubine by Shen and others were struggling to support the attack of the flying bull knight. It was not that they could not defeat the flying bull knight. After Concubine by Shen jumped up and killed a flying bull knight, the flying bull knights stopped diving down. They actually took out the bow and arrow on their backs and fired round after round of arrow rains at the Baishan Concubine by and other base transformers in the air. The red crystal arrow caused great trouble to Baishan Fei and the others, but he was helpless and could not reach the Fei Niu knight in the sky. Concubine Bai was a little regretful. She shouldn't have killed her too ruthlessly at the beginning, which made the Fei Niu knight alert, but it was too late to say anything now. While thinking about how to solve the problem of the flying bull knight in the sky, I suddenly saw the flying bull knight who had rushed to the top of the mountain and flew back. This made Bai Shenfei and others feel bad, thinking that the flying bull knight would have returned after the alloy base transformer was almost slaughtered. But after a closer look, I found that there were several riders when I went there, but only 2 riders when I came back. Ah, Tian. When he looked at the 2 people sitting on the riding, he was shocked and happy. No one could have thought that only the alloy level A Tian actually solved the crystal-based flying bull knights, and even snatched 2 flying bulls. I looked at another person riding a flying cow. His light patterns were flashing, which was extremely cool. After a closer look, it turned out to be a basic pet. I suddenly realized that Ah Tian also had a powerful crystal-based pet. No wonder he was able to kill the crystal-based Fei Niu knight. "Kevis, kill him." Lin Shen pointed to the red dragon knight flying at the highest point and gave the order. Kivis, who was flying beside him, heard Lin Shen's order and immediately asked the flying cow to speed up and rush towards the place where the red dragon knight was. Lin Shen also pulled the bull and left immediately with Kivis. "Don't leave now, take me with you." Concubine Bai shouted loudly below. Although Lin Shen's pet should be very strong, it is probably difficult for them to get benefits from so many flying bull knights and the red dragon knights. "Ah God, let's go together." Mo Xingqi also shouted below.
Lin Shen didn't care about them, and he pretended not to hear it.
Flying pets are rare, especially those who can be used as mounts.
Although pets like the blue-eye eagle are also considered flying pets, they cannot sit on them. It's not that the blue-eyed eagle's power is not good enough and cannot take people to the sky, but that the blue-eyed eagle's body size is simply unable to ride. If you ride on the eagle, you must not jam its wings. If the wings cannot move flexibly, how can it fly? Standing on the back of the eagle? Or sit on the back of the eagle? Aren't you afraid of falling to death when flying sideways? So there are not many pets that can fly, but not many can ride them. Lin Shen is very interested in these flying bulls. He snatched the pet launcher and all these flying bulls belong to him. It has been this time, and who would have the courage to find him to share the spoils he snatched? The Red Dragon Knight and the Flying Bull Knight naturally discovered them. The Red Dragon Knight roared, and the Flying Bull Knights immediately set off their bows and arrows, shooting at Kivis and Lin Shen. Looking at the red crystal arrow flying like rain, Lin Shen quickly let his flying bull hide behind Kivis, and at the same time threw the red crystal spear he picked up to Kivis. This is the first time he rode a flying pet, and it would be nice if he didn't fall down. How can he control the flying cow to avoid the rain of arrows? Kivis caught the red crystal spear, jumped up directly, and flew towards the red crystal arrow that was falling like rain. The red crystal spear in his hand seemed to have turned into a fifth-speed electric fan. All the red crystal arrows flying over were blocked by him and flew out. For a moment, sparks were everywhere, and there were endless sounds of jingling. Lin Shen quickly ordered the flying bull that Kivis rode to rush towards Kivis' landing point, and successfully caught him before he fell down. Because the distance was close, the flying cow knights had only had a round of volleys, and Kivis had already rushed into the flying cow knights, sparks and lightning all the way. The arrows were cut off wherever they passed, and the red crystal spears were shocked and flew out of their hands. The power of the dragon pattern blessing on his body is too powerful, and weapons of the same level are still invincible. Lin Shen followed behind to pick up the bargain, grabbed several red crystal spears that were shaken by Kivis, hung them behind him, holding a red crystal spear in his hand, and stabbed it into the chest of a Phenio Knight who had lost his spear. Although Lin Shen is only at alloy level, the power of 31 is not much inferior to that of ordinary Phenio Knights. It is not difficult to kill a Phenio Knight who was knocked away by Kivis and lost his balance. So a strange picture appeared in the sky, with Kivis rushing wildly in front, invincible all the way, and fighting the Flying Bull Knight. Lin Shen followed behind and frantically repaired the gun, stabbing the vital positions, finding an opportunity to kill a Flying Bull Knight with one shot, and then followed their pet launcher. For a time, hundreds of Phenio Knights could not do anything to this person. It's so explosive. That pet is so invincible. It looks even stronger than Ouyang Yu. Seeing Kivi's explosive behavior, many people's hair stood up. The Dragon Knight in the red in the sky suddenly roared. The Flying Bull Knights who were originally trying hard to stop Kivis suddenly made a way out, allowing Kivis to rush over easily and rushed straight towards the Dragon Knight in red. But Lin Shen behind him was stopped and trapped by hundreds of Flying Bull Knights. Without Kivis in front of him, Lin Shen's situation suddenly became very unoptimistic. Chapter 174 Air War. Oh no, a Tian is trapped. The people watching the game felt that something was wrong. Concubine Bai also saw that Lin Shen's situation was not good. She wanted to support her, but she couldn't fly. Mo Xingqi and other basic transformers were anxious and wanted to help but were unable to reach the sky. They had to vent their anger on the pets that rushed up. The gravity of the King of Realm is too strong, so it will be very difficult to project from bottom to top. With the power of Concubine Bai Shen, it is difficult to have an impact on that kind of battle, let alone an ordinary crystal base. Looking at Kivis again, the Red Dragon Knight had already met him in person. It was impossible to come back to rescue Lin Shen. Being trapped by hundreds of Flying Bull Knights in the sky, it is hard to fly no matter how you look at it. Everyone's eyes were turned to Lin Shen, and those who were watching the battle outside also felt sorry for Lin Shen. In their impression, the perpetual motion machine Aetion is just a relatively long-lasting alloy-based transformer. If you want to survive the siege of hundreds of crystal bases, unless a miracle happens. In this situation, no one could rescue him at all. Even his pet was entangled by the Dragon Knight in red, and no one could save him. No one thought that Kiwis could quickly kill the Red Dragon Knight and then rushed back to save Lin Shen. Because now everyone can see that this super burning warrior in red riding an evil dragon should be the real commander of the Super Burning Legion. The ability to lead 30,000 super burning warriors is imagined, not to mention that he has an evil dragon pet that looks like a black crystal under his seat. The dragon pet is obviously a high-end product, and it must be a mutant crystal base. No matter its size, speed or lethality, it is not comparable to Fenyu. Kiwis fought the commander of the Legion riding a dragon in the air. It would be nice not to be killed. It would be almost impossible to kill the commander of the Legion to help a Tian in a short time. Your partner is in danger. Leave it to me here. You can support him. Ouyang Yudu glanced at Lin Shen in the air and said, "No." Wei Wufu just replied lightly, continuing to fight against the red-clothed super-burning warrior who kept charging. If the two hadn't joined forces to block the red-clothed super-burning warrior's charge in turn, they would have rushed up long ago. Now that Wei Wufu is gone, Ouyang Yu is alone, his consumption will inevitably intensify, and the time it can last will be shorter, and I am afraid that the countdown will not end. However, Wei Wufu did not leave, not because of this reason, but because he knew Lin Shen and knew that since Lin Shen did that, there must be his reason. And he also knew that Lin Shen had not really shown his trump card yet, and he had never even used his talent skills. Wei Wufu also knew some of Kiwis' abilities. If the Legion commander was not a dragon pet, he might have some chances. But he was riding a dragon pet, so he was destined to be killed by Kiwis soon. So Wei Wufu was not panicked at all and continued to resist the red-clothed super-burning warrior who kept charging. Ouyang Yu was a little confused. Judging from Wei Wufu's appearance, he seemed to be very confident in a Tian. Can you say that a Tian has not burst out with real strength before? If that is the case, it would be really interesting. Ouyang Yudu's clear eyes flashed with a little excitement, and he was paying attention to Lin Shen who was besieged in the sky from time to time. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Lin Shen pulled the corner of his mouth, and he felt a little contempt for the commander of the Legion. His vision was really bad. He was obviously the protagonist, but the commander of the Legion actually chose to deal with Kiwis himself and handed him over to these miscellaneous fish. It's time for you stupid torrents to see who is the real protagonist. Lin Shen looked at the flying bull knights rushing over with long spears, and the hieroglyphs on his body suddenly shone. The next second, Lin Shen, whose words were full of light, jumped up from Fenia's back, avoided the spear in the Fenio knight who rushed over, turned over and swept past his head, and slapped him on the back of his head with a palm. The other hand of the Fenio knight pulled out a short blade and stroked it to Lin Shen above his head. I originally thought that this attack should be able to cut Lin Shen's palm, but who knew that Lin Shen's beat was half a beat slower than what he predicted. His short blade slashed over, but he didn't touch Lin Shen's palm, and his heart suddenly felt cold. Bang! The Fenio knight only felt like the back of his head was hit by a heavy hammer, and his brain roared, making him feel dizzy and unbearable. Lin Shen had already turned over and landed behind him, pulled out his pet launcher, put it into his backpack, and then flipped over his hands to snatch his red crystal spear and red crystal short blade. Naturally, the red crystal bow and arrow on his back could not be let go. Lin Shen was already envious of this thing just now. When he was a child, he played many archery games at the market. He knows how to use bows and arrows, and his accurate head is pretty good. However, after playing for a while, I felt that it was meaningless. I haven't touched it for many years, and I don't know if the accurate head is okay. He grabbed the thing and threw the dizzy super-burning warriors directly from Fenia's back. Lin Shen was carrying a bow and arrow and several spears, with a short blade stuck around his waist, holding a red crystal spear in both hands, and the white words on his body emitted fluorescent light, looking weird in indescribable harmony. Seeing other flying bull knights surrounding them from all over the place, Lin Shen did not continue to ride on the flying bull's back, but jumped up again. He clearly jumped forward, but he threw the spear in his hand backwards. The Fenio knight who rushed over from behind never expected that there would be such a move and directly hit him at high speed. As the two forces hedged, the spear penetrated directly through his chest. Lin Shen, who jumped into the air, drew out another spear and stabbed the Fenio knight who was rushing towards him.
The Phenio Knight thought the opportunity had come, and he was facing the battle head-on. Of course, he would not be afraid of just an alloy-based transformer. He also raised the spear in his hand and rushed towards Lin Shen. The two had not yet contacted each other, but Lin Shen slapped behind the spear, and the spear immediately took off his hand and shot it out. The Phenio Knight didn't expect Lin Shen to play like this. He was scared and sweated in a cold sweat. He quickly moved sideways to avoid the shot. But Lin Shen had already come to his head, stepped on his head with one foot, and jumped up again with the force. The Phenio Knight he stepped on had a dull sound, and the super burning battle helmet was sunk, and he turned over and fell from the Phenio. Lin Shen jumped gracefully in the sky, and hundreds of flying bull knights could not do anything to him for a moment. Instead, he was overturned by the people he tossed, and killed several flying bull knights in a moment. This result of the battle shocked everyone who watched the game. The base transformers below were also surprised and happy. No one expected that an alloy-based transformer would kill several crystal-based super-burning warriors while surrounded by heavily in the air. Chapter 175 The Ghost in the Sky. It's the same theory of evolution. Why don't my words have lighting effects? Can those who practice evolution theory be so awesome? Has the hieroglyphs on the Atianji transformed into a carapace been enlightened by the master? The public misled me. I had known that the evolution theory, one of the 5 basic transformation techniques, was so awesome, so I worked hard to find some basic transformation techniques. I spent money and lost my face. As a result, I practiced everything, which was far inferior to the evolution theory. Grandpa, when will my theory of evolution shine? People all over the world were stunned. Whether they had practiced evolution or had not practiced evolution, they were all confused at this time. People who have practiced evolutionary theory are wondering whether this is evolutionary theory. People who have not practiced evolutionary theory are wondering why such a strong basic transformation technique is one of the 5 basic transformation techniques. Shouldn't this be a secret basic transformation technique? Countless fundamental changers who have practiced theory of evolution have gone crazy, asking around how to make the hieroglyphs on their shells shine. No one knows that the pictograms derived from evolution can still shine. Although they don't know what effect they can have, they look tall and elegant. Even if they don't have any practical effects, they can be handsome. The big-name figures from those big families couldn't help but take out the theory of evolution, which was placed randomly on the bookshelf, and flipped it out again, thinking that I missed it before, and the theory of evolution still has this effect? Concubine Bai Shen looked at Lin Shen with a little shocked and confused, but now she doesn't have time to think about anything more and is still trying hard. When Lin Shen showed his skills in the air, Kiwi's and the Red Dragon Knight also met. The Red Dragon Knight rushed over on the evil dragon, and the 6 or 7 meter long red crystal spear in his hand pierced at Kiwi's with a sonic boom. The evil dragon under his seat showed black diamond-like fangs, as if he was going to swallow Kiwi's directly. Kiwi's rode the flying bull and met without hesitation, and he collided head-on. Anyone knows how Phenio can hit the evil dragon? If it hits a head-on collision, it is like a car hitting a heavy truck head-on, and it will be like a slag. As he was about to get closer, the dragon pattern on Kiwi's body flashed suddenly, and an indescribable aura surged up at the same time. The next second, everyone saw an incredible scene. The evil dragon, which was already rushing towards Kiwi's, suddenly seemed to have encountered a cat rat. His face was full of horror, and he flapped his wings desperately, trying to stop his forward rushing, but his body was still trembling. It doesn't matter if it comes, but it hurts the commander of the Red Army. He was rushing forward, but suddenly the evil dragon wanted to retreat, which disrupted his rhythm in an instant. At this time, the flying bull had already rushed to the front of the evil dragon, flapping its wings, and flew over the dragon's head, and Kiwi's flew to the dragon's back, confronting the leader of the Red Army on the back of the dragon. Are you really a base-transformed creature? The commander of the Red Legion looked at Kiwi's with a strange look. This was the first time he had seen such a base-transformed creature. But Kiwi's didn't say anything and walked towards the commander of the Red Army step by step. The commander of the Red Army seemed to realize that he was talking to a key-transformed pet, which made him subconsciously say that. It was just because key-transformed creatures were too different from key-transformed creatures, but he was more like a humanoid creature. You are glorious enough to be able to die under my augud. The commander of the Red Army hung his spear on the evil dragon, and even took off his helmet, revealing the Tauren's head. The Legion commander has a taller and more majestic figure than an ordinary super-burning warrior, but his height is about 3 meters. The horns on his head are thick and large, and there is a tuft of red hair on his head. Seeing that Kivis was about to walk in front of him, Ogud roared, and his heavy black armor like a meteorite wrapped around his body. Almost at the same time, Kivis and August both swung their fists at each other, tearing the wind-pressed fists, colliding with the dimensional fog and the sonic boom, forming a terrifying gas-burst shockwave. One person and one pet fought on the back of the evil dragon, frantically punching, and the sound of chi explosions exploded in the air continuously, like thunder dynasties. The trembling dragon hovered in the sky, and the battle continued madly. The people who watched such a fight were stunned, and they didn't even dare to breathe, staring at them with their eyes fixed on each other, for fear of missing any details. Unfortunately, the details that ordinary base transformers can see are really limited. They can't see clearly the attacks of Kiwis and Ogud, and they can only see the continuous aerosol rings explode. In the sky and the earth, two terrifying beings fought were so scared that it was hard to decide the outcome for a moment. They both win with strength, they are both brave and fearless, and they are also unparalleled in their strong attacks. The two battles were so fierce that the sky and the earth were dark, and the evil dragon below was only afflicted. They did not dare to ignore August's command, but they were extremely afraid of Kivis, and they went left and right for a while, and were still swaying. After a long period of attack, Ogud roared again. The shells that were already heavy armored on his body expanded again, and layers of armored shells were grown, making him look like a heavy human-shaped mecha. Above both fists, sharp corners actually appeared. Boom! With a punch, the speed and strength increased greatly, and the sharp corners on the fist penetrated Kivis' shoulder. But Kivis seemed to feel no pain at all. His hand was like a knife, with dragon-patterned light and shadow, and cut off a corner of the armor on Augustus with one slash. No one retreated when he was alone, standing face to face, like he was fixed on the back of an evil dragon, and his fists quickly hit him. The carapace fragments and blood splattered, and the battle between the two suddenly became extremely fierce, making people frightened. No, Ation is in danger. Many of the people who were still paying attention to Lin Shen were screaming. Lin Shen was in the sky, but there was no flying bull knight around him. All the flying bull knights were away from his location as if they had been agreed. At the same time, the two flying cows controlled by Lin Shen were intercepted, and Lin Shen did not give any place to borrow power. With his current height, if he fell like this, even a whole steel pillar would not be able to withstand it, let alone the flesh and blood inside the shell of Lin Shen. But there is no place around to borrow power. Unless Lin Shen is an ascensioner and has the ability to fly, it seems that he is doomed. Concubine gritted her teeth and blasted away the crystal-based pet in front of her, and flew towards the place where Lin Shen fell, wanting to see if she could catch Lin Shen and dissolve the strength on his body. But at this time, Concubine was not sure because her power had been consumed too seriously, and she was probably less than half of her peak state. Concubine rushed out a few steps, but her steps slowed down and finally stopped completely because she saw a shocking scene. Lin Shen, who was falling, suddenly stepped on his right instep in the air and violated the laws of physics and rushed towards the Phoenionites. In the sky, Lin Shen flew like a ghost, and at the same time, the red crystal spear in his hand stabbed out from various incredible angles. In a moment, several flying bull knights were shot and screamed, turning over and falling from the air. Stepping on the immortal court and climbing the ladder, coupled with the spearing techniques of Wei Wufu's sect and the evil techniques learned from Ouyang Yudu, relying on the power of the world absorbed by the Superbase article, Lin Shenhua became a ghost in the sky and kept flying in the Phoenionites, and shot out guns again and again. For a moment, more than 100 riders of the Phoenionites were killed, turning up a mess. Chapter 176 Strange People. This scene made everyone stunned. I have never seen anyone fighting in the sky like this while ascending. Lin Shen is now like a flying devil, causing trouble for the flying bull knights to rush into chaos. Although not many people have been killed, the deterrent power is too strong. The super burning warriors of Jingji have to ride a flying cow to fight in the sky, but Lin Shen is dodging and moving in the sky, his body movements are as weird as ghosts, and the spears stabbed out are as unpredictable as the devil's behavior. Lin Shen was not afraid of being seen by climbing the ladder. He was guarding only the half-human and half-iron weirdo, and only Su Tiange and Tu Xiaodao had seen him use the latter. Su Tiange would not say it out loud. The Tu Xiaodao man was overseas and it was even more impossible for him to spread the news to the strange people, so Lin Shen was so unscrupulous. As for the immortal court, there is no need to worry. Lin Shen's face has been changed beyond recognition. Even if the original creator is here, he may not be able to recognize it. Concubine Bai stared at Lin Shen, who was so powerful that he was like a god descending in the sky, muttering in disbelief, "Can you practice evolution theory be so strong? Interesting. It's so interesting." Yang Yu saw this scene, and his originally clear eyes were filled with hot brilliance. He had already consumed extremely severely, and a terrifying force burst out from somewhere. He rushed down the Tianqing slope, flashed like a monster to the red super burner, inserted his hands into his chest, and directly tore the red super burner's body, together with the battle suit and armor, and let blood pour on his body. It's so good. It's so good. Bathed in blood, Ouyang Yudu's whole body was trembling, and the corners of his mouth were even more uncontrollable. The murmurs in his mouth gradually became bigger, and finally turned into a wanton crazy laugh. "It's so good." The crazy Ouyang Yudu rushed into the battle-ranking legion like a monster, no longer using any weapons, and seemed to have no skills. His body was hitting like a beast, and his hands tore up one super burning warrior after another, including many super burning warriors in red. Not good. Yudu is sick again. Ouyang Juemyo looked worried. In the Godlove base, many people from the Ouyang family also looked at Ouyang Yudu in the image, with a strong look of worry on their faces, and even some people still had fear and disgust in their eyes. But apart from the Ouyang family, fewer people are paying attention to Ouyang Yudu now. Because in the sky, a huge explosion made people almost deaf, and the airwaves spread out in the sky like circular waves. The center point of the airwave is on the back of the dragon. Most people's eyes are attracted by the other side, and a figure fell down from the dragon's back. Bang! The majestic figure fell heavily on the top of Mati Mountain. The already ragged armor was seriously deformed. The bloody body inside was spurted out. It's the commander of the Chaoran Legion, he's dead. For a moment, the whole world seemed to pause, and the crazy charge of the Super Burning Legion stopped attacking, and was full of disbelief. In the next second, both the Super Burning Warriors on the Tianqing slope or the Flying Bull Knights in the sky retreated like a tide. The evil dragon fell from the sky and fell heavily on the top of the mountain, stirring up dust in the sky. On the head of the evil dragon, there was the Dragon Hunter Kivis, who shine like a god. The Super Burning Legion was defeated. The basic transformer on the battlefield seemed a little unbelievable for a moment. After they realized it, they let out heart-wrenching roars one by one, which were the shouts of the living who crawled back from hell. Wei Wufu did not participate in the cheers and glory. His eyes were like lightning, staring at Ouyang Yudu, who was laughing like a ferocious ghost on the Tianqing slope. While Ouyang Yudu was chasing the retreating super burning warrior like crazy, Wei Wufu suddenly rushed up. One arm clamped Ouyang Yudu's neck from behind, the other arm tied his waist, and his legs wrapped around his feet. The two of them fell down together, and Wei Wufu locked him tightly. Click! The people of Ouyang Yudu were almost crazy and could not struggle, so they opened their mouths and showed their white teeth, biting Wei Wufu's arm. The teeth actually bit the shell on Wei Wufu's arm a little bit, and the teeth pierced into the flesh and blood immediately overflowed along the corner of Ouyang Yudu's mouth. Wei Wufu did not plan to let go of Ouyang Yudu, and still locked him tightly. Gradually, the madness in Ouyang Yudu's eyes faded a lot, and the teeth biting Wei Wufu's arm slowly loosened. It's okay. Hearing Ouyang Yudu's voice, Wei Wufu let go of his arms and sat up slowly. Ouyang Yu turned over and lay on the ground, but there was no intention of getting up. Wei Wufu's blood remained on the corner of his mouth. There was no madness like before on his face, but instead he had a nearly happy and satisfying smile. Lying on the blood-flowing sky slope, looking up at the sky, the blue sky and sun reflected in the beautiful eyes. Ouyang Yu seemed to be enjoying this beautiful scenery, and it took him a long time to slowly close his eyes. It turns out that I am not the only strange person in this world. Ouyang Yu murmured to himself with his eyes closed. The basic transformers who were trapped in the carnival did not pay much attention to the situation here, and their focus was mainly on Lin Shen and Kivis. There is no doubt that although there are geniuses like Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei who are almost invincible in the game today, the protagonists are Kivis and Lin Shen. At least today they have taken away most of the attention of people and successfully shocked the entire Mother Star. This Atian is very good, she is worthy of being a person from Tianchang. A basic transformer who was shooting images in the sky with a camera couldn't help but exclaim. What a Tian, just this person's performance, it's not an exaggeration to call brother Tian, said a friend on the side. No, the people in Tianchang are not that superficial. I still think a Tian is good, but the nickname of the perpetual motion machine is a bit bad. The photographer's base changer said in contemplation. How about that, the son of the sky, my friend thought for a while and said. It's too vulgar. The basic change directly denied it. Why is it bad? I think it's very appropriate. You see, he comes from Tianchang, also known as a Tian, and has such powerful sky compatibility. Isn't it very suitable to be called the son of sky, the friend said with a lip. It doesn't mean good. I think he deserves a better title. The base transformed man touched the top of his head with sparse hair. After thinking for a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up, he patted his thighs and shouted, I thought of Shining. How about Shining a Tian? I think it's better to be a perpetual motion machine. My friend looked at him contemptuously, as well, how many options are there now? Wan Nian Mei, Shiman Swordsman, Ouyang Yudu, Wei Wufu, and a Tian's words, there are now 5. The basic transformer took out a small notebook, opened it and said. Is there only 5? My friend seemed speechless. The overall environment of the parent star is too poor, and it is already difficult to find such 5. The base transformed person sighed. Can't concubine by Shun, the friend thought about it and asked again. It's still a little bit worse, it can only be decided. If you really can't find it, you can make up the number. The basic changer thought for a while and said. Your performance is not enough, and Wei Wufu and a Tian are from Tianchang. Can the Wei family agree to take them away? I'm hilarious. You'd better keep looking for it. I'll go back first. As my friend said, he raised his left hand, turned the dial on his hand, and disappeared after a twist. Chapter 177 The Evil Dragon of Hell Rock Crystal. Once the 3-day time limit was reached, everyone immediately teleported back to Jinshui Lake. Because there was an agreement before coming, Wei Wufu took away a large number of battle helmets, battle suits, and pet launchers. Lin Shen's part was basically given to Wei Wufu, leaving only one mutant pet, that is the evil dragon of the Legion commander. Hellrock Crystal Dragon, mutant crystal-based creature, evolving. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Hardness, 41. Toughness, 40.9. Basic transformation talent, mutated dragon body, mutated rock formation, Hell Immortal Demon Curse. The attributes and talents of the Hell Rock Crystal Dragon are comparable to those of the Frost Swordsman, but the two are not comparable. Because the Frost Swordsman is an attack pet, the Hell Rock Crystal Dragon is a high defense and high blood mount, and a meat shield type pet, and its functions are different. The mutated evil dragon body makes its body stronger and can strengthen the surrounding attributes. The mutated rocking improves defense. The Hell Immortal Demon Curse is actually a regeneration ability. After the Hell Rock Crystal Dragon is injured, the injured body will regenerate quickly. As a mount and a flesh shield, the Hell Rock Crystal Dragon is almost perfect in the base transformation level, and its attack power is not weak. If it weren't for Kiwi's Dragon Killer talent that had a deterrent effect on it, it would have been a real trouble. What made Lin Shen a little strange was that the Ouyang family actually gave out a copy and donated it to Tianchang. This copy was not only the one that Ouyang Yu had, but also some things that the Ouyang family paid out of their own pockets, and its value was no less than Wei Wufu's gains. When I go to Tianchang to find you. Before leaving, Ouyang Yu still left such a sentence. What did he go to Tianchang to find you? Lin Shen was a little curious and asked Wei Wufu in a low voice. I don't know. Wei Wufu only said 3 words.
Wei Wufu directly escorted the east and west back to Tiancheng.
Lin Shen separated from Wei Wufu halfway and was about to return to Superbase quietly, but found someone following him.
Did the weird guy find me?
Lin Shen felt that someone was following him, but when he looked back, he saw nothing.
However, even if the weird guy comes, Lin Shen is not afraid now.
During the Battle of Tianxingpo, Lin Shen's halo of sacrifices accumulated terrifying sacrifices, and the attribute blessings that can provide Lin Shen has exceeded 100.
What is the concept of attribute values over 100?
It is said that the attributes of ordinary assonators are 41 to 80, which means that if you only look at the attributes, Lin Shen, who is blessed by the halo of sacrifice, is even stronger than ordinary assonators. If the weirdo dares to come over and cause trouble, Lin Shen doesn't mind letting him try how hard his fist is. Lin Shen did not find anyone, and turned around to continue on the road, but was shocked. There was no idea when there was a person standing in front of him, but he was not a weirdo, but a bald middle-aged uncle wearing work pants and vests, an old SLR camera hanging around his neck, and an older camera on his shoulders.
Who are you?
Lin Shen stared at the bald uncle in front of him. Although he seemed to be very ordinary and even had a little fat body, Lin Shen did not think he was really ordinary.
At least an ordinary middle-aged bald uncle would never appear in front of him 2 or 3 meters silently. Hello, my name is Zhu Jianxiang. This is my business card.
The uncle took out a business card and handed it to Lin Shen very friendly.
Never people print business cards these days?
Lin Shen took the business card suspiciously and took a look, and saw that it said, Zhu Jianxiang, a star detective of the Mother Star branch of Nightmare Group.
Scout? I'm not interested in being a star.
Lin Shen said and was about to leave.
No, you misunderstood. This scout is not that scout.
What we do is to find young people with potential on each planet, and then invite them to join our Nightmare Group.
I am optimistic about you, so I want to invite you to join.
When Zhu Jianxiang mentioned the Nightmare Group, he deliberately emphasized the tone, and his expression seemed to say, how proud it is to be a member of this group.
Nightmare Group? What Nightmare Group?
Lin Shen had already heard that this person should be a member of a certain alien family, coming to the parent star to explore young powerful people with potential. But he had never heard of any Nightmare Group, and Tianqin had never mentioned such a group.
In fact, Tianqin has never said much about the human race in the universe.
It would be nice for Tianqin to know about the races like the human race that cannot be ranked. If Tianqin wants Tianqin to know what power the human race has, it would be a bit difficult for him.
You haven't heard of the Nightmare Group?
This is not important. You just need to know that the Nightmare Group is the most powerful force in the alien star. There are countless strong people in the group, not only humans, but also many powerful people from the alien star race. Zhu Jianxiang said the Nightmare Group as if it was a supergroup that crossed the interstellar star.
Thank you for your appreciation, but I have no intention of leaving my mother star.
Lin Shen felt that this guy was not very reliable and wanted to leave quickly.
Tian, do you know what it means to join the Nightmare Group?
As long as you can pass the test, you don't need to worry about the various resources you need for your future cultivation. Someone will send the best resources, evolutionary techniques, combat skills, pets and women to you. Food, clothing, housing and transportation are the best, which is something you absolutely cannot enjoy in your mother planet. The beautiful ladies of the Heavenly Man clan, the charming royal sister of the Demon clan, and the holy female cultivator of the Starry clan, they will accompany you to take hot springs and serve you to drink.
As long as your talent is good enough and your ability is strong enough, you can ask for whatever you want, and you will get whatever you want.
Zhu Jianxiang said in a scattered way.
The more Lin Shen listened, the less reliable he became. Why did he feel that this sounded very familiar? If you think about it carefully, isn't this the trick my elder sister often uses to draw big cakes for employees?
Of course, what the elder sister said can indeed be done, but there is a prerequisite. You have to create more value for her, otherwise you won't take anything away from her.
Let's do this.
If you have something to do, go to Tiancheng to find Wei Wufu.
I can go to the Nightmare Group. I don't have to say anything. Wei Wufu nodded.
I still have something to do, so I won't talk to you first.
goodbye. After Lin Shen said that, he summoned the evil dragon of Hell Rock Crystal, rode on it and flew away. Don't leave. Let's talk again. Zhu Jinxiang couldn't scream at a Tian, so he could only watch him leave depressedly. What should I do with my performance? Zhu Jinxiang touched his almost glabrous head and sighed with sorrow. Lin Shen rode the Hell Rock Crystal Dragon to a mountain range, found a secret place to land, put away his pet, and found another cave to drill in. In the cave, Lin Shen activated the teleportation function of his watch and came to the Zappa area. Seeing that there was no one around, he restored Lin Shen's true face. He changed into clothes and outfits, wandered around Zappa for a day, killed some mutant poisonous insects, and then returned to the cave. After confirming that there was no one nearby again, Lin Shen took a detour back to the Suwanio base with confidence. Chapter 178 Weird Forest. Lin Shen has not been in a good mood recently. In the past, he used to go to the grass slope to catch poisonous insects at night, and occasionally he could go out to relax during the day. He would eat wherever he wanted and play wherever he wanted. But now I am afraid that the weirdo will know that he is still alive, so I have to hide at home during the day and night. Apart from going to the grass slope to brush poisonous insects, I can't go anywhere every day. But now drinking the base change liquid of those poisonous insects, the base change rate can no longer be increased, which is what makes him most irritable. After all, he is already at the alloy level, and the effects of those mutated steel poisonous insects are already minimal. You must change to another place to brush more advanced mutated creatures. Where are you going? Lin Shen played with his watch and fell into deep thought. There are two coordinates stored on the watch, one is from the grass slope and the other is from the crater planet. When he came back from the crater planet, his watch did not prompt him to record the coordinates. At that time, he already knew that the other coordinate stored in the watch was from that planet. The weirdo didn't know how to move his hands and feet at that time, so he asked him to teleport that coordinate, not the planet he brought him to. The problem now is that there seem to be ascending creatures on that planet, and Lin Shen's current rewards for killing ascending creatures are not very good. Not only is it hard to kill, he can't use the ascension liquid he got. Wei Wufu said that the energy contained in ascension liquid is too strong, and the use of the basic change level will cause damage to the body, so it cannot be used. Lin Shen also thought that based on his theory of evolution, he might be able to digest ascension liquid, but he was not very brave to take the risk of trying. What Wei Wufu said about the explosion of energy is physical meaning, and the ascension liquid explodes directly in his body, who can bear it? Lin Shen felt that he should be more steady, but after he solved the problem of weirdo, he still wanted to go to that planet. The power that the sacrifice halo can now provide to him should be enough for him to kill a high-level ascension creature. He wants to find a chance to see if he can find a mutated ascension creature to kill it. Of course, it is best to have the kind that has mutated ascending eggs. But before solving the problem with the weirdo, Lin Shen, the power of the halo of sacrifice, was not easy to use. After thinking about it, I decided to find a place to brush mutant creatures on the star of the realm first. Entering the grass slope again, Lin Shen wore a red super-burning battlesuit and helmet, rode the big red bull, and ignored the poisonous insects and kept moving forward in one direction. When Lin Shen was looking for poisonous insects before, he had been to this direction. At the end of the grass slope, there was an endless steel forest on the other side of the river. The big river was very wide and the forest was deep and he couldn't swim, so he didn't dare to go there. Now he is very skilled in climbing the sky ladder and stepping on the immortal courtyard. It is naturally no problem to have a mere river. What's more, he has the evil dragon of Hell Rock Crystal on his body, so he plans to cross the river to go to the forest opposite to take a look. When Lin Shen came to the river near the river, he originally wanted to cross the river directly, but after looking around for a while, he saw a figure not far upstream. How come there are people here? Lin Shen looked carefully and found that he was really alone. The man sat on a large reef protruding from the river bank, wearing clothes similar to a jacket, holding a fishing rod in his hand, and a small table next to it, with a thermos cup on it, which was obviously fishing. There are no horns on the head, obviously not the Super Burning Clan, nor wings or something, so it seems that it is a human. How could humans fish in such places? Lin Shen was puzzled. After thinking about it, he decided to go over and see who it was.
When I got closer, I found that the man who was fishing was not old, about 30 years old, and maybe younger, because he has a national face and a beard, and he may look a little old.
Friend, can you catch fish here? Lin Shen asked curiously.
Yes. The man turned his head and looked at Lin Shen, smiling friendly.
How is the harvest?
Lin Shen walked to him and looked at the fish basket next to him. There was something moving inside, but because most of the fish baskets were underwater, he couldn't see any fish inside.
It's not bad, the man said, reaching out to pick up the teapot and a new cup next to him, pouring a cup of tea for Lin Shen and handing it to him. What do you call a friend?
Are you here to fish? I don't know how to fish, I want to go to the forest opposite to take a look.
Lin Shen took the tea, took a sip and said, without reporting his name.
He was not afraid of men toxic in tea. He didn't know how many poisonous liquid he had eaten during this period. Now his body is already full of poisons, and the one he was not afraid of is poison. After hearing Lin Shen say this, the man looked at him in surprise. Are you going to the forest opposite?
Yes, is there any problem with the forest opposite?
Lin Shen felt keenly that there was something in the man's words.
There is a ghost in the forest opposite,
the man said seriously.
Ghost?
Lin Shen was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that a man would say something like this.
What era is now? Who still believes in the theory of ghosts and gods?
Even if there is any abnormal situation, it should be caused by the basic creature.
Yes, there are ghosts.
Once you enter that forest, you will encounter many strange things, and it's like a ghost hitting a wall, and you can't get out of it, the man said seriously. But no matter how Lin Shen heard it, he seemed to be telling a story. It was just a forest.
Would he not fly out if he couldn't walk out?
What the hell is there to hit a wall?
He doesn't believe it anyway.
Originally, Lin Shen wanted to ask what the person was from, but seeing that he was so sarcastic, he gave up the idea, put down the teacup after drinking tea, said thank you, and planned to leave here and go to the forest. The man seemed to want to say something, but the fishing rod suddenly moved. The man quickly held the fishing rod tightly and stood up. The tight fishing rod was curved into an arc, and the fishing line penetrated deep into the river, as if something was swimming below. Lin Shen was also a little curious. He didn't know what kind of fish he could catch on the King of Realms, so he stopped and started watching from the side. The fish below seemed to be quite small, and the man couldn't pull it up directly, and kept putting it down and opening a tug-of-war with the fish below. As he looked, Lin Shen found something was wrong.
The waves on the water surface became bigger and bigger.
After a while, the water surface of 100 meters nearby began to churn.
I'll go, how big is this fish?
Lin Shen was even more curious about what fish the man caught. The man's expression also became solemn, fighting all kinds of wits and courage with the big fish below, and even putting on various postures that were easy to exert force. On several occasions, he was almost pulled into the river. Seeing this, Lin Shen hurried over and wanted to help the man pull the fishing rod together.
Don't move, you can't fish, don't do anything randomly.
But the man stopped Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no choice but to stop and watch the man busy there. After a while, the man suddenly pulled the fishing rod and quickly retreated. While retreating, Lin Shen knew that the fish should be caught out, so he quickly stared at the river.
Suddenly, a black figure emerged from the surface. Seeing the thing clearly, Lin Shen couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chapter 179 Fisherman. I'll just go, do you call that thing fish?
Lin Shen was secretly shocked. It was only part of the body of the thing, but it didn't look like a fish no matter how you looked. The body covered with black scales is like black jade. The exposed part is more than 2 meters long, and there are wavy fish fins. The deep forest even saw a claw like an eagle claw. The waves below were rolling even more powerful, and more parts of the thing exposed to the water from time to time. The more Lin Shen looked at it, the more he felt that the thing should not be called a fish, as if it was called a dragon. A black jade dragon that is more than 10 meters long, except for the dragon's horns, all the others are very similar to the dragon's length. There is no doubt that this is a crystal-based creature. Lin Shen thought that men would catch at most steel creatures, but he didn't expect that he would catch a crystal-based creature, which looked like a dragon.
Who is this person? Is this okay? Lin Shen looked at the man in shock.
The fishing rod in his hand was inconspicuous, but he could be pulled with the crystal-based creature for such a long time, which shows that it is definitely not an ordinary thing. While Lin Shen was still shocked, the man had completely gained the upper hand and pulled half of the black jade black dragon out of the water. The black jade black dragon struggled desperately in the air, and its tail slapped the water surface, stirring up waves of about a foot. But no matter how hard it goes, it can't escape. The man quickly retreated and pulled half of the Moyu Heilung to the shore, then picked up the copy net next to him and knocked hard on the Moyu Heilung's head. The black jade black dragon suddenly turned his eyes and his body softened.
He let the man pull it ashore without any reaction. Awesome!
Lin Shen admired sincerely. This was the first time he saw someone fishing for this thing.
It's okay, it's a little smaller.
The man said this, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. After completely pulling the black jade black dragon ashore, Lin Shen originally thought he would start killing the dragon and taking the base into liquid. Who knew that the man took out a card camera with a very retro shape from somewhere, and handed it to Lin Shen and said, "Please take a photo for me." Fortunately, Lin Shen knew how to use a camera, so the third brother had many antique cameras at home. He had taught Lin Shen to take photos before, but Lin Shen was not interested in learning. At the beginning, Lin Shen followed his third brother out to take photos with great interest. As a result, in order to take a sunrise, the third brother squatted on the mountain where the cold wind whistled for most of the night, which was really boring. Lin Shen left Suanio base for a few times before, and most of them followed his third brother to take photos. The experience was very bad, so he didn't have much interest in going there. However, once Lin Shen went to his third brother's room to wait for him. He was bored and accidentally looked through some of his photo albums, which shocked Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't see the scenery, flowers, plants and other pictures of Lin Shen, who had taken him to take before, had many photos of beautiful women who were very cheap in clothes. At that time, Lin Shen was wondering whether the third brother deliberately took him to take those landscape photos, in order to persuade him to leave.
If I had known that I could take pictures of these things, how could Lin Shen give up?
After taking a few photos of the man with Mou Hei Jiao, Lin Shen returned the camera to the man.
The man took it and looked at it.
He seemed to be quite satisfied. After putting away the camera, he took the hook off the mouth of the black jade black dragon. The man's action stunned Lin Shen again, and he actually pushed the black jade black dragon back into the river. The black jade black dragon was stimulated by the water flow, and reflected on it a little, swayed around the river bank for a few times, and then swung its tail and plunged into the deep water and disappeared.
Why did you put it away?
Lin Shen felt that it was such a pity.
This thing might be a mutant. It's useless to keep it.
The man said, and returned to the reef and sat down, hung the bait and swung the hook again, and started fishing again.
Is this a joke? You don't want it, why are you fishing for it?
Lin Shen looked at the man with a complicated expression. He didn't take the man's words seriously just now, but it was a bit abnormal to see that a man could catch crystal-based creatures. He said there were ghosts in the forest opposite, and maybe there was something wrong with it. It wasn't necessarily a real ghost, but his statement was just a bit alternative. Brother, you just said that there are ghosts in the forest opposite.
I wonder if you can talk about it in detail?
Lin Shen thought for a while and asked.
I haven't been to the opposite side either. I just saw some people coming over, and then never came out again.
The only one who came out became crazy and seemed to be in a bad mood. The man paused and said, if you want to go over, you have to find a way to cross this river first.
Will the basic creatures in this river attack those who cross the river?
Lin Shen asked. That's very little, but the gravity on the river is much stronger than other places. If the wood cannot float on it, the balloons will sink to the river.
It's not easy to get over it. The man said.
Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this, and quickly took out a metal lunchbox from his backpack and threw it towards the river.
The principle of the metal lunchbox is the same as the boat.
It falls on the river surface and should be able to float. But it didn't wait for it to land on the river. When it was in the air, it seemed to be pulled by a huge force, and instantly deformed and plunged into the river and disappeared. Lin Shen was shocked when he saw it. What a strong gravity, but fortunately he didn't jump directly just now. Such a strong gravity might be pulled down directly when it was in the air. Thinking of this, Lin Shen felt even more extraordinary when he saw this man. This river was so weird and had extraordinary gravity. He could pull up a crystal-based creature more than 10 meters long, but this power was scary enough. "What do you call a friend?" Lin Shen asked casually. The man just smiled but didn't answer, and Lin Shen immediately reacted. When the man asked him just now, he didn't answer, and now it's his turn not to answer him. This account is really fast. Lin Shen didn't care. He didn't tell his identity for the first time, but Lin Shen secretly gave him the nickname Fisherman in his heart. "Friend, I'll leave first, see you again if you're destined to do so." Lin Shen was ready to leave. He didn't know the nature of the water and was unwilling to force cross the river. What's more, there might be strangeness in the forest opposite, so it's better not to go. "See you goodbye if you are destined to be." The fisherman responded friendly. Lin Shen turned around and walked a few steps when he suddenly saw a familiar figure appearing in the sky in the distance, coming towards the side. "Hey! Why did Tianxin run here too? Sapa should be quite far from the beach, right?" Lin Shen saw Tianxin, but he was not in a hurry to leave. Since Tianxin has come here, it means that this place should be not far from the beach. If you can ask how to go, it is good to go to the beach. There are quite a lot of mutated creatures there. Now Lin Shen's strength is not afraid of encountering mutated crystal base. It is a great opportunity to quickly harvest mutations. Chapter 180 Double Happiness. Tianxin had long seen Lin Shen and the fisherman, but he didn't recognize Lin Shen's current outfit and mount. Tianxin has been doing very well recently. He has robbed many humans who entered the world of Wangxing, killed some super burning warriors, and his wealth has become richer. Perhaps it was because he had been smooth sailing during this period that he had forgotten the lesson of being robbed by Lin Shen. Seeing two humans by the river, they flew over like that. Even though Lin Shen was wearing the battlesuit and helmet of the deputy commander and riding the Red Bull, he didn't care at all, and even regarded Lin Shen as a fat sheep. This guy is getting slutty again. It seems that he has been doing very well recently. Lin Shen also muttered to himself as he looked at Tianxin in white robe falling from the sky and with a charming smile. Tianxin fell in front of Lin Shen, showing a smile that could fascinate all living beings. "Humans, are you willing to make friends with me?" "I'm willing." Lin Shen nodded happily. "As a friend, you naturally need to share good things together. Take out all the things you have on you," Tianxin said with a smile. "What you said is right. Good friends should share it. Take it out and see if there are any good things in your backpack." Lin Shen also laughed. When Tianxin heard Lin Shen say this, his face suddenly became cold. He took out a pet launcher and pointed it at Lin Shen and said, "Friend, it seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet." Lin Shen looked at the style of the pet launcher in his hand and knew that it was something from the Super Burning Clan and should have been stolen. "What's the situation?" Lin Shen asked knowingly. "Share means sharing your good things with me. As a good friend, I will leave you with my life," Tianxin said with a cold face. "I thought sharing between friends was two-way." Lin Shen sighed. "There is no unique happiness for sharing in both directions. I like to double happiness." Tianxin smiled happily. "Now, start sharing your things and let me see what good things are in you." "It makes sense." Lin Shen nodded, took out a pet launcher, pointed it at Tianxin and said, "After you say that, I have begun to like to be more happy. Now share your stuff with me." "Ha, is there really a naughty young man? Have you never heard of my brother's name? Do you know the robbery angel? If you don't know, ask your fellow villagers." Tianxin's self-confidence has been overwhelming recently, and pointed to the fisherman who was still fishing there and said, "Friend, have you heard of the robbery angel?" Lin Shen tilted his head and asked the fisherman. "I haven't heard of it." The fisherman answered very simply. This made Tianxin's face collapse instantly, and he said with a cold face,
there are really idiots who have never even heard of my name. You are really trying to die, so don't blame me."
As he said that, Tianxin, who was very unhappy, pulled the trigger directly. Although the pet launcher in his hand is not as high as the Angel revolver's firing rate, it is also a good thing with a 40 firing rate. As soon as his finger moved, Lin Shen stood not far in front of him. His speed immediately exceeded 40 and rushed to Tianxin. "A mere human, I dare to fight with me." This speed is not very strong for Tianxin. He directly pulled out a red crystal short blade of the Super Burning Clan from behind and slashed towards Lin Shen's neck at a faster speed. Lin Shen's footsteps changed, and he walked onto the left side of the Tianxin like walking in the fairy garden. Tianxin was slightly shocked. His stance was a bit weird. He immediately flapped his wings and soared into the sky. The Heavenly Man tribe is good at air combat, and infantry combat is not their strength, so naturally they cannot suffer this loss. Lin Shen followed and jumped up, but of course his speed could not be as fast as Tianxin. Tian Xinyan watched Lin Shen use up his power and began to fall down, and shouted arrogantly, "Idiot, fighting against the Heavenly Man in the air, is your mind full of water?" As he spoke, Tianxin shook his wings and flipped in the air, and the man had already reached behind Lin Shen and slashed Lin Shen's neck with a knife. All of this was under Lin Shen's calculation. He was about to use the ladder to climb the sky to give Tianxin a big surprise, but suddenly he saw a crystal light that was almost invisible to the naked eye in the air flashing by. The next second, Tianxin, who didn't know what happened, felt as if someone was pulling his back collar vigorously. The powerful force directly pulled Tianxin out. Lin Shen fell on the ground and saw that the fisherman's hook hooked Tianxin's collar and pulled him over. Tianxin was shocked and didn't see what it was. She waved the knife and slashed it behind her back. The short blade slashed on the thin fishing line, but it was not possible to cut it off. The fishing line was tough enough, but Tianxin's collar was not that tough. It directly tore a hole, allowing Tianxin to get rid of the fishhook. Tianxin flapped her wings and flew into the air, looking in the direction of the fisherman. The fisherman held the fishing rod and pulled the fishing line and said, "Sorry, I accidentally hung it on you just now." Accidentally? Tianxin's eyes twitched. He didn't believe the fisherman's nonsense. He stared at the fisherman with anger. The crystal-based shell on his body gradually emerged, wrapping his body in wings. "I'm a stinky fisherman. Today I won't beat you into fish food, so I'll take your surname," Tianxin said, turning into a stream of light and pounced towards the fisherman from the air. "Don't be excited, it's very dangerous here, you'd better not come here," the fisherman kindly reminded. Tianxin ignored him at all and wanted to fly sideways past the fisherman, while smearing his neck with a short blade. Seeing that the fisherman had no reaction, when Tianxin thought he was going to succeed, the fisherman suddenly turned sideways, letting Tianxin's short blade fall into the space. Tianxin also rushed over the fisherman, and was about to turn around and fight again, but suddenly felt a terrifying force coming from below, pulling his body and falling down. Tianxin quickly flapped his wings, but the power that pulled him was too strong, and he could not soar into the sky. His feet were already touching the water surface, and his wings were surging there, but he could not fly too high for a while. Lin Shen looked at Tianxin, who was tossing on the water, and secretly thanked that he had no choice but to jump directly from the river. Tianxin, a crystal base, could only barely fight against the strange gravity on the river. With his power, if he jumped over, he would probably be pulled into the river directly. He can't swim, and he can only hold his breath and sink to the bottom after falling into the river. If he is repeatedly attacked by the basic creatures in the river, it is really hard to say whether he can deal with it under such gravity. This also gave Lin Shen a new understanding of the power of the angler, and his power was stronger than he had imagined. Tianxin flapped his wings desperately, but his body slowly rose. The river surface below suddenly exploded, and a black jade dragon rushed out of the water and bit Tianxin. Tianxin's face changed drastically. All his power was used to flap his wings and flew upwards, and he had no spare energy to deal with the black jade black dragon. Chapter 181 Strange Fish. The angel seemed to be already fierce, and a strange halo rose from his body, condensed into a halo on his head. Why does the halo on Tianxin look so much like an angel ring? It looks more like an angel. Lin Shen was a little surprised.
As soon as the halo came out, the angel's strength increased greatly. A pair of wings slapped hard and flew up with gravity. The black jade black dragon bit the air and fell back into the river, causing heavy waves. Agency fisherman, you dare to insult me, you are dead. Tian Xin was extremely angry and rushed towards the fisherman again. The speed was much faster than before. Tianxin's strength is stronger than expected. Lin Shen has not seen Tianxin fight with all his might for the first time. When he first met Tianxin, Tianxin fought against the mutant creature in the sea, and when he came up, he was already half dead. Later, Tianxin met him and did not take action. When Tianxin robbed himself, he never used the angel ring. Seeing Tianxin pounce on him like a phantom, the fisherman waved the fishing rod in his hand calmly. With the fishing rod swing, the fishing line pulled a strange arc in the air and wrapped it towards Tianxin. Tianxin knew that the fishing line was extremely tough and did not dare to be entangled, so she could only flap her wings and avoid the fishing line. Lin Shen watched Tianxin fight with the fisherman next to him. The more he looked, the more he felt that the fisherman's fishing rod technique was really weird. Fishhook, fishing line and fishing rod, a weapon composed of three kinds, soft and hard, hard and soft. When used, it is unexpected and completely different from conventional weapons. As the fishing rod swings quickly, the fishing line seems to turn into thousands of love threads, wrapped around from various unexpected angles. The tough but elastic fishing rod can also be used to suck or thorn. The fishhook is even more strange as flying hooks flying up and down, making people unable to defend themselves. Tianxin's air combat ability is indeed very strong. He dodged variously in the sky and avoided the attack of the strange fishing rod, but he was obviously at a disadvantage. He wanted to fly to the high altitude but could not rush out. If he made a mistake, he might be entangled by the fishing line. What a strange method, what an interesting technique. Lin Shen looked around with relish. The fishing rod technique made him very interested. When he was a child, he had fished, and only once. The third brother took him there. He sat there for a long time and didn't even catch a fish. Lin Shen really didn't have the patience, so he never went there again. Lin Shen is still not interested in fishing now, but he is very interested in the fisherman's rod method. The dead pink can be strong or soft, so I can learn from the fisherman's rod method. Lin Shen thought to himself, and couldn't help but observe it carefully. There are many things that are not interesting when you think about them. The more you think about them, the harder it feels. But when you really calm down and do this, you will soon find that everything is actually regular, and as long as you do it step by step, it may not be as difficult as you imagine. The key is to be attentive. Nothing is difficult, and you may not feel that it is so difficult. Of course, it is only possible, and there are some things that are indeed difficult and cannot be done with care. Lin Shen looked at it for a while and then saw some tricks. Although the rod method is weird, it is not without traces. It is just a bit unpopular. Most people rarely use such skills. Tianxin blindly dodged, but his range of actions was becoming increasingly limited. If he continued, he would be entangled sooner or later. I don't believe it anymore. I can't break the line. Tianxin was cruel and wanted to break the 10 times with one force. He held the knife in both hands, and the halo on his head was shining brightly. He used all his strength to slash towards the fishing line, and wanted to cut off the fishing line and break through the current dilemma. The extremely sharp red crystal short blade slashed on the fishing line with a terrifying speed, but it slashed the fishing line to one side without any damage. The fisherman pulled and closed, and the fishing line wrapped around Tianxin's body, and in an instant, it wrapped many circles, and the fishhook also pierced into Tianxin's shell. With a sudden lift of the rod, Tianxin's body was immediately tied into a long strip, fished in the air and swung around. Tianxin's regrets now made his intestines clear. If he had known that this person was so awesome, he wouldn't have come here at all. Damn it, mere humans, why did such a monster appear? Tian Xin was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The fisherman turned around to face the river, and Tianxin was immediately hung on the surface of the river. The traction of the fishing line and the terrifying gravity under the river pulled the fishing line straight, and Tianxin, who was tied up, even struggled. Friends, are all misunderstandings? Let's say something well. Tian Xin forced himself to squeeze out a smile and said. Who did you just say you would beat it into fish food?
The fisherman looked at Tianxin and smiled.
Ahem, you heard it wrong. I was talking about it. You don't have enough fish food. I can help you get some ingredients. Tianxin said quickly. Is that true?
The fisherman laughed.
It must be like this.
Tianxin said hurriedly.
The fisherman looked at Tianxin, as if he was thinking about something.
Suddenly, the river surface exploded, and a huge shadow rose from the air inside the river, swallowing Tianxin together with the thread. The fisherman didn't expect this to happen. Looking at the base-transformed creature that was larger than the blue whale, his face changed slightly, and then he immediately showed a hint of joy, finally come out. Lin Shen was also watching the basic creature jumping out of the river. Its body was like ink and its body was like an orchid goldfish, but its size was many times larger, even larger than a blue whale. There is a forward corner above the head, and there is a white lantern-shaped crystal hanging down the corner, which is more than 1 person tall. Something in the crystal is flashing, a bit like a lantern fish, but it is a little bigger.
Tianxin is over.
Lin Shen still felt a little regretful. He had not taken back his things, but he was swallowed by the strange fish. The fisherman exerted force with his legs, and his feet fell into the rock again. He held the fishing rod in one hand and quickly put the line on the other hand, and a blue crystal-based carapace appeared on his body. The strange fish pounced, smashing the shocking waves and landed in the river again. The fisherman was still fast laying the lines, but the speed of laying the lines was obviously slower than the strange fish swimming. Soon the fishing lines were pulled straight, and the reels turned on their own, as fast as a drill bit. The fisherman held the fishing rod tightly with both hands until the fishing line was pulled to the end. He leaned forward and was about to be pulled into the river, but he still held the fishing rod tightly. Lin Shen quickly changed, flew behind the fisherman, grabbed his body with both hands, and pulled it back with force, but he still couldn't stop being pulled forward. Lin Shen exerted all his strength, holding the fisherman with one hand, and taking out the pet launcher with the other hand, and directly launching a pet capsule. The Hell Rock Crystal Dragon with the greatest strength and the heaviest weight appeared behind him, and his body turned, curled Lin Shen's body with his tail, exerting force at the same time, pulling backwards with force. Chapter 182 Soul Collector. The power of the 2-person 1-pet finally stabilized the situation. The fisherman held the fishing rod tightly, as if he was tug-of-war with the strange fish in the river.
Now it can't be considered fishing.
It's just comparing who has greater strength, and whoever has no strength first will lose. The situation was stalemate, but the strange fish was too powerful and too turbulent, constantly swimming left and right in the river, pulling the fishing line. From time to time, it jumps out of the water, causing huge waves. The river water hit Lin Shen and the others, and Lin Shen did not dare to move at all. He could only support it with all his might. Once he relaxed a little, his body might be pulled over.
Fortunately, endurance is Lin Shen's specialty.
With the blessing of the Superbase article, Lin Shen's strength is endless. The fisherman was obsessed with the strange fish and didn't pay much attention to Lin Shen behind him. He didn't know how long it took. When the fisherman felt very tired, he found that the force of pulling him behind him had not weakened. He was a little surprised and looked back at Lin Shen. Seeing Lin Shen's carapace, he was even more surprised.
Are you practicing evolution?
The fisherman turned around and continued to fight against the strange fish.
It's the theory of evolution.
Lin Shen replied.
You are the first person I have ever seen when you can practice evolution in this way.
The fisherman smiled and said, Little brother, what do you call him?
Just call me a Tian.
Lin Shen said casually.
Okay, a god, today I owe you a favor.
If you need it in the future, just come to me, said the fisherman.
What do you call me, brother? Lin Shen knew that this person should have a different background. Just call me a fisherman.
Lin Shen was slightly stunned. The two of them had a pet and had a stalemate with the monster fish for a while. The monster fish's strength finally began to slowly weaken, which made both of them breathe a sigh of relief. The fisherman dared not be careless and still held the fishing rod tightly. After a while, he saw that the strange fish's strength was getting weaker and weaker, so he began to close the line. As soon as the line was closed, the strange fish suddenly burst out with fierce force, and the fishing rod in the fisherman's hand almost lost his hand. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and immediately held the fishing rod tightly with both hands again, so that he did not let the fishing rod fly out.
Cunning thing! The fisherman cursed lowly, not daring to slack off anymore.
After a stalemate for a long time, the strange fish really had no strength this time, so the fisherman started to close the line again. If you can retract the line, you can start slitting, and the pressure of two people being petted is greatly reduced. I don't know how long it took, but the strange fish was finally pulled to the bank of the river.
Ation, use force!
The fisherman shouted as he stepped back. Lin Shen cooperated with the fisherman to pull hard. The two of them almost used all their strength to feed themselves and finally pulled the giant ashore. The fisherman dared not take the hook here, so he continued to pull the top of the grass slope, and then he pulled the strange fish into the grass slope, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The strange fish jumped on the grass, but it had no legs. It had left the water and its ability was greatly reduced. In addition, it had no physical strength, so it could no longer cause any waves. The fisherman put down the fishing rod, took out the camera and threw it to Lin Shen. Ation, take a photo for me. Lin Shen also expected it, took the camera and said nothing, and took a few photos of the fisherman and the strange fish.
Brother, you won't let it go, do you?
Lin Shen felt that it was a pity to let it go like this.
If the fisherman doesn't want it, he can ask it.
This strange fish must be a mutant crystal base. After drinking its base liquid, it's all the base variable rate.
I just have one thing, you can take the rest. The fisherman pulled out a strange dagger from his waist.
The dagger crystal blue actually has strange light traces flowing inside, which looks like it is made of ascension material. The fisherman walked to the strange fish that had no strength and slashed the lantern-like crystal on its head with a knife. The strange fish immediately tossed again, causing the grass, leaves and mud to fly around, but that's all.
The rest is yours.
The fisherman said casually, not caring much about the mutant crystal base. Lin Shen quickly let the Hell Rock Crystal Dragon go over, flew down from the air, hitting the monster fish hard, and smashing the grass slope into a big pit. After several consecutive heavy injuries, the monster fish that had lost its physical strength soon disappeared. After another high-altitude dive impact, the strange fish suddenly opened its mouth and something flew out from it. Lin Shen looked carefully and found that it was Tianqin, who was still tied by fishing lines. I saw that Tianqin was covered with fishy transparent mucus, but he looked alive and not dead. The carapace on his body is basically complete, with only some places with rows of holes, as if they had been inserted into it by a rake. The halo above the head is still there, but the brightness is already very weak. This guy Tianqin's life is really hard, and he will not die like this.
Lin Shen smacked his tongue secretly.
Two brothers, stop playing with me, it will be dead. Tianqin lay on the ground like a dead fish and moaned. Lin Shen had no time to pay attention to him, so he took a water bag to collect the base liquid from the strange fish.
After a while, the watch vibrated and a message appeared on it.
Kill the soul collector of mutant crystal-based creatures? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. This guy's name is not a fish.
What does this soul collector mean?
Just thinking about it slightly, Lin Shen ignored it.
It was just a name, but it was different. After collecting the base liquid, Lin Shen walked towards Tianqin and searched out everything on his body. This guy Tianqin has been searching for good things recently.
There are 2 pet launchers on his body, both of which are good things that can hold 10 pet capsules, and they are also filled with pet capsules.
There are also several pet launchers and some base eggs in the backpack, among which there are several mutant crystal base eggs. This is such a fortune-giving boy. Lin Shen sighed secretly while plundering Tianqin's things.
Tianqin had no ability to resist at all, and he was left to moan on the ground, and he was extremely upset.
Brother, how about half of these things we are?
Lin Shen said with the things in front of the fisherman.
You take it.
The fisherman didn't even look at those things, and he had no interest at all.
Then I'm not polite.
Lin Shen saw that the fisherman was all focused on the lantern-like crystal and was indeed not interested in these things, so he put it away without hesitation. He plans to eat those mutant crystal base eggs directly to increase his base variability. Although mutated pets are good, it is useless to have too many pets. He can't command so many pets by himself.
Ah Tian, I'm leaving.
If you need any help from me, you can go to the Ashen Base to find me in the future, said the fisherman.
There is really one thing that needs guidance from my brother.
Lin Shen said hurriedly.
What's the matter?
The fisherman was slightly stunned, not expecting that Lin Shen was so rude.
I wonder if my brother can pass on the rod method. If it is convenient, can I teach me? If it is inconvenient, so it's fine.
Lin Shen was very interested in the strange rod method. The fisherman was slightly stunned, and then laughed again. You want to learn this? There is no problem. It's just fishing skills, not something amazing. I will teach you, but whether you can learn it depends on your own efforts. The fisherman said this, but he was secretly happy in his heart. If you want to learn from my shocking whip, it depends on whether you have this talent. Being able to learn one or two is your luck.
Chapter 183 is amazing. I'm in a good mood today, go escape.
The fisherman reached out and shook the fishing rod, and threw the tied Tianxin out.
Tianxin quickly got up and limped away. He didn't want to stay in this broken place for a second.
He robbed and killed, and finally got so many possessions, and returned to the pre-liberation overnight. Lin Shen wanted to stop Tianxin and asked him how he went to the beach from Tsapa, but after shouting, Tianxin ran faster, and did not care about the injuries on his body, so he forced himself to fly up and escape.
Come on, don't waste time, I'll teach you the rod method first.
The fisherman called Lin Shen. Lin Shen had to give up the idea of chasing Tianxin, and the fisherman said he would let go, so he couldn't refute the fisherman's face. After all, the fisherman caught him. My rod method was created by boredom when fishing.
There are 37 moves in total.
I will teach you the practice method of these 37 moves first. The first move is called Taigong fishing.
The second move is called Yanba fishing.
The third move is called Jitian shooting fish. The fourth move is called fisherman delivering.
The fifth move is called Yuanmu gun fishing. The fisherman taught Lin Shen the moves and practice methods of the 37 moves one by one. The moves and practice methods can actually be regarded as a whole.
The moves are the specific ways to do them, and the practice methods are the core technical training methods of this move. For example, if you want to dunk, the dunk moves are tricks, and the core technology is to jump high or the core strength of the waist and abdomen is strong enough. The practice method is to teach you how to jump high and how to exercise your core strength. Only when these meet the standards can you use those cool-looking techniques. But if you can do those actions directly, it means that you already have core technology and naturally you don't need to practice methods. The more Lin Shen listened, the more he felt that this rod method was indeed interesting. Every move was unexpected, which was very different from the normal sword skills. Most of the skills were fresh and had never heard of them before. They were really interesting. Lin Shen carefully recorded what the fisherman taught and prepared to find time to practice it. He felt that many rod techniques could be used on dead powder. After the fisherman finished teaching, he lent his fishing rod to Lin Shen, and asked him to practice it several times to find the feeling, while he watched from the side.
This kid's talent is pretty good.
Although he can't be able to learn it once, he learns it very solid. After looking at it for a while, he thought Lin Shen was doing well. The stranger the technique, the higher the requirements for basic skills. The fisherman saw that Lin Shen was trying hard to get the foundation well, which shows that he already knew what the core of this set of rod method was, which made the fisherman more satisfied. It is naturally the best to learn it, but such geniuses are the few after all. They can have a view of the overall situation, know what the focus is on, and how to learn it is also a very good choice. If you can persevere, it will be difficult to achieve my amazing achievements, but you should still be able to learn from 7 out of 10, which will be enough for him to benefit for the rest of his life.
The fisherman nodded secretly.
The fisherman is Mrs. Ye's father Yi Jingran, which Lin Shen would never have imagined. Because decades ago, Yi Jingran was already an ascensioner, and many people speculated that Yi Jingran might have been promoted to a higher level and entered the universe.
Lin Shen never thought that the basic changer in front of him would be Yi Jingren.
Yi Jingren did not advance to a higher level, but chose to rebuild it. It was simply because he felt that he was not satisfied with his previous path and chose to do it again. Of course, his recultivation is still a bit different from the rest of his self-destruction by ordinary people. Seeing that Lin Shen was practicing well, Yi Jingren, who had originally planned to leave after teaching, couldn't help but give some more advice from the side. Who knew that it would be fine if he didn't give advice? Lin Shen's practice was a bit bad when he gave advice. This made Yi Jingru feel a little depressed, and he was thinking in his heart, "I don't give me some advice to you, but if I give me some advice, you will be even worse."
Is this slap me in the face?
Yi Jing felt that he could not just let it go, so he tried harder to give Lin Shen a guide, and even started to correct Lin Shen's posture himself. As a result, the more he gave advice, the more corrected Lin Shen practiced, the worse it was, and worse than before.
Your sister, are you a donkey? You can't leave, so hurry back?
Yi Jing felt his blood pressure soaring and his heart disease was about to come out.
I'm not angry or angry. If others are angry, I'm not angry. Who will be happy to be angry?
Yi Jingren silently recited the Heart Sutra and finally let out a long sigh, dissipating the anger in his heart.
Not every angler has a very good temper.
Yi Jingren first started fishing because of his bad temper. Later, as he fished for a long time, his temper gradually improved a lot, especially in recent years. Few people have made him angry.
But today I was really angry with Lin Shen. If Lin Shen didn't do it, then Yi Jingren wouldn't care.
But Lin Shen was obviously okay at the beginning, but after his guidance, he became disabled. Where did he put his face?
Ah Tian, don't worry, follow my movements again.
You have to keep some force.
Don't let it go,
he said in a slight soft voice, more gentle and patient than he seemed just now. But for some reason, Lin Shen always felt that Yi's amazing and gentle voice seemed to have a strange smell.
Not right, it's done again, it's not right, it's done again, it's not angry, it's not angry. I am not angry when others get angry. No one can take care of them when they get angry.
Yi Jingren has recited the Heart Sutra silently for countless times, and the faster he recited it. I lost my temper for trivial matters, why bother?
Why?
Why do you have to?
Why do you have to? What kind of thing you practice? How can you be so stupid? I have taught you so many times. Dogs should learn. The more you practice, the worse you get. Are you an octopus? Go backward.
After a long time, Yi shocked and completely broke out. He pointed at Lin Shen's nose and cursed, then picked up his fishing rod, grabbed the crystal next to him and carried it on his shoulder and turned around and left. Yi Jing felt that he never wanted to see him again in his life, so he had never seen such a stupid person. Fortunately, he felt that Lin Shen was good at practicing. He felt that he must have been blind at the beginning, or that he might not have taken his eyes out during that period. I've practiced well, but if I say it's like turning against me. Lin Shen stared at Yi's shocking disappearance. He felt that he was doing well. After Yi's amazing guidance, he had a lot of understandings, which can be described as Wen Sichuan.
I really don't understand why Yi Jingren lost his temper.
Fortunately, I have learned the rod method and I will practice it slowly in the future. Seeing that there were no outsiders, Lin Shen released the dead powder and let it swallow the soul collector's body. Chapter 180 for the Blood Jade Mountain God. The soul collector's corpse is too huge. When it dies and turns into a huge state, it is still difficult to swallow it. It uses its own mouthpart to grind the soul collector's corpse and swallow its corpse bit by bit. This process is quite slow. Lin Shen was drinking the mutant base liquid he had just obtained, and there was information about drinking base liquid and the base rate +0 on his watch. Until the theory of evolution played a role, information about base variability +1 finally began to appear. While drinking the base liquid, Lin Shen was thinking about the rod method he learned from the fisherman.
After Yi's amazing guidance, Lin Shen has already gained a deeper understanding.
This set of rod methods combines both hardness and softness, but the focus is not on hardness and softness, but on a word that is explosive. Yes, the most important point of the technique that seems to be extremely mysterious is the word explosion, which is the explosive power. The most important throwing method among rod techniques is to condense the strongest power at one point and throw out the strongest explosive power. No matter how many times there were before, it was all boosting the fire, and it was constantly superimposing it to prepare for the final outbreak. The purpose of laying the foundation is to explode, and the explosion is the inevitable result of the accumulation of layers of preparation. As long as you learn how to lay the groundwork and explode, you can expose the power that exceeds your own limits. Of course, there are separate techniques such as throwing, wrapping, hanging, and putting. These techniques are relatively complicated and can only be practiced slowly in the future. Paving the foundation and bursting are the core, and the other skills are branches and leaves. Once the core is practiced, the branches and leaves can be slowly integrated. The reason why Yi Jing felt that Lin Shen was getting worse and worse the more he practiced was because Lin Shen realized this, first put down the branches and leaves, and focused on exploring the core. His core has not been trained yet, but his branches and leaves have been abandoned. Naturally, it seems that the more he practices, the worse he becomes. I don't know how long it took, but the dead fans finally swallowed all the bodies of the Soul Collector. The next second, Lin Shen saw countless red filaments drilling out of Dead Pink's body, wrapping its huge body. The red filaments were intertwined and kept gathering, making it smaller and smaller, and eventually turned into a small dark red pet capsule. We are finally going to evolve. This time we should have a crystal base. Lin Shen was happy and picked up the pet capsule made of dead powder. Although the ability of dead powder can be comparable to that of crystal base, the attribute disadvantages of alloys are still very obvious. When Lin Shen faces many super crystal base creatures, the effect of alloy-grade dead powder is not very obvious, because the attributes are too low. This time, the dead powder evolved into the crystal base should be able to solve this problem. After putting away the dead fans, Lin Shen took a look at the things he had looted from Tianqin. There are 7 mutant crystal base eggs and 5 pet launchers, all of which are good products with a firing rate of 38 to 40, and they should be the kind used by the Deputy Corps Commander. There are 3 mutant crystal-based pets, 17 crystal-based pets, and dozens of other mixed pets. There are also some base liquids, which are actually mutant base liquids. Among the 3 mutant crystal-based pets, there is a red crystal divine cow, which is basically the same as Lin Shen's attribute skills. There are 2 other mutations, namely the Blood Jade Mountain God and the Bua Knife Hand. Blood Jade Mountain God, mutant crystal-based creature, evolving. Strength, 40.2. Speed, 41. Hardness, 40.6. Toughness, 32. Basic transformation talent, mutation blood sacrifice, mutation blessing. The Blood Jade Mountain God attracted Lin Shen's attention. Although this mutated pet only has 2 talent skills, it is very strange. Mutant blood sacrifice, absorb blood and worship it, using blood as a sacrifice, which can enhance the blessing ability of the Blood Jade Mountain God. Mutation blessing, bless a target mountain god aura. The strength of the mountain god aura is determined by the strength of the blood sacrifice. The attributes of the Blood Jade Mountain God are not very strong in the mutated crystal base, but these 2 skills are very interesting. Lin Shen roughly tried it and found that not only human blood can activate the mutant blood sacrifice, and the base fluid of the base transformed creature is also okay. The Blood Jade Mountain God is only the size of a palm, and looks like a mountain god carved from blood jade. It looks very strange and even a bit scary. As long as the base liquid or blood is poured on his body, it will suck it into his body. The higher the base liquid it absorbs, the better the quality, and the stronger the mountain god's aura will be. It is said that it is the mountain god halo, but it actually has a blood-colored film on the base-changing shell, which makes the base-changing shell more capable of resisting strikes. This film does not directly improve hardness and toughness, but is a bit like applying a protective film to the glass, so that the glass below is not so easy to break. The strength of this protective film is determined based on the level and amount of the base liquid of the blood sacrifice. If this is the case, then can I get a flying upgrade membrane with the Ascension liquid blood sacrifice? Lin Shen's heart moved, took out the Ascension liquid carried on his body, and then dripped some on the body of the Blood Jade Mountain God. As soon as the Ascension liquid fell on the body of the Blood Jade Mountain God, Lin Shen immediately saw its eyes wide open, and even a bloodline on its forehead was cracked, and its body was trembling violently. Originally, Lin Shen thought it was just a bloodline, but now he realized that it was actually a blood-colored eye without pupils. As the Ascension liquid merged, blood light gradually lit up in the vertical eyes of the Blood Jade Mountain God's forehead, and the light became stronger and stronger.
After the Blood Jade Mountain God stopped trembling, Lin Shen asked it to activate the mutated blessing skill.
The vertical eyes of the Blood Jade Mountain God emitted a red light, falling on Lin Shen's body, and immediately a blood-colored film was coated on the outside of his carapace.
This film turns the Lin Shen carapace into blood red, which looks quite creepy, as if stained with blood.
He summoned a mutated black armor centipede and let it bite the shell on its arm. With a click, there were only some traces on the alloy-level shell, and it was not bitten through. This made Lin Shen overjoyed. The mutated black armored centipede could bite, which means that the blood sacrifice did not have enough Ascension liquid. If there was enough Ascension liquid, the Mountain God's halo would only have a greater effect. Lin Shen immediately took the Ascension droplets on the body of the Blood Jade Mountain God, trying his best to absorb more. But there were not many drips, and with a bang, cracks appeared around the vertical eye of the Blood Jade Mountain God, which scared Lin Shen quickly stopped.
Facts have proved that the Blood Jade Mountain God also has an upper limit to absorb energy, and he can't bear too much of high-end goods like Feishing liquid.
Fortunately, Lin Shen Dai was slow, so he did not directly burst the Blood Jade Mountain God. 5 drops of Ascension liquid are already the limit of the Blood Jade Mountain God. Lin Shen had no choice but to put the Blood Jade Mountain God away first and wait until it slowly recovered from its injured body. After studying for a while, the Mountain God halo also has a duration, but this duration is not fixed.
The Mountain God halo sacrificed by the Ascension blood will last very long.
As long as it is not broken, there will be no problem for more than 10 hours. The base liquid of steel creatures can only maintain the Mountain God halo for a few minutes. No matter how much you feed, it will last for at most 10 or 20 minutes, and its defensibility is much worse.
Chapter 185 Qingjia. The Blood Jade Mountain God can withstand 5 drops of Ascension liquid. Can I withstand 1 drop?
Lin Shen was thinking, if he drinks the Ascension liquid directly, he doesn't know if his body can withstand it. Thinking about it, the mutant crystal base's body was a little unbearable.
He was just an alloy. If something happened, wouldn't it be a death? Even if it didn't die, it wouldn't hurt the kidneys.
In the end, Lin Shen gave up his plan to try. Anyway, the mutant base fluid and mutant eggs obtained from Tianxin, plus the base fluid of the Soul Collector, were enough for Lin Shen to digest for a few days. In the past half-month, I shouldn't have to worry about the base liquid anymore, but it's not enough to sit and eat the whole mountain, so Lin Shen decided to continue looking for mutated creatures. This big river is so weird, and the fisherman said that the forest opposite is even weirder, and he didn't dare to take risks anymore. After changing directions, Lin Shen planned to go to another place to take a look.
Lieshoxing.
A huge planet is full of metal mechanical devices, and from a distance it looks like a space base disguised as a ball. There are 3 orbital rings surrounding the planet on the outside, and there are various vehicles like cars shuttled through the air inside. In a gorgeous conference hall, sitting in the main seat is a Tauran wearing golden high-tech armor. And the bull-headed people wearing purple armor on both sides were looking at the holographic projection in front of them. The images are the images of the super burning warrior fighting against humans in various places. The most important image is the Battle of Tiang Xingpo, which are all resources taken by the super burning warrior. Until the image of Tiang Xingpo ended, a purple armored Tauran sitting on the left hand of the golden armored Tauran said first, General Bell, humans' combat power in the world of Wangxing has exceeded the estimate. We should send more warriors to completely erase all humans on the world of Wangxing and occupy all the resources of Wangxing. Before General Bell could speak, the Taurus sitting on his right hand retorted, the teleportation device we found can only teleport basic transformation creatures into the world. The main force of the 107th Land Reclamation Legion suffered heavy losses, and the elite warrior Ogud was also killed in battle. Not to mention that other Land Reclamation Legion have been sent to other planets, it is difficult to recruit new Land Reclamation warriors for the time being.
Even if we can dispatch Land Reclamation Legion in, we may not be able to take advantage of those human ground reclamation people. Unless we send elite warriors, I wonder who would like to let the elite warriors of our subordinates go to the World Reclamation Star to open the world? As soon as these words were spoken, the Tauran generals who were originally angry fell silent.
They have already understood the situation of Wang Xing in the world. Although the human side is relatively weak and most of the human-based transformers are relatively weak, some humans have reached the elite level of the Super Burning Clan of the same level. If elite soldiers are not sent to the World Star, no matter how much cannon fodder is, it will be difficult to truly take the initiative.
Besides, cannon fodder did not come out of thin air, and there were not so many cannon fodders to continue to be transferred to the Realm King Star.
The resources that the Super Burning Clan needs to occupy are not just one Realm King Star. It is impossible to transfer all the land reclamation legions that are being opened on other planets for the sake of one World Star. However, if they were asked to send a base-level elite warrior to the World Star, they were afraid that their elite warriors would have an accident in World Star. After all, those elite soldiers will be upper-level officers of the Super Burning Clan in the future, and most of them are noble children of noble families with noble blood. They can grow into mainstays in the future and cannot take risks with their lives. The basic resources of Wang Xing are so rich, how can we give them to humans, said the Tauran on the left hand of the general.
Since that's the case, please ask General Ostone to send your elite soldiers to the World Star to clean up those humans who don't know how to live or die.
Jerry, the general of the Super Burning Clan, snorted coldly. Ostone also snorted coldly. If all the resources belong to me after conquering Wang Xing in the lower realm, then I have no objection.
Ostone, you're too selfish. With so many basic transform resources in the World King Star, how many basic transform elite warriors can be cultivated? The resources there should be used by my empire and should not be private.
Jerry said calmly.
Everyone, is Jerry speaking human words? He is bloody and desperate to get our family to the people. Everyone can share the benefits together. Is there any reason?
Ostone slapped the table angrily.
Okay, stop arguing.
General Bell said calmly, causing everyone to shut up. Seeing everyone shut their mouths, General Bell's eyes glanced around and finally landed on the last dozing purple-armored Tauran.
Carlo, what do you think?
General Bell said to him.
The dozing Tauran seemed to be awakened and stood up in a daze. After reacting, he immediately smiled and said, General Bell is right.
This made many Taurans burst into laughter, but General Bell stared at Carlo coldly and said, since you think I'm right, then go back and prepare. When the teleportation is activated next time, let Xingjia go to the King of Realm.
General Bell, Xingjia. Carlo suddenly became anxious and was no longer confused.
Carlo, you said that the general was right.
Do you want to regret it now? You know that there is no joke in the army.
Jerry immediately interrupted him and said. General Bell is wise. Xingjia is a genius that I have seen in a century of Super Burning Clan.
He is an invincible existence at the basic transformation level.
Even compared with the young geniuses of those big clans, he is not inferior to those of those big clans. A mere human fundamental transformation can be killed at will, and he will definitely be able to easily kill those human fundamental transformations and seize control of Wang Xing.
Ostone also echoed.
General. Carlo still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by General Bell's wave. Xingjia went to the King of Realms.
After the matter was completed, he entered the bloodline sequence and received the third-class Noble Blood Badge.
General Bell said lightly.
After listening to it, Carlo's eyes lit up.
General. Jerry, Ostone and others were anxious and quickly got up to refute.
If you have any objections, then let your elite soldiers go, the reward is the same.
General Bell glanced at them and said. Jerry and Ostone, who had not yet fully stood up, quickly sat down again. Of course, they could not let their elite soldiers go there and take their lives. They were originally nobles in the bloodline sequence, and such rewards were meaningless to their young people.
No one objected. Carlo hesitated again and again, but he had to take the order and leave.
Carlo returned to his own military camp and came to the training ground. He saw a tall Tauran with green horns training inside the gravity machine. It was very difficult for ordinary Taurans to move in the gravity machine, and the Taurans not only moved freely in the gravity machine, but also carried weight training. The huge barbell was waving casually like an inflatable toy in his hands. Carlo sighed in his heart. If it weren't for the poor background, Qingjia should have been the most worthy genius in my super-rich clan, which is a pity. After Qingjia finished training, Carlo called him over. Qingjia, General Bell personally named you and gave you a mission to go to a planet to open up the land. If you can complete the mission, you will be allowed to enter the bloodline sequence and receive the third-class Noble Bloodline badge. Qingjia's eyes lit up slightly. Don't worry, General, I will definitely be able to complete the task. You can take a look at this first. Carlo brought Qingjia into his office and then played several images, which were the battle images of Ouyang Yudu, by Xinfei, Wei Wufu and Kivis, as well as a Tian and Mo Xingqi. Your main task is to get rid of these humans. With your strength, I am not worried. No one should be your opponent but humans are quite cunning. If they are besieged by them, you can choose to retreat strategically. Carlo's last sentence stunned Qingjia slightly. Qingjia gave Carlo a serious look. General, I was not even a steel level when I was born. The reason I can get to this point depends on my family's unyielding and your cultivation under tremendous pressure. This time, no matter what, I will complete the task, enter the bloodline sequence, and let my family and descendants get rid of the fate of becoming cannon fodder, and it is also necessary to prove that you have not read the wrong person. Chapter 186 Metal Warrior. Lin Shen looked at the colorful desert in front of him and felt very complicated. It took him 7 or 8 days to finally arrive at the other side of the grass slope, and found that it was a desert. Looking at the sporadic colorful sand grains in the white sand, Lin Shen immediately realized that this should be the desert where the frost giant trees were discovered. But I can't see the frost giant tree here, and I don't know how far it is from the frost giant tree. Have you left in vain these days? Lin Shen was in a bad mood because the last time he was near the frost giant tree, no base creature was found. It can be seen that the basic biological resources of this desert are relatively scarce. No matter what the reason is, this is not what Lin Shen needs. Just as Lin Shen was considering which direction to go, he suddenly saw some figures appearing in the desert. Lin Shen looked carefully and was surprised. In the desert, a group of green metal giants appeared, more than 3 meters tall, and their bodies were piled up from green metal. At first glance, they were alloy creatures, with a number of more than a dozen. Lin Shen was overjoyed and saw that there was no one around, so he directly launched several crystal-based pets at the green metal giants. The crystal-based pets fought against the green metal giants, and the level gap made them quickly kill those green metal giants. Lin Shen rode the big red bull to the corpses of these green metal giants, trying to decompose their metal bodies, wanting to see if there is any fertility in their bodies to transform into eggs. Unfortunately, nothing was found, and only some base liquid was collected. It seems that there are creatures in the desert, but there are only ones near the frost giant trees. Lin Shen planned to go into the desert first. If there are enough basic creatures here, it will be a good place. Except for the last time they were teleported into the fruit of the frost giant tree, no one has been seen teleported to the desert area. This means that no one will compete with Lin Shen for the basic transformation resources here. Lin Shen put away the big red bull and summoned the Hell Rock Crystal Dragon directly, rode the evil dragon over the desert, looking for nearby base transformed creatures. At the height of the sky, Lin Shen soon discovered another group of metal giants, most of which were green giants, and one of them was blue metal giants. There is a mutation. Lin Shen was overjoyed and immediately let the evil dragon fly over, and fired the Frost Swordsman in the air. The Frost Swordsman has a high level and strong skill. He can instantly use his sword to give the blue metal giant a second. Kill the mutant alloyed bio-blue gold warrior. A message immediately appeared on the watch. Under Lin Shen's control, the evil dragon grabbed the body of the blue metal giant, took the Frost Swordsman and flew away directly. Ordinary alloys are useless to Lin Shen. He is unwilling to waste time killing. Killing is also a waste, so it is better to leave it to those in need. This uncultivated virgin land desert gave Lin Shen a lot of surprises. There were many metal warriors and many mutations. Almost every few miles there are a group of metal warriors. As long as the metal warriors with a slightly larger tribe, there will be blue and gold warriors. Unfortunately, after Lin Shen consumed the base change liquid of 2 blue gold warriors, their base change liquid no longer increased his base change rate. Later, I saw many blue and gold warriors, and Lin Shen did not hunt them again. Fortunately, after a while, Lin Shen discovered that there was a purple metal warrior among a relatively large group of metal warriors. The purple gold warrior is also a mutated alloy creature, which surprised Lin Shen. There were 2 different mutations in a basic transformation creature group, which is very rare. What surprised Lin Shen even more was that after a while, he discovered a red and gold warrior or a mutant alloy creature. Why did a group of people produce so many different mutations? Lin Shen became more and more surprised. While hunting, he continued to search, wanting to see how many mutations these metal warriors have. After searching for a long time, he found that the blue mutates the most, the purple mutates the least, and the red mutates the least, and he has only encountered that one. The base change liquid of a blue gold warrior can only provide Lin Shen with a little base change rate, and only the base change liquid of the first 2 blue gold warriors is effective, and the base change liquid of the later blue gold warriors is invalid for Lin Shen. The base change liquid of a purple gold warrior actually provided Lin Shen with 2 basic change rates, and the effect was weakened after using the base change liquid of 4 purple gold warriors. The 5th purple gold warrior's base liquid only provides Lin Shen with a little base liquid, and the 6th one will no longer be provided. Even so, it is much more effective than the base change liquid of the mutant poisonous insects before. The base change liquid of the same mutant poisonous insect will have no effect when used for the 2nd time. This made Lin Shen work harder to find the red gold warrior, because the base liquid of a red gold warrior provided him with 3 basic liquid. According to previous experience, if you can find a few more red and gold warriors, it can increase his basic variability by at least about 20 points. For several consecutive days, Lin Shen was looking for mutant metal warriors in the desert. At this time, Lin Shen had already penetrated the desert. Fortunately, his watch was powerful and only entered the King of Realms at night. He was at home at UltraBase during the day, so he didn't have to worry about food and drink. Lin Shen's base variability has now reached 47, most of which is due to Tianqin. The mutated crystal base eggs and several bags of base liquid provide Lin Shen with a lot of base variability. The promotion to the crystal base is just around the corner. Lin Shen returned to his home in UltraBase again, drank some water, and when he was about to go to bed, Uncle Lei came to find him. "Mr. Xiaowu, I've heard about the weird guy." Uncle Lei said excitedly, "That guy went to the Wanderer base. I heard that he had killed many people, and the matter was very troublesome. The Zhang family dispatched the assassinator to kill him, but the assassinator was killed by the monster." "Is there such a thing? Let's talk about it in detail." Lin Shen is still very concerned about the weird people. "I don't know the specific situation very well, I just heard of such news." Uncle Lei said helplessly. The ways to obtain information at UltraBase are relatively limited, so it is not easy to find out this news. Lin Shen was a little disappointed when he heard this, and Uncle Lei continued, "The news has also been sent back from the main house. She is going to stay at the Cape base recently and should not be able to come back in a short period of time." "Sister is in trouble?" Lin Shen frowned slightly. No, the master is afraid that you will worry, so he sent someone to come back to deliver the letter." Uncle Lei hurriedly said, "She knew that the matter at home had been resolved, and there were some things there, so she would not be able to come back later." "What's the matter?" Lin Shen felt that things were not that simple. "I don't know much about this, and it doesn't say it in the letter," Uncle Lei said. Lin Shen looked at Uncle Lei not talking. Uncle Lei did not hold on inside. "I asked Zhao Zhe who came back from the letter. He said something. The master met the person at the Cape base." "Who?" Lin Shen was slightly stunned, and then immediately reacted, "I miss you and feel sad?" Uncle Lei nodded slightly. "Little master, you also know the affairs of the master and him. It's too difficult for the master." Chapter 187 Cape Base. Of course, Lin Shen knew that it was difficult for his elder sister, and also knew about her and Wan Nian's sad things. This matter is also very bloody. When Wan Nian Grace was young, he was not called Wan Nian Grace. At that time, he was still called Wanihao. In his best years, my elder sister met Wanihao, who was in her prime. The two of them loved each other to death. Anyway, I heard from the fourth brother that both of them were young and frivolous at that time, and they ignored everything, which was a shocking world and awe-inspiring ghosts. But one family disagrees with Wanihao and his elder sister. Lin Shen doesn't know the specific reason. Anyway, one family's attitude is very firm. Even if Wanihao is imprisoned, he will never agree with him and his elder sister. My eldest sister was at the age of not being afraid of heaven and earth, and she actually went to Wanjia alone, hoping to impress Wanjia and let Wanihao be with him. In the end, for some reason, after going to Wanjia, my elder sister gave up. This made Lin Shen feel incredible. With the eldest sister's temper, as long as she wants to do something, even if she is a knife and an axe, she will not be able to give up. But that time, she gave up. Even though Wanihao was willing to sever his ties with the Wan family and went away with her elder sister, she still came back. The brothers of the Lin family all thought that the Wan family might have threatened their elder sister with them, so the elder sister had to give up, and they all felt that they owe them a lot. However, the eldest sister said that the Wan family had not threatened her, because she was unwilling to be with Wanihao. Later, I occasionally told some news about Wanihao. He changed his name to Wan Yanbei. He still seems to have not been married yet. He is still alone in his 40s. My eldest sister has not looked for anyone else yet. She is also single and focuses on managing the Lin family's business. Lin Shen naturally had no good feelings for the Wan family, but he had no bad feelings for the person who was sad about Wan Yan. This time when my elder sister went to UltraBase, she actually encountered sorrow that she was so destined to be sad. If Wan Yanzhen really hasn't let go of his elder sister for so many years, Lin Shen himself thinks that his elder sister should give him another chance, and give him a chance. They are all in their 40s, so what else can't let go? Now that the brothers have grown up, the Wan family is really suppressed, and it is time for them to help their elder sister carry it together. What does it mean to be sad in thought? Lin Shen thought for a while and asked. Zhao Zhe didn't know either. He only knew that his elder sister met Wan Nianzhe at the Cape base. Wan Nianzhe wanted to have a good talk with her, but she didn't want to see Wan Nianzhe. Uncle Lei thought for a while and said, "Little Fifth Master, it's best not to interfere in other words than himself, otherwise it might be counterproductive." Lin Shen certainly understood this truth, but he was really curious in his heart why the eldest sister gave up, and it shouldn't be based on her personality. "Uncle Lei, you are ready to go to the Cape base." Lin Shen felt moved in his heart, thinking it would be better to go to the Cape base. Anyway, he didn't dare to show up when he stayed at home. It would be better to go to the Haijiao base to see what the situation of my elder sister and Wan Nianlei was. He had to let his elder sister know that if it was because of their concerns, he would not dare to be sad with Wan Nian. Now there is no need to compromise. Lin Shen himself also wanted to go to the Haijiao base to take a look. At the Suwanio base and the Subshan base, he could no longer find the base with the fire seat to turn eggs. The Cape base is a super base, where there are so many bases that transform eggs there. The Suwanio base and the Subshan base are not as good as a fraction of the time. Maybe more sparks can be found. Little Master, this is not good. Uncle Lei hesitated. I am making the decision on this matter, and I will tell my elder sister when I get there. Lin Shen ordered Uncle Lei to prepare, mainly because he had never left the house and needed Uncle Lei to lead the way, otherwise he would have gone by himself. Uncle Lei saw that Lin Shen had decided to leave, so he didn't say anything and went out to prepare. Adhering to the principle of not completing the business, Uncle Lei prepared a batch of goods and prepared to sell them to the Cape base to make a profit. Uncle Lei is worthy of being the eldest sister's right-hand man. Lin Shen could only sigh that the eldest sister had too much influence on the people around her. Lin Shen made some disguise and set off with the caravan. Although he walked with the caravan and the road was a little slower, Lin Shen was not in a hurry either. Uncle Lei also prepared some local specialties for Lin Shen, so that after Lin Shen arrived at the Cape base, he would go to see Instructor Mu. The caravan set out along the business road. Although it was a business road, because there were not many people walking, many roads were covered with plants, and some places needed to be manually cleared out. Moreover, there are often base-transformed creatures. Fortunately, the base-transformed creatures of the parent star are not of high level, so Lin Shen can solve the problem by just creating a few pets. If you follow the straight line distance, it will take only 7 or 8 days to get to the Cape base, but because you have to bypass some base change areas, you have been walking for more than 10 days before you can get to the Cape Base. The Cape Base is built on the seaside, like a giant beast suppressing the seaside. I heard that when the tide of sea beasts broke out, the Cape Base was the main battlefield. Many old people at Cape Base are the basic transformers who survived that battle back then. Later, some relatively small marine beast tides occurred, mostly from the Cape Base. Xiao Wu, why are you here? Lin Miao was really surprised and happy to see Lin Shen. I feel so uncomfortable at home. You don't let me go out for adventure, so I have to come out and take a walk. Lin Shen said with a smile. Lin Miao gave him a blank look. Your little bit of your ghost thoughts still wanna lie to me. Wan Yanla and I have already ended, and it has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it. That's your business, I don't care. I just want to go to the market of Haijiao Base, get some interesting bases and eggs back, hatch and raise them for fun. Lin Shen said. You really think so? You can take this money and buy whatever you want. You can spend whatever you want. But you can't be a sucker, otherwise your sister will be in trouble. Also, you should also go and take a look at Instructor Mu, so that you can't make people feel that our Lin family has no etiquette. Lin Miao took out a stack of money to Lin Shen. Don't worry, sister, I have always been thrifty in the family. You know this. Lin Shen took the money and stuffed it into his pocket. Sister, then I'll go and have a walk first. Don't worry, you're here, Xiaobai's child is back, you go and see him. Lin Miao grabbed Lin Shen and said, he's pretty good, you have to seize the opportunity. Sister, I didn't tell you that I only consider Ouyang Yudu. Lin Shen said with a bitter face. Today is different from the past. I heard that Xiaobai has a good impression of you. Because you did not agree to marry the Ouyang family, you have a great chance. I'm optimistic about you, come on. Lin Miao said and took out a stack of money to Lin Shen. If you can really grab Xiaobai, everyone will know that my brother and sister chose you but didn't choose Ouyang Yudu. I'll be proud of you when you say it. Buy some gifts and see others. You have to seize the opportunity yourself. I'll try my best. Lin Shen was helpless, but he would definitely take it if he had money. Whether to buy a gift to see concubine by Shen would be another matter. Leaving the homestay where Lin Miao lives, with Uncle Lei leading the way, Lin Shen quickly came to the battlefield of one of the 3 major free trade markets in the Cape Base. Chapter 188 The Value of Pet Launcher. The battlefield is located near the seaside, and it is a small market for some small markets for hunting basic transformers who go out to sea to hunt basic transformed creatures, temporary trading of materials and prey. During that ocean beast tide, it once played a huge role as a material transfer station on the front and rear. Many wounded people have been temporarily treated and rested here, and many basic changers have exchanged what they can use here. After the tide of beasts, the battlefield was preserved and became an important market. At that time, the battlefield only had a market every weekend. Later, with the expansion of the Cape Base, the battlefield was also enclosed into the base and was still used as a market. It opened every day and the scale was much larger than before. In the past, I set up stalls on the battlefield and just put a piece of cloth on the sand. Now, alloy plates have been laid here, and many large warehouses have been built for stalls. In addition, the large store area is much larger than the market of Yashan Base. Lin Shen walked in the market, and there were a wide range of goods everywhere. In addition to pets and base egg transformation, there were also base liquid transformation areas, material areas and weapon areas, etc. Entering from the east gate, facing the weapon area, there are various steel weapons, alloy weapons and crystal-based weapons on the street stalls. Crystal-based weapons that are difficult to see at the Suwanio base are everywhere. Uncle Lei said that most of the weapons here are made by hand, and only a small number are natural base transforming weapons. Natural base transforming weapons are generally more expensive, and some people use the weapons they make to pretend to be base transforming weapons. However, weapons created by some masters are sometimes more valuable than natural base transformed weapons, and they are not necessarily good if they are natural base transformed weapons. Lin Shen had no desire for weapons, he just took a look at it casually. With dead fans in his hands, he didn't need any other weapons. What's more, there is a spiritual foundation for the assassinator buried in his family. As long as the power is enough, he can use that as a weapon directly.
There are also shops selling pet launchers here?
Lin Shen looked inside in surprise when he passed by a shop.
Pet launchers are rare, but the price is too high. Most bases cannot afford that thing.
Only super bases like Cape Base can have such a store.
As far as I know, there are only one Cape Base. Uncle Lei said. Go in and take a look.
Of course, Lin Shen didn't want to buy a pet launcher. He just wanted to see what price the pet launcher could sell. He had several pet launchers snatched from Tianjin.
In addition to leaving a handful of the best attributes for my elder sister, I will leave another handful for replacement with the Angel Revolver.
If the price is suitable, you can use other things you need, such as mutant base fluid. After the two walked into the store, Lin Shen saw a few pet launchers placed on the wall cabinet behind the counter. The style was relatively old and did not look very advanced. It was probably not as good as those used by the deputy commander of the Super Burning Clan. However, the price above is very scary, and there are no less than 6 figures, and the cheapest one is priced at more than 400,000 yuan. Lin Shen looked carefully at the information written on the sign next to him. The rate of fire was only 23, which could fill 6 pet capsules. The higher the price, the happier Lin Shen was. The 23 speed ones could be sold for more than 400,000 yuan.
The prices of these 40 speed ones in his hands were even higher. There are 6 pet launchers in the cabinet.
The best one is the capacity of 10 rounds and the firing rate reaches 37. This attribute is similar to the worst one in Lin Shen's hands, and the price has reached 5 million. After Lin Shen calculated this, the pet launchers he had was worth tens of millions.
These pet launchers must be taken early.
As humans and the Super Burning Clan start a war, more and more pet launchers will be seized. In the future, pet launchers will only become cheaper and cheaper.
You can sell them as soon as possible.
Lin Shen thought to himself.
Does the guest have any launchers you like? You can take them down and try them. There is a test booth at the back.
The clerk said very politely.
Is there a launcher with a higher rate of fire?
Lin Shen asked casually. Yes, there are, but the price is much more expensive, and it will exceed tens of millions, which is not cost-effective. In fact, the rate of firing is only a few points lower, and it is generally impossible to feel it when used. The clerk explained patiently.
It's not a problem to be expensive. The key is that the rate of firing must be fast. Is there anyone around 50?
Lin Shen acted like a young master is not short of money. In fact, there is only the 200,000 yuan he just gave to him in his pocket. The guest was joking. The pet launcher with a basic change level is only 41 points at most, which is a rare top-notch.
For ordinary basic changers, 40 points is already the top-notch.
No matter how high the fire rate is, it can only be a flying upgraded pet launcher.
There is no high-end product in the store, and the basic changer cannot be used.
The clerk said without any impatient expression at all and explained in detail. It seems that the 44-speed Angel Revolver is already the best among the best. I don't know where Tianjin came from or whether the Tianren's technology level is high enough to create a better pet launcher. While Lin Shen was thinking, he heard the clerk continue, there is a 41-speed pet launcher in the store, which is considered a store treasure. There is no price tag yet, so our boss is not good. If the customer is interested, he can talk to our boss. If the price is appropriate, maybe our boss will be willing to give up.
It's only 41 speed, so forget it.
Lin Shen found a step by himself and prepared to take Uncle Lei away. I know the price almost well, and if I want to exchange my transmitter for something, I won't suffer any loss.
Even the 41-speed pet launcher is not favored.
I think you should have a better product, right? Before Lin Shen could walk out, he heard someone's voice coming from the door. Lin Shen turned around and saw that a young man in his 20s and as thin as a bamboo pole came in.
Boss.
The clerk's name to the young man made Lin Shen and Uncle Lei know that he was the owner of this store.
No, I just said it casually.
If you used the words improperly, don't take it to your heart. Lin Shen was just finding an excuse to leave, but he didn't expect that such a thing would happen.
He was not interested in saying anything more to the boss of a store. He was kind-hearted and planned to leave. Please stay. If you don't like the 41 speed, I really have a pet launcher with a firing rate of nearly 50. Although it's less than 50 and only 43, it's already a rare top-notch. Even in the universe, it's hard to find a basic transformed launcher with this rate of firing. The words of the thin boss made Lin Shen a little embarrassed. Even if he really has it, Lin Shen has no money to buy it. However, in life, all you need is face. Although you don't have money to buy it, Lin Shen still pretended to be careless and said, "How can you have such a top-notch in your store?" Chapter 189, Sorrow. I think the customer is also the one who knows the goods. If you have the goods, it depends on the store owner. The thin boss said with a smile. You are the seller, so the price is of course what you said. Lin Shen said. It is hard to find a second thing in the world. It can be regarded as a priceless treasure. If you really want to offer a price, I think it is at least worth the price. The thin boss stretched out a finger. 10 million? Lin Shen felt that the price seemed to be very high. The skinny boss smiled and shook his head. 100 million. Lin Shen has seen someone who has some money, but the skinny boss's offer still shocked him. A 43 speed one can sell 100 million yuan, so how much can I sell this 44 speed one? Lin Shen had the urge to sell the Angel revolver. For 100 million, all mutant crystal-based pets can be bought better. Lin Shen has so much money, so when he buys mutant base liquid, the base variation rate can be almost full. It's too expensive. Lin Shen shook his head. Although it's expensive, it's worth it. Yang Yu rushed to the 9th floor of the Realm King Tower, and the pet launcher he got was only 41 speed, which is hard to find in the world. Although my 43 speed only has 2 more points more than him, it is already unparalleled in the world. Isn't it worth 100 million in the world? The thin boss said proudly. It's really not expensive to say this, but unfortunately I don't have that much money, so I can only take a look. Lin Shen said and prepared to say goodbye. He didn't really plan to buy things, and he really didn't want to tear it down with this thin boss anymore. It doesn't matter if you don't have money, I can give it to you. Lin Shen was stunned. How could he believe that there is such a good thing in the world, giving him the best value worth 100 million to himself? Even if he is the father of the thin boss, he probably won't give it to him, let alone a stranger who happened to meet. Lin Shen couldn't help but look at the thin boss carefully. Although he was thin and a little black, he was quite energetic. His small eyes were full of energy and he really gathered. Where did the boss start? Lin Shen felt that things were not simple and doubted whether the thin boss recognized him. But even if he recognizes him as the second-generation ancestor Lin Shen, there is no reason to give him such great benefits. Lin Shen does not think that his fame and handsomeness are worth 100 million. Just Master Lin's name is worth 100 million. The skinny boss said with a smile. It turns out that I recognized it. Lin Shen was alert. He had already made a disguise and was wearing a hat, but he was still recognized. It can be seen that this thin boss is a thoughtful person and I don't know what he wants to do. The thin boss saw Lin Shen's alert and smiled and said, Young Master Lin, don't worry. I have no malice. The pet launcher is here and I can give it to you now. As he said that, the thin boss asked someone to pick up the pet launcher. If you have anything to say, please just say it directly. If you don't have any merits and don't receive any rewards, I won't take anything if I don't say it clearly. Lin Shen frowned. Young Master Lin is a little worried. The thing is not given to you by me, but by an old friend of yours. He is waiting for you in the garden behind. If it is convenient, I hope to meet you. As the boss said, he sent a box taken by the clerk to Lin Shen. There was a very exquisite pet launcher lying inside, which looked even more advanced than the one used by the Super Legion commander. Who is old friend? Lin Shen didn't answer, and things were not collected casually. You will know naturally when you see it. This is the gift he gave you. The thin boss stuffed the box into Lin Shen's hand. If you don't say it, I'll leave now. Lin Shen retreated and avoided it, turning around and preparing to leave.
It's worthy of being Lin Miao's younger brother, Xiao Wu, let's talk. A voice came from the inside of the store, and a person also walked out with the sound. Lin Shen saw that the person who walked out from behind was a man who looked about 30 years old. Although he couldn't say how beautiful he looked and had a beard, he had the charm of a mature man. However, his melancholy eyes were not something that ordinary girls could resist.
Thousands of thoughts?
Although Lin Shen had never seen thousands of thoughts, for some reason, when he saw him for the first time, Lin Shen felt that he must have thousands of thoughts.
This is not a place to talk, let's talk later.
Wan Nian said sadly.
Okay.
Lin Shen nodded slightly.
This pet launcher. The thin boss was in a dilemma while holding the box.
Put it away, Lin Miao's younger brother, let alone a 43-speed pet launcher, he wouldn't want it even if it was a good thing. Wan Nian was so sad that he looked down on Lin Shen very much. Lin Shen himself regretted it a little. If he had known that it was sent to him by all the sadness, he might have really taken it. Of course, this is just a thought. Lin Miao and him have not yet figured out the matter.
He will definitely not take the things given by Wan Miao.
Following Wan Nianj to the back garden, Wan Nianj, dressed in casual clothes, casually sat on the chair by the corridor, took a can of beer and threw it to Lin Shen, opened a can of it himself, and took 2 sips on his own. I hugged you when you were young, but you were too young at that time and probably couldn't remember it. Wan Nianbei put down the beer and looked at Lin Shen and said.
You came to me to say this?
Lin Shen frowned. Your temper is exactly the same as your elder sister, and you are all impatient.
Wan Nian pondered for a moment and said, I want to meet your elder sister alone.
I need to explain some things to her clearly.
Can you help me?
No. Lin Shen refused very simply, if you want to see her, then go find her by yourself.
It's useless to come to me.
I have looked for her many times, but she refused to give me a chance.
I didn't even have a chance to speak. Wan Nian sighed. That must be your fault.
Lin Shen said.
Yes, it's my fault, it's me that I didn't handle it well.
Wan Nian said with a sad smile, Xiao Wu, even if he committed a death sentence, he should have a chance to go to court to speak, right? I just want to be able to talk to her, not anything else.
What do you want to say to my elder sister? Let me tell you first.
In fact, Lin Shen was also very curious about what happened to my elder sister and Wan Nian grief. Wan Nian was slightly stunned, as if she didn't expect Lin Shen to say this. After hesitating for a while, she said with great determination, well, you are Lin Miao's younger brother, and there is nothing to hide from you. I'll tell you.
It's best if I can see Lin Miao. If I can't see you, you can also tell her. It depends on what you are talking about.
Lin Shen refused to promise anything.
Xiao Wu, have you ever heard of a noun called breeding pig?
Wan Nian's inexplicable words made Lin Shen unable to understand what he meant.
Chapter 190 See the Fire Again.
Lin Shen is actually familiar with the word breeding pig, because many people at the Suanio base were secretly scolding him like this in the past.
What do you mean?
Lin Shen frowned. To put it bluntly, I am the breeding pig of Wan family, and I am responsible for passing on the family line for the Wan family. Wan Nian said sadly. When Lin Shen heard the word breeding pig just now, he had guessed something and was not surprised. Since the Wan family wants you to continue the family line, you should let you get married and have children earlier. Why do you object to your affairs and my elder sister?
You won't want to tell me what's wrong with my elder sister, right?
Lin Shen's face turned cold.
No, Xiao Wu, you misunderstood, how could that happen?
Wan Nian shook his head sadly, the descendants that the Wan family needs are different from what you think. Let me put it this way, many races in the universe have children of steel, even alloy and crystal base, and what the Wan family needs is such a child. To give birth to such a child, parents need to be special people.
Can you understand if I say this?
Wan Nian said sadly. What you mean is that they want you to marry another special woman, and then the children you have may be directly at steel grade, or even alloy grade, or crystal base grade? Lin Shen was really surprised this time. He heard from Tianxin that the Tianren tribe was born as Crystal Foundation, which is normal.
But humans are born into basic living creatures, which is unheard of. Yes, I know it's hard to believe, but it's not as difficult as you think. Many big families in the universe, at the beginning, may have been very simple carbon-based life like us humans. It was only after hundreds of millions of years that the descendants gradually showed the characteristics of basic transformed creatures. Wan Ni and I explained. But that is the precipitation of billions of years. How long has human history lasted? How many years have you been exposed to basic living creatures? Don't tell me that you have evolved to the point where you can give birth to that kind of child. Lin Shen didn't believe it very much. The evolutionary technique I practice is a bit special, but it is difficult to give birth to such offspring when combined with ordinary human women. But if it were not ordinary human women, it is very likely. Wan Nianbei said it very tactfully, but Lin Shen still understood. One family wants you to intermarry with a foreign woman? Lin Shen asked at him in a daze. The royal family of the Emperor Barbarians. Wan Nian said softly. Lin Shen widened his eyes and looked at Wan Nianzai. Finally, he knew why the Wan family strongly opposed him being with his elder sister. Lin Shen, the Emperor Barbarian tribe, has heard of it. It is ranked similar to the Heavenly Man tribe and is both well-known clans in the universe. The royal family of the Emperor Man and the 10,000s of the 10,000s of the family are naturally the ones who have reached the top. Even Lin Shen is very suspicious of how the royal family of the Emperor Man can be sad about it. The human race cannot be ranked in the universe at all. How could the imperial barbarian royal race be willing to intermarry with the human race? It sounds very fake. The daughter of the king of the Emperor Barbarian tribe and my family will marry me. If it fails, my family members in the alien star may have a disaster of extermination. I don't want to hurt Lin Miao, but I can't watch so many people die because of me. Wan Ni and I said this and was very calm. Then why are you here to look for my elder sister? You shouldn't have appeared again. Lin Shen was speechless. I know, your elder sister told me before that she already had a sweetheart. I didn't plan to meet her again, but I only realized recently that she has always been alone. Wan Nian looked at Lin Shen and said, I want you to tell her my current situation and tell her not to wait for me anymore. I have no chance with her in this life. Let her find someone who can accompany her. You think you are too important. Whether my elder sister has found someone else is her own business. It has nothing to do with you before, and it has nothing to do with you in the future. Lin Shen said and turned around and left. There is nothing wrong with being sad, but the Lin family and him have nothing to say. I know it's wrong, so before going to the Emperor Barbarians, I want to meet Lin Miao and finish the previous things. I hope both sides can start over. Wan Nianbei said to Lin Shen's back. My elder sister doesn't want to see you, which means she no longer wants to have anything to do with you. Let go of what was before, it's useless to say more. Lin Shen said and left the garden. After Lin Shen left, the thin boss came over, patted Wan Nian's sad shoulder and said, Old Wan, it really doesn't work. I'll tie Lin Miao up. Before you leave, you must let you meet again. No need, Xiao Wu is right. Since she doesn't want to see me, it may mean that she has let go. Just let go. That's it. Wan Nian's grief seemed to be a little bit lucky. What a big deal. If she has already let go, why do you torture yourself like this? You really think clearly that you should enter the cycle of reincarnation with the body of the 6 paths of Phoenix? Do you really know what you are doing? Do you know what that means? Wan Mianmio, you are really crazy. Is it worth it for a woman? The thin boss couldn't help but curse. It's worth it. Wan Nianj only answered one word, Lao Hei, if I fail, it will be too difficult for her to help me take care of the Lin family in the future. Go to your sister, I won't serve you. Lao Hei said angrily. After leaving the shop, Lin Shen continued to wander around the battlefield. He was also considering whether to tell his elder sister about the sad things. I feel sad and powerless to fight fate, and nothing else seems to be redundant. After thinking about it, Lin Shen finally decided to tell his elder sister about this matter and let the elder sister make the decision. After passing the weapon area,
there is an area where the base-changing eggs are sold. The base-changing eggs here are even more diverse, and many of them are base-changing creatures from the ocean. However, there are very few mutations and basically no one can see them. There are still too few mutated creatures on the parent planet, far from being compared with King Kong. While walking, Lin Shen suddenly saw a stall with a thick mosaic on it. I have it. Lin Shen was happy and hurriedly walked towards the stall. There were many eggs piled up on the stall. I asked casually. The boss said that these eggs were retrieved from the sea, and they were all eggs produced by the animals in the sea. Lin Shen picked up the fire-like creature and asked the boss. The boss said it was produced by a basic creature similar to a jellyfish in the sea, with steel grade, 500 yuan. Lin Shen was also lazy to bargain, so he paid directly to buy the base and eggs, and put it in his backpack to continue shopping. After walking around for a while, he actually saw a mosaic-shaped base egg. But this base turned into an egg, and someone was negotiating the price with the boss. Lin Shen hurried over. He finally found another one, and even if he paid a high price, he hoped to get it. Chapter 191 Double Happiness. Lin Shenxiang suppressed his inner desire and walked slowly to the stall, wanting to hear what the man and the boss said first. Fortunately, the base-changing eggs in that person's hand has not been sold yet, because the price issue has not yet been negotiated. The one who bought a base and became an egg was a young girl. Maybe she didn't have enough money, so she was bargaining with her boss. Brother, I am a student in the training camp. In the future, my classmates will buy base and eggs. I will introduce them to come here. Please give me some discounts. The little girl is young and beautiful, wearing the uniform clothing of the training camp, a white shirt, tie, plaid skirt and sneakers, and a pair of gray stockings. When she acts coquettish, the boss is immediately confused. Lin Shen was watching from the side and exclaimed in his heart, "Good guy, is this a serious training camp and dressing like this? Okay, I think you are still a student. If someone else buys 200,000 yuan, I will definitely not sell it. I will give you 190,000 yuan, no. 188,000, the boss lost himself among the big brothers, and he suddenly gave more than 10,000 yuan. You hold on to me, don't sell it. Lin Shen looked very despised at the boss. He looked at him in his 30s, but he couldn't stand the storm at all, as if he had never seen a woman. Brother, I really don't have that much money. You can give me a little discount. The girl was obviously not very satisfied with the price, which made Lin Shen breathe a sigh of relief. Girl, I really can't offer any more. I'm no longer making money even if I have 188,000 yuan. The boss is quite principled this time. Seeing that the opportunity came, Lin Shen was about to say that he was willing to pay the price to buy it, but before he could speak, he saw two girls in the same uniform squeezed over. What should I buy? The girl in the same uniform, but wearing white silk, asked the previous girl in gray silk. I want to buy this crystal-based ice kirin. The boss and brother sell it for 188,000 yuan. I don't have that much money. Said distressfully. Brother, you are young and promising. You are so young and do such a big business, and you are handsome and rich. Your temperament and appearance must be from a big family, right? The white silk girl came up and praised her. The boss's elder brother's mouth was almost at the center of his ears, but obviously he wanted to make money to support his family, but he still stuck to his bottom line and gritted his teeth and said, "It's really not cheaper." This ice kirin egg was a risk of death. I went to sea for a few months and finally hunted from the Ice and Fire Island. Wow, boss, you have been to Ice and Fire Island. I thought you bought goods from someone else. Ice and Fire Island is such a dangerous place. Boss, you actually went there alone to hunt the birch creatures and found the eggs of the ice and Qilin. It's so amazing. Another girl with black stockings hugged her hands in front of her chest, looking at the boss with admiration. Among the three girls' big brothers, the boss obviously couldn't hold back, and couldn't even close his mouth. He scratched the back of his head with his hands and said with a grin, "It's okay, it's not that powerful anymore, it's not a big deal for me." What kind of person is this? There is no principle at all. Do you have no parents, wife and children to raise?
Why did you fool you by saying a few words?
Lin Shen secretly called out, the boss and brother are about to fall, so we can't let them continue talking.
Boss, 188,000 yuan, I want this base to become an egg.
Lin Shen said directly.
The three girls immediately looked at Lin Shen, and the boss also looked at Lin Shen, with a very embarrassed look on his face. Guessed, this little girl looked at this base egg first. I have other ice Kirin eggs here, which are of better quality. Otherwise, if you look at these, I will give you a discount price.
Lin Shen thought to himself, your eggs are useless and have no fire seeds.
No matter how good it is, they are just crystal bases.
Moreover, crystal base eggs at this price are definitely not good things, and they can only be used as cannon fodder if you take them.
Lin Shen was right about it.
It was said that it was an ice Kirin egg, but it was not a real Kirin species. It was just a base creature that looked like a Kirin on the Ice and Fire Island, which was actually a crystal-based creature similar to a lion and was like a green jade. The real name is Qingyu Lion, and the Ice Qilin is a local name. All around are relatively poor in the crystal base level. Generally, it is difficult to break through 30 attributes, and they are all over 20, and there are very few skills, most of them are single skills, so the price is so low. However, the green jade lion is relatively good, and it really looks a bit like an ice jade Qilin, so many girls and young male base change buyers.
I like this, so I want to buy this one.
Lin Shen could only say with a tough bullet. Brother, you look so pretty. It's been a long time since I saw such a beautiful little brother.
Brother, can you give me your contact information?
Lin Shen was ready to be scolded, but the three girls did not speak ill of each other and shouted at each other. Looking at the three young and beautiful girls, who are both beautiful and have different characteristics, Lin Shen feels a little confused. After gritting his teeth, Lin Shen said again, it's useless to call it, I want this egg. Little brother, if you really like this base-turned egg, I'll give it to you.
Who makes you so handsome?
Brother, a boy with temperament and charm like you must have something unspeakable to say, so he has to have this ice Kirin egg, right? I love you, my little brother is so domineering, I like you very much. Lin Shen was under the siege and couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth. He looked at the three cute girls and thought to himself, I'll go, who can hold on? I really blamed the boss just now.
Ahem, little sister, how much do you plan to buy this ice Qilin egg?
Lin Shen was so cold that he couldn't hold on, so he had to say.
Brother, I only have 160,000 yuan. And I can't afford it anyway. You don't have to worry about me anymore. You'd better buy it.
Yi said pitifully.
Boss, didn't you just say that there are better ice Qilin eggs? How much does 2 of them cost together? Lin Shen asked the boss again.
Brother, boss. The three little girls looked at the boss together, and their eyes were from 8 to 80, and they probably couldn't even stand it if they were a man.
Ahem, if you want 2 of them together, I'll give you another discount. One is 180,000 yuan, and 2 are 360,000 yuan. It's considered a group purchase price, and it really can't be less. The boss said.
Brother, you are such a good person.
I am worthy of being a big boss, so charming. Let's buy it together.
You pay 160,000 yuan, I pay 200,000 yuan, I want this one, you can choose another good one. Lin Shen took the ice Qilin egg from the girl's hand, then took out 200,000 yuan and put it on the stall.
Brother, you are too gentle.
Brother, you look so handsome when you pay. 3 little girls surrounded Lin Shen, holding his clothes in arms, and spoke softly, making Lin Shen feel a little confused.
Chapter 192 Instructor Mu. After spending 200,000, Lin Shen finally took down the blue jade lion with a mosaic and turned into eggs.
Without these 3 little girls, he probably wouldn't be able to bargain. He had to buy it at this price, and it was not a loss now. He took out 160,000 yuan and bought another green jade lion base with better quality, which turned into eggs, and was also very happy. Another girl named Shanshan also bought a few bottles of drinks and gave them a bottle to Lin Shen as a thank you. Before leaving, the 3 little girls wanted to add Lin Shen's contact information, but unfortunately Lin Shen did not have a communicator, so he could only pretend to be a senior and rejected their request.
The three little girls told Lin Shen that they were students of the ocean training camp. If you have the chance, you can go to the training camp to play with them, and they invited Lin Shen to have a meal. Lin Shen also knew that their name was Sui, Bai Shanshan and UltraBase, who were locals at the Haizhou base and good friends who grew up together. However, Lin Shen did not leave his name, but said goodbye to be destined to be goodbye and quickly left the place. No wonder everyone says that heroes are sad to pass the beauty. Who can stand it? It's better to have a big base. There are not so many cute little girls in the Suwanio base. Lin Shen sighed secretly. Xiaowu master, you won't be able to buy things like this, you're losing a lot. Uncle Lei said from the side. I'm not a businessman, I'm going to pay for it. Lin Shen said with a light cough. The two of them continued to stroll around the market, but after walking for a while, they met the three girls from the ocean training camp again. Three little girls were eating at the street stall. When they saw Lin Shen, they insisted on taking him to eat together. Lin Shen wanted to refuse, but amid the voices of the cute little brother, his legs were still not firm enough and he was pulled to eat something. Lin Shen originally had to pay, but unexpectedly, Sui took the initiative to pay, and then took the initiative to ask him to take Lin Shen to visit with him as a tour guide. If Lin Shen had money, he wouldn't mind wandering around with them, and it didn't matter if he spent some money. The problem is that he has no money on him. He originally wanted to refuse, but he was pulled away by three little girls. Fortunately, they didn't ask Lin Shen to spend money to buy anything, they all paid for some things themselves. Lin Shen looked at it for a while, but he didn't find any base of the fire sea to turn into eggs again. The battlefield was too big. After visiting the area where the base turned eggs, it was getting late. After Lin Shen and Sui separated, they left the battlefield and prepared to visit Instructor Mu. Xiaowu master, you don't seem to have bought a gift? You only have one base to turn eggs. How can you go to Miss Bai and Instructor Mu's family? Uncle Lei knew that Lin Shen had no money, so he planned to get some money from the caravan for Lin Shen and asked him to buy some more gifts. No, I have a solution. Lin Shen was not short of things, just take out one or two as gifts. Moreover, he did not plan to go to Concubine Bai Shen, but only planned to see Instructor Mu. I picked a gift box on the street, and Lin Shen put a red super burning battle helmet and super burning battle suit into it as a gift. Although these things are not very valuable, they are not easy to find on the parent star. If you sell them now, they are still very valuable, so it is considered a pleasure. My fourth brother has been in the Cape base for 10 years and has been in the house of Instructor Mu. He has been taken care of by others a lot. When he visits himself, the gifts must not be too bad. Instructor Mu lives in a relatively remote place, not in the bustling area of the base, and a small courtyard is not big. After Lin Shen knocked on the door, he saw an old man with gray hair standing inside the door. Instructor Mu, I am Lin Xiangdong's younger brother Lin Shen. The fourth brother has been mentioning you at home, saying that he was taken care of by you a lot during the training camp, so that I would have the opportunity to come to the Cape base and must come to see you. Under Uncle Lei's hint, Lin Shen knew that the old man was Instructor Mu and hurried forward and said. He had heard from the fourth brother that Instructor Mu was a very strict person and had the nickname of Devil Instructor in the training camp. But now it looks like a kind old man with gray hair, but he is clean and decent, and there is a pair of glasses hanging around his neck, which is probably reading glasses. This way, it seems that there is nothing to do with the legendary Devil Instructor. Lin Shen also knew that people should not behave like a person, and they should have etiquette. It would be nice if the boy didn't scold me. Instructor Mu smiled and opened the door, and took Lin Shen and the others in and said, You are Xiaowu of the Lin family. When I lived in your house, you were not born yet. Don't be so polite to me in the future. Just call Uncle Mu. I understand, Uncle Mu. Lin Shen followed Instructor Mu into the yard and saw that although it was not big, it was very unique. He planted a few flowers and plants, but the embellishment made people feel very comfortable. After entering the living room, Lin Shen put down the gift box. Uncle Mu, have a little thought. I'm not polite to what you gave me. Let's put it there. Have dinner at home later and have a drink with me. Come on, you can help me and we'll make some side dishes for drinking. Uncle Mu smiled.
Seeing that Uncle Mu really didn't treat him as an outsider, Lin Shen did not refuse, so he rolled up his sleeves and followed him into the kitchen to help. Xiao Wu, I have seen your performance in Wang Xing in the world. He is a good seedling, but he has not received systematic training and I don't know how that little brat Adong taught you. You just happen to be here and there is no other urgent matter. I went to the training camp for a while and lay the foundation well. It will be good for you in the future. Uncle Mu said while packing his things. Lin Shen's mind was not on what Uncle Mu said, because he saw something hanging on the kitchen wall. Lin Shen didn't see what that thing was because there was a thick mosaic on it. What is that? It must not be a base that turns into eggs. How could there be a mosaic? What would be hanging in the kitchen? Lin Shen thought to himself. Just as he was thinking, when Uncle Mu turned around to look at him, Lin Shen realized that he was a little rude and hurriedly said, "Brothers and sisters don't want me to go out to fight and kill, they just hope that I can have children at home safely, so they have never taught me much. They are all young people, so their minds are so pedantic? In such a world, who can really be safe for the rest of their lives? It is still the ability to be able to be truly safe. Don't listen to them. I will go to the training camp with me tomorrow." Uncle Mu saw Lin Shen seemingly paying attention to what was hanging on the wall, so he continued, "It was a horn of a basic creature. During the tide of ocean beasts, I almost died in its hands. At that time, I cut off one of its horns and kept it as a souvenir. This thing can emit a fragrance and it is very effective to repel mosquitoes and odors, so I have been hanging here." Chapter 193 2 Fire Essences. While eating, Lin Shen kept thinking about how to get the fire on the corner. That was the spoils obtained by Uncle Mu's desperate efforts. It was the first time he saw Uncle Mu, and it was a bit inappropriate to ask for it. It seems that I can only find opportunities slowly. Lin Shen had to put aside his thoughts for the time being. Fortunately, he had just obtained 2 base-transformed eggs with fire, and he had not yet gotten it on himself, so he was not in a hurry. Uncle Mu told a lot about Lin Xiangdong's previous training camp, which was a little different from the story Lin Xiangdong told Lin Shen. When Lin Xiangdong was in the training camp, he was not as invincible as he said. When he was competing with other trainees in the training camp, Lin Xiangdong almost never won. Uncle Mu said that Lin Xiangdong had a nickname called Bearless Boy at that time, which surprised Lin Shen. This is completely different from what he heard from the 4th brother about his glory history. He seems to be not alone at all. Xiao Wu, a person's achievements are only part of physical talent, and the key is still here. Uncle Mu pointed to his heart and said, "There is an old saying that is very good. The bigger the heart, the bigger the stage. Your 4th brother has a big heart, so even if his starting point is very low, among all the disciples I have taught, his future achievements will be the highest. Of course, you must have a big heart and a corresponding execution ability. If you think more and do less, it will become a high-minded person." Uncle Mu patted Lin Shen's shoulder and said, "Learn the foundation first, go to the training camp tomorrow, and I will teach you personally." "Okay, Uncle Mu, I'll listen to you." Lin Shen was really moved by him. Anyway, he had nothing to do, and it was not convenient to show up recently. It's not a bad thing to study with Uncle Mu. His foundation is indeed very poor. Apart from one trick and one step to stab and step on the immortal court, there is no other technique that can be used to make up for it. He really needs to make up for the foundation. The meal was quite pleasant. When I left, Uncle Mu gave Lin Shen an registration form and asked him to go back and fill it out. I could just go to the training camp tomorrow. Back at the BNB, Lin Shen told Lin Miao about Uncle Mu asking him to go to the training camp. Unexpectedly, Lin Miao agreed very much. It's good if you follow Instructor Mu to learn, not only for training, but also for learning how to be a human being. Lin Miao said. By the way, sister, I saw Wan Mianshu today. Lin Shen said again, what happened when I saw Wan Mianshu today? Lin Miao was silent for a while before saying, I have known this for a long time. The reason why I gave up was because I was unwilling to let him choose between me and his family. Only then did Lin Shen understand why Lin Miao voluntarily withdrew from the voluntary moment. She was unwilling to let Wan Nian grief and embarrassment. This is great, let everything become a thing of the past.
Lin Miao said with a smile. Lin Shen didn't say anything. The problem between them was an unsolvable problem. It's like that classic multiple-choice question, your mother and I fall into the water at the same time, who do you want to save? Lin Miao's withdrawal means that he doesn't want Wan Nianqi to solve this problem. Sister, I'm here in the future, there's nothing I can't get over. Lin Shen patted Lin Miao's back and said. You are the one who is on the ground? It's not your turn to support me, the old and young man. Be honest and get married and have children. Xiao Bai is also in the training camp to get her done for me. Lin now pinched Lin Shen's cheek and said viciously. Lin Shen suddenly became depressed. I said, why did my elder sister agree so readily? It turns out that she is waiting for me here. Back in his room, Lin Shen took out the 2 base eggs with fire seeds and put them beside him, and soon fell asleep. When Lin Shen woke up the next day, the first thing he did was to see the 2 bases next to him, but he did not disappoint him. Both bases turned eggs had no mosaics, and he could clearly see their appearance. Failed super basic evolutionary fire, falling, after opening, it will fall from a high altitude, and the speed will become faster and faster, and the destructive power will become stronger and stronger. Lin Shen checked the new fire he obtained and his expression became weird when he obtained the information about the first fire. The ability to fall the fire reminded him of a joke he had seen before. There is a technical group. One day someone in the group asked a question, if a drop of water falls from a height of 10,000 meters, then when it reaches the ground, it will be, what kind of destructive power it will be, and what kind of damage it will cause to people, how strong it will be. The technical experts in the group, from various theoretical analysis and formula calculations, demonstrate how destructive the destructive power of this drop of water will be and how much it can hurt people. Suddenly, a rookie who had just joined the group said, haven't you been wet in the rain? The originally bustling group suddenly became silent like death, and then the rookie was kicked out of the group chat. The ability to fall this tinder, like the previous Tinder abilities, does not look very scientific. How should I use this ability? Should I have to fall from a high altitude to play a role, or can I just throw something from a high altitude to achieve the effect of falling? If I need to fall from a high altitude by myself, then this ability will be a bit useless. I don't want to throw myself to death. Lin Shen planned to look back and find time to test this ability. Failed super basic evolutionary fire, lightweight water floating. After turning on, run quickly on the water surface, you can walk on the water without sinking into the water. The second fire ability made Lin Shen overjoyed. For someone who knows how to swim, light skills floating on the water are a peerless skill. In the future, he will no longer have to worry about falling into the water. As long as he can run away, no matter how deep the water is, it will not be able to drown him. In conjunction with the latter, the sea will surrender to his feet, and the ocean will be no different from him in peace. I wonder if this skill will be effective on that river. Lin Shen thought of the fisherman's river. Lin Shen was thinking about where to go to try these 2 fire abilities, but Lin Miao came over to ask him to get up and urged him to report to the training camp. Lin Shen had to fill out the registration form first to go to the training camp, but when he arrived at the location of the training camp, Lin Shen was a little confused. The training camps at the Cape Base are 1 by 1, with an astonishing number. He can't remember what Uncle Moo's training camp is called. It seems that Uncle Moo has never mentioned the name of the training camp. When he said it, he only said the training camp. Lin Shen thought about it carefully, and it seemed that he had never mentioned it. Thinking about the 4th brother talked to him about training camp before, it seemed that he was just talking about training camp, not the name of the training camp. Lin Shen originally thought there was only 1 training camp, but he didn't expect there were so many. Since they didn't mention their names, Uncle Moo's training camp should be the most famous one. Lin Shen looked around and planned to find someone to ask. Uncle Moo should have a reputation, so it should not be difficult to inquire. But after thinking about it carefully, he didn't seem to know what Uncle Moo's name was. People probably know the 3 words, Instructor Moo. Lin Shen looked at the young man wearing various training camp uniforms on the street, and his eyes suddenly lit up and saw the 3 little girls he met on the battlefield yesterday. Chapter 194 Shura Training Camp. Little brother, why are you here? Are you here specifically to find us? The 3 girls ran over with surprise when they saw Lin Shen.
I came to sign up for the training camp. I didn't expect there were so many training camps here.
Do you know where the training camp is there with a very famous instructor named Mu? Lin Shen said.
The very famous instructor named Mu.
I don't seem to have heard of it. Have you heard of it? Sui looked at Bai Shanshan and Yu Shishir with a confused look on his face. I think about it. The famous instructor, the surname Mu, really can't remember it.
Bai Shanshan and Yu Shishir thought about it and looked confused. If you think about it again, it should be a relatively famous training camp. By the way, Concubine Bai was born in that training camp.
Lin Shen felt something was strange, and in theory, Uncle Mu should be very famous. Hearing the three words Father Concubine Bai Shun, Sui and the others suddenly realized, brother, you are talking about Shura training camp.
It was indeed quite famous before, but that was something that happened more than 10 years ago and it was already out of reach. Bai Shanshan also said, I remembered it when you say Concubine Bai. A few years ago, I thought the Shura training camp had closed down.
After Concubine Bai came out, I realized that the Shura training camp was still there. Little brother, I heard that something happened to Shura training camp.
Several trainees were abused to death during training, but later they gradually failed. The ocean training camp we are in is the best now. If you want to join the training camp, why not go to our side, we will take care of you. After Yu Shishir said this, Bai Shanshan and Sui quickly agreed. Only then did Lin Shen understand why Uncle Mu invited him to the training camp so enthusiastically. Originally, his training camp could not recruit students at all. But they have already agreed to Uncle Mu, and Lin Shen has to go and take a look. After asking clearly about the way to Shura training camp, Lin Shen waved to say goodbye to the three girls. Before leaving, the three girls repeatedly reminded Lin Shen that if they felt that Shura training camp was not good, they must go to the marine training camp to find them. Following the path Sui and the others pointed out, Lin Shen came all the way to the southeast corner of the base, where there were many training camps, and when he found the gate of Shura training camp, his expression changed a little strange. Is this really the training camp that the fourth brother said? Looking at the dilapidated gate in the yard with a lot of weeds inside, Lin Shen really couldn't connect this place with the training camp that Lin Xiangdong mentioned. Why is such a famous person as Bai Shenfei has come out of the training camp, so why is it not that he is this way? Lin Shen walked to the gate of the training camp. The old man in charge was lazy to pay attention to him and he could go in and out. Lin Shen saw a few students in uniform running in the yard, just like the 80-year-old old lady, each of whom was lazy and had no energy at all. When Lin Shen was looking at them, they also stopped, looking at Lin Shen while panting, with a strange look on his eyes. The training camp is much smaller than I imagined, with only one large yard and a few bungalows. The sign of one of the bungalows had 3 words in the office. Lin Shen walked in and saw Uncle Mu who was writing something. Uncle Mu. Lin Shen knocked on the door and shouted. Uncle Mu was very happy when he saw Lin Shen. He directly asked Lin Shen to sit down and asked with a smile, have you filled in the registration form? Fill it out, Uncle Mu, I went back yesterday and thought about it. There is something else in my hometown. I have to go back in a few days. I can't stay here for a few days, so don't go to the training camp first, right? Lin Shen gave up a little. How many days will it take to train? You learn first. When you go back, I will customize a training plan for you. You can practice when you go back, and it will not affect anything. Uncle Mu took the registration form, looked at it, picked up the official seal, sighed, and directly covered it. The tuition fee for 1 semester is 13,000 yuan, let's pay it first. Uncle Mu said with a smile. Lin Shen was speechless and thought to himself, with your training camp conditions, you will even charge 13,000 tuition fees for 1 semester. No wonder no one comes. No matter how much I think about it, I still have to pay the money, otherwise I can't explain it to Lin Miao when I go back. In fact, Lin Shen knew in his heart that Uncle Mu himself had strength. After collecting the money, Uncle Mu's face changed suddenly, and his smile disappeared from his face, faster than Sichuan Opera's face change. Xiao Wu, you will be a member of Shura training camp in the future. During the training camp, you have to call me Instructor Mu, and you must obey the arrangements during training. I understand, Instructor Mu.
Lin Shen stared at Instructor Mu in a daze and thought to himself, I'll turn against you after receiving the money. How could there be such a person? This is a rebellion too quickly. Let's go, let's take you to get to know your fellow brothers first. You will start training with them later. After Instructor Mu took Lin Shen to the yard, picked up the whistle hanging on his neck and blew it a few times. The trainees who were lazy and running came over one by one. I'll introduce you to me. This is the new trainee Lin Shen. I will be your junior brother in the future. Take good care of him. Instructor Mu introduced the trainees after he said that. There are only 5 people in total, and basically there is no need to remember them. Instructor Mu also said that concubine Bai Shen did not come to the training camp, and she only has 6 people now. Okay, you can run with them today, warm up first, and start training in the afternoon. Instructor Mu left after he said that. Lin Shen was about to say hello to these trainees, but saw them turn around and continue running slowly. With their speed, the old lady ran faster than them. Lin Shen followed them, feeling that he was not as fast as he walked. But this is good. Lin Shen is not a person who can endure hardships. He just jogged and was able to practice stepping on the fairy garden. Who asked you to run? Instructor Mu walked over again after a while, holding something in his hand. Didn't you let me run away? Lin Shen looked at Instructor Mu with confusion. I asked you to run, but I didn't let you run like that. Put this on. Instructor Mu handed Lin Shen the uniform. Lin Shen saw that the uniform was loose and not good looking at all, and it was incomparable to the uniforms of the other marine training camp. It costs 13,000 yuan to wear such a thing? Lin Shen took the uniform and felt his arm dropping down and almost fell to the ground. Why is this uniform so heavy? Lin Shen looked at the uniform on the ground in surprise, and the senior brothers next to him all had a look of watching the show. How can I train you if I don't have any weight? Hurry up and put on running and don't waste time. Instructor Mu said. After Lin Shen put on his school uniform, he immediately knew why the senior brothers were so awkward to run. It would be a hell of a damn thing to wear when he was so heavy when he could run fast. Chapter 195 Challenge All Mankind. Young people are always easier to get along with. In a short while, Lin Shen became familiar with several other brothers. I heard from them that running every day is just the easiest event, not the real training, and it only hurts after you really start training. After a while, several people ran, they suddenly saw images appearing in the sky. They knew that it was Wang Xing. The live broadcast of Wang Xing started again. The number of basic transformers who entered Wang Xing this time was much smaller, but they were all good players, most of them were crystal base levels, and they were basically in groups of people. Since the Chaoran Legion was severely injured by Lin Shen and the others last time, there seems to be no movement recently. However, the remaining power of the Super Burning Legion cannot be underestimated, so the human base changers are still very careful. They basically fight in groups and rarely act alone. Lin Shen ran and looked at the images in the sky, but did not find any figures of Concubine Bai Shen and Ouyang Yudu. Concubine Bai Shen returned to the Cape base. It was normal that she didn't go. Why didn't Ouyang Yu go? Lin Shen didn't know. I finally had an opportunity to watch a show, and running was really boring. Lin Shen was very interesting when he suddenly saw the image on Mo Xingqi. Mo Xingqi led the base transformers at the Cape base, and was hunting a group of alloy creatures. A super burning warrior riding the big red bull ran from a distance. Mo Xingqi quickly alerted his teammates and let go of the surrounding alloy creatures. What surprised them was that the super burning warrior came alone, wearing a red dress and a red helmet, and should be at the level of Deputy Legion Commander. Because the Legion Commander was killed by Lin Shen's pet, they subconsciously thought that this super burning warrior was one of the Deputy Legion Commanders who escaped before. Although the Deputy Commander is good at strength, Mo Xingqi and others are all crystal-based, so naturally they are not afraid of him. In the eyes of humans, the Super Burning Clan leader is almost the same, and they are all wearing battle suits and battle helmets, so it is difficult to tell who is who. The Super Burning Clan sees similar humans, and they can only distinguish different humans from the base-turned shell. When the enemy met, there was no need to say anything.
Mo Xingqi and others went straight to meet him and surrounded the super burning warrior with their pets. Although I don't know why this super burning warrior was singled out, there is no reason to say with the super burning clan. The two sides are in a life and death relationship, so naturally there is no need to talk about any morality. With Mo Xingqi's order, the Transformers let their pets siege him. That super burning clan is really unlucky. How could he get the order alone? The senior brother named Ling Luo said weakly while running. That kid Mo Xingqi is not bad. He should be more than enough to deal with the deputy commander of the army alone. Why bother so much, said another senior brother He Fong. Several people were discussing, but suddenly they stopped, and the expressions on their faces became a little stunned. Lin Shen also stopped and looked at the images on Mo Xingqi and the others. More than a dozen crystal-based pets besieged the super burning warrior. The super burning warrior did not even use the basic transform shell. He punched one by one, and neatly smashed several crystal-based pets to the ground. His fists were extremely terrifying. Every punch hit the body of the Jingji pet, which broke the body of the Jingji pet and exploded directly. That super burning warrior seems to be very strong? Mo Xingqi and the others are in danger. Ling Luo said in a daze. Several other people frowned and looked at the image, and no one spoke. Mo Xingqi and others were all shocked and quickly waved their weapons and surrounded them. Bang! The super burning warrior did not dodge or avoid it when facing the crystal-based material weapon that was slashing at him. He punched the blade and directly knocked the knife into pieces. More than a dozen basic transformers and so many pets besieged the super burning warrior. Not only did they not gain the upper hand, but they were even defeated. Retreat! Mo Xingqi immediately issued an order to retreat, and he himself faced the super burning warrior. His body and sword skills were both unpredictable. He didn't need to fight hard with the super burning warrior. No matter how strong the super burning warrior was, he was not afraid. The long sword in Mo Xingqi's hand changed, and the human being moved quickly like a ghost, leaving behind afterimages, and the sword shadows were like sword rains all over the sky. For a moment, it was difficult to tell which one was real and which one was illusion. Mo Xingqi's sword technique is becoming more and more unpredictable. It seems that after the battle at Tianxingpo, his growth has not been small. He Fong exclaimed. No matter how powerful the Taoran is, he cannot use it in front of Mo Xingqi, who has a weird body technique. There is a good show now. Ling Luo also said. While everyone was praising Mo Xingqi's body skills and sword skills, the super burning warrior who had been sitting on the back of the big red bull still finally moved. The next second, everyone was shocked to find that the sword shadows and afterimages in the sky disappeared. Mo Xingqi's true body appeared in front of the super burning warrior, and the long sword in his hand was actually grabbed by the super burning warrior with one hand. Mo Xingqi pulled the sword hard, but he felt that the long sword seemed to be welded, without any wavering. Click! The super burning warrior moved his palm slightly, and directly broke Mo Xingqi's long sword. He swung his hand holding the sword body of the broken sword. The sword body of the broken sword penetrated Mo Xingqi's shoulder, leaving him without even room to dodge. Everyone was shocked. Mo Xingqi was already a top figure among the basic humans. Only Ouyang Yudu, Bai Xinfei and others could be better than him. But in front of the super burning warrior, he was beaten so hard that he could not fight back. This was too terrifying. Go back and tell your compatriots that I, Qingjia, representing the super rich clan, challenge all the powerful humans here. Do they dare to come? Qingjia looked down at Mo Xingqi and others proudly, just like humans looking at cats and dogs on the ground. Damn it, this Qingjia is too rampant. Ouyang Yudu and the god of Warguard are not there, otherwise they will kill him directly and see if he can still be arrogant. Whereas no matter where Ouyang Yudu and the god of Warguards need to take action, a Tian's pet can kill him. Can the super burning clan be so capable? I'm so arrogant that I can't stand it anymore. Come on, a powerful person and fuck him to death. The crowd was in anger for a moment, but no one at the scene was Qingjia's opponent. No matter how angry he was in his heart, it was useless and could only retreat silently. That super burning clan is indeed very strong, its speed and strength are both basic and top-notch, and its body strength and toughness are not ordinary.
He Fang analyzed on the side.
Emo Xingqi's body skills and sword skills are both very strong, but he prefers skilledness and has a poor ability to fight head-on. It is inevitable that he will suffer losses when he meets someone who can see through his body skills and sword skills. However, that super burning warrior can actually see through his reality and reality at a glance.
It's not simple. Ling Luo also said. Chapter 196 Yinyang Wuji Warrior. What are you doing? Who told you to stop?
Instructor Mu's cold voice came from the office, which scared everyone so much that they were shocked and they all ran away again.
Little brother, be at ease. You just came here and don't know the depth.
Don't deliberately follow us and jog slowly, otherwise you will be able to get rid of it after a long time.
He Fang said to Lin Shen with a smile. Okay, senior brother he. Lin Shen nodded and agreed.
This uniform is indeed very heavy, and I don't know what is filled in it, so it's very difficult to run. However, after the theory of evolution started to work, his body was gradually adapting, but his adaptation was obviously much slower, not as fast as adapting toxins, and he could persist even if he gritted his teeth. Lin Shen still followed the end and did not fall behind. When He Fang and others saw Lin Shen still maintaining their speed and ran with them, they all smiled knowingly. They have seen more than one or two such newcomers. Even when they first joined, they had the same mentality as Lin Shen, and felt that they could persevere.
As a result, he was naturally beaten by society.
Instructor Mu's vision was so vicious. The burden he put on them was exactly the limit they could bear, and it was impossible for him to hold on for too long.
This is the only way for newcomers.
It is better to suffer some losses now than to suffer losses in the future. He Fang smiled secretly in his heart. Several people continued to run, and they all ran like 70-80. It's not that they didn't want to run fast, but that they really couldn't run fast. Every few days, Instructor Mu will adjust the load for everyone, and it will never be easy for them.
However, after years of training, their endurance is much stronger than that of ordinary basic changers, and Lin Shen is definitely not good.
He Fang and the others also recognized Lin Shen and knew that he was the second-generation ancestor. A person like him who had never suffered before will have even worse endurance. A few people ran slowly like that, and Lin Shen was always at the rear of the crane. After Mo Xingqi and the others left that area, they met Zhuo Qinglong and others from the Sword Alliance. Seeing Zhuo Qinglong and the others going there, Mo Xingqi quickly told them about Qingjia, so as not to suffer losses. After hearing this, the people from the Sword Alliance did not underestimate Mo Xingqi, because they all knew how strong Mo Xingqi was.
The strength of those who could defeat Mo Xingqi in one move should not be underestimated.
As you say, the super burning warrior himself has the best power and speed, and he must have the best skills in terms of strength and speed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to keep up with your sword speed, nor could he smash the sword blade of the crystal-based material at will. Zhuo Qinglong thought for a while and said, "You can tell me the situation in detail, maybe I have a way to defeat him."
Mo Xingqi did not beautify his failure.
He said whatever he had and explained the situation at that time in detail. His speed, strength, and physical strength are extraordinary. He must have the blessing of this skill, and it is not an ordinary skill.
However, he is so unscrupulous, I have a way to defeat him.
Zhuo Qinglong said with a smile after listening carefully.
What method? Mo Xingqi asked.
He also knew Zhuo Qinglong's strength, which was stronger than his ability to attack, but Mo Xingqi was not optimistic about him if he could win Qingjia firmly.
Zhuo Qinglong saw Mo Xingqi's thoughts, took out the pet launcher, and fired a pet.
His pet is very special. He is a soldier in black armor, holding a tower shield in one hand and a strange weapon in the other. The strange-shaped weapon looks like a hook and a knife, and the guards are like square sky paintings. There are crescent moons on both sides, which looks very strange.
Brother Mo, my pet is called Yinyang Wuji Warrior.
The shield in his hand is the cathode shield and the weapon in his hand is the anode blade. These two things correspond to his two talented skills. Zhuo Qinglong explained, the skill of the cathode shield is very special.
It can rebound power.
The stronger the opponent's strength, the higher the damage of the rebound will be.
However, this skill is not the focus. The focus is on the skill of the anode blade. People who are touched by the anode blade will fall into a negative state, and the power of various attributes and skills will be reduced. The more times you touch, the longer the time, the more you drop, the more you will drop. That super burning warrior is so conceited that this Yin-Yang Wuji warrior is his nemesis. Mo Shang was overjoyed when he heard this. Although he was defeated by himself, he was also happy that someone could defeat the super burner. It is precisely this principle that the Yin-Yang Wuji warrior is not fast. Fighting with ordinary crystal base level may not necessarily hit the opponent, but he is so arrogant, he will definitely fight head-on with the Yin-Yang Wuji warrior. This is an opportunity. Zhuo Qinglong nodded. Everyone thought this battle was feasible. Even the people watching the battle at the Mother Star felt that Zhuo Qinglong's Yin-Yang Wuji warrior was the nemesis of Qingjia. Let the stupid Taoren see the wisdom of human beings. Arrogance comes at a price. I have begun to look forward to seeing the Taoren kneeling down and singing Conquest. Although he thought this method was feasible, just in case, Zhuo Qinglong decided to fight Qingjia alone. If Qingjia did not give Yin-Yang Wuji warrior a chance, he had a flying pet to escape. Asked the others to find a hidden place to wait for news, Zhuo Qinglong went to the place where Qingjia was. Are you Qingjia? Zhuo Qinglong came to the place and saw a super burning warrior sitting on a huge rock to rest. Yes, since you know my name, you should have already realized the consciousness of death. Qingjia jumped off the huge rock and stared at Zhuo Qinglong coldly and said, "It's still unknown who will win." Zhuo Qinglong said, raising his hand and firing out the Yin-Yang Wuji warrior. Qingjia just looked at him coldly without any movement. Zhuo Qinglong didn't say much nonsense, and directly ordered the Yin-Yang Wuji warrior to rush forward. The Yin-Yang Wuji warrior was indeed not fast, and he was probably only about 30. He ran to Qingjia and cut the Yangji blade at him. Qingjia directly stretched out one hand and grabbed the anode blade. Zhuo Qinglong was overjoyed when he saw this, and the people watching the battle were overjoyed, thinking that Qingjia would pay the price for his arrogance. Qingjia held the anode blade and frowned slightly. It seemed that he felt something was wrong, and he could not break the anode blade with force. The Yin-Yang Wuji warrior smashed the tower shield in his hand towards Qingjia. Qingjia held the anode blade in one hand, but still had no intention of letting go. The other hand clenched into a fist and directly hit the cathode shield. Bang! With a dull sound, the Yin-Yang Wuji warrior did not even take a step back, and Qingjia's body shook slightly. Ha, stupid Taoren. I know it's amazing now. Stable and stable. The people watching the game were all smiling happily, but a blue carapace appeared on Qingjia's body, which soon wrapped around his body. Surprisingly, Qingjia's carapace did not fully cover his body, and many joints were exposed. Chapter 197 Double. Qingjia's shell coverage rate is only about 70%, which is a bit surprising. For ordinary human base changers, as long as the base change eggs are not too poor, the coverage rate can reach more than 80%. The Super Burning clan is obviously stronger than the human base transformers. Most Super Burning warriors have a coverage rate of 90, or even above 95. Qingjia is so powerful, and the coverage rate is only about 70, which is obviously a bit contrary to common sense. It's too late to use the basic transform power now. Zhuo Qinglong was quite confident in the ability of the Yin-Yang Wuji warrior. Qingjia has been holding the anode blade and keeping it on. Such a long time of contact is enough to reduce his attributes and skills a lot. Zhuo Qinglong probably estimated that Qingjia's attributes should be reduced by about half now. Even if it is a top-level crystal base, its attributes are reduced by half, which is almost the same as those of the alloy-level attributes. The power of the skill will also be reduced. In theory, Qingjia's current abilities are not much stronger than the alloy level. The Yin-Yang Wuji warrior smashed the cathode shield in his hand at Qingjia again, but Qingjia still did not choose to avoid it. He still held the anode blade and clenched his fist at the cathode shield with one hand. The next second, a shocking scene happened. Under Qingjia's fist, the thick cathode shield was blown into pieces, as if it was blown up by a bomb. Impossible. Zhuo Qinglong was shocked.
The attributes and skills have been weakened by the anode blade, and the cathode shield also has extremely strong rebound damage ability. Qingjia actually exploded the cathode shield with one punch, which made him unacceptable. Not only Zhuo Qinglong, but all the humans watching the battle on their mother planet were stunned. Zhuo Qinglong reacted very quickly. After a moment of shock, he directly shot out a colorful crystal bird pet. The colorful crystal bird pet grabbed his shoulder, took him to fly into the sky, and fled to the distance.
Because of Zhuo Qinglong's departure, Qingjia's image gradually moved away.
The last scene they could see was that the anode blade exploded like flour in Qingjia's palm.
That's too strong, with such strength.
I'm afraid only Ouyang Yudu and the god of Warguard have the ability to fight.
People were shocked.
Lin Shen and others who were running were also shocked.
That Qingjia's strength is probably not inferior to junior sister Bai. He Feng exclaimed. It's not just not inferior.
I think junior sister Bai is probably not sure that she can beat him. Another senior brother, Luing, also said.
It's really unhappy.
It makes a super ignorant clan so arrogant. Ling Luo said with a lip silence.
Just get used to it. This is just a super burning clan who can't even enter the racial ranking. When encountering the terrifying existences of those big clans, humans will be even worse. Lu Ying's personality is more pessimistic and his words are also disappointing. That's not necessarily the case. Invincible at the same level is not a joke.
Although humans are far inferior to those big clans in terms of high-end combat power. However, at the basic level, junior sister Bai who practices talent theory is no worse than any other alien clan. He Feng was not convinced.
Several people ran while talking, not realizing that Lin Shen had been following them all the time.
It had been more than half an hour and they still hadn't been separated by them.
What nonsense are you talking about? Running so slowly, don't you eat in the morning? Running faster for me, don't you see newcomers running easier than you?
Instructor Mu's voice came out of the room again. When He Feng and his friends heard this, they realized something. When they turned around, they saw Lin Shen following them, and they didn't look very difficult. Brothers, you have to work harder, don't let the junior brother laugh. Ling Luo, who was running in the front, accelerated his speed.
Fuck, I'm just watching that Qingjia.
He Feng cursed lowly and also accelerated his speed. All of them thought they were distracted when they saw the video just now and ran very slowly, so Lin Shen could keep up. Now they all took steps one by one, increasing their speed as much as possible. However, the speed improvement is limited, after all, the weight on your body is too heavy. After running a few more laps, He Feng and his men felt something was wrong. They were already breathing heavily, but when they turned to look at Lin Shen, they found that he was still relaxed, not as breathing as they were.
It's evil. How long have you been running around? Why is this kid not doing anything? Could it be that Instructor Mu let him go and was not burdened with enough weight?
He Feng muttered in his heart, but he quickly denied this idea.
Who is Instructor Mu? How could he release water? It's almost the same to add water. This little junior brother has something. I won't say anything else. This endurance is really good.
Ling Luo was also surprised.
Junior brother, if you are tired, just say it. Luing said while gasping. Okay, senior brother Lu.
Lin Shen responded. When everyone heard his voice was stable, full of energy, and he had no intention of breathing at all, he couldn't help but feel even more confused.
Did the devil instructor really let the water go? This thought arose in their minds again.
Instructor Mu in the office looked at Lin Shen outside through the gaps in the blinds, and his eyes narrowed.
This kid is interesting. His endurance is quite good. He is stronger than Dongzi at the time. Maybe he can really become the second heavenly king of all defeat.
Instructor Mu looked at it for a while and saw that Lin Shen was still running the same way, but the senior brothers in front were almost out of reach, so he couldn't help but frown. It seems that they are not trained enough for them in normal times, and they are not even as good as a newcomer.
The next training will be doubled.
He Feng and his men didn't know that they would enjoy double their happiness in the future. They were still running desperately, but their speed dropped again. Now they realized that they were not running slowly just now, but Lin Shen was too capable of running.
Instructor, you are not letting the junior brother go, right?
Ling Luo became more and more tired as he ran, but when he turned around, Lin Shen was still the same, with no sweat on his forehead, and he couldn't help but mutter.
He Fang and others agreed with him when he said this. If Instructor Mu added weight to Lin Shen, it would be the limit he could bear, so how could he run so easily?
Although his voice was low, Instructor Mu still heard it and walked out of the office, holding a backpack in his hand.
Xiaowu, your senior brothers think that your burden is not enough, so I can only add a little to you and carry this.
Instructor Mu walked to Lin Shen and handed his backpack to him with a smile. Lin Shen took the backpack and felt his hand sinking. The weight of the backpack was not lighter than the uniform on his body, which was doubled.
Chapter 198 Brothers.
Seeing Instructor Mu take a backpack for Lin Shen, several senior brothers were all happy. The weight inside the uniform can be adjusted, but the weight of the backpack is fixed and there is no way to adjust it.
A backpack is equivalent to an alloy-grade weight-bearing.
If Lin Shen is now at an alloy-grade weight-bearing, then no matter how much the weight-bearing his uniform is, a backpack is enough for him to bear. In the past, when they were at the alloy level, they only carried weights in the uniform at the beginning. When the weights in the uniform were added to the limit, they started to put on their backpacks. The final pass line is the ultimate weight bearing of the uniform, plus 2 backpacks, and it will run 10 laps in 10 minutes, which is 5 kilometers. Of course, that was the result of training after a few years.
At first, let alone adding backpacks, it is impossible to carry a uniform with a limit of weight.
If you only wear a uniform, you can't run 5 kilometers in 10 minutes. After Lin Shen put on his backpack, he felt that he was already overloaded and it was very difficult to run. Originally, he just wanted to learn some basic fighting skills, but now it has become like this, and Lin Shen is a little depressed. Everyone has arrived, and there is no other way, so I can only continue running. Fortunately, Lin Shen's attributes are top-notch in the alloy level, and he can run with such a load.
It's just not as easy as before.
Even if evolution helps him adapt, it still takes a process. It is impossible for him to take such a burden immediately as nothing. Lin Shen followed the team, sweating quickly on his forehead, and it was extremely difficult to run. He was almost the same as his senior brothers, and they all turned into old ladies.
That's right.
Seeing Lin Shen's appearance, several senior brothers thought it was normal this time. Instructor Mu observed Lin Shen through the blinds. He Fang and the others thought it was normal, but he felt it was a little abnormal. He Fang and the others didn't know how much weight load was added to Lin Shen's uniform, but Instructor Mu knew very well that he added alloy-grade extreme weight load to Lin Shen's uniform. Generally speaking, it is very good for alloy-based transformers who have just started to come into contact with this kind of training to run 5 kilometers under such a load, and their attributes must be top-notch. Lin Shen was able to keep up with the 5 senior brothers, which shows that his attributes must be the top of the alloy level. Now I have added another backpack, and even with top-level attributes, it is difficult to stick to it for a long time.
Top strength and speed do not mean that endurance must be strong. Endurance is a numerical standard that cannot be seen.
It must be achieved through hard training. Lin Shen knew at a glance that he was not the kind of person who could endure hard work. He could still keep up with He Fang and others with a backpack at the extreme.
This is a bit extraordinary. Are all the people from the Lin family so interesting?
Instructor Mu narrowed his eyes, as if he had seen some fun toys.
Little junior brother, are you Lin Xiangdong's brother?
He Fang, who was running in front of Lin Shen, said while running.
Yes, that's my 4th brother.
Lin Shen admitted it with his tone that there should be no holiday, so he readily admitted it.
That's great. Your 4th brother is my idol. If you have the chance in the future, can you introduce me and my seniors to you? He Fang said again. Your idol is my 4th brother? Is it true?
I heard from Instructor Mu that my 4th brother never won any challenge in the training camp.
There is a nickname called by Lost Boy.
Lin Shen was a little surprised, but he didn't expect He Fang would say that the 4th brother was his idol.
Is this what Instructor Mu said? He Fang asked. Yes, how is it?
Lin Shen immediately realized that something seemed to be happening here. It is true that your fourth brother has never won, but his nickname is not a 100 defeated boy, but a 100 defeated king.
He Fong said. Is there any difference? Isn't it even a different one yet? Lin Shen didn't know what the difference between the two seemed to be derogatory. Of course it's different. Your fourth brother has never won a challenge, but he has never challenged the same person. The opponent he challenged every time is a stronger existence than his previous opponent, and he always loses. No one who has been challenged dares to fight him again. The title of the King of Heaven with 100 defeat is by no means a derogatory meaning, because the King of Heaven is not the point, but the King of Heaven is. He Fong said some of Lin Shangdong's past deeds. Only then did Lin Shen realize that the fourth brother was not just bragging. He had never won, but he was indeed very powerful. When he was about to leave the training camp, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the uncrowned king of the training palace. Before Lin Shangdong left the training camp, the last person to challenge was Instructor Mu. But no one knows the winner or lose because no one sees that battle. Junior brother, practice hard and hold on. I can't embarrass your fourth brother. Luing also cheered Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't expect that these senior brothers seemed to have a high evaluation of the fourth brother. So, I really have to work hard. I can't lose the face of the old Lin family just because of me. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. Ling Luo has been leading the way, with Tian Buoi, Tian Buneo and Luing following behind, He Fong and Lin Shen at the end, and the six people ran around and round after round. Originally, Ling Luo and others thought Lin Shen couldn't hold on for too long. After all, he put on his backpack on the first day. No matter how much he put his uniform, it would be difficult to hold on for too long. But after running a few laps, they found that Lin Shen was still following. It seemed difficult at first, but now it doesn't look so embarrassed. My clothes were almost wet with sweat before, but now I have less sweat on my forehead. This junior brother is interesting, so let's get a little more difficult. Several senior brothers looked at each other and quietly accelerated the speed. Soon they discovered that even if they accelerated, Lin Shen could still keep up. Junior brother, did you practice with your fourth brother when you were at home? He Fong asked several senior brothers common doubts. I haven't practiced it, and my brother doesn't let me learn these things. He just wants me to inherit the family business and have children early. Lin Shen said the truth. These words made several people stunned. He Fong didn't believe it and said, then what did your fourth brother ask you to practice? Nothing is needed to be practiced, you can eat, drink, play or anything. As long as you don't cause trouble, you can give whatever you want. Lin Shen's words made several people cry with envy. Little junior brother, come back and ask our fourth brother if there is still a shortage of younger brother at home? I can do it. He Fong smiled. I have to go back and ask the fourth brother. Lin Shen said with a smile. Seeing Lin Shen running and talking, he was able to keep up, and the senior brothers started to increase their intensity again with a tacit understanding. Lin Shen became more and more difficult to run. Unexpectedly, these senior brothers looked inconspicuous, but they could really run. They were all carrying backpacks on their bodies. When Lin Shen came, they were already running, and I don't know how long they had been running. When Lin Shen didn't put on his backpack before, they were running with their backpacks on their backpacks. Now they have been running for so long, and they are running faster and faster. This endurance is really not that strong. Lin Shen did not realize that these senior brothers were not alloy grade, but crystal-based grade. The weight they carried were also crystal-based grade, which was different from Lin Shen's. Chapter 199 Monster. Because He Fong's load is much deeper than the forest, the speed and durability of the running are almost the same. Several people have raised their speed to the limit, but they still have not been able to get Lin Shen away. Looking at Lin Shen, who had been gritting his teeth behind him, He Fong and others looked a little strange. After running 10 laps, several people were almost exhausted and paralyzed. Some people bent over and pressed their trembling thighs with their hands. Someone was lying directly on the ground, gasping for breath.
Because they are all fundamental changers, the internal organs have very powerful functions, so you don't have to worry about lying on the ground and lying directly after strenuous exercise. At this time, Instructor Mu came out and clapped his hands and shouted several people, "Get up all of them, stretch them together." He Fong and his men had to come over. Two people started to stretch in groups. He Fong and Lin Shen were in groups. While guiding Lin Shen how to stretch, they asked in a low voice, "Junior brother, are you and Instructor Mu relatives?" "No." Lin Shen was a little confused, not knowing why he asked this. "Then why would he let you go?" He Fong was very suspicious. Lin Shen's backpack had also been tampered with. A newly entered trial student, carrying a backpack, actually ran the whole process, which was really amazing. Let the water go? Lin Shen didn't understand what the meaning was. He Fong pointed to his backpack and Lin Shen's backpack, which means that Lin Shen's backpack was problematic. Lin Shen was wrong, so he reached out to hold He Fong's backpack and immediately felt something was different. He Fong's backpack was obviously much heavier than his backpack. He didn't know that He Fong was crystal-based. The backpack specially used for crystal-based grade was much heavier than the alloy-level backpack. He thought that Instructor Mu had really put water on him, so he deliberately gave him a light backpack. Uncle Mu looks a little ruthless in front of outsiders, but he is still good to me deep down. Lin Shen thought he had blamed Instructor Mu before, but it turned out that he had taken care of him secretly. Lin Shen felt that Instructor Mu could not make it difficult for him to do this, so he grabbed He Fong's backpack and mentioned himself and said, "Instructor Mu may have taken it wrong. You can lend me this to me and I will run a few more laps." Lin Shen felt that he had to keep Instructor Mu's face, so the best way was to prove that even if he was not taken care of, he still had the strength to complete the training. Before He Fong could say anything, Lin Shen had already carried He Fong's backpack. Lin Shen immediately felt like a hill was pressing on his backpack. Fortunately, Lin Shen has been going to the world of Wangxing to kill mutant creatures recently. He has adapted to the strong gravity there, and he feels easier to carry weights than ordinary people. And he still has the power of 31, otherwise it would be impossible to carry this load-bearing action prepared for the crystal base level. If you change to an alloy-based transformer with a slightly worse strength, you may not even be able to lift your backpack. Although it felt very heavy, in order not to let Instructor Mu lose face, Lin Shen gritted his teeth and supported him and ran. Everyone in He Fong was shocked. He said that Instructor Mu let the water go, because he felt that Instructor Mu had tampered with Lin Shen's backpack and the weight carrying did not meet the standards. Who would have thought that Lin Shen actually ran on his backpack and said that it was a backpack for crystal base level? Ordinary alloy-based transformers could not even lift it. Not only He Fong, Ling Luo, Lu Ying and the Tian brothers also stared at Lin Shen running on the playground, forgetting to do stretching. Instructor Mu kept paying attention to Lin Shen, and saw this scene. His eyes flashed with a strange light. "What a little fifth in the Lin family, his talent seems to be better than Dongzi, I have to polish him well." Lin Shen didn't know that he had made a mistake. In fact, most people would not have thought that in such a declining training camp, there were only 5 trainees, and 5 of them were Jingji. Lin Shen thought Wei Fong and the others were all alloy grade like him. These senior brothers are good, they can actually run so far with such a terrifying load bearing. I underestimated this Shura training camp. It is worthy of being the place where the 4th brother has practiced and studied. Even if he declined, there are still some things. Lin Shen thought while running. His speed was as fast as an old lady crossing the road, her legs shaking while moving. The theory of evolution is already operating, but the effect is not very obvious, so it can only play a role slowly. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and continued running. The people in the Lin family had this temper. If you are kind to me, I will not let you down. Lin Shen ran away and felt that his muscles were about torn apart, as if sour water was flowing inside. The feeling of discomfort was really unspeakable in words. But he was still persisting. Fortunately, evolution has been strengthening and mutating his body, able to adapt to this level of squeeze. Theory of evolution is indeed a very strange evolutionary technique. It has very limited enhancement of the properties of the surrounding areas, or there is no substantial improvement of the properties. However, it can increase the body's resistance, such as antitoxicity, high temperature, low temperature, dizziness, etc., and now it seems that it can resist fatigue. However, the strengthening effect of anti-fatigue progressed very slowly, and Lin Shen's body could not fully adapt for a while, but it was only improved bit by bit. Theoretically, as long as Lin Shen can resist, the theory of evolution can help him support him for a long time. Of course, Lin Shen himself can't stand the burden of loads that have exceeded his own limits, and he may not be able to wait until the theory of evolution strengthens his body to that level. Now Lin Shen can only grit his teeth and persevere. He can run for a while, and he cannot lose his face in Instructor Mu anyway. Lin Shen felt that he was running very ugly. Rather than running, he actually didn't have much faster than walking. He was not even faster than walking faster than some people, which was more or less embarrassing. They are already so embarrassed that they have to finish these 10 laps, and at least they have an explanation. He thought so himself, but he didn't know that the 5 senior brothers were already irritated. They have heard Instructor Mu say that Lin Shen is alloy level, and an alloy level carrying a crystal-based weight-bearing bag is running. If Yifang hadn't carried that bag just now, he would have thought that the bag Lin Shen used was fake. As if he had thought of something, Luing walked over and picked up the bag Lin Shen had carried before, and then said to Yifang and the others, "The weight is no problem." Instructor Mu did not let the water go. "You still have to say this?" Yifang curled his lips disdainfully. Now he thought about it with his butt, and knew that Lin Shen was not cheating anymore. "We little junior brothers have something, how did we do it? I think he doesn't use skills?" Ling Luo's eyes were also focused on Lin Shen, with a look of surprise in his eyes. "I can only say that Senior Lin Shangdong's younger brother is strong and is different from others," Yifang exclaimed. The most surprising thing was Instructor Mu. He didn't expect that Lin Shen could hold on for so long, and no one had ever done such a thing. Even when Lin Shangdong was there, many geniuses appeared in Shura training camp, but he had never seen such a monster. Chapter 200 Explosion and Lasting. When you are at the alloy level, can you carry this? Ling Luo looked at Lin Shen, who was still running, and asked the people beside him. "You can't run if you're in your back," Yifang said. "I can't carry it." Luing shook her head. "I can't move." It was strange that Tian Buck and Tian Buck's words were spoken. They had no communication in advance, but they spoke in unison, like a person. "I'm afraid only junior sister Bai, who practices talent theory, can do it." Yifang thought about it and said again. "Is it true that Lin Shen has mastered theory of talents?" Lu Ying's eyes were burning with a blazing gossip. "You guys say that junior sister Bai won't really abandon Ouyang Yu and choose the junior brother, right? I think my junior brother is not inferior to Ouyang Yu, so there is no problem choosing him." Tian Buchuang and Tian Buchua spoke in unison. Such a long sentence can even be said like the same person. Several people have already agreed that Lin Shen has practiced talent theory, and only Instructor Mu in the office knows that Lin Shen has not practiced talent theory. Instructor Mu took Lin Shen's registration form and read it. The level filled in on it was alloy, and the column of basic transformation techniques for practice was filled in evolution. When I saw that Lin Shen's basic transformation technique was practiced by theory of evolution, Instructor Mu still frowned slightly. However, after this admission test he deliberately made, Instructor Mu discovered that Lin Shen, who practiced theory of evolution, actually had extraordinary potential for terrifying terror. A Tian from Tianchang had also practiced the theory of evolution. Does the theory of evolution have a mystery that ordinary people cannot understand, and its cultivation effect can be comparable to the talent theory or even surpass the talent theory? Instructor Mu's mood was very complicated. Yifang and the others felt that when Bai Xinfei was at the alloy level, she could actually do what Lin Shen did now. But Instructor Mu knew that even if he was a little heavier, Concubine Bai could run on her back, but she couldn't run for that long. Theory of talent is very strong, so strong that it can challenge beyond the level, but it cannot last as long as Lin Shen. The problem of insufficient endurance was obvious when Ouyang Yudu and Bai Xinfei were fighting in Taiyang Xingpo. Under the extreme battle situation, the combat effectiveness of talent theory was the strongest in the first hour, but as the battle time lengthened, Ouyang Yudu and Bai Xinfei were constantly declining. This is actually not a problem. Basic changers are like this. They can improve this problem by changing the rhythm of battle or self-control to distribute their strength. But in the final analysis, it is just allocating strong periods to different periods, which essentially does not solve the problem. If they encounter a long-term high-intensity battle, their combat power will gradually decrease like ordinary basic transformers, but the decline will be slower than ordinary basic transformers. Instructor Mu has not seen many basic transformers like Lin Shen who can last long in high-intensity states. Does those who practice theory of evolution have the opportunity to defeat those who practice theory of talent? Instructor Mu wanted to know the answer to this question. Concubine Bai actually does not need to participate in the training camp. The Bai family specializes in the theory of talent. No one understands the theory of talent better than the Bai family. Of course, no one needs to teach Concubine Bai. The reason why Concubine Bai Shen came to the Cape base to join the training camp was mainly to ask Instructor Mu to help with the most scientific physical training. This kind of training is quite fruitful. In the Battle of Taiyang Singpo, Ouyang Yudu's physical fitness was obviously problematic, but Concubine Bai Shen was not that serious. The explosion of theory of talent is strong, and the long-lasting theory of evolution is long. Is it more important to burst or last? Instructor Mu is looking forward to the collision of two different styles. Lin Shen ran for 10 laps, but his body still felt uncomfortable. He threw down his backpack and sat directly on the ground, gasping for breath. The sweat was not that severe when I was running. After stopping, the sweat beads surged out, and they were pouring out in big drops. My junior brother, you have good physical fitness. He Fong brought a bottle of water to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the water and took a sip. He suddenly felt something was wrong and looked at where he was confused. This is the extract of the base liquid. Drink it, it will be good for you. He Fong said with a smile. Don't be polite to him. Your senior brother He Fong is the young master of the world's business. He has nothing to lack in his family, especially money. Ling Luo said. Lin Shen's heart moved. He had heard of the name of the World Business Company. The largest merchant in the Haizhou base has not only spread across the mainland, but also has many channels overseas. If He Fong is really the young master of the World Business Company, then he is the real rich second generation. Lin Shen is at most the son of a rural convenience store. Senior brother he is actually from the He family in the world's trading company? Lin Shen looked at He Fong in surprise. There were even big figures who would send his descendants here in the declining Shura training camp. It's not worth mentioning. They are all human beings. What's the difference? I just have a few more buildings than you, they are a little handsomer than you, and there are thousands of shops all over the world. It's nothing. If you work hard, you will have them in the future. He Fong had a modest expression on his face. The brothers raised their middle fingers at him neatly, and even had the urge to beat him up. Instructor Mu came out and asked them to eat something, and then took a rest. Lin Shen didn't expect that the training camp would still be in charge of food, and more than 10,000 yuan was considered a waste of money. I only found out when the meal came up that it was just a few bottles of different base liquids, and there was no real meal at all. After drinking the base liquid, several people sat at the door to watch the images in the sky. Since Zhuo Qinglong's defeat, he has been actively looking for allies and wants to take advantage of the advantages of large numbers of people and great power to get rid of Qingjia. However, Zhuo Qinglong's behavior has aroused different opinions within human beings. Some people think that since Qingjia alone challenges the strong human beings, he should defeat him one-on-one. Otherwise, even if Qingjia is defeated by more people, there will still be no glory on the human face. Another group of people believe that there is no need to talk to the Chaoran tribe, war is not a joke like a ring, killing the enemy is victory, and it doesn't matter what methods are. So when Zhuo Qinglong wanted to unite other people to siege Qingjia, some of the fundamental changers of major forces rejected him. Everyone knows that their every move is watched by the whole world, and some people do not want people to see their besiege of Qingjia. This hindered Zhuo Qinglong's actions and he still failed to make any difference. Lin Shen agrees with Zhuo Qinglong's approach. Now it is the humans and the Super Burning Clan competing for the resources of Wangxing in the world. It is not the first and second sports game of friendship.
Solving problems is the most important thing.
Qingjia is not dead, and humans may die under his hands in the future.
Chapter 201 Cruel Training.
After the rest, the cruelest training session mentioned by several senior brothers began. It was already so difficult to run, but that was just a warm-up before starting training. Lin Shen thought how cruel the real training was, but the real training was actually sitting still. Instructor Mu asked Hefong to teach Lin Shen how to sit quietly. After Lin Shen learned it, Instructor Mu moved a chair and sat opposite them and watched them. Lin Shen and the others only need to sit there in a meditation posture and don't need to practice anything. You can do whatever you want, or travel outside the sky, but you just can't move. Sitting and being unable to move, Lin Shen didn't think there was anything cruel at first. But after sitting for a while, he felt something was wrong. In essence, Lin Shen is a playful person, and he wants to try all kinds of novel things. It's okay for you to let him sleep in, but when he wasn't asleep, you let him stay motionless, and Lin Shen gradually realized that this was really uncomfortable.
I'll take a break. Who invented this kind of exercise method? It's so tormenting. I would rather go for another 10 laps than continue to sit down. Lin Shen felt uncomfortable all over, and even felt inexplicably itchy. If Instructor Mu hadn't been sitting opposite him, he would definitely not be able to sit still, and at least he would have reached out to scratch the itch or something. Just seeing Instructor Mu looking at him without blinking, Lin Shen could only hold back. I will not come tomorrow.
Lin Shen had made up his mind to withdraw from the camp tomorrow and would never come. Even if that 10,000 is thrown away in vain, it doesn't matter. He doesn't care about that little money, and he won't accept this crime. Even if we don't come tomorrow, today's training will still be completed, so Lin Shen had to think about how to hold on. Then practice the Sutra of Greeting for Life and Afraid of Death and Agelessness. Lin Shen thought for a while, and felt that this was the only way to go. He stopped his anger and began to practice the Sutra of Greedy Life and Fear of Death. Originally, he only practiced this thing when he was sleeping, but he definitely didn't practice it normally. Now I was forced to do nothing, so I had to start practicing the ageless meridians, close my eyes and dissipate my spirit, and let my breath flow slowly with my breath. When the meridian of the age began to operate, Lin Shen's heartbeat and blood flow became much slower, and it was getting slower and slower. The heart beats amazingly slowly.
Sometimes it beats a minute, sometimes it can't even beat a moment. With the practice of the Ageless Sutra, this interval is still getting longer.
When he is old, Lin Shen is equivalent to entering a deep sleep state and is no longer feeling uncomfortable. After the meditation was over, it was already afternoon. Instructor Mu then began to teach them some theoretical knowledge and fighting skills, and the practical class was free activities.
He didn't care about what you wanted to practice.
Lin Shen could see that Instructor Mu had only 2 trainings, one was running and the other was meditation.
Other theoretical knowledge and fighting practice were just taught casually.
Instructor Mu was not in the mood to control whether Lin Shen and the others could learn and how much they learned. After the day's training, Lin Shen returned to his residence.
Lin Niao asked about his training situation today.
He heard that Concubine Bai was not in the training camp and was obviously disappointed. Lin Shen now thinks that going to the training camp is not bad, so he practices physical fitness and meditation. He can practice eternal meridians while meditation, and it is also considered to be sleeping. Then he can go to the King of Realms to hunt metal warriors at night. After returning to his room at night and locking the door, Lin Shen activated the teleportation ability of his watch and came to the colorful desert again.
There was still no one around.
Lin Shen used the base-transformed carapace to wrap his body, and at the same time summoned the evil dragon and rode the evil dragon to fly in the desert, looking for the red and gold warriors.
Ordinary blue and gold warriors and purple gold warriors are useless to him, and now they are only useful to find red and gold warriors. But the number of red and gold warriors was too small. He only encountered 2 in so long. The evil dragon flew in the air for a long time.
Lin Shen's eyes searched the desert below and could not see many groups of metal warriors, including blue and gold warriors. Occasionally, you can see the purple gold warrior, but none of the red gold warriors can be seen. Just when I was depressed, I suddenly saw a green light appearing in the desert ahead. When I looked closely, there was a group of warriors in front of me, which looked very similar to metal warriors, but their bodies were made of green jade, reflecting green light in the sun. Among that green area, there was a purple jade-like warrior, who was obviously a mutant species. There are actually groups of crystal-based warriors. Lin Shen was overjoyed. I originally thought that the desert was full of alloy creatures, but after running for so long, I saw metal warriors, and I thought it was the same as Tsapa. Lin Shen directly launched his pet and asked them to fight the emerald warrior below. The frost swordsman singled out the purple emerald warrior. Kill the crystal-based creature green crystal warrior. The watch's information prompted him to know the real names of these warriors. The green crystal warrior is the crystal-based version of the green gold warrior. It has great strength and high defense, but its speed is slightly slower and its toughness is a little worse. Their main skills are heavy blows and collisions, as well as rapid body recovery. The speed and toughness of mutant warriors will be higher, and some skills similar to power accumulation and dominance. Kill the mutant crystal-based creature amethyst warrior. It's indeed a mutant crystal base. Lin Shen looked at the amethyst warrior being killed by the frost swordsman, and was not surprised after seeing the information. The frost swordsman is indeed powerful. He was injured by his sword and the base liquid in his body was frozen, so his movement power became very poor. He even lost his combat ability in the end, which was similar to the solidification of the dead pink. After collecting the base liquid of the amethyst warrior, Lin Shen rode the evil dragon back on the road, and found a large number of crystal-based warriors in the next desert. Among them, the green crystal warriors are the main ones, and you can occasionally see blue crystal warriors and amethyst warriors. After Lin Shen used the base change liquid of the amethyst warrior and the blue crystal warrior, the base change rate increased again, which made him overjoyed. If this continues, I should be able to achieve a 100% base variability in this desert. Lin Shen felt that the future was bright and he was just waiting to be promoted to the crystal base. After being promoted to the crystal base level, Lin Shen planned to focus on the crater planet and first lay some foundation for his ascension. It is best to get some mutated ascending eggs. If he can't find the original eggs used for ascending, he can only settle for the second best. Even Wei Wufu said that the original eggs used for ascension were difficult to find, and Lin Shen also looked at his words. Although Wei Wufu did not say it clearly, it was probably not that easy to get the original eggs used for ascension from Tiancheng. It is impossible for ordinary materials to be transferred from the Wei family to the original egg. Chapter 202 Sand Shell. Just as I was thinking, I suddenly found something strange appeared in the desert ahead. Ha! What is that? Lin Shen saw that a huge mushroom seemed to grow in the desert. Of course it is not a real mushroom, but a pile of sand like a hill. No matter how Lin Shen looked at it, he thought that the sand pile was very strange. No matter how the wind blew, it could not blow out such a sand pile, unless it was piled up manually. Lin Shen let the evil dragon fly high for a distance, and no humans or the super burning tribe can be seen within the range of his vision. It was not piled up by humans and the super burning clan. Could it be that those colorful crystal warriors did it? Lin Shen was curious in his heart, rode the evil dragon to approach the sand pile, and then flew around the sand pile. Lin Shen was surprised to find that this was not a pile of sand at all, but a sand shell stuck with sand, with a small hole leading into it. Lin Shen jumped up from the evil dragon's back, came to the small hole, picked up the flashlight and shone it in. Under this photo, Lin Shen's mouth immediately opened, and saw that it was densely packed with base eggs the size of an ostrich egg. Most of them are based on green crystals, a few are blue crystals, and some are sporadic amethyst-based eggs. What surprised Lin Shen even more was that after scanning it, he saw 3 of them turning into eggs. It's developed. So many mutated base-changing eggs should be enough for my base-changing rate to reach 100%. Lin Shen was ecstatic and crawled into the small hole directly. There are too many base-changing eggs here. Lin Shen can use the mutated ones by himself. If he can't use it, he can sell it to his elder sister. But there are so many base-changing eggs, how to bring it back is a problem. I can't put so many things on my backpack. If I want to teleport back, I must be able to touch it or carry it in a bag. The packages Lin Shen brought at most contain 1 or 200, and there are at least a few thousand bases and eggs here, and they can't be brought in at one time.
Take all the mutations away first. Fortunately, I came early, so it is really good to open up the land.
Lin Shen reached out and took out a large package, shone the base eggs around him with a flashlight, picked out the mutant eggs from it and put them in. It's a bit strange that this red crystal base turns into eggs. Lin Shen picked up a red base turns into eggs, but found that this base turns into eggs is a bit special. Lin Shen discovered 3 of them just now, but the red ones are all peach red, and this red one is obviously darker than those, and it is a blood red color. There is no time to study it carefully now. Lin Shen stuffed it into the package and continued to select other mutant base egg changing. After working hard for a long time, I collected all the mutant eggs I could see. A total of 34 blue crystal-based eggs, 14 amethyst and 4 red crystal-based eggs were found.
Among the 4 red crystal-based transformed eggs, the crimson base transformed eggs are included.
With so many gains, Lin Shen is like finding the treasure protected by the evil dragon.
The key is that there is no evil dragon guarding here. I am a porter and have great ability to move. I want to move that big house empty.
Lin Shen lies on the pile of green crystal base eggs to rest while humming a song. With this great treasure, he had no plans to go anywhere. After the time came, he would teleport it back directly. Then, repeatedly teleport several times to emptiate the base eggs inside.
Think about how much it costs to sell thousands of crystal-based eggs.
Just this batch of crystal-based eggs can directly make Lin Shen rich. However, Lin Shen is not good at doing business, so it is better to leave it to his elder sister.
When this batch of bases becomes eggs and sells it, can I buy half of the Kate base alone?
When everyone sees me in the future, I will call me Lin Bancheng.
In the future, I will only eat eggs laid by chicken.
I only drink milk laid by cows.
There must be 4 bathing workers in the bath. I wipe them together in front, back, left and right.
Lin Shen was thinking about a better life in the future when he suddenly heard a strange sound from the entrance of the cave. Lin Shen was shocked and quickly turned off the flashlight and stared nervously at the light at the entrance of the cave.
Damn it, it's not that the egg layer has come back, right?
Lin Shen was still a little nervous.
With so many base-changing eggs here, it is definitely not something that 1 or 2 colorful crystal warriors can be born.
If it is a huge group of warriors and tens of thousands of colorful crystal warriors surround him, it is hard to say whether they can escape. Those blue crystal warriors and amethyst warriors are still very powerful, but they are not as strong as the frost swordsman.
It is no problem for the frost swordsman to fight 1 or 2 on his own. If 10 or 8 rush forward, the frost swordsman will only be beaten up. Lin Shen's expression was changing.
While considering the consequences, he suddenly saw a figure coming in through the entrance of the cave. Although the cave was pitch black and there were no 5 fingers, looking at the outline of the figure, it was obvious that it was not a Kaijing warrior, but a human. Half of the man's body penetrated into the hole, and then stretched out a flashlight to shine it in. Lin Shen stood against the sand wall, but the flashlight did not scan him. The man's reaction was the same as Lin Shen when he saw so many crystal eggs, and even more exaggerated than Lin Shen. "I'll go, it's developed, this time it's really developed." The man screamed in surprise, and there was still a burst of laughter from behind.
"Hey, why are they all green crystal eggs?"
Soon the man discovered something wrong again. He obviously also had some understanding of the Kaijing warrior. Seeing that there were only green crystal eggs in the hole and no mutant eggs, he felt something was wrong. The man immediately took the flashlight and swept it around the hole. Suddenly, the man felt the strong light in front of him shining his eyes, and he could not see anything that was illuminated. He immediately reacted and immediately shone the other party with a flashlight.
"Who?"
The man held a flashlight in one hand to compare with Lin Shen, and covered his face with the other. There was a bright light in front of both of them, and they couldn't see what the person opposite looked like.
"Friend, you're late, I discovered this first."
Lin Shen also covered his face with one hand and shone the flashlight with the other hand and said to the man with the flashlight. This was just a subconscious action. He was wearing a super burning battle helmet, and others couldn't see his face at all. Nature's gift is naturally a share of those who see it.
"My friend, there are so many eggs here, and you can't get it all by yourself. Wouldn't it be nice to share it together? The man still said according to Lin Shen. Lin Shen understood what he meant. Generally, humans came in through the World King cultivation device. This time they went to the desert area randomly, and the next time they might not be able to come here randomly. With so many bases turning into eggs, one person will definitely not be able to take them away at once, and they may not be able to come here next time, so it is useless to occupy them. He thought it was good, but Lin Shen was different from him. Lin Shen was able to record the coordinates and came in repeatedly, so it was not difficult to take them all back. Lin Shen naturally couldn't reveal what he could teleport at will, but just asked, "Who are you?" "Let's go and talk about anything else after signing up." Lin Shen means that you show your identity first, and we will talk about it if you are not hostile relations. Lin Shen is a little depressed now because he will not be broadcasted by himself when he comes in, but the person on the other side is taking the live broadcast, so he will be broadcast live. The secret of this sand nest must be unstoppable, but it is difficult to find this sand nest in the vast desert. Even if Lin Shen himself had no positioning and threw him in other places in the desert and came to find this sand nest, he would probably be looking for a needle in a haystack. What Lin Shen is thinking now is how to solve this person, either let him shut up or get out of here or kill him. As long as he doesn't come again, Lin Shen will be able to empty the place after teleporting it a few times. Chapter 203 Shaman Swordsman. Why do you have to know each other when you meet? First come first served. If you take the big head, that is your luck. The remaining brothers will drink some soup. If you meet in the mountains and rivers in the future, you will have your own feelings. What do you think? The person above did not indicate his identity, but said that the two people would not violate the river. Lin Shen felt that what this person said made sense. If Lin Shen really couldn't take it away, it would be fine if he let him take it casually. The key is that Lin Shen can take it away, and I don't know how much this person can take away. Lin Shen only brought one package and a few small backpacks, and he didn't take much of it at one time because he could go in and out at any time and didn't need to bring so many packages. But others may not be like this. If the other party takes a big package and packs all the green crystal eggs, Lin Shen can't accept it. It's okay to drink soup, but it depends on how much you drink. You can't just take it in one pot. Lin Shen said. You can eat as much as you can, that's your ability, I have no objection, said the man. Lin Shen remained silent, and the two of them were in a stalemate. The man's meaning is very clear. He doesn't care about how much Lin Shen takes, and how much he takes has nothing to do with Lin Shen. Friend, it's useless to keep it. You can't take away the things, so why bother to be so persistent? I don't know if I can come here again next time, it's meaningless. The people outside continued to persuade. What if I say, I can take it all away? Lin Shen thought for a while and said again. This time it was the opponent's turn to remain silent. The other party didn't care about Lin Shen's condition that there were enough green crystal eggs here, and as long as the number was taken away, it could still be sold at a high price. If Lin Shen took everything away, he would not be able to accept it. Brother, I'm an Xiaxaman swordsman, I'm going to discuss anything. After a while of silence, the person above suddenly reported his name. Lin Shen said to himself, what a soft guy, I'm so soft. I'm going to register to suppress people. What a pity, I really haven't heard of this name. Is Shaman Swordsman very famous? Ah. Is this person a Simon Swordsman? Is it true or false? I'll go, it turns out that this person is Shaman Swordsman, I haven't noticed it before. Ha, Shaman Swordsman actually went to the King of Realm. The person below was stunned. Shaman Swordsman just now couldn't discuss it with him, and he must regret it now. This is interesting. I really want to see what that kid looks like now. Lin Shen didn't know Shaman Swordsman, and many people who watched the battle at the Mother Star were a little excited. Unfortunately, both of them shone on each other with strong light, and the image was also a halo, and they could not see what the person behind the flashlight looked like. However, as soon as the name of Shaman Swordsman came out, most people felt that the people below were in trouble. Although the reputation of Shaman Swordsman is not as famous as that of Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yu,
and so legendary. In some places, Shaman Swordsman is also synonymous with the strong.
As a wandering and basic changer, Shaman Swordsman has been to many places and has left many stunning stories.
The most talked about thing is that Shaman Swordsman picked a base for a woman. Although that base is not a super base, there is also an assassinator in charge.
The swordsman of Shaman destroyed the family of the base in front of the assassinator.
The assassinator was also injured by him and died soon afterwards due to his old injuries. Those who know about this are no less rated by Shaman Swordsman than Ouyang, and even more respectful of them. After all, behind Ouyang Yudu is the entire Ouyang family and Shanai base, but Shaman Swordsman is a grassroots person. It is really difficult to reach this level. Shaman Swordsman also went to Tianchang, where he helped the Wei family stay for 4 years, and during this period he experienced countless beast tides of all sizes. Whether it is achievements or experience, the Shaman Swordsman can be regarded as the pinnacle of the human basic transformer.
However, legend has it that Shaman Swordsman is moody and has a very strange personality.
Just by looking at how cruel this person is, he destroyed a base family with ascensioners for a woman. From the perspective of the spectator, Shaman Swordsman was so easy to talk to at the beginning, and he had already given enough face to that person.
As a result, the man was too unaware.
Now that Shaman Swordsman has reported his name, it is naturally impossible to only get half of it.
The name is good, remember it below. Please come back if you have nothing to do.
Lin Shen did not eat this trick. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people watching the game became strange. That was the Shaman Swordsman who fought against the assassinator alone. Although he could not kill the assassinator at that time, the assassinator did die because of a battle with him. The people below seemed to have never heard of such a person, and his tone was still so strong, it was simply a slap in the face of the Shaman Swordsman.
I guess everyone in Shaman Swordsman is confused now. This brother is really awesome.
Even the top genius of the super family can't speak like this when he sees Shaman Swordsman.
It's over. Maybe I can take away some of the base and eggs just now.
Now, let alone take away the base and eggs, it's probably hard to say whether my life can be preserved. Brother, you really don't know what kind of cruel man this Shaman Swordsman is. This person is so tough, he must be a little confident. Maybe he is from a super family.
So what about the super family? Shaman Swordsman has not taught the geniuses of those big families before. Shaman Swordsman was indeed a little confused.
In recent years, he had never encountered such a basic change who did not give him face. Since brothers are so stubborn, we can only follow the rules of the world.
Shaman Swordsman sighed. What are the rules in the world? Lin Shen asked.
Whoever has the biggest fist is right, said Shaman Swordsman. I'll just finish saying this earlier.
Why do you do that when you pretend to be gentle and say so much nonsense?
If you have the ability, just come down and take it.
Lin Shen laughed. It makes sense, then you will offend.
Shaman Swordsman said, jumping into the sand shell and standing opposite him to confront Lin Shen. Brother, if you and I fight, it will be no good for anyone to become an egg if you hurt this base.
It's better to do this. You and I don't use pets. I only use 3 swords. If you can block my 3 swords, how can I leave today? Shaman Swordsman continued.
Good idea, I think it's feasible. Lin Shen replied.
Then I'm sure I'm going to draw the sword.
As he said that, Shaman Swordsman drew his sword and unsheathed it. His sword was very narrow, with only 1 finger wide, emitting a faint blue light, like a sapphire carved. When the sword came out, it turned into a blue lightning and stabbed towards Lin Shen, which was astonishingly fast. Almost at the same time as he set out his sword, the flashlight of Shaman Swordsman was extinguished at the same time. What is even more unexpected is that when Shaman Swordsman set out his sword, Lin Shen's flashlight also went out. In the sand hole of the black hole, only a blue shocking lightning was left across the dark space.
Chapter 204 Insidious.
There were ding-dong sounds, and explosions came one after another. Everyone who watched the game was stunned, and many people opened their mouths wide. Because they saw 2 figures with fluorescent lights on their bodies fighting, and the 2 figures could tell at a glance that they were not humans, but 2 basic creatures.
I'll go, these two people are scum. We promised not to use pets, and talking is like farting. Damn it, it's so sinister. What Shaman Swordsman said just now is so sincere. I thought I really didn't need a pet. They should have all pet launchers, and they didn't hear the gunshots, they were all Laolu. What kind of pet is that? It looks amazing. The one who uses a sword, shining with a green light, looks a bit like a frost warrior, but the frost warrior shouldn't have a sword, right? The other one that is red, it's not the mutated crystal-based creature Death Sword of Tianchang. Everyone watched the two pets fighting in the dark sandholes, and the faint light on their bodies could not illuminate the darkness. Lin Shen and Shaman Swordsman were both hidden in the darkness, not knowing where they were. When two pets fight, it will inevitably affect the nearby green crystal base and turn into eggs, and dozens of them are broken in a short while. The Frost Swordsman's combat power is already quite strong, and the opponent's pet is not worse than the Frost Swordsman, and he fought for a while. When? Suddenly, a loud bang broke out at the place where the Frost Swordsman fought with the Death Sword, and the shockwave shattered the green crystal eggs around him. What happened just now? How could a collision occur in that place? The attacks of those two pets did not go to that position? Don't you understand? That's Shaman Swordsman and another person, who both wanted to take advantage of the darkness to attack each other's pets, but they happened to meet. No one succeeded, and the two of them fought head-on. Damn, it's so sinister. These two people are really going to meet good players and match their opponents. Bad, it's obvious that Pan Jinli and Metsudaji, each one was more demonic. Several people gathered together to watch the video and were all happy. A layman watches the excitement, while an expert sees the trick. Most people just watch the excitement. Those who really understand it are secretly shocked, guessing who the person Shaman Swordsman met was. In such a dark environment, you can discover the opponent's calculations while sneak attacking, and you can also change your moves in time to deal with it. The opponent of Shaman Swordsman is a bit strong. Lin Shen was hiding in the darkness and was also a little surprised. He just used greed for life and fearlessness, so he held his breath and quietly approached the battlefield, and originally wanted to attack. Unexpectedly, he found that the other party had the same idea. He first discovered the Shaman Swordsman. When the Shaman Swordsman set out his sword to attack the Frost Swordsman, Lin Shen directly drew his gun and shot the mutated black armor centipede at the Shaman Swordsman. Unexpectedly, Shaman Swordsman's reaction was so fast that the sword changed direction halfway through, and cut the mutated black armored centipede to the side. Such reactions and abilities are indeed quite scary. Shaman Swordsman was also in a cold sweat. He didn't hear Lin Shen approaching, and he didn't even hear his heartbeat. The sudden appearance of a mutated black armored centipede flying like a black shadow made him feel so scared that he was sweating. He didn't see clearly what was flying over, and tried his best to slash the mutated black armor centipede out. Until now, he didn't know what was flying over. This person is strange. Shaman Swordsman did not dare to take action easily, and even did not move his position, for fear of revealing flaws. He didn't know when the other party would appear, and he didn't dare to turn on the flashlight. Now that the flashlight is turned on, the other party will know his position, and who knows what other evil tricks will be waiting for him. The swordsman of Shaman did not dare to move, and Lin Shen did not dare to move either, and the two of them were in a stalemate again. Only the death sword and the frost swordsman made a ping-pong sound in the sandhole, and the sonic boom and shock waves kept vibrating, shaking the entire sandhole so hard that it kept falling sand. The green crystal eggs were even rolling everywhere, and many of them were damaged. Brother, this is not a solution. No one can get any benefits. How about we talk about it? Shaman Swordsman's voice was erratic, left and right, making people confused for a moment where his voice came from. Okay, when? Lin Shen said a good word, and saw a cold light flashing from the air, and a crystal-based dart pierced into the sand shell, and the green crystal-based dart flashed with fluorescent light. Unfortunately, Lin Shen was not in that position, and this dart was also lost. It's so sinister, comparable to my brother. Su Tiange couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, it was not me who was there just now, otherwise I would have been hit by the emissary. The younger brother next to him said astonished. Don't dream, you don't need to use darts to kill you. Su Tiange gave the little brother a blank look and said angrily. Interesting, which family is the son of the person who faces Shiman swordsman?
His scheming and ability are not inferior to Shiman swordsman.
Why have you never heard of such a person? Ouyang Juemyo said at the image with interest.
Sun Jian on the side said, there are only a few young people who are capable of fighting with Shiman swordsmen. Your Ouyangyu has gone to Tianchang, our god concubine has returned to the Cape base, and Wei Wufu has also returned to Tianchang. The one from the Wan family, I heard that he has just gone to Alien, so he shouldn't be back so soon.
Sun Jian did not count a Tian.
Although a Tian was powerful, he was still in the alloy level and his strength was not enough to fight against geniuses of Shiman swordsmen. He used a pet launcher just now. His real strength should be worse than Shiman swordsmen, not the top ones, but a little weaker.
Ouyang Juemian guessed.
Then it's hard to guess.
There are more people again. Each major family has a few geniuses who can make a move, and many of them are trained in secret.
Sun Jian pondered.
No need to guess.
No matter which one it is, it won't get any benefits to the Shiman swordsman. If you lose later, you will naturally know who he is.
Ouyang Juemyo is obviously optimistic about Shiman swordsman.
That's right.
Sun Jian also agreed with Ouyang Juemyo's point of view, and also felt that the final winner must be Shiman Jianka. The disciples next to Sun Jian were a little confused. Instructor, I think Shiman swordsman has no way to deal with him.
If this stalemate continues, at most it will be teleported out after the time is time.
Why are you so sure that Shiman swordsman will definitely beat him? The current Shiman swordsman is not the real Shiman swordsman.
When he put down his sword, he is the real Shiman swordsman. Sun Jian said something that his disciples could not understand. You men, you always like to be mysterious when speaking.
If you don't want to teach, don't teach. Is it interesting in the clouds?
Ouyang Jun gave him a blank look and said to the disciple with a smile, don't think that the name of Shiman swordsman is swordsman. He must be very powerful when he uses a sword. In fact, when he doesn't use a sword, it is the most terrifying thing. In other words, Shiman swordsman did not show his true strength at all, the disciple said in surprise.
Look at it carefully, maybe you can learn something. Ouyang Juemi's eyes turned back to the images in the sky. Chapter 205 The Cruel Man.
That bastard, he actually wants to fool me.
He is so shameless.
Lin Shen squatted silently in the corner. As soon as he said something, he had already squatted down.
As expected, Shiman swordsman wanted to kill him by listening to the voice.
When Shiman swordsman started to speak, his voice was always left and right. Lin Shen realized that this man was very scheming. Since he could think of this step, he might be able to do such a thing, so he was on guard against it and really was right. After taking a look at the dart inserted on the sand shell of Shiman swordsman, Lin Shen's mind turned, quietly moved the pet launcher in his hand, and pointed the muzzle at the exit of the sandwu. Then Lin Shen carefully picked up the flashlight and threw it out the flashlight the moment the flashlight was turned on. Almost as the flashlight was thrown out, Lin Shen's body moved quickly and began to shoot wildly. The light beam of the electric light rotated in the dark and flew towards the approximate location of the Shiman swordsman. The Shiman swordsman quickly moved his position and rushed out like a ghost. He had seen Lin Shen's pet launcher's fire rate before, which should be the top 40 speed, so he should not be taken lightly. Lin Shen held a pet launcher in each hand and fired wildly. Pet capsules burst out, turning into pets in the air and collided with the movement trajectory of Shiman swordsman.
Unfortunately, none of them hit, and all the pets hit the sand shell. This man's technique is too rough, and he didn't hit a single bullet. That's Shiman swordsman. How could he be able to hit him if his pet launcher is? This move was too failed. Not only did he fail to hit the West swordsman, but he also exposed his position. He is finished. Lin Shen ignored it and was still firing. The two pet launchers covered the firepower of the cross-filled swordsman. For a moment, he swayed left and right, making it difficult to get close to Lin Shen. Shiman swordsman also found an opportunity to throw the dart in the gap, but unfortunately he failed to throw it every time. He felt that although Lin Shen was not fast, his body was erratic. Every time he threw out the dart, it was a little worse than the position he predicted. Lin Shen used the immortal court to cooperate with the evil ways. It was not easy to throw him with a dart, let alone in such a dark and unclear environment. Finally, when Lin Shen pulled the trigger again, no pet capsules flew out of the gun, and all the capsules in the two guns were poured out. It's over. Ouyang Juemyo sighed softly. Sun Jian also shook his head and said, I still couldn't calm down.
I wanted to use two high-fire pet launchers to beat Shiman Swordsman.
This idea itself is problematic.
He can't wait for his pet to siege Shiman Swordsman, and he will fall under Shiman Swordsman's sword. Today, he shouldn't be able to see him put down his sword. After Lin Shen's pet capsule was shot, Shiman Swordsman rushed over, and the sword in his hand turned into a blue shocking lightning. Lin Shen moved quickly, looking at the rushing swordsman Shiman, a sarcastic look appeared in his eyes, and at the same time raised the pet launcher in his hand. All the pets that were launched retreated from the sand shell and flew back to the pet launcher in Lin Shen's hand. Shiman Swordsman realized something was wrong and immediately looked up and saw that the entire sand shell was shaking, and huge cracks were spreading rapidly on the sand shell, and a large number of sand particles and sand shells had already poured out.
Fuck! I'll just rob a base and turn it into an egg. What's your life? Shiman Swordsman was shocked, cursed in a low voice, turned around and rushed towards the exit. Now he had seen that the pets Lin Shen had ejected were not for him, and hitting him was just a trick. The real purpose is the sand shell. With the blessing of the pet launcher, each crystal-based pet hit the sand shell with all its strength, breaking the entire sand shell. Now the sand shell is about to collapse, and they will be buried under the sand shell. No one knows how thick the sand shell is on it. Conservatively, it must be more than 10 meters thick. It is unimaginable how terrifying the destructive power of such a heavy object will be. In the eyes of Shiman Swordsman, Lin Shen must die together. He tried desperately to rush out before the sand shell completely collapsed, but he couldn't find the hole. The exit seemed to be blocked by something, and the hole was pitch black. Shiman Swordsman rushed to the approximate location of the hole and shone it with a flashlight. When he saw this, his face turned green. A big Red Bull crashed into the hole and blocked the hole with his body. The entrance of the cave is not big, and it can only accommodate one person to climb in. The Red Bull's body crashed into it and its body was stuck inside. It was impossible to penetrate it with brute force or push it out. Unless the cow and the sand shell are penetrated, the sand shell that is already rapidly collapsing will collapse faster. After Shiman Swordsman rushed out, he grabbed the two big Red Bulls back and pulled them back desperately. Only by pulling them out can he have a chance to rush out. But before Shiman Swordsman pulled the big Red Bull out, he heard a loud bang and the entire sand shell collapsed. Countless sand blocks and grains fell down like mudslides, burying everything underneath. The people watching the battle were all stunned when they saw the sand shells that looked like a big grave after the collapse. No one expected that this would happen, and there was only one thought left in his mind: a cruel person is so cruel, he doesn't even want his own life. The sand in the colorful desert is very special and hard and unimaginable. The sand shell just glued the sand together, and after it was broken up, pouring down, burying people directly into the sand and sand blocks dozens of meters thick. Sand is different from ordinary soil. Even if you hold your breath and want to dig it out, the sand will continue to fill the excavated part. Besides, the body was pressed by sand and there was no way to move. The gravity of King Kong's world itself is strong and it is difficult to climb out of it. Being pressed by such heavy sand and without air to breathe, it is difficult for those with basic transformation to last for a long time. This person is so amazing. Ouyang Juemyo was stunned when he saw someone who wanted life, but never saw someone who wanted life. He died with others at all, and he was not at that level at all. Under the sand, Lin Shen shrank motionlessly in the corner, and the carapace on his body seemed to be coated with a layer of blood film. This is the blessing provided by the Blood Jade Mountain God after absorbing the Ascension Liquid. Relying on the blessings provided by the Ascension Liquid, Lin Shen shrank in the corner of the sand shell and survived the collapse. The sand that was pressing down on his body almost blew the shell on his body. Fortunately, the energy of the Ascension Liquid is strong enough, and the blessing film and the toughness of the carapace itself can still be withstood. He had no intention of climbing out and was quietly waiting for the end of the countdown. He could hold his breath all the time without worrying about dying due to lack of oxygen. Regardless of whether Shiman swordsman can climb out alive, Lin Shen will win. Even if he was a great swordsman, he would not die today, and he would never be able to dig out the buried base and turn it into eggs. The next time the Shiman swordsman teleports over, the chance of finding this place is also extremely low. Lin Shen can come here directly next time, and then he can slowly dig out the buried green crystal eggs. Chapter 206 You are blessed. Who is that ruthless man? What a pity, I didn't even leave my name. It's strange, why didn't he see his image projection? Could it be the Super Burning Clan? Will Shiman swordsman just die like this? This incident tells us a truth. No matter how strong you are, you can't be ruthless. When you meet a real ruthless person, you will still be messed up. I really want to see what that person looks like. The people watching the game were talking and felt a little scared. They thought that they should be modest and cautious in life and not force others into a hurry, otherwise the lesson of Shiman swordsman was right in front of them. Lin Shen didn't know what they were thinking. As time came, he carried his package back with his hand. His countdown time was different from that of the swordsman of Shiman. After returning to his room, he looked out of the window and saw that the projection of the sky in the sky was still there. I went out and looked carefully. The exclusive perspective of Shiman swordsman was still pitch black. I don't know if it was dead or still buried below and survived. Lin Shen was lazy to see the results, so he went back to the house to take a shower, then opened the package, and played with the mutant eggs one by one. This is stable, and the 100% basic change rate has been achieved. Lin Shen was happy. Contain the base into eggs first, and then slowly digest them in the next period of time. Seeing that it was already dawn and the time was almost over, Lin Shen first opened a few blue crystal eggs and drank the liquid inside until he couldn't drink it at all. Then he went to Shura training camp with his big belly. The first event of training was to warm up, and Lin Shen's backpack was replaced by Instructor Mu to the crystal base type. Lin Shen didn't feel anything wrong. The weight was the same as Yifeng and the others, and he felt that it should be like this. It is really tiring to run with weight, but it is very beneficial for digestion and absorption of base fluid, which Lin Shen did not expect. He was running behind several senior brothers, watching a familiar figure walking in through the gate. Concubine by Shen is here. Lin Shen looked at the moving mosaic, a little jealous. Several senior brothers were greeting Concubine by Shen. Yifeng also gave a wink at Lin Shen, then leaned closer and whispered, "Come on, junior brother, I'm optimistic about you. The wealth will not flow to outsiders. My junior sister, don't let that boy Ouyang Yudu get the bargain. Senior brother, I and Concubine Bai are really nothing." Lin Shen couldn't laugh or cry. "It's nothing now, I'll just have it if I hook up." Yifeng winked with his eyes, with an expression that I understand. Lin Shen couldn't explain clearly and was lazy to explain, so he continued running with them. After Concubine Bai Shen came, she did not run with them and went straight into the office to find Instructor Mu. She also saw Lin Shen, and seemed a little surprised. Before entering the office, she deliberately turned around and looked at Lin Shen. "Little junior brother, you see, junior sister Bai still cares about you very much. I have a chance to see that look." Yifeng deliberately ran side by side with Lin Shen, and even touched him with his elbow. Lin Shen couldn't see what kind of eyes Bai Shenfei looked, nor did he know what kind of eyes were called a show. Concubine Bai Shen entered the office, looked at Instructor Mu who was drinking tea, and asked directly, "Why is Lin Shen here?" "I just joined our training camp yesterday. From now on, I will be your junior brother. Get along well," Instructor Mu said with a smile. His attitude towards Concubine Bai Shen was completely different from that of several other great Injustice brothers. "Instructor, my endurance is still insufficient. Please continue to strengthen my training." Concubine Bai Shen was not confused about Lin Shen's problem, and directly explained her thoughts. Instructor Mu pondered and said, "Your endurance is already very strong. I know what you are thinking, but a Tion's endurance cannot be achieved by training alone. Even if I increase your intensity, your endurance improvement will be very limited,
and it is impossible to reach a Tian's level.
Is there really no way?
A look of disappointment appeared in Concubine Bai's eyes. At least there is no good solution now.
This is a problem that cannot be solved by training. Let's do this. I will re-establish the training plan for you first. If you practice first, you can still improve some of it. Then I will think of other solutions. Instructor Mu said. Okay. Concubine Bai Shen nodded slightly.
Lin Shen and his senior brothers were still running around the circle. After seeing Concubine Bai coming out of the office, they did not come to run around. Instead, they went to the side and picked up a strange ball, just like a gymnast, letting the ball turn on their body.
Why didn't she run around with us?
Lin Shen asked who was around him. She is different from us, and running around is useless to her. Hifang explained with a smile, in the past, she ran more than us.
Junior sister Bai is a veritable martial arts fanatic. She doesn't need to be watched by the instructor.
She is more ruthless than anyone else's practice. A person with such a good talent is still working so hard. Lin Shen felt ashamed. He felt that he had worked very hard recently, but compared with Concubine Bai Shen, he seemed to be very lazy.
I'll just say that Shiman Swordsman must not die so easily, and he is still alive.
Ling Luo suddenly screamed. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw a man crawling out of the sand grave with his face. The shells on his body were scratched, and it looked very hard.
After climbing out, the base-transformed shell on Shiman Swordsman could no longer support it and took it back.
He lay on the ground and gasped in big breaths, looking really suffocating.
Is he the Shiman Swordsman?
Lin Shen saw that the Shiman Swordsman was quite young, in his 20s, and he was not very handsome, but he was quite attractive, with a relatively upright facial features, a bit like the warm-hearted big brother next door. If you just look at this person's appearance, you would never have imagined that his scheming is so insidious. It's a pity that ruthless man, who had fought hard, was burned to death, but he still couldn't do anything to Shiman's Swordsman, but instead lost his life.
Lu Ying sighed.
It is a talent to be able to push Shiman's Swordsman to this level.
Tian Buchua and Tian Buchua said in unison.
They were all lamenting the pity that the man died, but they didn't know that the man was by their side. Lin Shen didn't say anything, but just followed them and heard them telling him something about Shiman's Swordsman. Only then did Lin Shen realize that Shiman's Swordsman was so awesome. When he was in Jingji, he had killed the Ascensioner. With this record, Shiman's Swordsman could be considered the top among the top, and even Ouyang Yu could not defeat him. After all, Ouyang Yu has no record of killing the Ascensioner. Talent theory claims to be able to challenge beyond the level, but no one except Ayuya has ever had such a record. Lin Shen was thinking, but suddenly saw Concubine Bai put down the ball and walk towards him.
I have something to say to you. Concubine Bai walked directly to Lin Shen and said.
Several senior brothers immediately started to cheer, and some people were blowing whistles.
Junior brother, you are blessed.
Hifang also pushed Lin Shen and pushed him towards Concubine Bai Shen.
Chapter 207, Neat and Asleep. Sister Bai, I'm still training.
I'll say what I have to say after the training is over, otherwise Instructor Mu will have any objections.
Lin Shen stopped and said. I've said it to the instructor.
Concubine Bai Shen said and walked towards the cottage beside him. Lin Shen had no choice but to follow him. The hut was where they usually rest.
Now they are training and there are no one inside. Ah Tian, sit down.
Concubine Bai sat down next to her desk and pointed to the chair opposite her.
Senior sister Bai, please call me my name.
Lin Shen said helplessly.
Okay.
Concubine Bai Shen smiled with a sly smile, but unfortunately Lin Shen couldn't see it.
After Lin Shen sat down, Concubine Bai asked directly, You have such strong endurance, is it because you practice the theory of evolution?
Yes. Lin Shen admitted directly. Although his endurance is not entirely due to evolution, evolution is the one with the greatest effect and the most important one.
Can you tell me about your theory of evolution?
Bai Shenfei thought for a while and said, I just want to know how to make endurance stronger.
You can put forward any conditions as long as I have it. Of course, you can also refuse, that is your power. Lin Shen actually doesn't care. Even if she tells concubine by Shun, she will never be able to practice it.
My method is only suitable for those who practice evolution theory.
Even if you tell you, it will be useless. Lin Shen said.
You just need to tell me the principle, whether it is useful or not is my own business. You just need to consider whether you are willing to exchange or not, and what you want.
Concubine by Shen had a very straightforward temper.
Lin Shen originally wanted to say he would not change, but looking at concubine by in mosaics, he couldn't help but have thoughts again.
This is an opportunity to take away the fire. If you say that, will she misunderstand it?
Lin Shen felt that concubine by would definitely misunderstand it, and he had no way to explain it. Seeing Lin Shen hesitating, concubine by knew that he was moved, so she said again, as long as I can do it, anything can be done.
Is anything really okay?
Lin Shen was ready to move.
Yes, you can do whatever you want, as long as I have it. Concubine by Shen replied with certainty. If I asked you to sleep with me, it would be very simple, pure, without any impurities, free from the low-level fun, sleep with your arms, and do nothing else. What do you think?
Lin Shen could not help but feel the desire for fire and said carefully.
He was so curious. What kind of fire seed will a living person be?
After hearing Lin Shen's words, concubine Bai's face changed suddenly, staring at Lin Shen without saying a word. Even if you can't see concubine Bai's expression, Lin Shen knew that concubine Bai's face must be not very good now.
Don't worry. I just said if, it's really just if. Lin Shen hurriedly asked for repair. Okay, I promise you.
Concubine Bai Shen's sudden words made Lin Shen stunned. He didn't expect that concubine Bai would really agree, and he agreed so readily.
Now you can tell me the principle that evolution theory makes your endurance stronger, right?
Bai Shenfei said coldly.
Yes, I'll tell you, there is no problem.
If you think this answer cannot satisfy you, the previous agreement will not count. Lin Shen felt that he was taking advantage of others' danger, and that principle may not be of use to concubine Bai Shen, and he felt a little disgusted. If concubine Bai Shen repents after hearing this, Lin Shen will accept it.
Tell me. Concubine Bai was very direct and seemed to not take that seriously at all.
In fact, the principle is very simple.
Evolution itself has the effect of strengthening the body's endurance.
The more ruthless the body is squeezed, the more effective the evolutionary theory's endurance is. Lin Shen talked about the part about endurance of the theory of evolution, but did not say anything else.
What form did the strengthening of evolution theory begin? Bai Shenfei asked again after thinking. What kind of form is hard to say. Let me give you a metaphor.
People who use swords often practice swords and will have thick calluses on their hands holding the swords. It requires a long period of practice to regenerate and form calluses repeatedly. The theory of evolution can accelerate this process and allow me to get calluses in a relatively short time.
I wonder if you can understand if I say this. Lin Shen thought for a while and said.
What you mean is that the theory of evolution you practice can quickly adapt to the environment.
Concubine Bai Shen thought for a moment and said. Yes.
Lin Shen had to admire that concubine Bai was indeed very smart. He only said one thing, and concubine Bai guessed the key. After receiving Lin Shen's affirmative answer, concubine Bai was obviously a little disappointed. As instructor Mu said, it was a problem of evolution. Unless she changed the theory of evolution, it would not be solved and there was no reference point.
If you are not satisfied with the answer, what you said before can be invalid. Lin Shen said again. I will definitely do what I promised. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Qingzhou Courtyard, don't tell anyone, otherwise I will kill you. Concubine Bai Shen left an address, turned around and walked out of the cottage, and then left the training camp.
After Lin Shen came out, He Fang and the others asked them in a gossipy way, and Lin Shen responded to it.
Today's training made Lin Shen feel very tasteless and inexplicably inattentive.
Until the end of the training in the evening, Lin Shen was still a little unbelievable.
It was so easy to get the fire from concubine Bai Shen.
There was still some time before 9 o'clock.
Lin Shen returned to the homestay and took a shower first. After confirming that he had no smell on his body, he changed into a set of dried clothes. Seeing that the time was almost over, Lin Shen went out to Qingju Courtyard. The location of Qingju Courtyard is not difficult to find. It is a unique courtyard in the villa area, with a sign of Qingju Courtyard hanging on it. The low fence cannot block the view of the forest deep. There are a lot of green bamboo planted on both sides of the yard, but it is not ordinary green bamboo, but a mutated alloy bamboo. The door of the yard was not locked. Lin Shen called out, heard the voice of concubine Bai Shen coming from the room, and pushed the door and walked in. Standing outside the house, Lin Shen became nervous. He had not slept with the woman in the same bed, so he could not help but feel nervous. I pressed my finger on the door handle, but I didn't press it down for a long time. There was no sound inside. Although everything was normal, Lin Shen always felt that something was wrong with the air today, as if the oxygen content in the air had decreased, which made him feel a little difficult to breathe and was a little rapid. He really wanted to hear concubine Bai say something now, even if he regretted and drove him away. But there was silence inside the room, with no sound, only the light from the electric light shone through the curtains pulled up, making it look dim and blurry. "Sister Bai, I'm in." Lin Shen gritted his teeth, pressed his hand and pushed the door and walked in. Chapter 208 Embrace. The living room decoration style is very simple. In addition to some essential furniture, there is only a guzheng on the balcony to the north. Concubine Bai Shen sat on the sofa like tofu blocks. When she saw Lin Shen coming in, she didn't react. She was still holding the communicator and watching something. After Lin Shen saw concubine Bai Shen, the tension in his heart suddenly eased a lot. Concubine Bai was a mosaic, and she could not see anything, and the tense atmosphere disappeared in an instant. Lin Shen was not that nervous, but concubine Bai was a little nervous. She dressed up deliberately today and her clothes were carefully selected, which was a bit different from her usual outfit. Although I didn't put on makeup, I carefully combed it and my hair was seldom used. Compared with my usual coldness, I felt a little free and comfortable, and it didn't look so cold. Concubine Bai devoted herself to practicing theory of talent. Although she didn't dress up very much, she was still very confident about her appearance. Such careful dressing was originally thought that at least Lin Shen could get even a compliment. But Lin Shen looked at it for a while, said nothing, and sat down next to concubine Bai Shen. This is not a fault for Lin Shen. What he saw was a mosaic, and he couldn't even see what concubine Bai looked like. He knew nothing about what clothes he was wearing and how he dressed up. He didn't know how to praise him. Senior sister, if you have any special circumstances, you can postpone it. Although Lin Shen was not very nervous, he still felt a little strange. Concubine Bai turned her head and stared at Lin Shen, wishing she could slap Lin Shen twice with her hands. She was originally very nervous, not knowing whether she was right or wrong in doing so. I don't know if it's a rebellious mentality or a desire to fight fate, but she is actually very repulsive about being with Ouyang Yu. I can only say that I don't hate Lin Shen, and I can't say that I have any feelings. If Lin Shengdong hadn't asked her to help take care of Lin Shen, she wouldn't have any intersection with Lin Shen in her life, and she wouldn't have even looked at Lin Shen for a longer time. But the last time she woke up in the underground waterway and saw Lin Shen sleeping beside her, concubine Bai was a little angry and resentful, and even had the urge to kill Lin Shen. In addition, there was a trace of indescribable ripple deep in my heart. Although the misunderstanding was resolved later, the ripple planted a small seed. Even so, concubine Bai Shen still walked very firmly on her own path, because Lin Shen had not practiced the talent theory, so the seed was almost impossible for germination, and even more impossible for it to bear fruit. But later, Lin Shen's repeated performances made the seed grow a little tender buds uncontrollably. It was not because of Lin Shen himself, but because Lin Shen gave her a glimmer of possibility. If a person who practices theory of evolution can actually achieve that level, why can't she break through theory of talent by herself, and why must she obey God's arrangements? It is precisely because of Lin Shen's performance that she saw a glimmer of hope in confronting fate. She wanted to try whether she could still move on if she didn't choose the destined person. When she agreed to Lin Shen, she seemed to be very casual, and seemed to have not taken this matter seriously at all.
In fact, only she knows what price and determination she has paid. Promise to Lin Shen means that she will embark on a path of confrontation with the sky, which is the way to fight against the sky. If this road is not clear, she will probably never be able to achieve anything in her life. Although this road was not chosen for Lin Shen, she wanted to resist her fate, but at this point, Lin Shen even said those hesitant words, which made her feel a little insulted.
Is my charm really so bad? Why do you still make such a request? Bai Shenfei looked at Lin Shen, feeling ashamed and annoyed, but she couldn't say anything. I will do it naturally. You will do it if you don't come or not. Concubine Bai said expressionlessly and walked towards the bedroom on the second floor.
After all this reached this point, there was no reason to retreat, and Lin Shen followed with mercilessness.
Concubine Bai Shen pushed the door and entered a bedroom on the second floor. Lin Shen followed in and then closed it.
When Concubine Bai heard the sound of closing the door, her heart suddenly thumped uncontrollably, and a red glow appeared on her white and tender cheeks, even her ears were burned red. Concubine Bai Shen pretended to be calm, walked to the bed, took off her shoes and sat inside the quilt, pointed to the long sword hanging next to the head of the bed and said coldly, "You should go to bed, but if you have other thoughts, I will kill you." "Don't worry, I promise I have no other thoughts."
Lin Shen quickly swore.
But this sentence made Concubine Bai Shen's face colder again. She pulled the quilt and slept on the inside with her back facing Lin Shen.
I offended.
Lin Shen took a deep breath, sat down beside the bed, and then took off his shoes. I have to say that men are really visual animals. Although Lin Shen is still a little nervous now, because he can only see the mosaics, he really has no other thoughts in his heart. Concubine Bai Shen felt Lin Shen lifting the quilt and tremble involuntarily. She had never had such close contact with a man. I even felt the urge to turn around and push Lin Shen out of bed, but I felt a little inexplicable expectation. Lin Shen got into the quilt, slowly moved behind Concubine Bai Shen, stretched out his arm from behind, and hugged Concubine Bai Shen's waist.
I should be able to get the fire this time.
Lin Shen felt that Concubine Bai Shen trembled for a moment, but pretended not to know anything, and hugged her to sleep. Concubine Bai Shen's hair smelled very pleasant, and her body contact made both of them feel a little awkward. Lin Shen felt a little bit of beauty in his heart, but when he saw a thick mosaic in front of him, he suddenly felt nothing. Luckily I can't see it, otherwise if I can't control myself, I will do something that makes Concubine Bai Shen misunderstand. Not only can I get the fire, I may be chopped up. Lin Shen took a deep breath, then started to activate his old age, and quickly slept through this night and got the fire before talking about it. Lin Shen had no bad intentions and fell asleep in a short while. The Bai Shenfei was being held, but her body was stiff and her mind was flying randomly.
If he does anything extraordinary, what should I do? Do I really want to draw my sword to kill it? Concubine Bai was in a state of confusion.
Hu Sivan thought for a long time, but Lin Shen behind him did not move at all, and Concubine Bai gradually calmed down.
Soon, Concubine Bai Shen realized that Lin Shen seemed to be asleep. This discovery made Concubine Bai suddenly feel inexplicably angry. Are I really so uncharismatic, and you are still sleeping like this? Chapter 209 Perfect Tinder.
When he woke up, Lin Shen felt refreshed and turned over and hugged something, put his palm in the most comfortable position, as if he was holding something. The grip is very comfortable, soft and elastic, and one hand cannot control the whole situation. Suddenly, Lin Shen realized that he was not in his bed. When he thought of where he was, his body suddenly stiffened. Lin Shen was suddenly awakened by fear, his hands quickly shrank back, staring at the graceful figure in front of him.
The simple white dress outlines beautiful curves, which is not exaggerated, but just right.
The black hair is scattered, and only the side face is visible, the long eyelashes are slightly upturned, and the white and tender cheeks are marked lines. Just a side face made Lin Shen feel like he was ignorant when he saw the beautiful lady next door when he was a teenager, and his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a little. Seeing that the beauty was still sleeping and was not awakened, Lin Shen couldn't help but get up slightly and stretched his neck to see the beauty's whole picture. This was the first time he saw Concubine Bai Shen's appearance.
After just taking a look, Lin Shen regretted it. I regretted that I fell asleep yesterday and did nothing.
This face makes people dream of first love at first glance, and the feeling of heartbeat makes people suddenly become several years younger, as if they are back to that beautiful age. Looking closely, although concubine by Shen's facial features are very delicate, they are not considered top-notch if they are taken out. However, when combined, the face is comfortable no matter how you look, and it makes people feel heart-pounding. That temperament does not want to be the same as any beauty. No matter how many beauties are, you can recognize her at a glance. Even people with face blindness may find it difficult to make this face wrong in other beauties' faces. When it comes to extreme beauty, Xiaoye and Xiaona are truly perfect, with no flaws in their facial features, figure, hair and skin. But their beauty is a bit too perfect, and it lacks a bit of human flavor. The beauty of concubine by Shen has a bit of desire that humans should have in her purity. That temperament can only be described as falling in love at first sight. Of course, another word can also be used, seeing color in becoming meaningful. If I could see this face yesterday, the Buddha would not be able to stop me from making mistakes. Lin Shen was glad that he did not see this face yesterday. Have you seen enough? Concubine Bai opened her eyes and looked at Lin Shen coldly. Lin Shen suddenly felt like he was poured down from his head by a basin of cold water, and most of the beauty in his heart was dispersed. The temperament of concubine Bai Shen, who opened her eyes, was very different from what she had just now. She became cold and difficult to get close to. She didn't have any other thoughts in her life, but she was still beautiful, but she felt that it was a bit difficult to get close to. Lin Shen stood up awkwardly, and it was the first time he had been watching women like this in his life, and he used to be honest and open. "Senior sister, you're awake," Lin Shen said casually, trying to relieve his embarrassment. "My promise has been fulfilled, you can leave." Concubine Bai was still lying there and said coldly, "Ahem. Senior sister. Then I'll say goodbye first." Lin Shen didn't know what to say, so he had to leave the room. Concubine Bai's cheeks flushed, and she didn't fall asleep at all. Lin Shen's grabbing made her mind blank. She didn't know what to react for a while, so she could only pretend that she was not awakened. Hearing the sound of the gate opening and closing from below, Concubine Bai got up from the bed, walked quickly to the window, and looked at Lin Shen Yuan through the gaps in the blinds. There is no longer a way back. I must take a path of my own. Concubine Bai Shen used Lin Shen to cut off her retreat and other thoughts. No matter what was ahead, she could only go on. Even though there were thorns in front of her, she could only walk in blood. I promised Lin Shen to be able to eliminate other thoughts and walk out of my own path wholeheartedly. Lin Shen was walking home, but his expression was very strange. He got the fire from concubine Bai Shen, but it seemed that he didn't get it completely. Perfect super basic evolutionary fire against the heavens and the bones. Destiny is like a floating cloud to me, and the body is against the bones and the world. A complete anti-nature and rebellious bone can break through many restrictions between heaven and earth, and is not subject to any laws and order in the universe. Having a rebellious bone, having the opportunity to evolve into the ultimate state of life matrix, is currently 10%. Strong is really strong, and the perfect super basic evolutionary fire is indeed extraordinary and can be described as invincible. But Lin Shen found that he could not use this fire ability. After a closer look, he found that this thing was incomplete, only 10%, and there was no way to use it. What does this completeness of 10% mean? Do I mean I have to sleep with concubine Bai Shen 9 times, or are there 9 other humans with fire seeds waiting for me to harvest? Lin Shen was also a little confused for a while. No matter which one it is difficult to do it. Lin Shen regrets it very much now. He had known it, so he would have asked to sleep a few more times. Now he wants to try it again but can't find an excuse. God, why are you making things difficult for me like this? Do you think I'm not tired enough? Lin Shen was depressed. After returning home, Lin Shen continued to eat some mutant crystal base eggs and continued to digest and improve his base variability. In recent times, he has not planned to go to the world of Wangxing again. No one can take away the buried green crystal eggs in a short period of time. He himself had no way to get it. Now the whole world saw those green crystal eggs. If he took them out for sale in large quantities, anyone could guess his identity. It seems that this batch of green crystal eggs is not easy to sell on the market. I will wait for Wei Wufu to come and ask him if he has any channels. If he gets it to Tiancheng through his hands, no one should be able to find my head. I wonder if this batch of green crystal eggs can be replaced with the original egg for ascension. Lin Shen planned to wait for Wei Wufu to come back before talking. For several days, Lin Shen was training and sleeping every day, and the basic variability rate was also rising. Lin Shen estimated that even if the 4 red crystals do not use the egg-based transformation rate, it should be able to achieve a 100% base variation rate. What kind of pet can this crimson egg hatch? Lin Shen was hesitating whether to hatch that special crimson egg. Sometimes, if this rare base-changing egg is not hatched, it may be more valuable than hatched. Many base-changing players want to use this top-level base-changing product. The only pity is that I don't know what kind of basic transformation creature this base-forming egg is, and what are the talents and skills. I think it's the same series as Blue Crystal Warrior and Amethyst Warrior, which is not much different. While Lin Shen was thinking, the watch hidden close to him suddenly vibrated. Why does the watch shake itself? Could it be that weird guy is here? Lin Shen was shocked and quickly took out his watch. Then he found that a message appeared on the watch. Chapter 210 Red Heart A. It's really boring without you. Lin Shen found that it was actually a text message, with the signature Red Heart under the message. What is this? Could it be that the watch itself is not only a transmission device, but also a communicator? If so, then this message should be sent to the weirdo by someone else. Lin Shen looked at the message and thought to himself. This tone, Red Heart A who sent the message, must have a very unusual relationship with the weirdo, and it is very likely that he has lost contact with the weirdo. I wonder if I can reply to the information? Lin Shen studied it for a while and found that he could actually reply to the information. After clicking on the information, the watch projected a virtual light and shadow back to the information. Lin Shen did not reply to the message. He is still a little doubtful now. Is it because the strange man found out that he was not dead and was trying to get him into the trap? Where did you go? Why haven't you come back yet? This world is so boring. Only when you encounter some difficult problems occasionally can I feel a little happy. By the way, I recently encountered an interesting question. I'll pass it on to you. If you are still alive, please reply to me with a message. The watch vibrated again, and another message came. Lin Shen had just finished watching, and his watch vibrated again. This time the message was not in text, but in a video. Lin Shen was a little stunned after watching it. The question mentioned by Red Heart A is actually a fingering technique that looks very ordinary. The image is a person using fingering, and it is just one move, which seems very simple. At the beginning, Lin Shen really thought that this trick was very simple, but after reading it a few times, Lin Shen found that things were not that simple. A seemingly simple finger actually contains many unexpected changes. Lin Shen didn't realize it at first. When he saw another text message coming from behind, he realized that there were so many changes in this seemingly ordinary finger. This is my solution. I think with your intelligence, there should be a better solution. The last message was signed by Red Heart A. Who is this Red Heart A? This solution is too bizarre and weird. Lin Shen used his solution to invert the change of that finger. The more I pushed, the more I felt that the finger was unpredictable, but at the same time I was surprised by Hongxinei's martial arts attainments and cultivation, and his solution was even more incredible. Lin Shen read the fingering technique and the corresponding solution many times, but still couldn't fully understand it. Interesting, it's so interesting. What is the origin of that weirdo? His friend is so powerful. It seems that he is stronger than I imagined. Lin Shen became interested, but he didn't dare to reply to the information about Hongxinei, but just learned with the solution of Hongxinei. He found that this finger was similar to the acupuncture method taught to him by Wei Wufu, but it was even more bizarre than the acupuncture method taught by Wei Wufu, and the method of exerting force was even more mysterious. Professional things still need professionals to do. I don't know when Lao Wei will come back. He should let him do such things. Lin Shen was very struggling to push back and missed Wei Wufu. With him here, you should be able to easily push it out. Lin Shen only needs to pick the fruits.
Oh, let's study it slowly first. Lin Shen didn't know when Wei Wufu would come, so he could only study it first. These days, a new batch of fundamental changers have entered the King of Realms, among which there are many top crystal-based strong men, and their target is naturally Qingjia. Zhuo Qinglong has contacted many top basic transformers and plans to surround Qingjia. After connecting several young geniuses to the defeat and even be killed, Zhuo Qinglong's team finally arrived at the place where Qingjia was. Under Zhuo Qinglong's command, more than a dozen top basic transformers from various major families cooperated to attack from far and near, set up battle formations, and besieged Qingjia for nearly a day. In the end, Qingjia broke the battle formation and killed many mutant crystal-based pets. 2 of the basic transformers were unfortunately killed, and the others fled in a panic to save their lives. Qingjia, covered in blood, stepped on the body of the mutant, and raised his middle fingers to the escaped Zhuo Qinglong and others, making humans in the world feel ashamed. Lin Shen also watched this battle while training in the training camp. Instructor Mu asked them to suspend training for the first time and carefully watched the whole process of the battle. Lin Shen can only say that the defeat of Zhuo Qinglong and others is not a crime of war. They have done well enough, and although they can't cooperate perfectly, there is nothing wrong with it. The reason why he lost is simply because Qingjia is too strong. When the horns on Qingjia's head shone with a layer of green light on his body, the whole world seemed to be dimmed except him. Those human prides became vulnerable under Qingjia's fist, and the mutant crystal base was destroyed by a punch. The crystal creatures that were even larger than the mammoth elephant could not resist the power of his punch, and his body was divided into pieces. The battle formation that could have suppressed him was bombarded in a short time and was extremely difficult to form. In just a few breaths, he was defeated like a river breaking a dam, and they could only escape in a panic. The Qingjia from the Super Burning Clan is indeed something. It should be a talent skill that stimulates potential, right? The effect seems to be no worse than the talent theory. He Fong commented like this. The duration lasts longer than the talent theory. If Junior Sister Bai faces him, there may be a fierce battle. Lu Ying was as pessimistic as ever. Very strong. Ling Luo only had 2 words to evaluate. The speed, strength, hardness and toughness have been greatly enhanced. The key is that the endurance has also been enhanced. This is very unscientific. The potential is overdrawn, and the endurance should be worse. Tian Bucho and Tian Bucho still act the same, as if they had added a reverberation effect. Lin Shen, what do you think? Instructor Mu looked at Lin Shen. This was his homework for several senior brothers. After reading the battle, he had to have his own evaluation and could not learn from other senior brothers. I can't understand. Lin Shen shook his head. He really couldn't understand. His foundation was a little worse. He couldn't understand Zhuo Qinglong and the others' cooperation, so he didn't know where they were defeated. He just felt that Qingjia was very strong, as if he was crushed by his strength. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it, just let you experience it yourself. Instructor Mu showed an evil smile on his lips. Seeing this smile, He Fong, Ling Luo and others almost subconsciously retreated for a while, leaving Lin Shen standing in front. Very good. I like students who take the initiative to make progress, so you can demonstrate it. Instructor Mu said with a smile. What to demonstrate? Lin Shen felt something was wrong, and he stepped back while talking, but he was still 1 step late. Demonstrate how to get beaten. Instructor Mu said and punched him. His fist was as fast and as fierce as Qingjia's, and even his indomitable momentum was exactly the same. Lin Shen finally fully understood that Instructor Mu was going to use him as a sandbag and demonstrate Qingjia's boxing skills to the senior brothers. Chapter 211 The Stream of the Wave. Lin Shen quickly retreated and dodged. Instructor Mu deliberately controlled the strength and speed, but the boxing style was the same as Qingjia, but the strength and speed were only about the same as Lin Shen. Instructor Mu's fist fell like a storm, not giving Lin Shen any time to consider or space to dodge. He could only block with conditional reflexiveness. The offensive, like the Kratzy waves of the angry sea, showed no sign of stopping. Lin Shen retreated repeatedly, and his arms were almost interrupted under the continuous attack. There is no room for fighting back at all,
and even blocking is very difficult, so you can only use backing to resolve most of the attacks. But retreating could not get rid of Instructor Mu's offensive. He pushed everything like a torrent. His boxing style became more and more fierce, his speed became faster and faster, and his strength became stronger and stronger. Lin Shen soon realized that Instructor Mu did not strengthen his strength and speed. The reason why he felt that Instructor Mu's boxing style was getting faster and heavier was because his strength was like waves stacked in waves, and his strength and speed were constantly stacking, so it became faster and heavier and heavier. Bang! Lin Shen could no longer stop Instructor Mu's fist with one arm, so he could only cross his arms to block his fist. The power of this punch made Lin Shen's body soar into the air, and flew back more than 10 meters before falling down. After his feet fell on the ground, his body still couldn't help but retreat, as if some invisible force was pushing his body, making him unable to control it and continue to retreat. Lin Shen felt that his body was pushed back by waves of waves, and finally he couldn't control his body and fell to the ground. He still couldn't stop rolling out 7 or 8 meters before stopping. This technique is called folding in wind. The core technique used by Qingjia is the superposition of strength and the continuous surge of strength. Coach Mu walked over, reached out and pulled Lin Shen up from the ground, explaining at the same time. You seem to be Qingjia's final explosion that broke the battle formation of Zhuo Qinglong and others. In fact, before this, Qingjia had already superimposed quite strong strength, and finally he could be as powerful as a bamboo shoot. Coach Mu explained in detail the skills and practice methods of folding wave force. Everyone listened carefully, but the practice of folding waves requires hard work and cannot be achieved overnight. Moreover, if you don't have enough talent, it is difficult to continuously superimpose waves, and it is difficult to create a wave of force that is higher than the waves. In addition to strength, talent and control and sensitivity to strength trajectory, endurance is also of great help in practicing the overlapping wave power. Only when your endurance is good enough and you can continuously produce the overlapping wave power can you superimpose your strength and speed to a certain level. Mu Liangguan said this period, and he didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, so he glanced at Lin Shen. Lin Shen's heart suddenly moved. Is Instructor Mu meant that I am very suitable for practicing folding waves? Since Instructor Mu had hinted to him so much, Lin Shen quickly listened to him explaining the practice method of folding waves without missing a single detail. Lin Shen took out a diary and wrote down the main content and key details that Instructor Mu talked about. His memory is relatively average, and sometimes he forgets things, so it is safer to write them down. After Instructor Mu finished explaining, he took a look at Lin Shenji's content, which made them run again. Stretching and meditation classes after running are indispensable, but the subsequent technical theory classes are replaced by free practice time. Lin Shen found a sandbag and began to practice folding waves. Instructor Mu secretly observed Lin Shen in the office. Seeing Lin Shen began to practice the power of folding waves, he couldn't help but appreciate it, and he did not waste his guidance. But after looking at it for a while, Instructor Mu's brows frowned into the shape of Sichuan. Lin Shen is indeed very strong in his endurance, but his fighting skills are really unsatisfactory, and he can even be described as bad. It is not easy to get started with Dailangjian. You need to find that feeling of momentum to be considered an entry. But when I saw Lin Shen practiced it over and over again, there was no sign of getting started. He could not feel the flow of power, and naturally he could not feel the existence of power. If he could not understand the power, he could not use the power to stir up waves of stacking force. In other words, Lin Shen has been practicing for so long, but he is actually in vain. Whether he can understand the momentum depends on his sensitivity to power and understanding. I don't know which one Lin Shen lacks. Anyway, after practicing, he just used brute force to punch, and there was no sign of starting a momentum. Why are there such a good physical condition? How can you be so poor in understanding and technical talent? Instructor Mu looked at it for a while, and the more he looked, the more he felt that Lin Shen's talent was really outrageous. Compared with Lin Xiangdong, who was able to learn and grow quickly in battle, Lin Shen's talent is so bad that he is completely out of reach. Instructor Mu also made a special move in person, allowing Lin Shen to feel the real power of folding waves. Unexpectedly, he was still the one with the least momentum among the brothers. Who are both mothers? Why is the difference between the two people so big?
Instructor Mu did not give up on Lin Shen. He always believed that everyone has different talents, so teaching should be taught according to their aptitude. Since Lin Shen's talent in this area is not good, then he will think about other ways. With Lin Shen's physical conditions, there will always be a way that suits him. Because of Instructor Mu's encouragement, Lin Shen really practiced hard for a long time, but there was no sign of getting started. Looking at the other senior brothers, Lin Shen felt a little depressed. It seems that this thing is not suitable for me. Although Instructor Mu said that he has good endurance and has bonus for using the folding wave power, it is difficult for me to get started, and I am afraid I will not be able to achieve success in the future. After thinking about this, Lin Shen gave up, returned to the hut and drank some water, then put it in the rotten state and started to rest. There was a radio in the room. Lin Shen turned on the radio and listened to various news from the radio station while drinking tea leisurely. After listening for a while, several radio anchors were talking about Zhuo Qinglong's defeat. Most radio anchors are laymen. Some say that Zhuo Qinglong's strategy failed, some say that Qing Jiaji became invincible, and some say that only Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei could defeat Qing Jia. Anyway, after listening for a while, I didn't hear any radio anchor say the 3 words Dialangjian. It's all nonsense. Lin Shen felt very bored, so he turned off the radio, intending to go out and try the folding waves again. Although his talent is not good, what if it happens to be? Lin Shen had just walked to the practice equipment area when he saw Concubine by walking into the training camp from outside. Do you want to try it again? But what excuses should you make? Lin Shen was always trying to get the fire of the despair of the sky. Concubine Bai Shun was his only hope at the moment. After all, so far, he has never seen a second living person with fire seeds on his body, so he can only find a way in Concubine Bai Shun. You, come here. Concubine Bai Shun walked directly to Lin Shen and said, then turned around and walked towards the cabin. Chapter 212. No chance to make any more conditions. Junior brother, okay. Just a few days ago, junior sister Bai has talked to you alone twice. I think this will be successful, come on. He Fong slapped Lin Shen in the back and said to cheer him up, but he felt that he was a little ruthless. Why does junior sister Bai look down on me as handsome and elegant? Ling Luo lamented. You can't even practice theory of talent, and you still have the face to say it? Tian Buchuang and Tian Buck complained together, and the effect was doubled. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Lu Ying also said. Lin Shen thought to himself, you will be envious when you go to the hut and talk to you. If you know that I have slept for one night with Concubine Bai Shun, then you will not be jealous and crazy. For the sake of the mental health of the senior brothers, he decided not to let them know about this matter no matter what. Of course, it is mainly because they are afraid that they will go crazy and will be detrimental to them. Sister Bai must have some serious things to look for me, so I will go back. Lin Shen trotted to the small dark room. What if Concubine Bai Shun wanted to ask him about something? Wouldn't the opportunity come again? Lin Shen seemed to see the fire of the defiant bones waving to him. When she arrived in the hut, Concubine Bai was fiddling with the radio. The radio she tuned was talking about Qing Jia. After listening for a while, Lin Shen felt that the radio anchor was really unreliable and was just serious nonsense. What is the analysis called? It's just that you don't know how to understand, and you're just guessing. It all depends on your imagination. What do you think of Qing Jia? Concubine Bai sat down and looked at Lin Shen and asked. Today, Concubine Bai is wearing a black combat suit, and her temperament is even more cold. Lin Shen finally knows why people used to sigh that Concubine Bai Shen is indeed beautiful. I'm just a small alloy grade. What do you think? Lin Shen spread his hands and said. I plan to fight with that Qing Jia. How likely do you think I have to win? Bai Shenfei ignored his words and continued to ask. Concubine Bai Shen had already asked this. If Lin Shen refused again, it seemed a bit unreasonable. At least the two of them had slept in the same bed. You should ask Instructor Mu about this question. He just taught us that Qing Jia used Dialangjian. He is your instructor again. After training you for so many years, his opinion should be more pertinent. If he says you have little chance of winning, then don't go. Lin Shen organized the language and said. I can do it, even though I have only watched it once, it will not be worse than Xingjia. Concubine Bai Shen said lightly. I learned it after just reading it? Lin Shen widened his eyes, almost unable to believe his ears, and said in his heart, this kind of talent is about to make me envious and cry. I have practiced for so long and haven't even started. She actually said that she can read it once, and it's no worse than Xingjia. I am practicing talent theory, and it's nothing to be able to learn such a little trick. Concubine Bai said naturally. Her remarks hit Lin Shen a hard hit in his heart. In his opinion, the powerful dreadwave power was actually a trick that was not worth mentioning in the eyes of Concubine Bai Shen. God knows how much Lin Shen wants to practice it, and this little trick that is worth mentioning in Bai Shenfei's eyes. The focus of victory or defeat is not on the power of the folding waves. In terms of skills and explosive power, I will not lose to anyone, but his endurance is stronger than mine. Concubine Bai stared at Lin Shen and said. I really can't help this unless you change the theory of evolution, but I suggest you don't do that. Lin Shen thought to himself, if Concubine Bai Shen can't figure it out and loses her level and re-edits the theory of evolution, the general theory of evolution will not have that effect. After all, Lin Shen was still afraid of being stabbed by someone. No need to recultivate, I just need you to help me. Concubine Bai seemed to have already thought about it and said directly, when you are practicing the theory of evolution, can you let me watch it? It is best to let me feel your physical changes. This. Lin Shen suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Theory of evolution is not something he can practice just by wanting to practice. It must be stimulated by some stimulation that the theory of evolution will operate on its own, and then it will truly play a role. Although practicing evolution theory can also cause the flow of power, it basically has no effect. If you want to increase your endurance, running with weight is a good way to activate evolution. But thinking about running while Concubine Bai Shen touching her body, the scene was really inappropriate. Of course, the main reason is that this is not in Lin Shen's interests. If Concubine Bai finds that there is something wrong with his evolution theory, it will be a little trouble. Lin Shen's eyes turned. My theory of evolution is a bit special. It seems inconvenient to practice when you sleep in bed, right? Concubine Bai Shen stared at him with clear eyes, and her talking eyes seemed to say, do you think I'm stupid? I'm not a person who practices evolution. Ahem, I know it's hard to believe this, but it's true. The theory of evolution I practiced is a version that has been modified by experts, and the practice method is different from that of ordinary people. Lin Shen turned around. Besides, I don't need to lie to you. If I have any ideas about you, wouldn't it be better for me to directly raise the conditions? Concubine Bai Shen understood Lin Shen's meaning and her cheeks turned slightly red. You don't have the chance to make any more conditions. Concubine Bai said as she stood up and left. She had cut off her retreat and her mentality had changed. As a tool, Lin Shen was dispensable. This dispensable means that she no longer needs Lin Shen to strengthen her beliefs. Before she can confirm her own wishes, it is naturally impossible to get him any better. Lin Shen was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect that Concubine Bai was so determined. It's really over. Is it really going to die like this? Lin Shen was so angry that he could not cry. That was the rebellious rebellion that could make him invincible in the universe. After this, Lin Shen had no choice but to follow Concubine Bai Shen out of the wooden house. As soon as I left the cabin, I heard Ling Luo shouting at him at the door, Junior brother, someone is looking for you, I'm still a big beauty. Ling Luo shouted loudly, and he could hear it in the entire training camp. Jealousy, pure jealousy, this is clearly called to Concubine Bai Shen. Lin Shen didn't care much. He didn't know many people at the Cape base. Apart from Concubine Bai Shen, the only one who can be called a great beauty is his elder sister Lin Miao. Although my eldest sister is already in her 40s, the difference between her in her 40s and her 20s is not too big. If it weren't for the experience that made the eldest sister's temperament tend to be a mature career-oriented woman, there would definitely be people who believe that she is in her 20s. Lin Shen thought about it while walking towards the gate, and Concubine Bai Shen also walked towards the gate, intending to leave the training camp. But when Lin Shen got closer and saw the person opposite senior brother Ling Luo, he was slightly stunned. Yi Yuzhen, why did she come here?
Lin Shen was a little surprised and never thought that Yi Yuzhen would appear here.
Concubine Bai also saw Yi Yuzhen.
Yi Yuzhen, who was originally looking at Lin Shen, seemed to have a sixth sense of explosion.
Her eyes actually moved away from Lin Shen and looked at Concubine Bai.
The moment the two of them were in contact with each other, Lin Shen seemed to see an invisible electric flower bursting in the air.
Chapter 213 I've stamped.
Seeing that Concubine Bai Shen and Yi Yuzhen were both looking at him, Lin Shen pretended to be calm and was about to introduce the two people to each other, but Yi Yuzhen took the lead. Yi Yuzhen had a look of surprise on her face. She stepped forward and held Concubine Bai's hand, and said excitedly, "I have been watching the Tianqiang image for a long time.
I have always liked Sister Bai. Sister Bai, you are the idol of all of us female basic transformers. I didn't expect that I would actually see a real person today. I don't know how many people I will envy.
Sister Bai looks younger and more beautiful than the Tianqiang image, and at most, she is less than 30 years old, right?" Lin Shen heard what Yi Yuzhen said were all compliments, but he vaguely felt something was wrong. After Yi Yuzhen finished speaking, she let go of Concubine Bai Shen, then stood beside Lin Shen, and naturally held his arm and said, "Sister Bai, you are my senior sister Shinshin, right?
Shinshin likes to play so much. Life is relatively casual. Without me taking care of her, it must be a mess.
I'm sorry, Sister Bai, you a lot, right?" Ling Luo next to him called out a good guy in his heart, "Awesome, amazing, it seems that every sentence is a compliment." In fact, first, the Concubine Bai is old, and then established sovereignty, and insinuated that Lin Shen would look for her only when she is lonely.
This woman is so rank up. He didn't bother me.
Concubine Bai shook her head lightly.
"Junior sister, you can't do this. You have to increase the intensity, to increase the intensity."
Ling Luo shook his head secretly after hearing this. Compared with Yi Yuzhen, Concubine Bai was too inferior and had no strength in response.
"I'll leave first if there's nothing to do." Concubine Bai looked at Lin Shen, then turned around and left the training camp gate. "Sister Bai, next time I have time, I will treat you to a meal with Shinshin," Yi Yuzhen said with a smile. "Okay."
Concubine Bai Shen turned around and looked at her, then looked at Lin Shen and said, "I agree to the matter about the bed."
After saying that, Concubine Bai left without looking back.
Ling Luo's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. He Fong, who was watching the fun not far away, was eating melon seeds and drinking tea. When he heard this sentence, he sprayed it out. Yi Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of strange color and turned to look at Lin Shen.
It's over, it's over.
The younger brother is dead this time. With such a beautiful girlfriend, he actually hooked up with junior sister Bai and was trying to die.
He Fong whispered to the people next to him.
"I'll be slapped on the spot."
Luing said.
"Maybe junior brother has to lie down and go out today."
Tian Buchuang and Tian Buchua looked gloating.
Seeing Yi Yuzhen walking to Lin Shen and stretching out his hand to Lin Shen's face, Ling Luo was hesitating whether to fight.
"Xiao Shinshin, why haven't you taken good care of yourself during this period when I'm not by your side? You see, you've lost weight."
Yi Yuzhen held Lin Shen's cheek with a delicate jade finger, with a heartache expression on her face. "I'll go, what kind of fairy girlfriend is this?
God! How can you favor that bastard so much?"
He Fong and others had the urge to want to kill Lin Shen.
"Ahem, I'm fine, I probably haven't lost weight."
Lin Shen touched his face, but he didn't feel thin either.
"You just don't know how to feel sorry for yourself. You can't eat well and don't wear well.
It's such a cold day and your hands are so cold, you don't know how to wear gloves," Yi Yuzhen said, protecting Lin Shen's hands with both hands, rubbing them gently, and leaning over to breathe, with a look of care on his face. Ling Luo felt that he was about to vomit blood, and his teeth were chewing, and he cursed in his heart, "Good you Lin Shen.
I usually think you are an honest person with thick eyebrows and big eyes.
I didn't expect that he was such a scumbag, and he had such a good girlfriend, and he was still fickle to hook up with junior sister Bai.
Are you still an individual? You big scumbag, how could he have such a good woman like you?"
He Fong and others also stared at Lin Shen, as if they wanted to eat people.
"Senior brother, I've gone back in advance. Please tell me and the instructor. Lin Shen hurriedly pulled Yi Yuzhen and left. He was afraid that Yi Yuzhen would continue to perform again, so several senior brothers rushed up to chop him. After staying away from the training camp, Lin Shen let go of Yi Yuzhen's hand and said in confusion, "How do you know I'm here?" "I want to know, so I will know naturally." Yi Yuzhen said with a smile. "You come here to find me, does Mrs. Yi know?" Lin Shen said helplessly. "She is her, I am me, I will make my own decisions." Yi Yuzhen tilted her head and looked at Lin Shen up and down, as if she was thinking about something important. "What are you looking at?" Although Lin Shen's face is not thin, she still feels a little uncomfortable when she sees it. Yi Yuzhen looked at it for a while before nodding with satisfaction and said, "My vision is indeed not bad. The boyfriend I chose is excellent. Even concubine by Shen wants to rob him. Then I feel relieved. I didn't choose the wrong person." Lin Shen stared at Yi Yuzhen in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. He really couldn't guess this woman. "My excellent and cute boyfriend, where are you going to take your beautiful girlfriend?" Yi Yuzhen held Lin Shen's arm and snuggled beside him, smiling like a peach blossom. "It's getting late, let's go for dinner first." Lin Shen had to admit that he liked Yi Yuzhen a little. A scumbag girl is really good except for a scumbag girl, not to mention that Yi Yu really can't be considered a scumbag girl. Originally, Lin Shen wanted to take Yi Yuzhen to a restaurant to eat, but Yi Yuzhen wanted to visit the night market at the Cape Base and eat some local snacks. From beginning to end, Yi Yuzhen didn't mention the matter of concubine Bai in the bed, which made Lin Shen feel a little disgusted. After walking around for a long time, Lin Shen sent Yi Yuzhen back to her place of residence. Only then did Lin Shen realize that the Yi family actually had an industry in the base of Haijiao. By chance, they were also in the villa area, only 2 rows away from the Qingzhou courtyard where concubine Bai Shen lived, and the sign of the Zijou courtyard was hung on the door. Why is it such a coincidence? Lin Shen was a little scared. As if he saw Lin Shen's doubts, Yi Yuzhen said with a smile, "My grandfather had helped the people at the Cape Base before. This was what they gave to my grandfather. It was the first time I came to live." Lin Shen suddenly realized that Yi Yu's grandfather was Yi Jingyan. He had great help to the Cape Base during the tide of the ocean. Not to mention a villa, as long as Yi Jingyan wanted it, it would be nothing to give him the entire villa area. The matter of concubine Bai Shen. Lin Shen felt that he still wanted to explain. Yi Yuzhen pressed Lin Shen's lips with her fingers and stopped him from talking. "No need to say anything, I believe you." Yi Yuzhen finished speaking seriously, tiptoed on her toes and kissed Lin Shen on the forehead, then turned around and pushed the door into the yard, walked to the steps in front of the door, turned around and blinked at Lin Shen. "I've stamped, you will be mine in the future." After saying that, Yi Yuzhen pushed the door open and closed it. Looking at the courtyard that looked particularly warm under the dim streetlights, Lin Shen subconsciously touched his forehead, and red appeared on his hands. It was thought that it was left by Yi Yu's red lips. Chapter 214 Soul Harvest. On the way back, Lin Shen was a little confused. When he teased Yi Yuzhen in the past, in addition to wanting to get married and have children as soon as possible, he did have a somewhat revenge mentality. But after getting in touch with him for a lot, Lin Shen found that Yi Yuzhen was different from what he had thought before. You can say she has tea, but you can't say she's bad. How many men cannot be moved by such a woman who is considerate, gentle, kind, well-behaved and sensible, has a good appearance and is willing to spend time and effort on you? But the better Yi Yu was, the more hesitated Lin Shen was. Others don't know about his family, but Lin Shen himself knows it very well. The trouble that even a powerful person like the 4th and 3rd brothers cannot solve is definitely a huge problem. It would be fine if he didn't have the ability before, but now he has the ability, he can't ignore it. What's more, there is no end to the end of the nest when it is destroyed. Even if Lin Shen doesn't think about it and ignore it, if the 3rd brother and the 4th brother can't solve it, how could he be alone? Lin Shen didn't know if their brothers could solve the problem. If they couldn't solve it, and the result would be even worse, he would die if he died. What should the people around him do? People, they are so naughty. Lin Shen cursed. If you don't think about these things, it is more important to improve your level as soon as possible.
Lin Shen did not take what Bai Xinfei said before leaving, but obviously said it was deliberately angering Yi Yuzhen. When Lin Shen returned home, he opened another mutant egg and drank the liquid inside. When he was about to go to bed, he felt that the dead powder had moved. I was delighted and took out the capsules made of dead powder. Sure enough, the capsules made of dead powder are slowly changing, and soon they turn into a crystal-clear dark red rope. Mutational Death Smasher, Super-based crystal-based creature, evolutionable. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Hardness, 41. Toughness, 41. Basic transformation talents: Superbase Swallowing, Superbased Evolution, Superbased Armor-breaking spikes, Superbased Instantaneous Speed, Superbased Refining, Superbased Solidification, and Superbased Soul Harvesting. Superbased Soul Harvest: after killing a certain creature, it can produce a soul suppression effect on creatures of the same race. The more souls that harvest the species, the stronger the soul suppression effect, and the spirit suppression effect will last forever. The attributes of dead fans are as expected, nothing to be surprised. The extra soul harvesting skill should be a deterrent skill according to the skill introduction. After killing a large number of creatures, it will have a deterrent effect on the creature. How effective this deterrent effect will only be known through actual combat. Anyway, Lin Shen took out his watch and teleported to the King of Realm, intending to find a place to try out what the role of soul harvesting is. There are also dead fans after promotion. How strong are they in combat ability? Killing ordinary crystal-based creatures is difficult to reflect the true value of dead fans. Lin Shen thought about it and planned to use the Green Crystal Warrior as a target for practicing. Flying in the sky on the evil dragon, he found two lonely green crystal warriors. Lin Shen jumped off the dragon's back, using the dead powder in his hand as a spear, and just one shot, he stabbed the green crystal warriors' head against each other. Average green crystal warriors can't stop dead fans at all. Lin Shen shot another backhand, piercing the head of another green crystal warrior. With the blessing of super instantaneous speed, the green crystal warrior had no room for dodging. It's boring. Lin Shen frowned slightly. This level of battle is not stressful for dead fans, and it is impossible to test how strong its abilities are. The main problem is that Lin Shen's killing of these green crystal warriors is no longer useful, and it is a waste of resources. Lin Shen's philosophy has always been used without killing right and wrong. Since it is useless, he doesn't want to kill casually. It's better to go to the crater planet to test after being promoted to the Crystal Foundation. Lin Shen felt that he should be able to challenge the crater planet. The skills have been tried out, and it doesn't make sense to continue. After killing two Green Crystal Warriors, the information about Green Crystal Warrior 2-100 appeared under the Soul Harvesting skill. The effect was some, but it was not very obvious. The Green Crystal Warrior saw the dead powder that had Soul Harvest, and hesitated for a moment, and then immediately rushed up. Riding an evil dragon flying in the sky, looking for mutated Amethyst Warriors and Red Crystal Warriors. Because I ate too many blue crystal eggs, the blue crystal base liquid is no longer useful to Lin Shen, and it is useless to kill it. It is not necessary to sell it for money. Lin Shen is not short of money and is easy to cause trouble. There are so few red crystal warriors in the desert, and no one has been found so far. If it weren't for the 4 red crystal eggs on his hand, Lin Shen would have doubted whether there were things like red crystal warriors. I really want to come to whatever I want. Just as I was thinking about not seeing the red crystal warriors, a large group of green crystal warriors appeared in the desert in front of me, and the number was probably as many as 300 or 500. Among the hundreds of green crystal warriors, there was a crystal-based warrior with pink all over, which was the red crystal warrior Lin Shen was looking for. However, with hundreds of green crystal warriors on the side, it is not easy to kill him alone, and killing hundreds of green crystal warriors is a waste of time. Just see how the strength of the dead fans is. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and pulled out the dead fans wrapped around him, then threw it at the group of green crystal warriors below. The dead fan who was liberated from combat power directly turned into a huge state. A giant monster with a body of 100 meters opened its huge mouthpiece like a crusher and swallowed several green crystal warriors in one bite. At the same crystal base level, the green crystal warrior had no ability to resist in front of the dead pink, and was instantly crushed into his swallowing.
The attacks of those green crystal warriors hit Shinfen and had no effect at all. They were obviously red crystal bodies, but they were more elastic than rubber. All attacks hit the surface will be resolved and rebounded, and the dead fans will not be injured. The dead fans were like dragons entering the flock of sheep. The green crystal warriors were frightened and the green crystal warriors began to escape. If such a dead fan participated in the battle in Tianq Singpo, it would be able to defend Tianq Singpo by itself. Lin Shen was extremely happy. The red crystal warrior jumped up and punched the dead pink. The sound of the sonic boom was deafening, and a white air cone was formed with his fist as the center. The red crystal warrior seemed to have a high IQ. He has never taken action. Now he suddenly took action and chose when the dead fans turned their backs to him. This punch hit Death Fan's body directly, and the terrifying force pressed Death Fan's body to deform. It was like a balloon being pushed in by a needle, and the dead pink's body was extremely deformed, as if it was about to explode at any time. The red crystal warrior's punch was too fierce, and even Lin Shen was a little worried about whether the dead fan's body would be penetrated. Chapter 215, Crushing to the Tower. Bang! The loud noise scared Lin Shen, but it was not the sound of the dead pink body exploding, but the sound of the red crystal warrior being bounced away. The extremely deformed dead pink was pressed by the body but did not crack, but instead bounced the red crystal warrior away. The deformed body of the dead pink instantly returned to its original state, and turned his head and swallowed the red crystal warrior who had bounced into the air. As the red gear-shaped teeth rotated, the red crystal warrior's body was also crushed and swallowed directly. Strong is strong. Don't swallow my red crystal warrior. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. The combat power of the dead fans was indeed extremely strong, and it was not inferior to the dragon hunter Kivis. Which of the two is stronger? It will take you to fight before you know. After the dead fans ate the red crystal warriors, the remaining green crystal warriors scattered. One of them fled faster than the other. The dead fan turned around and stared at a green crystal warrior. The green crystal warrior was so scared that he couldn't even escape. He stood there tremblingly, and then a scene that surprised Lin Shen happened. The green crystal warrior actually gave his pet key tremblingly in front of the dead fans. The wild-based creature actually gave out its pet key. Didn't it mean that most wild-based creatures would rather die than surrender? Lin Shen immediately thought of the soul harvesting skills of the dead fans. I quickly looked at the information on the watch and found that in the soul harvesting skill, the value of the green crystal warrior has reached 100, and there is also an additional value of 100 for the red crystal warrior. Soul harvest has such benefits? Then, as long as the dead fans kill enough base-transformed creatures, will they turn wild base-transformed creatures into pets at will? Lin Shen was ecstatic. I originally thought it was just a deterrent skill, but it was not very useful, but I didn't expect that there would be such benefits. After receiving the pet key of the green crystal warrior and turning him into a pet capsule, Lin Shen ordered the dead fans to chase other green crystal warriors. Soon Lin Shen discovered that soul harvesting cannot allow the green crystal warrior to give out the pet key 100%. The probability is about 1/10, but the shock effect is still very good. Those green crystal warriors dare not fight with dead fans at all. They just care about running for their lives when they see it. Killing 100 red crystal warriors is not realistic. Why does this skill feel a bit useless? Lin Shen frowned slightly. The number of mutated creatures is already rare, and King of Realms is already a planet with a lot of mutated ones. It is almost impossible to find 100 red crystal warriors. It would be even more difficult to fight for the 1/10 chance of getting the red crystal warrior to give out the pet key. After thinking about it, Lin Shen felt that this skill was not used on basic transformed creatures of the same level. Only by killing ascending creatures at a higher level can the value of the soul harvesting skill be reflected. Killing 100 ascension creatures of the same race can shock their kind, and even let the ascension creatures take the initiative to offer their pet keys. No matter how many ascending creatures are, as long as they are the same race, they can be effective, which is so cool. I have to be promoted to Jingji as soon as possible to go to the crater planet, where there are a large number of ascending creatures waiting for me. Lin Shen wished he could be promoted to Jingji immediately now.
I took a look at the current basic variability rate and it was already 69, not far away. Lin Shen had to continue looking for the Red Crystal Warrior, but he did not find the Red Crystal Warrior, but found that the soul harvest of the dead pink also had an effect on the Blue Crystal Warrior. After seeing the dead fans appear, a Blue Crystal Warrior turned around and ran away. The reaction was the same as the Green Crystal Warrior, and they were very afraid of the dead fans. Lin Shen studied it for a while before he understood that it turned out that the Green Crystal Warrior, Red Crystal Warrior and Blue Crystal Warrior were all other basic creatures of the same system. The deterrent power of killing Green Crystal Warriors has an effect on Blue Crystal Warriors and other mutant warriors, but the effect was slightly worse. Similarly, the deterrent power obtained by killing the Red Crystal Warriors is also effective for other mutant warriors. This makes it much more comfortable. In other words, the dead fans now have a chance to let the Red Crystal Warriors give out their pet keys, but the probability is much lower. Lin Shen instantly felt that the value of this skill was a little higher. In this mode, the creatures in the crater should all belong to a dragon-based creature. If you kill anyone, the deterrent power you gain is also effective for other dragon-type creatures. If you count this way, this soul harvest is better than Kiwi's dragon killer talent, but it just needs to grow slowly. Lin Shen secretly calculated that when he went to the crater in the future, which ascendant creature to kill first. A tower-shaped building appeared in front of it, and Lin Shen immediately recognized it as the King of Realms. After thinking about it, the evil dragon flew over. I don't know if it's bad luck or something. Lin Shen has come in so many times, and this is the first time he has seen the King of Realm Tower. However, Lin Shen also knew about the information about the King of Realms. Many radio anchors were broadcasting news about Jiawang Tower before. Although the popularity is not as high as before, they can still often hear radio broadcasting news about Jiawang Tower. Lin Shen has also seen someone breaking through the tower, and he is also quite familiar with the situation in the King of Realms. Like the first floor of the King of Realms, it is an absolutely dark space, and the light of the flashlight cannot illuminate the first floor. Some people speculate that there is something ubiquitous in the first layer, like fog, but that kind of thing is softer than fog. People cannot feel that kind of thing, but the light cannot pass through it and is blocked, which creates the illusion of absolute darkness. In addition to darkness, there is also a crystal-based creature similar to a poisonous bee in the first layer. It attacks toxins. After being stung by it, nothing can be seen on the surface of the body except a small hole that is almost invisible. However, after being poisoned, it will be like a cold, and the body will feel hot, but it will feel very cold, and it will feel soft and weak. Fortunately, the crystal-based creature was not very fast in all aspects except for its relatively fast speed. There are two ways to pass the first level. One is that you have the ability to listen to sound and distinguish positions, and the attack speed is fast enough to kill the crystal-based creature in the dark, and then find the portal to the second level in the dark, and you can pass the level. The second method is even simpler. Your carapace is hard enough, or your body is hard enough to withstand the effects of toxins and find the portal to the second level with the attack of crystal-based creatures. You can also pass the level. If you can just withstand the toxins in your body, you will have to face a hard battle when you are on the second level and you will not be able to reach the third level at that time. There are different crystal-based creatures guarding the first to the 9th floor, and the environments are also different. If you want to rush to the 9th floor, your comprehensive ability must be top-notch. Chapter 216 First. If you also reach the 9th level, you will rank by time, and if you take a short time, you will rank high. The rewards on the 9th level are all a 41-speed pet launcher. For ordinary basic transformers, it is already the best among the best. Lin Shen wanted a pet launcher, but was not very interested in the crystal-based creatures in the tower. Because the 9 crystal-based creatures in the tower are not mutated creatures, but ordinary crystal-based creatures. The reason why they appear so powerful is that the environment of each tower is the most beneficial to them. Their power can be maximized in such an environment. If it is replaced by a mutant crystal base, it may not be their opponent in that environment. For example, the second floor is a high-temperature environment. The guardian of the second floor is a hot rock giant. The hot rock giant's body is stronger. In such a high-temperature environment,
ordinary mutations cannot beat the hot rock giant.
Lin Shen fell in front of the King of Realms, put away the evil dragon, and pushed the door straight into it.
The challenge of the King of Realms is too simple for Lin Shen. He just needs to release dead fans to get everything done. The first layer of darkness is useless to the dead powder. It is not a creature that relies on visual action. It immediately discovered the crystal-based creature in the darkness and swallowed it in one bite.
The second level, swallow it in one bite.
The third level is swallowed in one rank, and the fourth level is still swallowed in one bite.
The crystal-based creatures in the 9-story tower could not stop the dead pink at all, and Lin Shen easily broke through. In fact, he just carried the special environment on each floor with a shell, and there was no battle that required him to take action. In front of another King of Realms, the swordsman of Ximen pushed the door open with a smile. This time he has made the most perfect preparations. He has studied how to pass each level quickly. It is easy for him to pass the 9th level, but he has to do the fastest to get the first ranking and then get the total reward for passing the level of the King of Realms.
Since you are here, you must do your best and take away the final reward. Otherwise, why would you spend so much effort? This is what Ximen Swordsman thinks.
Perfect, everything is perfect.
Ximen Swordsman was very satisfied with his performance.
The steps passed on each level were exactly the same as what he calculated, and there were no errors.
The time spent is also very accurate.
If he continues to advance at this speed, his ranking will definitely surpass Ouyang Yudu, who is now ranked first. Congratulations on completing the trial of the King of Realms.
Your time is 1 minute and 54 seconds. You can leave the King of Realms. What is your name? It's that simple to be strong. It's 5 seconds faster than I expected. It's easy to rank first. It's too simple and has no challenge at all. After taking the reward, Ximen Swordsman said casually, Swordsman. Swordsman leaves name of the King of the World. According to your time ranking, you are currently ranked second. Goodbye.
The voice in the King of the World sounded again.
Second. Are you wrong? 1 minute and 54 seconds. It should be the first. Ouyang, you took 2 minutes and 10 seconds, okay?
Ximen Swordsman looked shocked, but the person had been teleported out of the King of Realm Tower.
How could it be the second?
I remember that Ouyang Yudu used it longer than him. I feel that such a beautiful pass is the ultimate.
It must be the first.
It must be the rating system of Jiawang Tower.
Every level is almost perfect, without delaying a little time, absolutely first. It must be the first, faster than Ouyang Yu.
If nothing goes wrong, I will eat the King of Realm Tower.
Those who watched the game also felt that Ximen Swordsman should be the first, not the second. Ximen Swordsman stood in front of the King of Realms and looked up at the name engraved on the tower.
After seeing the ranking clearly, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Those who watched the game were also stunned when they saw the ranking. The name Swordsman was indeed only ranked second, but the first place was not Ouyang Yudu.
Now Ouyang Yudu is only ranked third, which is indeed lower than the ranking of Ximen Swordsman.
The first name is clearly the 5 words Big Red Bull Knight, which is naturally Lin Shen. Lin Shen just wants to get a reward, but he doesn't want to be too ostentatious, so he naturally doesn't use his own name. Because he did not enter through the World King device and did not have his live broadcast image, it is not suitable to use the name of Tian.
It would cause trouble to Tiancheng.
Others think that Tiancheng has a way to bypass the live broadcast. Lin Shen thought about it and thought that someone had given him such a nickname before, and no one knew that the Red Bull Knight was him, so he used it directly.
The Big Red Bull Knight. He appeared again. He actually ranked first in the World King Tower. I'll go for 1 minute and 34 seconds. Why is it so fast? It's going to run up without fighting. It's going to take so long, right?
I know the Red Bull Knights are strong, but I didn't expect to be so strong.
No, why don't there be any image of the Big Red Bull Knight? When did he go up to the tower? The Big Red Bull Knight has never been live.
I have said that he is definitely not a human, and he doesn't even dare to show his face.
He will definitely not be wrong. The big Red Bull Knight must be a human, otherwise how could he save Mo Xingqi and the others? The issue that no one discussed was originally discussed by many people, and people were discussing whether the Red Bull Knight was a human being. Shiman Swordsman looked at the name and time on the tower, and his face was not very good looking. He thought he had done perfectly, but he didn't expect that someone would be faster than him, and so many seconds faster. Shiman Swordsman knew in his heart that even if he did it again, it would definitely not be able to surpass the performance of the Red Bull Knight. Why are you so lucky recently? You dug an egg and met a ruthless man, and you broke into a tower and met a strange guy. Who is this big Red Bull Knight? As Shiman Swordsman thought about it, his heart suddenly moved. Your sister, can you be alone, right? The more Shiman Swordsman thought about it, the more likely it was. Others thought that the cruel man in the sand shell was dead, but he didn't think so. With such a scheming, how could it be easy to burn with others? So he thought that the ruthless man was definitely not dead. Thinking about it, there is no live video of the ruthless man and the big Red Bull Knight. The more he thinks about it, the more he feels that these two guys may be the same person. Unfortunately, he had no way to confirm it, so he can only hope that he would have the chance to meet the big Red Bull Knight and then confirm his guess. Today, he made the name of the big Red Bull Knight popular all over the world, but no one knew how strong the big Red Bull Knight was, and no one even saw the big Red Bull Knight take action. Chapter 217 Deliberately. Lin Shen also wanted to know what reward he would get in the end, so when he passed the level, he also sprinted with all his strength. The only difference between it and Shiman Swordsman is that Shiman Swordsman does not have a single dead fan. The combat effectiveness of dead fans is really impressive. The key is to adapt to various environments. It can be large or small, hard or soft, fly or swim, and can pass almost all kinds of environments. Shiman Swordsman needs to overcome different environments in the 9 levels, face different crystal-based creatures, switch to different pets, and adjust his own state. Lin Shen didn't need to consider these things at all. A dead fan took care of everything, and the impact of the environment on him was very low. He just needed to rush forward. And sprinting is what Lin Shen is best at. He will only rush faster and faster and cannot stop at all. I don't know if this ranking can last until the end. Lin Shen was not sure that he would be ranked first until the end. After all, there are too many fierce people in this world, and someone may break his record one day. After leaving the King of Realms, Lin Shen had another pet launcher in his hand. The 41 speed 10 consecutive shots are indeed the best. No, you must sell the pet launcher in your hand as soon as possible. The value of this thing will definitely drop sharply in the future. Lin Shen thought to himself. After waiting for a while, the countdown ended and Lin Shen returned to his room. It was not dawn yet, and Lin Shen set up this time for a short time, so he could sleep for a while when he came back. When Lin Shen woke up in the morning, he basically didn't eat now, and used base liquid instead, just to achieve a 100% base variable rate at the fastest speed. As soon as he left, Lin Shen saw a cool red sports car parked across the road, and many people were looking at the car. The production line of the car was almost destroyed at the beginning, and because the parts of the car were not produced in the same place, it was very difficult to make a car before. As each base grows, the pathways between each other are opened up, and the situation is much better. But no one has started the car production line again, because the car is no longer practical. I can only open the base and leave the base. There are wild plants growing everywhere outside, and the roads are seriously damaged. Who would spend so much effort to re-road? Even if it is repaired, God knows when a basic creature passes by, and it is common to damage it. So now there are basically no automobile production lines, and most of the existing cars have been left and not damaged before. The red sports car in front of me is very new in terms of the paint, and it looks very expensive at first glance. Unfortunately, Lin Shen has no research on automobiles and does not know what brand it is. Get in the car, I'll take you to the training camp. Lin Shen was looking at the sports car, the window fell down, and Yi Yuzhen waved to him in the driving seat. Where did the car come from? Lin Shen got into the passenger seat and saw Yi Yuzhen wearing a black hip-covered skirt and black silk today. His whole body curved and long legs were like sucking iron stones, making people unable to help but glance at his long legs. Others, I'll borrow it for a few days. Yi Yuzhen said, and started the car directly. The next second, Lin Shen was really shocked. This is not a car, it is just an aircraft. The car flew vertically, and under Yi Yuzhen's control, it flew towards the training camp. Is this aliens thing? Lin Shen looked at the inside of the aircraft curiously and asked. Yes, do you want to try it? It's very simple. Yi Yuzhen asked. Okay. Lin Shen really wanted to give it a try. Yi Yuzhen pressed a button on the screen, and a steering wheel popped up in front of Lin Shen, who was sitting in the co-pilot. Yi Yuzhen told Lin Shen how to drive. Lin Shen tried it and it was really simple, even simpler than driving a car. This aircraft is too advanced and very convenient to operate. Lin Shen thinks this is the right thing. The higher the technology, the easier it should be to operate. Is it fun? Yi Yuzhen asked with her chin holding her chin and looking at Lin Shen, who was having fun. Funny. Lin Shen really likes to play and especially likes these novel things. If you are fun, just use it to play. I will pay it back when I don't want to play. Yi Yuzhen said as she handed the aircraft's control crystal card to Lin Shen. Forget it, it's not your thing, it's not good if it is broken. Lin Shen did not answer. It doesn't matter if the thing is broken, it's nothing. As long as you're fine. Yi Yuzhen stuffed Jinka into Lin Shen's top pocket. Then I'm not polite. Lin Shen said while driving, is this thing a good thing? No, a solid energy block extracted from the base change liquid. The parent star does not have the technology to manufacture solid energy blocks, so it can only be imported by alien stars. The entire aircraft is made of base change materials, and the strength is okay, but at such a high speed, the impact will definitely not work. You still have to be careful to click. Yi Yuzhen introduced. Lin Shen had heard Tianxin say before that aliens had aircraft, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. He thought it was a very bulky thing, but he didn't expect it to be so light and almost no different from a car. Moreover, this thing does not have the injectors in science fiction films, and it is smooth in both vertical lifting and flying, and I don't know what the principle is. After playing for a while, Lin Shen drove the aircraft to a remote open space near the training camp, landed, and returned the control chip in his hand to Yi Yuzhen. What's wrong? Yi Yuzhen was slightly stunned. I have had enough fun today. I will come to you next time I want to play. Lin Shen got down from above and said with a smile. Okay, I'll pick you up after you finish training. Let's go to the winery street market to take a look. Yi Yuzhen took the control chip casually and said. Okay, but don't drive this. Lin Shen patted the aircraft and said. I thought you would like it, but I don't like it and I'll pay it back later. Yi Yuzhen said. It's not that I don't like it, it's that it's too eye-catching. I don't want the news broadcast of Shanghai Jiao Radio tomorrow. Lin Shen said with a smile. After Yi Yuzhen left, Lin Shen sighed secretly. The Yi family has a great foundation in the Cape base. They can get all aliens aircraft, and they may not be able to get this thing if they have money. He also wanted to go to the winery street market recently, but he hadn't found his free time. Today Yi Yu really asked him to go with him, which was exactly what he wanted. The winery street market is a battlefield and a salt farm, and is also known as the three major markets of the Cape base. Lin Shen went to the battlefield before and planned to go to the other two markets to see if he could find a base of the fire seed. After arriving at the training camp, we should start with three things: running lap, stretching, sitting in a meditation, and then teaching theory, and then freely moving. Lin Shen has not practiced folding waves for the past 2 days, and Instructor Mu did not force it. No matter how good Lin Shen's physical condition is, it is useless to not understand the essence of the dread wave spirit. Instructor Mu is considering what skills Lin Shen is suitable for. Lin Shen was idle by himself and practiced the rod method he learned from the fisherman with his dead powder. Instructor Mu, who was paying attention to Lin Shen from time to time, looked at it for a while, and his face gradually became strange. Did that kid do it on purpose? Instructor Mu found that the techniques Lin Shen practiced were very complicated and strange. He can learn such complex techniques, but he can't even get into the skills of Delangjian that only requires repeated practice. No matter how you look at it, it seems to be intentional.
Originally, Instructor Mu thought Lin Shen's brain might not work very well, and his understanding was very average, and only suitable for some simple and direct techniques. Now, it's not the case. Chapter 218 The First Gift. After the day's training, Lin Shen left the gate of the training camp and saw Yi Yuzhen waiting outside the gate. The two walked to the winery street market together and ate something casually on the way. Unlike the battlefield, there are no street stalls in the winery street market during the day, and there are shops on both sides. Only at night can street stalls be set up in the middle of the street. The street stalls here are not as formal as those on the battlefield. There is no obvious division of areas, and there are all things sold on the street stalls. Many street stall owners are not professional. They may be hunted during the day, sold at night, or some old things that are not available to changers, and they can be used for some money. Yi Yuzhen changed into the sportswear she usually wears and looked around on the street stall, and seemed to be curious about everything. I bought a lot of shiny bracelets and necklaces, most of which were made of grinding pieces of basic creatures, and it was not worth much. Yi Yuzhen also bought many bracelets that cost 10 yuan and 3 strings. Lin Shen followed her for a long time, but he didn't see the fire appear. By the way, I'll give you this. When I visited the night market and sent Yi Yuzhen back, Yi Yuzhen took out a canvas bag and handed it to Lin Shen. What? Lin Shen answered in confusion. When he opened it, he saw that it was filled with pet capsules. Has the mutant sirens hatched? Lin Shen saw the appearance of those pet capsules clearly and was immediately delighted. The hatched before coming, it has been tamed. Yi Yuzhen sighed, I originally wanted to wait for you to pick it up, but I thought you might not go to my house again, so I'd better send it to you. Lin Shen didn't say anything, but found the capsules and keys of the 2 mutant sirens from it and looked at their information. Siren God General, mutant crystal-based creature, evolutionable. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Hardness, 40.2. Toughness, 40.2. Basic transformation talent, mutation of the heart of the ocean, mutation of the wave blade, mutation of the mind, mutation of the mind, mutation of the twin demon heart. The attributes and skills of the 2 mutated sirens gods are exactly the same, even the numbers after the decimal point are the same. Generally, crystal-based creatures should have 3 talent skills, but they all have 4. The heart of the ocean gives them special blessings to fight in the water. The breaking wave blade is an explosive skill, which gives the trident a stronger destructive power. The understanding of the mind is more special, and after opening it, it can enhance its combat ability. The longer the battle time, the more the increase it will be. The last twin demon heart said that it allows them to have telepathic abilities between each other, and they do not know the specific function. Lin Shen felt that this skill might be a tacit way for them to cooperate, and it should be useful when 2 for 1. Lin Shen, I'm leaving. Yi Yuzhen, who was standing aside, said softly. Let's leave so quickly. Did Mrs. Yi urge you to go back? Lin Shen asked. Yi Yuzhen shook her head and said, it has nothing to do with my mother. You have met her and you should have some understanding. People as proud as her are disdainful to restrain others. If she really doesn't want me to see you, then there are 10,000 ways for me to not see you. Lin Shen thought about it carefully and said that Mrs. Yi really had that kind of temperament. She had never said that she would not let her meet Yi Yuzhen. It may take a long time for me to see you again this time. I hope we can chat and have dinner like we are now, said Yi Yuzhen. Of course it's okay. Lin Shen felt that Yi Yuzhen was saying something strange, thinking whether Mrs. Yi would not allow her to meet her again, but Yi Yuzhen had already said that it was not right just now, so naturally there was no possibility. I have known each other for so long and haven't given you anything. This is my first pet, so I'll give it to you as a souvenir. Yi Yuzhen took out a crystal-based egg and handed it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen was slightly stunned. After thinking about it, he took it over, and then took something out and handed it to Yi Yuzhen. Although I have a lot of pet launchers, this one is the only one that was not snatched. Please give it to you. Lin Shen gave Yi Yu the pet launcher, which is the prize for the King of Realms. Yi Yuzhen took the pet launcher and fiddled with it for a few times. She seemed to like it very much. She also held the gun in both hands, aimed at Lin Shen with one eye, pretending to shoot, and using her mouth to match the sound of shooting. Lin Shen cooperated to pretend to be shot, which made Yu really laugh.
When will you leave tomorrow? I'll go see you off. Lin Shen said after Yuzhen finished laughing. You send me home, and I'll send you back again. Those who don't know think we are hard to part with us. Yuzhen blinked and said, if you really want to give it up, you won't need to send it. Go and find me if you have time. It's a must. Lin Shen nodded. Then let's make up. Yuzhen turned around and walked into the villa. When the door was closed, she looked at Lin Shen and said meaningfully, I am a person who is obsessed with cleanliness and doesn't like to share anything with others, especially private items, such as a bed. Lin Shen wanted to explain, but Yuzhen had already closed the door. When he returned home, Lin Shen originally wanted to go to the realm Wangxing, but after thinking about it, he still did not go to the realm Wangxing. Instead, he teleported to the crater planet after a time was set. With Kivis and dead fans, it shouldn't be difficult to kill some ordinary ascension creatures. Lin Shen now wants to improve the soul harvesting skills of dead fans, which will be very useful in the future. With his familiarity with this place, he soon found a crater with several pterodactyls inhabited. Lin Shen did not dare to enter the crater to fight those winged dragons. He loaded several steel-level pet capsules and directly used the angel revolver to fight the winged dragon inside. At first, those pterosaurs just swallowed the steel pets and had no intention of rushing out. But I couldn't stand Lin Shen shooting and attacking them all the time. After a short while, a pterodactyl could not stand it anymore. A scimitar with a blue light spurted out of his mouth, rushed out of the crater and rushed towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen was prepared and ran away on the evil dragon. After the scimitar rushed out of the crater, white steam immediately emerged. The energy of the scimitar itself conflicts with the special gases on this planet, which weakens the speed and strength of the scimitar a lot. Even so, the speed of the scimitar was much faster than that of the evil dragon. When he was about to catch up with the evil dragon, Lin Shen shot Kivis out with a shot. Kivis flew towards the scimitar, and with the acceleration of the firing rate, he actually grabbed the scimitar's hilt with both hands. The dragon patterns on his body lit up, and he kept holding the scimitar. No matter how the scimitar flew in the air, he could not get rid of him. The pterosaur discovered his life foundation and was caught. He could no longer bear it and flew out of the crater. Lin Shen rode the evil dragon, stretched out his hand to pull out the dead powder, turning it into a spear state, staring at the pterosaur with green light all over his body, ready to attack at any time. Chapter 219 Dead. The pterosaur ignored Lin Shen and rushed directly to Kivis. Kivis grabbed the scimitar with both hands and forcibly prevented the scimitar from flying back to the pterosaur. His dragon killer talent is indeed powerful. He can forcefully control his life foundation with the body of the crystal foundation. Of course, there is also the contribution of the environment. White frost has formed on the scimitar, and the energy that can explode is severely suppressed by the environment. Seeing the pterosaur rushing towards Kivis, Lin Shen jumped up directly and let the evil dragon meet the pterosaur. The attributes of the Hell Rock Crystal Dragon are not as strong as those of the Winged Dragon, but its skills are all for strengthening the body, and they also have the ability to regenerate the body, which can almost be regarded as the strongest flesh shield pet at the base transformation level. The evil dragon collided with the pterosaur, and the pterosaur was immediately caught by the pterosaur, and it fell down directly. It was not of the same level at all. But the pterosaur was also blocked and his body paused for a moment. After catching this moment, the dead pink in Lin Shen's hand suddenly threw it towards the winged dragon. The pterosaur slapped his wings, and had not adjusted his flying posture yet. He had no time to avoid it. He could only use his teeth to bite the powder to death. If it was a spear, the pterosaur would definitely be able to bite it. Unfortunately, the dead fan is not a real spear. The originally straight figure suddenly becomes soft, twisting like lightning in the space, avoiding the pterosaur's biting. After the dead pink flashed through the pterosaur's biting, his body became straight again, and he accelerated instantly, and with the power of armor breaking, he pierced the pterosaur's body. At such a close distance, the pterosaur had no room for dodging and was directly stabbed by the dead powder. After the sharp tail pierced into the pterosaur's body, the dead pink body softened again, wrapped around the pterosaur's body, and bit the pterosaur's wings with the last bite.
The pterosaur was entangled by dead fans and injured again, and immediately screamed. Its speed and power suddenly exploded, and its speed became extremely fast, like a blue fighter jet shooting out of the air. When the evil dragon who was injured and fell to the ground stood up, the wound on his body had recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It pounced on the pterosaur again and stopped it. Lin Shen also connected the pterosaur to launch pet capsules, and the frost swordsman and the Bua knife hand were both fired and besieged the pterosaur from different directions. As the main force, the evil dragon constantly fought with the injured pterosaur, and was beaten the most poisonously and injured the worst. It can only be said that fortunately its size is relatively huge, and its physical ability to withstand and recover is strong enough to survive. If any other pet is replaced, even if Kivs is injured so seriously, he would have died long ago. Of course, if Kivs had not controlled the life base of the pterosaur, they would not have the qualifications to fight with the pterosaur at all. Even so, the Bua knife hand of Udo accidentally cut it into half by the pterosaur's dragon wings, which made Lin Shen's heart hurt. Fortunately, after a while, the Superbase solidification of the dead pink played a role, and the pterosaur's body gradually began to become stiff, especially the dragon wings bitten by the dead pink, which were no longer in control. The frost swordsman is like a fish in water here. The low temperature here has great blessings for him. The frost sword in his hand slashed on the winged dragon. Although it could not cut the winged dragon's body, the frost-cold air also restricted the Long Yi's movement ability to a certain extent. After more than an hour of hard fighting, the pterosaur could not even maintain its flying posture. His body fell stiffly to the ground. His teeth and claws seemed to be very fierce, but in fact he was already at the end of his strength. Not long after, the pterosaur's body was completely unable to move and turned into a blue pterosaur statue. With the death of the pterosaur, the scimitar controlled by Kivs slowly became quiet, and the pterosaur spirit that turned into the pterosaur was no longer moved. Kill the supersource pterosaur in the ascending creature, discover the scimitar of the spiritual-based pterosaur. With the advantage of the environment, and with Kivs dragon killer's talent skill suppressing it, it is still so difficult to kill a rotating ascending creature. If there is no environmental advantage, I don't know how strong the supersource winged dragon can be. Lin Shen sighed in his heart the power of the ascending creature. The dead pink let out a sigh, and Lin Shen looked at the body of the supersource winged dragon but felt a little difficult. Although the solidification of dead powder is a weapon that surpasses the level, the ascension liquid in the body of the supersource pterodactyl has solidified, and I don't know if it can be used. Kivs returned with the pterosaur scimitar Lingji. Unexpectedly, the dead pink suddenly turned around, his body turned into a huge state, and swallowed the pterosaur scimitar in one mouthful. I'll go, why are you eating this thing? Spit it out and I'll sell it for money. Lin Shen wanted to stop it, but unfortunately it was too late, and the dead powder had swallowed it. Forget it, there is no need to do it now, and I don't know who it can be sold to. Lin Shen thought again and thought that it was indeed useless before he ascended himself. Lin Shen packed up his things and went to the crater again, preparing to do the same thing, so that the dead pinks could kill more supersource pterods to increase its deterrence against these supersource dragons. Lin Shen did not dare to provoke those supersource creatures that looked very strong, and could only lure and kill products like supersource winged dragon and supersource triceratops. While Lin Shen was fighting on the crater planet, Yi Yuzhen had already left his mother planet. She did not simply leave the Cape base, but left her home planet and headed to the planet of the Imperial Barbarians. There are many other races under the universe like the Emperor Barbarians, and a large number of geniuses from all races will come to the Emperor Barbarians to practice. The Emperor and Barbarians are also happy to see the geniuses of various races gather here. After all, the universe is too big. It is impossible for the entire universe to be conquered by the members of the Emperor and Barbarians alone. Talents from all races are also very important to the Imperial Barbarians. Yi Jingren has been to the Emperor Barbarians before, and his connections in the Emperor Barbarians are quite good. Yi Yu has reached the limit of basic transformation. According to Mrs. Ye's arrangement, he needs to go to the Emperor Barbarians to practice and ascend. Almost at the same time when Yi Yuzhen left her mother star, a dark and thin man came to the homestay rented by the Lin family and asked to see Lin Miao. Lao Hei, if you came for him, you need nothing to say. Lin Miao said to the man. Lin Miao, since I'm here, no matter you listen, it's okay if you don't listen, I must finish my words.
Lao He said with a cold face. If you want to say it, you can't change anything.
Lin Miao said firmly.
It's true that I can't change. People are dead. What else can I change? Lao He sneered. Lin Miao's expression changed. Lao He, what do you mean? Who is dead? Who else can it be? Of course it's that idiot. Lao He didn't look good at all. Are you lying to me? Lin Miao's face turned pale and there was no blood. Lie to you?
I really don't have that time and I don't have that mood. Lao He said as he took out something from his backpack and threw it to Lin Miao. He has lost his life, and now this is the only one left.
He asked me to give it to you. If you want to keep it, keep it. If you don't want to keep it, then throw it away.
Lin Miao took the thing, held it in his hand and looked carefully. His face turned pale. He opened his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of blood. His body staggered and almost fell down.
Chapter 220 Spadesa.
What Lin Miao was holding in his hand was an egg that looked like a crystal-based egg, as crystal clear as crystal, without any trace of mass.
But that was not a crystal-based egg.
Inside the egg-shaped crystal, there was a lifelike gray six-winged phoenix pattern. This is a spiritual foundation, but there is obviously a problem with this spiritual foundation, without a trace of light or energy fluctuation.
6 phoenixes, he.
Lin Miao looked at Lao He with a pleading look as if he wanted to grab the last straw.
Yes, just like you think, he failed to ascend and died. This is his unsuccessful life foundation.
Seeing Lin Miao's appearance, Lao He couldn't bear to speak coldly anymore, and sighed, please keep it well. Even if he dies, he hopes to stay by your side and satisfy his last humble wish. Hearing Lao He's words, Lin Miao seemed to have been drained and stared blankly at the lingji in his hand.
It shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be like this.
Lin Miao murmured to himself, tears dripping down uncontrollably.
He has done everything he can do. Now that he can stay with you as he wishes, it's worth keeping it. Lao He shook his head and said. I know, no one can take him away from me again.
Lin Miao said with empty eyes, not knowing whether he was talking to Lao He or himself. Lao He looked at Lin Miao like this, sighed, said nothing, turned around and was about to leave.
Does he leave anything for me? Lin Miao asked, looking at Lao He's back. Let's find a good man to marry. Lao He didn't look back and left directly after saying that. I found it, but it's too late.
Lin Miao hugged the lingji in his arms, shrank into a ball in the corner, with no light in his eyes. On the huge planet that was dark and dull, there were terrifying creatures hiding in the shadows everywhere. In an ancient castle like a black monster, a beautiful woman with bat-like black wings on her back and a sheep's horns on her head, lying on her side on the sofa, enjoying the blood-like liquid in the cup. The entire black wall opposite her suddenly lit up, and a similar image appeared on it in armor. His Highness Catherine, the human being who has an engagement with you is deeply saddened. He failed to ascend and has confirmed his death, said the man of the Emperor Man. Catherine didn't care at all when she heard this, and said while drinking the liquid in the cup, it is rare for human body to be able to succeed in cultivation and achieve the body of the 6 phoenixes. A mere human being can fail even ascend to the sky. Your Highness doesn't have to take such a waste to heart, said the man on the screen.
Katchen didn't comment, but said lightly, assault failed, the body can be destroyed, is the spiritual foundation still there?
The body has been destroyed, the spiritual foundation has not been completed, and it is a semi-crippled product.
The man thought for a while and replied. Take it back. Since it is mine, even if only the ashes are left, they must be scattered in my garden.
Kathersan said calmly. A waste spiritual foundation, you don't even have the qualification to be a fertilizer, so why should your Highness? The man had not finished his words. Katchen's eyes were slightly condensed, and a strange creature lying next to the sofa like a dog raised his head, and blood was blooming in his eyes, staring at the man on the screen. The man from afar who was far away from unknown to which planet, his head exploded like a watermelon. The screen suddenly became chaotic, and several men from the Emperor Barbarians dragged the body away. One of the men with trembling bodies stood in front of the screen and bowed to Catharshan.
What's your name? Catherine looked at the Emperor Man and asked faintly.
Go back to your highness, I am the deputy commander of Han Jisheng, and I promised you. The man of the Emperor Man replied carefully.
Very good.
From now on, you will be the commander-in-chief of Han Jisheng.
You know what I want and bring the things back. Catherine said lightly.
Please rest assured, I'll go find the people from the Wan family now.
Yi was surprised and happy and bowed again. Very good.
Catherine turned her head and the screen went out. Assault failed, I feel sad.
Do you think you can escape from my palms like this?
Even if you become an evil ghost and fall into hell, you can only be buried at my feet. Catherine drank the liquid in the cup in one mouthful, with her eyes extremely cold.
Why are there so many boring people in the world?
Catherine picked up a mechanical watch that looked very ancient. After turning on the watch, an address book appeared in the projected holographic image. But there is only one contact name in the address book, and the note is a spades.
Why didn't I reply to my message?
Where did you go? You disappeared without a sound, which made people very bored. I originally wanted to find a substitute to play with, but who knew it was so boring? Catherine looked at A's avatar, her beautiful eyes turned, and she seemed to have thought of something good again.
If you don't reply to my message, do you ignore me?
I have to ask you to reply to me.
Catherine murmured to herself, picked up her watch and pointed it at the strange beast next to the sofa, and said with a smile, "Baby, come, smile at the camera." The strange beast crawling next to the sofa like a dog slowly raised his head and showed a strange smile at the camera.
Catherine took a picture of the strange beast's smile, then opened the A-Spade chat bar, and sent the captured image directly. Lin Shen was hunting the supersource pterodactyl on the crater planet, and suddenly felt the watch on his wrist vibrate.
When I looked down, I found that it was another message from Red Heart A.
Now is the critical time to hunt the supersource winged dragon. Lin Shen is not in the mood to read his information. He ignores it and continues to command the battle. After struggling for a long time, this was the fourth supersource pterosaur he drew out. With Kivis and Dead fans working together, it is not difficult to kill the supersource pterods, but how to save its ascension liquid is a problem. Use dead powder to kill. After death, the ascension liquid in the body of the supersource pterodactyl has solidified. The ascension liquid is so hard that it can shatter the teeth, so there is no way to eat it. Let the Dead fans entangle the spirit cake. Kivis kills the supersource pterosaur, and the ascension liquid is saved, but the spirit cake will definitely be swallowed by the Dead fans. The foodie of the Dead fans is really not worry-free at all. To measure the pros and cons, Lin Shen decided to keep the ascension liquid, and Lingji let the Dead fans go and get rid of it.
If it can ascend, it will do.
After killing another pterosaur, there were no pterosaurs in the crater. Lin Shen climbed to the top of the mountain and looked inside.
There were no ascending eggs in the nests of those pterodactyls.
When Lin Shen was about to leave, he suddenly saw the green magma below rolling up, and it seemed that something was inside.
Chapter 221 Mutant Dragon Fight.
Lin Shen quickly shrank his head and hid, and glanced down secretly. After a while, a creature slowly floated up in the green magma, and it was a very strange pterosaur. Lin Shen has also seen many creatures in the crater on this planet, although their appearances vary greatly, like various dinosaurs. But their bodies are made of a green steel material, which is similar. But this pterosaur is different. Its body is black, and its surface looks like a nano-coated layer, and there are some blue-striped fine lines. The fine lines look like cyan magma filled, and the strong green light is dazzling.
Did the mutated ascension?
Lin Shen was a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen a mutated ascension creature. After the mutated supersource pterosaur flew out of the cyan magma, it landed in a pit on the mountain wall and shook off the cyan magma on its body. Lin Shen looked carefully and found a strange place. He always thought that the green one in the mountain was magma, but looking at the blue substance shaking off the pterosaur, it seemed that it was not magma. After the magma cools, things like volcanic ash should form, but the cyan liquid shaking off the pterosaur did not solidify, but instead evaporate.
What exactly are those blue liquids?
Lin Shen regretted that he had little study and did not have enough knowledge reserves at critical moments. The mutated supersource winged dragon croaked a few times, and the sound was very unpleasant, and its head was still shaking left and right, as if it was looking for something.
You can't be looking for those pterodactyls, right?
Unfortunately, I have already killed them, Lin Shen said in his heart. The mutated supersource pterosaur screamed for a while, and finally calmed down. He lay motionlessly in the pit, as if he was asleep. Lin Shen did not dare to provoke this mutated supersource pterosaur. He could only say that he was forced to kill an ordinary pterosaur, so it would be better not to take risks. Just as I was about to retreat quietly, I suddenly heard a ploppy sound coming from below. I looked inside again and saw something rushing out of the green liquid.
Another mutation.
Lin Shen saw that what crawled out of the green liquid turned out to be a supersource triceratops. However, the body of this supersource triceratops is also black and gray, covered with cyan light patterns, which is very similar to the mutated supersource pterosaur. Looking at the blue light patterns on their bodies, Lin Shen suddenly moved his heart. Can the green liquid in the crater is actually dragon blood, the blood of these supersource dragons? The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, but it was not the dragon blood in the traditional sense, but the ascension liquid in their bodies. The pterosaurs that Lin Shen killed before, the ascension liquid taken out of their bodies did not have green light, but was just a transparent liquid, so they never thought about this. But seeing the cyan light patterns on the two mutant creatures with the same color as the liquid, he suddenly realized that the cyan liquid in the pool might be their ascension liquid. However, after they die, the ascension fluid in the body loses its activity, so it does not shine or heat. When they are alive, the ascension fluid in their bodies should also shine and heat.
This is not right.
With such a large amount of cyan liquid in the pool, how could so many supersource dragon creatures be discharged from blood? Lin Shen thought about it and felt something was wrong, and he couldn't figure out what was going on for a moment. What he was even more confused was where these two mutations came from. Lin Shen repeatedly lured and killed the pterosaurs here, and had been doing it for half a night, and he had never seen these two mutations in the middle.
Now they suddenly came out. Could it be that they had been lurking in the cyan liquid before? Or are there so many craters connected?
Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard two strange screams. The previous mutant pterosaur discovered the mutant triceratops, slapped the dragon's wings and flew up, and opened his mouth and sprayed out a black and gray scimitar with green light and electric patterns. The scimitar slashed directly at the mutant triceratops, and the mutant triceratops also opened their mouth and spewed out a black trident with green light and electric patterns. The two life foundations were flying in the air at an incredible speed. Lin Shen could not see their flight trajectory clearly, and could only see two blue-black lightning flashing and colliding in the crater. Lin Shen secretly thanked that he did not provoke them. If the speed is not too far away, he will not even have a chance to counterattack and will be killed directly.
Shock waves exploded in the crater.
What was surprising was that the crater was unexpectedly strong and was not destroyed in such a terrifying battle. However, the rocks on the mountain walls were constantly shattering and peeling off. After a while, Lin Shen was surprised to find that the crater he thought seemed not a real mountain, but something artificially built like a cooling tower in the power generation field.
Below the rocks are a black substance, like a black ceramic coating.
Lin Shen didn't pay attention to the black matter before, and thought it was part of the mountain rock, but as the rocks outside peeled off, something seemed wrong. The black matter is very smooth and neat, and is obviously not integrated with the rocks outside. The more rocks outside peel off, the more you can see that it seems that the entire crater is full of this black matter. The battle between two mutant creatures can only leave some traces or pits on the black matter, and fail to completely destroy it. The outer rock fell down and fell into the green liquid, which was quickly melted, and finally disappeared and turned into blue smoke.
This planet should be much larger than our human parent planet, and there are craters everywhere.
If these craters were built manually, who had such a big deal? What is the function of these craters? Is it just to raise these supersource dragons? Lin Shen was full of questions, but he could not get the answer for a while. The battle between the two mutant dragons is still continuing, but no one can get the advantage. The life base and the life base were constantly colliding, and the two supersource dragons also began to fight in melee battles, killing them for a while, and the earth was dark. After watching for a while, Lin Shen discovered new problems.
Theoretically, both Triceratops and pterodactyls can fly. Because of their dragon wings, pterodactyls are better at flying. However, whether it is a Triceratops or a pterodactyl, they often rush into the cyan liquid when fighting and do not fly all the time. Every time they rush into the cyan liquid, the green photoelectric patterns on their bodies will become brighter and brighter. This gave Lin Shen a new guess that the cyan liquid may not be their ascension liquid, but it will definitely replenish their energy. The reason why the super source dragon cannot leave the crater is not because the crater itself has any magical effect, but because the energy emitted by the green liquid blocks the external environment and prevents the super source dragon from the external environment. Can it be said that the super source dragon is not a local creature on this planet, but was brought over from an alien planet to be kept here? Lin Shen felt more and more likely that this was the case. Chapter 222 Mutation Ascension Egg. Lin Shen was hiding outside, and he was also thinking about getting a bargain in his heart. If both mutant creatures kill each other and suffer losses, wouldn't he be able to benefit? These two mutated creatures are stronger than Zhang Guyuan. It is estimated that it is not as simple as a single turn. If you can get their spiritual base, you can definitely sell them at a high price. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's plan was soon lost. The mutant pterosaur was defeated and plunged into the green liquid, and soon disappeared. Its scimitar's life also flew away, and I don't know where it went. After driving away the pterodactyl, the Triceratops climbed onto the mountain wall and lay down in a pit, looking like they were asleep. Lin Shen was slightly depressed. He originally wanted to get a bargain, but now he hasn't found a bargain. The aerosol rolled in the crater, and the falling rocks fell into the cyan liquid and turned into black and gray smoke. The smoke and dust flew out and accumulated on the mountain wall again, gradually forming a layer of rock ash, covering the black matter below. What a strange place. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. The people who built this place didn't know what origins it was, and they actually had such magical means. There is a mutated Triceratops here. Lin Shen dared not go down, so he planned to find another crater, go in and get a little blue liquid, and study what it is. Super Source Dragon can rely on the energy provided by cyan liquid to restore the energy consumed. So can these cyan liquids be used as ascension liquid? Just as I was about to leave, I found that the Triceratops below moved, got up from the pit, and then plunged into the cyan liquid and disappeared. That's mutated ascension egg. When Lin Shen looked at the pit where the Triceratops were sleeping, his eyes suddenly lit up. There was actually a black egg with green light and electric patterns inside. Without thinking, it must have been the Triceratops that had just been born. It turns out that they beat them to death to kill them to steal a place to have children. Lin Shen finally understood. Lin Shen stared at the mutated ascension egg below, and hesitated for a moment. He was afraid that he would take it now, so the Triceratops suddenly came back and would remove the mutated ascension egg to another place after discovering it. If you don't take it now, the Triceratops will have no chance when they come back. It is better to start first, and then to start later. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and summoned the evil dragon directly, allowing it to fly into the crater to get out the mutated eggs inside. The evil dragon followed Lin Shen's order and flew into the crater, diving towards the mutated ascension egg. As its body got closer and closer to the blue liquid, Lin Shen clearly saw that blue smoke was coming from the evil dragon's body, like a stone pot was burned on the fire. Lin Shen was secretly shocked. He didn't think the temperature inside was high outside the crater. Now, from this perspective, the temperature inside was much higher than he thought. If his flesh and blood body goes down, he can be roasted through the alloy carapace. Fortunately, the aversion dragon's body is really strong. Under such high temperature, it forced itself to capture the mutated ascension egg. Lin Shen was overjoyed as he watched the smoke-filled dragon fly out from the high speed inside. After leaving the mountain pass, the dragon threw down the mutated ascension egg directly. Lin Shen saw that its claws were actually burned and melted a little. The mutated ascension egg rolled down the crater, and Lin Shen hurriedly chased after him and saw steam constantly rising above the mutated ascension egg. The green photoelectric pattern on it has an extremely high temperature, which is why it burns the dragon's claws. The environment here is particularly low in temperature, with high and low temperatures convection continuously, forming a large amount of steam,
which continues to flow near the mutated ascending egg, like a white steam vortex. Lin Shen suddenly felt worried. If this continues, the energy in the mutated ascension egg will be continuously consumed, and it will likely turn into a dead egg. But Lin Shen was a little unwilling to bring it back into the crater. If you die, just die. At least you can sell materials. The liquid inside can also be used as mutant ascension liquid. It will be suitable for me in the future. Lin Shen summoned Kivis and asked him to push the mutant ascension egg away from the crater, so as not to find the mutant Triceratops. Even with the suppression of the environment, Lin Shen would not dare to provoke the mutated Triceratops. Look at the time, it will take less than an hour to go back. Lin Shen simply won't go to other places to hunt the Super Yuan long, waiting for the countdown to end. When the countdown ended, Lin Shen gritted his teeth and pressed one hand on the mutant ascension egg. Although it was protected by the carapace, Lin Shen still felt as if he had touched the burning iron plate. Fortunately, the watch had already teleported him back, and the mutated ascension eggs also came to his room together. Not good. Lin Shen saw that the metal floor that was in contact with the mutated ascension egg began to turn red, and then realized that something was wrong. Because of the existence of mutated ascension eggs, the temperature inside the room is getting higher and higher. In this moment, the curtains are about to ignite spontaneously. Lin Shen used his watch again without hesitation and teleported himself and the mutant ascension egg back to the crater planet. Although there are other ways, Lin Shen did not want to be seen by others' ascendant eggs, so he can only teleport them back. It's a bit troublesome to bring it back. If you don't take it back and put it outside, this mutated ascension egg will definitely turn into a dead egg. After thinking about it, Lin Shen gritted his teeth and asked the dragon and Kivis to cooperate, and sent the mutated ascension egg back. After he went back, he would find a place to store the mutated ascension egg first, and then come over to get it. This time, Lin Shen only ordered an hour. After sending the eggs back, the time was almost over. I returned to my room again and it was already dawn. After getting up and washing up, I didn't see my elder sister preparing breakfast for him as usual, nor did I urge him to go to the training camp. Sister is out? Lin Shen asked in confusion when he saw Uncle Lei who was practicing Tai Chi in the yard. No, the master hasn't gone out today. I'm wondering, the master has never gotten up so late. Maybe it was too tiring to talk about business during the day yesterday. Uncle Lei thought for a while and said. Lin Shen frowned slightly and turned around and walked towards his elder sister's room. Sister, are you here? Lin Shen knocked on the door of the room first and called out again. Xiao Wu, is there anything wrong? Lin Miao's voice came from the room. Lin Shen immediately felt something was wrong. Lin Miao's voice was fine, but he was in a bad mood. He had never heard of his elder sister's depressed voice. Lin Shen pushed open the door without hesitation. The door was not locked. He only saw the eldest sister sitting on the bed, holding something in her hand. Sister, is the one in your hand Lingji? Lin Shen looked at it and asked with some uncertainty. Chapter 223, Rebellion. I am so sad. Lin Miao couldn't help but cry when he saw Lin Shen. What's going on? When I saw him a few days ago, he was fine. Lin Shen hurried over to comfort Lin Miao. The ascension failed, and only this unfinished spiritual foundation was left. Lin Miao cried and told the story. Maybe this is fate. Lin Shen was about to say something to comfort Lin Miao, but Uncle Lei knocked on the door outside. Master, the people from one family are here and want to see you. There are many people coming, and it seems something is wrong. Uncle Lei said. What are they doing? Lin Shen couldn't help frowning. Lin Miao wiped away the tears from his face, stood up and said, no matter what, it's all his family. You go to entertain me first, I'll change my clothes, tidy it up, and then go out. Okay. Lin Shen got up and went to the living room first. But as soon as I walked to the front yard and had not entered the living room, I felt something was wrong. There were many basic transformers from thousands of families in the yard. Judging from the situation, it didn't seem like they were here to speak well. Regardless of the people in the yard, Lin Shen walked into the living room and saw a strange middle-aged man sitting on the main seat. The visitor is a guest. No matter how big your background is, unless you are relatives, friends and elders, it is impossible to overestimate the host. Sitting in the position of the host's house, which makes Lin Shen feel even worse. Where is Lin Miao? The man only saw Lin Shen coming in, but not Lin Miao, and immediately frowned.
Lin Miao is my eldest sister, my name is Lin Shen. What is your name? Lin Shen asked at him.
You don't have the say here, call Lin Miao out. The man had no intention of reporting his name. Even though he had already recognized Lin Shen as the second-generation ancestor, he did not take him seriously at all. In the eyes of men, the second-generation ancestor is just the son of a rich man with 2 acres of land in the countryside, and it is incomparable to families like Wanja that enter the interstellar world. Lin Shen was unhappy at this time and thought to himself, "You come to my house to find my sister.
You are so arrogant in my place. Who do you think you are? Is the Wan family very amazing? This is not the prosperous base of Wanja, nor is it the mansion of your Wanja.
Who can speak or who can't speak, nor is it you can make the decision." Lin Shen stared at the man coldly and said. The man seemed to disdain to say something to Lin Shen and glanced at the base change beside him.
Naji Transformer took a step forward and grabbed Lin Shen's head with one hand.
Lin Shen took out the angel revolver directly and shot his hand. The capsule of the mutated black armored centipede rushed out of the barrel, turned into a fighting posture in the air, and bit the palm of the transformer. At such a close distance and such a fast speed, the base transformer seemed to be prepared for it and actually reacted. A crystal-based shell appeared on his palm, and he changed it to a fist, hitting the mutated black armor centipede with one punch, and actually knocked the mutated black armor centipede out. The mutated black armored centipede was bombarded into the yard, and its wings vibrated quickly, and then it flew back.
In the eyes of those ignorant country bumpkins, you are the second-generation ancestor? In front of my Wanja, you are just a country bumpkin. Don't challenge my patience. The Lin family can't bear the consequences.
The man said lightly, and there seemed to be no corner of his eyes looking at Lin Shen. The basic transformer who punched the mutated black armored centipede also returned to the man and did not continue to take action. Lin Shen turned around and found that it was the eldest sister who came.
No wonder the mutant did not continue to take action. Uncle Guotao.
After Lin Miao came in, he pulled Lin Shen behind her and gave a junior greeting to the man. The two of our families have no friendship, nor are they related, so there is no need to be polite. Wan Guotao continued with a cold face, I am sad that the informed Lingji is with you.
That is my Wan family's thing, and I will come back. Lin Shen could no longer bear Wan Guotao's attitude.
He was about to attack, but Lin Miao held it down.
You are just thinking about the uncle of grief. One is not his father, the other is not his biological uncle. Who will leave his things to? That is his freedom. Why do you have to give them to you?
Lin Miao looked at Wan Guotao and asked.
How could she not give them what one missing melange finally left to her to anyone?
He is from my Wan family, and everything about him is from my Wan family, so I am naturally qualified to deal with it. Wan Guotao said coldly, I ask you, because I want it because of the grief, I give you the last dignity.
Don't force me to do something that makes you feel decent. The living people have given everything for your thousands of families. Don't you let go of a dead person?
Lin Miao's face looked a little ugly. Life is the people of Wan family, death is the ghost of Wan family. Wan Guotao said coldly, I will say it again last and return the things.
What if I don't pay it back?
Lin Shen knew that the thing was Lin Miao's last thought.
Wanja's attitude could not pay it back no matter what. Then die. Wan Guotao didn't say anything nonsense.
After he finished speaking, the basic changer next to him took action again. He came to Lin Shen in an instant and punched him in the chest.
Stop.
Lin Miao didn't want to see something happening to Lin Shen. She knew how powerful the Wan family was. Not to mention Lin Shen, even if Lin Shandong destroyed the life base of the 5 assassinators with one blow, the Wan family did not take him seriously. What is left behind by the sadness of all thoughts is important, but it cannot be sacrificed by Lin Shen's life because of this thing. However, the basic changer of the Wan family did not give Lin Miao a chance at all. The fist did not weaken at all. With a terrifying sonic boom, he blasted towards Lin Shen even more violently with the thunder and even more righteous force, and was determined to kill Lin Shen on the spot. Lin Shen was furious in his heart, and reached out to pull out the dead pink, held the dead pink like a spear, and stabbed it directly at the fist of the transformer. Looking for death. The transformed man's eyes were gloomy and continued to blast towards Lin Shen, not caring about the dead fans like a spear. Ah! The tip of the gun intervened with the fist, and the base transformed man screamed, and his fist was directly pierced by the dead pink. Everyone in the Wan family was stunned. Unexpectedly, the gun in Lin Shen's hand could actually pierce Jingji's fist. If you can speak, just say it. If you can't speak, get out. You are not welcome here. Lin Shen stared at Wan Guotao and said coldly. Do you really think that a powerful crystal-based pet can be arrogant? A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. Wan Guotao had no intention of talking about it. With a thought, a golden spiritual sword appeared in front of him, as if it would penetrate Lin Shen's body in the next moment. Ascendant. Lin Shen's expression was still, but he stretched out one hand and grabbed Lin Miao's hand, looking at the person on the other side of Wan Guotao. Lin Shen really doesn't take an ascensioner seriously, but Wanja is not just an ascensioner. Give you something. Lin Miao felt sad. Even if he was reluctant, he could only hand over the things that left her with all his thoughts and sorrows. The dead have passed away, and the living must survive. It's too late. Wan Guotao had no intention of leaving them alive. The spiritual sword turned into lightning and rushed towards Lin Shen and Lin Miao. But the sword light flashed, and Lin Shen and Lin Miao were gone. Do they actually have a teleportation device? Wan Guotao's face looked slightly ugly, and he was also a little confused. A conveyor device that can be carried with you is rare on the Homestar. Chapter 224 Actual Battle. Lin Miao thought he was going to die, but found that the scenery in front of him changed and he came to a colorful desert. Is this the desert of Wanxing in the world? Lin Miao looked at Lin Shen in surprise. Lin Shen nodded. This watch teleportation device was found from Hulu Mountain. It can be teleported freely to the King of Realms. It can also be in and out regularly. I just had time to adjust the time to 30 days, so we are safe these 30 days, but after 30 days, we will be teleported back to our original place. If Wan Guotao is still waiting for us there, it may not be given a chance to adjust the teleportation again. We are safe for the time being. What should Uncle Lei and the others do? Lin Miao said worriedly. The Wan family is looking for us. Uncle Lei and the others are just employees of the Lin family, and it is not the Cape base. Even if it is the Wan family, it is impossible to kill people at the Cape base. However, Uncle Lei and the others will inevitably suffer. Lin Shen had already figured out the reason why he chose to teleport to the world Wanxing. If he had just taken action, Uncle Lei and the others would be afraid that they would be killed on the spot, and only he and Lin Miao would leave, and Uncle Lei and the others would have the possibility of survival. Xiao Wu, this is my business. I will give him the things. He wants to kill me. Just kill me alone. Don't worry about it. Lin Miao said. Sister, you didn't see it just now. He was determined to kill us. It would be useless to give him things. Lin Shen knew that Lin Miao was concerned and was confused, so he said calmly, Sister, leave this matter to me. With these 30 days, I think it should be enough for me to be promoted to the crystal base. He may not be able to kill me by then. He is the Ascensioner, and you are not his opponent when you are promoted to Jingji. Lin Miao shook his head and smiled bitterly. That may not be true. Your brother, I am not an ordinary Jingji. Sister, believe me, give me time, I will definitely be able to do it. Lin Shen knew that there was not much time, and he must do his best to fight the Wanja. Lin Shen did not see a wave of all nations in his eyes, but just a wave of all nations. With the blessing of the halo of sacrifice to the sky, it is not difficult to kill him. If they kill a Wan Guotao, they will have to completely break up with the Wan family. He must have the capital to fight against other ascenaries of the Wan family. No matter how strong the Wan family is, on the mother planet, there is only the fighting power of the Ascendant at most. As long as you can have the strength to kill the Ascendant, no matter what kind of interstellar family you have, you can only lie down on the mother planet. Unlike killing the super source dragon on the crater planet, the Ascendant on the parent planet has no environmental constraints and is not affected by the talent of the dragon killer. Even if it is just a soaring person, it is still difficult to kill. Just like when he fought with Zhang Guiyuan, Lin Shen was at an absolute disadvantage, and this time no black-covered mushroom beast could help him. What's more, with the foundation of the 10,000 families, it should be not just a single turn of Ascensioners, but there should be stronger Ascensioners. Lin Shen didn't want to waste the attack of the Halo of Sacrifice to the sky on a spiral Ascensioner. After summoning the evil dragon, Lin Shen planned to search for as many mutant crystal-based warriors as possible. In addition to obtaining the mutant base fluid, Lin Shen also needs to exercise his combat skills. If you compete with the Ascender for attributes and physical strength, you will definitely not be able to compete. You can only rely on pets and skills, and you may be able to win the first line of victory. Isn't this a Tian's mount? Why is it here with you? Lin Miao was a little surprised when he saw the evil dragon. Because I am a Tian. Lin Shen smiled. You are a Tian. Lin Miao looked up and down at Lin Shen as if it was his first time knowing Lin Shen. For some reasons, I used that pseudonym. Now is not the time to explain these, so we have to hurry up. Lin Shen took Lin Miao and let the evil dragon fly in the air, looking for the mutant crystal-based warrior. Found a group of amethyst warriors surrounded by green crystal warriors. This time, Lin Shen did not let his pet take action, but went down to fight by himself. When the black carapace appeared on Lin Shen, Lin now completely believed that his younger brother Lin Shen was really the Atian who shined on Tianq Xingpo. Lin Miao didn't know whether she should be happy or grateful at this time. She had already worked very hard to make Lin Shen live a stable life. But to this day, she realized that fortunately Lin Shen had grown up, otherwise she would not be able to protect this younger brother at all. Lin Shen stepped on the fairy court with his feet, and his hands were sometimes hard and sometimes soft. There were both the pricking method taught by Wei Wufu and the rod method taught by fishermen. He even incorporated the fingering technique of Red Heart, but Lin Shen is not very skilled in using it except for the spearing technique. Seeing Lin Shen, an ally-based transformer, able to kill hundreds of crystal-based warriors easily, Lin Miao felt both uncomfortable and a little proud. What was uncomfortable was that she was unable to take good care of Lin Shen, and she also put Lin Shen in danger because she was putting Lin Shen in danger. What I am proud of is that her younger brother, like his brothers, is a rare person in the world. In addition to drinking base liquid, Lin Shen fought wildly every day, honing his skills in actual combat. He had never worked hard like this and had experienced a lot of practical battles. Lin Shen found that the skills that were difficult to learn before were actually not that difficult, but because he had not worked hard before and had not all his thoughts on it. Even Lin Shen realized the reality of momentum and actual combat with the technique of folding waves. He did not deliberately practice the folding wave power, but while constantly using the stepping on the immortal courtyard, Lin Shen suddenly realized that the so-called folding wave power is similar to the continuous force of the stepping on the immortal courtyard. With this understanding, Lin Shen suddenly realized and even easily used the folding wave power. He also gave up part of the fisherman's rod technique and only practiced the tricks that he used more easily. It's not that other moves are not good, but because time is tight, he doesn't have time to think about the moves that make him difficult to practice. Now he needs to practice his skills as thoroughly as possible, otherwise it will not be possible to play a role in the battle with the Ascensioner. As for the fingering technique of Red Heart, Lin Shen also worked hard, and it was the most hard-working technique. When fighting with the Assassinator, if nothing else is reliable, you can only rely on acupoint pointing skills. After practicing this fingering technique, it is his biggest killing weapon with acupoints. Fortunately, this fingering technique is very similar to that of Wei Wufu sect. The fingering technique of Wei Wufu sect can be used directly as the basis of fingering technique. The more Lin Shen studied this fingering technique, the more he felt that the fingering technique was magical and incomprehensible. As for the new message sent by Red Heart, Lin Shen has never had time to read it. Until one day, Lin Shen encountered a bottleneck when practicing fingering and wanted to see what message Red Heart has sent, so he clicked and took a look. After just one look, Lin Shen's eyes became straight. In the image, there was a very strange creature. When I suddenly saw it, it looked like a wolf in a cloak, smiling at him with his mouth. The strange smile was indescribable. Lin Shen glanced at the smiling wolf face and felt confused in his mind. The mind was uncontrollably diverged, as if it was possessed by a demon, and the body moved on its own. Lin Shen picked up the watch, selected Red Heart A in the address book, and then pressed the communication key again. Catherine, who was far away in the mother planet of the Emperor Barbarians, was attending an important party when she suddenly felt the vibration of her watch. Then she took a look and found that it was a communication request from Spade A, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes.
"I'm sorry, I have something to do, you guys continue." Catherine ignored the reactions of the others and left the hall quickly.
After leaving the door, she couldn't wait to press the agree button.
Chapter 225 The Netherworld Yellow Spring Wolf.
But the moment Catherine pressed the consent button, the communication actually hung up, and the image on the opposite side had not yet been projected.
"You are worthy of you, you will be broken so quickly."
Catherine was not angry, but her face was filled with satisfaction. Her expression was like she had encountered a fun game.
She wanted to keep playing it, but she didn't want it to end so soon, so even if the game failed, she was still very happy. "Let me think about how to continue this game."
Catherine's red lips curled up slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. Lin Shen was shocked and sweated. If the theory of evolution had not played a role in time and restored his mind a little, the communication would have been connected.
You can actually control the human brain through just one image.
Who is that creature? Lin Shen was secretly frightened and felt that you should be more careful in the future.
You can't read the messages sent by Red Heart casually.
Not long after, Hongxine sent another message. This time, Lin Shen had no idea to click on it to see it. Putting the matter of Red Heart A behind his mind, he continued to practice various techniques hard.
As time passes day by day, Lin Shen's various techniques are becoming mature, and the basic variability rate is almost reaching 100 points.
At the Cape base, Lin Shen took Lin Miao into Wang Xing not long after. Everyone in the Lin family caravan was taken to the living room.
"Give me a result." Wan Guotao glanced at them coldly.
The people around him already knew what to do and took everyone down to prepare for severe torture.
"Did I go to the wrong place? Is this not the Cape base, but the Shangshi base?"
A voice came from outside the door, and Instructor Mu pushed the door and walked in. After receiving the news, he rushed over immediately, but unfortunately it was still too late.
"Mu Qingchuan, this is my Wan family's business and it has nothing to do with you,"
Wan Guotao said coldly.
"You ran to the Cape base and wanted to fight and kill my students.
You said that it had nothing to do with me."
"I don't know what it has to do with me."
Instructor Mu walked to Uncle Lei and others, looked at Wan Guotao and said. Wan Guotao seemed to be a little afraid of Instructor Mu, not as domineering as when he talked to Lin Shen and the others.
"Lin Miao took the things from our Wan family, and I must take them back," Wan Guotao said. "What did a Miao take you? Is it worth the battle between your 10,000 families?"
Instructor Mu frowned.
"It has nothing to do with you. I have to take this thing back.
Even if I put all my strength into my family, I will do whatever I want."
Wan Guotao's words clearly showed his attitude.
Instructor Mu was also a little surprised.
Wan Guotao's words were to tell him that if someone wanted to stop Wanja, then Wanja would persevere to the end without hesitation and would not be able to survive.
You should also know the performance of the fourth son of the Lin family in Jinshui Lake.
Stay at the front line and meet again in the future. I am a peacemaker.
If you take away the things and save them a life, it will be good for your Wan family and the Lin family.
Instructor Mu said.
This matter is not to be discussed.
The things must be taken back. I will also accept their lives.
Your disciple Lin Shangdong is going to work hard, so let him come to my Wan family. As long as he has the ability, the people from the Wan family can kill him.
Wan Guotao directly rejected Instructor Mu's proposal.
Instructor Mu was surprised. He didn't know what Lin Miao had taken Wanja, but he actually made Wanja determined to kill her. Instructor Mu knew that this matter was definitely not as simple as taking something, and it was no longer something he could solve alone. With so many Asinaries in the Wan family, no matter how powerful he is, he can't stand it. The Asinators from the entire Cape base will not be much stronger than those of Wanja. These people are just employees of the Lin family caravan. The matters of the Lin family have nothing to do with them. I guarantee them that they will not participate in the Lin family's affairs anymore. Give them a way out. Instructor Mu pointed at Uncle Lei and others and said, "Okay, I'll give you Mu Qingchuan this face, but you can't interfere in this matter anymore." Wan Guotao said. Instructor Mu frowned slightly, but Uncle Lei suddenly bowed to Instructor Mu. "Instructor Mu, thank you very much. Although I don't have the surname Lin, I have followed the Lin family for the rest of my life and don't plan to leave the Lin family in the future. I think I am a member of the Lin family. They came for the Lin family. I will not abandon the Lin family and ignore it. Even if I die, I can't watch them attack the Master family and the little fifth master. So I can't use your guarantee, and you don't need to promise anything to them. Just be yourself. Instructor Mu, we don't need you to promise anything to us. Just be yourself." Several old people from the caravan stood up and saluted Instructor Mu. They are not afraid of life, but are just using their own lives to ask Instructor Mu not to give up Lin Shen and Lin Miao. Many of these old people have been from Lin Shen's parents' generation, who have been conquering the world with the Lin family, and have fought hard with generations of the Lin family, which is comparable to ordinary employees. They all had a lifelong friendship with the Lin family. They are now old and still have been working in the Lin family. Not only are they just getting the salary from the Lin family, but they also have a lifelong friendship that has been exchanged for generations. They are afraid of death, but the aura in their hearts makes them willing to face the fear of death. With people like them, there are naturally more people who are afraid of death, so they immediately asked Instructor Mu to save them. This is understandable. It's just a job, there is no need to work hard for others. Instructor Mu looked at Uncle Lei and others and sighed, "If you die like this, not only will you not be able to solve any problem, but the Lin brothers and sisters will have no face to see your family again. Things are not as simple as you think. Let's go, and there will naturally be someone who will take care of the matter here." After saying that, Instructor Mu turned to Wan Guotao and said, "I took away the people, and I will not interfere in the matter here again. Okay, I believe in your character, let others go." Wan Guotao waved his hand and asked the basic transformers who were guarding Uncle Lei and the others to retreat. Let's go out if you have anything to say." Instructor Mu interrupted Uncle Lei, who wanted to say something, and pulled him out. If he didn't leave, those old people wouldn't leave, and the others would run out without him saying anything. After leaving the yard, Instructor Mu asked Uncle Lei and the others to explain the matter clearly. He only knew that the people from the Wan family came to cause trouble for the Lin family siblings, and he didn't know what was going on. Uncle Lei and the others didn't know what was going on, but they just guessed that it should be related to Wan Yan's grief, and they were not clear about it. This matter is not that simple. Instructor Mu frowned after hearing this. "Instructor Mu, you want to save our master and Xiaowu master. Just give them the things back. Why do you have to live with the master and Xiaowu master?" Uncle Lei begged. "This matter is no longer something I can solve, but don't worry, I'll go to Haida Show now. Only when Haida Show comes out can they save their lives. You go to the training camp for a while, and I'll go to Haida Show now." Instructor Mu asked Uncle Lei and the others to go to Shura training camp first, and he went to High Mansion himself. Uncle Lei and others all showed joy when they heard that Instructor Mu wanted to invite Hai Dashio to come forward. Chapter 226: The Situation of Death. Hai Dashio is not really her surname is Hai, this is just her nickname. There are so many training camps at Cape Base, forming a training camp association. Hai Dashio is the president of the association and the actual ruler of Cape Base. Only Haida Show can mobilize those ascendants from Haikeiji. Instructor Mu has something to do with Haida Show, and it is not difficult to persuade Haida Show to come forward. After all, this is the Cape Base, and the people of the Wan family act recklessly at the Cape Base and kill people at will. As the ruler of the Cape Base, Haidashio could not have watched them do such a thing.
After Instructor Mu met Haidashio, things went very smoothly.
Haidashio had already known about Wan Guotao and had originally planned to meet Wan Guotao. The reason why she hasn't gone yet is that she is waiting for Instructor Mu to come and beg her.
I can help you, but there is a condition. Haidashio said with a smile at Instructor Mu. The Shura training camp is yours.
Instructor Mu knew what Haidashio wanted, and didn't need to say anything, and directly gave the land deed of the training camp to Haidashio. He came to find Haidashio and had already made a decision in his heart.
Okay, then let's go. Haidashio didn't say anything nonsense and took people to the homestay rented by Lin Shen and the others.
Instructor Mu was no longer convenient for him to come forward, so he could only wait for Haidashio to come back. I waited around and finally waited for Haidashio to come back, but I saw that Haidashio's face seemed a little wrong.
I can't get your training camp.
Haidashio returned the land deed to Instructor Mu.
What does it mean?
Instructor Mu did not answer and frowned at Haidashio.
He didn't believe that Haidashio could not even deal with Wan Guotao.
With Haidashio's energy, even if she beat Wan Guotao today, the Wan family would not be able to do anything to her. Instructor Mu thought Haidashio had won more benefits from Wanja, so he let him ignore it. Haidashio saw what Instructor Mu thought and sighed, "Old Mu, you're out of your mind. I took your training camp.
Even if others give me great benefits, I won't take a look."
Then why don't you care?
Are you still the Haidashio at the Cape Base?
Instructor Mu said in confusion. In addition to Wan Guotao and another assassinator, the Wan family has 12 assassinators outside the base, and the Wanshui River is also there. The Wan family only needs the Lin family and brothers, and they will do whatever they want to start a war for this. They are serious and not joking. Haidashio sighed, "Old Mu, you should be able to understand my difficulties. Once the war begins, no matter the winning or losing, the price is too huge. I cannot start a war with the Wan family for the Lin family." Instructor Mu looked solemn, for ascended people from the Wan family came, and even the Wanshui River came, just for the Lin family siblings. How could it be possible?
It's just 2 basic changers, and I don't think it's necessary, but they did come.
Wan Shuilu and the 12 assassinators were outside the base.
It's already given me face before entering the Cape Base. What can I do? You can't really start a war with the Wan family, right? You can't die so many people for 2 people.
Haidashio said helplessly. Instructor Mu also knew that it was impossible for Haidashio to start a war for Lin Shen and Lin Miao, so he had to leave Haidashio. After asking someone for a little inquiries, I confirmed what Haidashio said. The 12 assassinators from the Wan family were stationed outside the base, so it was not difficult to find.
Boy, why did you provoke the Wan family?
When Instructor Mu was worried, concubine Bai Shen came to the training camp.
Instructor, what happened to Lin Shen? Concubine Bai knew a little, but she was not very clear about what was going on. I didn't understand it.
Now I only know that Lin Miao and Wan Nianj of the Wan family were together before, but later they separated because Wan family opposed it.
Recently, Wan Nianj died of failure and death.
The people from the Wan family suddenly came to find the Lin family siblings and asked them to hand over something. For this reason, 14 assassinators were dispatched. Now there are 12 outside the base, and there are still Wan Shuiliu. Instructor Mu explained the story in detail.
Just give them the things.
After hearing that the Wan family had dispatched 14 ascensioners, concubine Bai's face also changed.
It's not a question of whether to give it or not.
The Wan family is determined to kill the Lin brothers and brothers. Instructor Mu said helplessly.
Where are Lin Shen and Lin Miao now? Bai Shenfei thought for a while and asked. They should have teleporters on them. I don't know which planet they teleported to, and they temporarily saved their lives.
But you also know that the teleporters on the home planet are all time limited, and they will eventually teleport back.
Wan Guotao and another assassinator from the Wan family guard the place where they teleported away.
Once they teleport back, they will inevitably die at that time. After hearing this, concubine Bai turned around and left.
Instructor Mu called her and asked, Where are you going? I want to go back to my home.
After saying that, Concubine Bai quickly left the training camp. After leaving the training camp, Concubine Bai left the Cape base and rushed back to the Bai family overnight, hoping to use the power of the Bai family to allow the Wan family to save the lives of the Lin family siblings. After hearing what Concubine Bai Shen said, Bai Jingxing, the head of the Bai family, looked at her and asked, "Did you choose Lin Shen?"
"Yes." Concubine Bai Shen nodded without hesitation.
She knew that only in this way could Bai Jingxing come forward to protect Lin Shen.
"Let's change someone, no one can save his life," Bai Jingxing said. "Why? What does the Wan family want? Isn't it just for them?" Concubine Bai was shocked.
Unexpectedly, even Bai Jingxing said that he could not save their lives.
"I probably know something sad.
If you have to pay back the things, the Lin brothers and sisters will never let go of the lives of the Wan family,"
Bai Jingxing said. "Why?" Concubine Bai was puzzled.
Wan Niangu was attracted by a princess of the Emperor Barbarians. After ascending, he would go to the Emperor Barbarians and become the forbidden corpse of the princess.
The Wan family did not ask about Wan Nianji's willingness, and tried their best to promote this matter.
However, Wan Niangu had already had a person he liked, and it was supposed to be Lin Shen's eldest sister.
With Wan Nianji's talent and ability, it was impossible to ascend to failure.
The reason why it failed was that anyone could think of was that Wan Niangu would rather die than join the Emperor Barbarians. So the Wan family has dispatched so many ascended people to kill the Lin brothers and sisters.
Is it because of the Emperor and Barbarian Princess? Bai Shenfei understood and was desperate. "I think it must be related to the Emperor and Barbarian Princess, otherwise how could the Wan family have such a big fight? It's not worth their efforts to do this. They just don't want the Emperor and Barbarian Princess to have any dissatisfaction. The world is so cruel. The strong's evil thoughts are for the weak, and they need to pay the price of life or even the whole clan's life. Remember, if we become stronger, we can grasp our own destiny and not become ants that have been stepped on by the strong." Bai Jingxing said lightly, "The Lin brothers and sisters will die no matter what. Ouyang Yu is very good.
You have been in the base change level for a long time and should also break through."
Concubine Bai Shen kept silent.
She wanted to save Lin Shen, but she didn't know how to save him. If she was just an ascendant, she might fight desperately, but no one could do anything about the 14 ascendants in the Wan family.
Concubine Bai thought about it and turned around and was about to leave.
She was going to try her luck at Suanio base, and now only Lin Xiangdong is likely to rescue Lin Shen and the others. She knew that Lin Xiangdong might have a chance to destroy the 5 ascension bases of the Wanderer base with one blow. The key is that when things have reached this point, it is impossible for anyone to take action except Lin Xiangdong. The only ones who have the ability to stop the thousands of families are those big families that have stepped into the interstellar world. But no big family would go to war with the Wan family for the sake of the Lin siblings. The Wan family is backed by the Emperor Barbarians, and is itself a top-ranking existence among human alien forces.
Chapter 227 6 Paths of Phoenix. Lin Shen and Lin Miao kept hunting basic creatures in the desert.
Lin Miao saw Lin Shen's strength and many powerful pets. Lin Shen does have many mutated pets, and some are indeed very strong, but compared with the Assassinator, there is still a little gap. Lin Shen gave Lin Miao 2 of his pet launchers, and most of the mutated crystal-based pets were also installed in those 2 pet launchers, allowing Lin Miao to use this time to be familiar with manipulating those mutated crystal-based pets. Once a war with the Ascensioner begins, Lin Miao must at least have the ability to survive. Lin Shen himself left only dead fans and some ordinary crystal-based pets, including Kiwis, Frost Swordsman, Siren God General, etc., all of which were temporarily used by Lin Miao.
"I will overcome this difficulty first."
Lin Miao is very smart and has a crystal base level, but because her family's business has always been managed by her, she has almost no practical experience before. But the talent is there, and it is very fast to get started.
The ability to command multiple pets to fight is much stronger than that of ordinary people.
Ordinary people will be in a hurry when commanding a few pets at the same time. Lin Miao can command more than a dozen pets to fight at the same time, and can also take into account the details of each pet, etc.
On the 23rd day after coming to the realm Wangxing, Lin Shen's basic variability rate reached 100%. Lin Shen found a place nearby without a base-transformed creature and asked Lin Miao to help him protect the Dharma. He took out the original egg given by Tu Xiaodao, and after swallowing it, he began to advance to the crystal base. Lin Miao looked at the wonderful changes in Lin Shen's body and did not dare to be distracted and watched more. He released all the pets and stayed around Lin Shen to prevent accidents. Logically speaking, there are no basic creatures nearby, so there should be no accidents. Just as she was thinking about this, Lin Miao's eyes glanced around, but suddenly her face changed drastically. I saw a large number of green crystal warriors appearing on the sand dunes around, and they are everywhere, but the number of them may have exceeded thousands. How could this happen? Lin Miao's face looked a little ugly. He looked at Lin Shen, who was being promoted to the crystal base, and could only grit his teeth and let the pets line up. However, more and more green crystal warriors appeared, which made Lin Miao feel a little bad. What's even more terrifying is that the blue crystal warrior has begun to appear, and then I saw the amethyst warrior, and even saw a very rare red crystal warrior. Lin Shen went to look for the red crystal warriors but couldn't find it. Now there is a red crystal warrior here. Moreover, there are more than one red crystal warriors. As more and more green crystal warriors appear, more and more blue crystal warriors and amethyst warriors are also increasing, and 2 red crystal warriors have appeared. The number of green crystal warriors has exceeded 10,000, and they are still coming out continuously. Lin Miao's brain was running rapidly, thinking about how to resist the terrifying number of crystal-based warriors. A crimson warrior appeared. His body was like a crystal condensed from blood, flashing with a blood halo in the sun, and he actually held a blood crystal spear in his hand. He actually had a weapon, which other warriors did not have. With the battle cry of the crimson warrior, the green crystal warrior and the colorful warriors rushed towards Lin Shen's location like a tide. Lin Shen has been slaughtering in the desert for more than 20 days, and he has been eating the base of various warriors, which has long aroused the anger of the soldiers. This time the siege was obviously premeditated. As the commander of the siege, the Crimson Knight must have a good wisdom, otherwise he would not have chosen such a time point. Looking at the warrior rushing towards her like a tide, Lin Miao could only be glad that Lin Shen gave her pets strong enough and large enough. Lin Miao was distracted and used multiple uses, controlling a group of pets, and resisting the tide of attack. Under Lin Miao's command, each pet cooperates closely, with a front row of meat shields, a back row of output, and a mobile pet to support possible loopholes at any time. Lin Shen's pets are indeed strong enough, but if it weren't for Lin Miao's command, as long as there was a loophole and the soldiers rushed in and disturbed Lin Shen, who was in the process of becoming a fundamental change, would be a big trouble. The 2 red crystal warriors wanted to entangle Kiwis, but Lin Miao did not give them this opportunity. The battle formation composed of pets is constantly rotating and attacking, and each pet is wandering around and will not be trapped in one place. The Crimson Warrior saw that he could not capture it for a long time, and he was extremely angry and roared again in war. With his roar, all the soldiers seemed to be crazy, their eyes were bloody, and they began to attack the pet war formation even more crazily. Lin Miao struggled to hold on, and it was not difficult to kill the rushing warrior. The difficulty was that she could only guard Lin Shen, who was motionless and could not let any warrior rush in. Fortunately, Lin Miao did it, and with the cooperation of the pets, he blocked wave after wave of offensives. Seeing that the changes in Lin Shen seemed to be about to end, Lin Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Once Lin Shen was promoted successfully, they no longer needed to fight with these warriors, just ride on the evil dragon and fly away directly. These soldiers can't fly, so they can't do anything to them. Lin Miao did not dare to relax and kept looking at the battlefield, while adjusting the pet's position. Suddenly, Lin Miao found something was wrong with the sand below. Realizing something, Lin Miao rushed towards Lin Shen at the first time. The sand below exploded suddenly, and a giant scorpion full of deep red, like a blood crystal carved out, and its tail turned into a ray of bloodlight and pierced towards Lin Shen. Lin Miao has used all his pets to resist the tide of warrior attacks. There are no pets available on his body, and there is Lin Shen who was being promoted and unable to move behind her. She can only take a step forward and grab the lightning-like scorpion tail with both hands. However, the power of the scorpion tail was obviously blessed by skill.
Lin Miao grabbed the scorpion tail with both hands, but it was difficult to stop the impact of the scorpion tail. As the tip of the scorpion tail was about to pierce into Lin Miao's chest, suddenly, a golden light burst out from Lin Miao's arms. The scorpion tail was pierced on the golden light and was bounced out. The golden light flew out of Lin Miao's arms, as if it was growing in the wind, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a golden six-winged phoenix larger than a helicopter. The golden light on the phoenix's body was dazzling and it shone with a phoenix sound towards the sky, causing the entire battlefield to be stunned. The next second, the six phoenixes flew behind Lin Miao, as if they were hugging her from behind. Four of the phoenix wings wrapped around her body. The other two pairs of phoenix wings vibrated and flew into the sky with Lin Miao's body. After circling in the air, six phoenixes turned into a golden stream of light flashed by. Bang 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 bang. It was like golden lightning blooming in the desert, instantly cutting all the bodies of the warriors within a few hundred meters near the forest depth. The crimson giant scorpion desperately drilled under the sand, but the tail still had no time to drill in and was cut off together. In the desert where the sound of killing sounds shook the sky, there was only a golden stream of light harvesting life. Wherever you passed, everything was cut open, and there was no chance to react. Even the red crystal warrior was no exception, and his upper and lower bodies instantly separated. In the blink of an eye, there was no complete creature in 1,000 meters except Lin Shen and those pets. Chapter 228 Promotion to Crystal Foundation. Lin Shen successfully promoted to Jingji. When he opened his eyes, he saw the corpse of the green crystal warrior on the ground in front of him, and was immediately startled. I subconsciously went to find Lin Miao's figure, afraid that something would happen to my elder sister. With so many crystal-based creatures fighting so fiercely, no matter how strong his pets are, it is probably difficult for them to escape unscathed, resulting in such terrible results. But when Lin Shen saw Lin Miao, he couldn't help but be stunned. I saw Lin Miao just landing on the ground. A golden phoenix with 3 pairs of wings on her body was slowly spreading its wings wrapped around Lin Miao. After putting down Lin Miao, the 6-winged phoenix circled around Lin Miao, flying smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a small egg-shaped spiritual foundation and fell into Lin Miao's hands. The gray pattern of the 6-winged phoenix inside also lost its luster. It was the spiritual foundation that Lin Shen had seen before. Lin Shen was greatly surprised. Theoretically, the spiritual foundation must be activated by the assassinator in order to play a role. The spiritual foundation left by the grief of thousands of thoughts is a waste product that he failed to ascend and has not yet been formed. It is a bit incredible that the waste spiritual foundation can actually activate itself and have an independent consciousness. Sister, what's going on? Lin Shen walked over and asked Lin Miao. Lin Miao held the 6 paths of Phoenix spiritual foundation and told the story just now. Lin Shen was secretly shocked. The wisdom of these basic creatures should not be underestimated, and he actually set up such a killing situation. Fortunately, there are 6 Phoenix spirit foundations, otherwise they would have succeeded. No wonder the Wan family has to get back this spiritual foundation no matter what. It seems that the spiritual foundation left by Wan Yanmei is not simple. Lin Shen thought a little out of his mind, thinking that the Wan family wanted to get back the spiritual foundation for this. No matter what, with the 6 paths of Phoenix Spirit Foundation, Lin Miao's safety is guaranteed, and it will not be so easy for the assassinator to move her. Lin Shen no longer needs to be distracted and takes care of Lin Miao. He can fight Wan Guotao and other assassinaries from Wan family with all his heart. Although Lin Shen only saw Wan Guotao and another ascensioner, he was prepared to face the entire Wan family in the future. But he didn't know that there were 12 assassinators outside the Cape Base in the Wan family. Fortunately, the 12 assassinators were worried about the Cape Base and were inconvenient to enter the base, which gave Lin Shen a chance. Sister, just try to see if you can communicate with the 6 paths of Phoenixes and master it as much as possible. Lin Shen asked Lin Miao to try to control the 6 paths of Phoenixes, and he himself was studying his ability after being promoted to the crystal base. When he used the original egg to promote the crystal base, the base-changing carapace changed again. The style of the carapace becomes more angular, and the color of the carapace is still black, but it turns into a translucent black-gray crystal. The hieroglyphic patterns are still there, and the color is even less obvious, as if they are growing inside black and gray crystals. From the outside, the changes in the base-changing shell are not particularly large, and they are not as large as when the alloy is promoted. But Lin Shen knew very well that the improvement brought by promoting the crystal base is no less than when promoting the alloy. User, super-based crystal-based organisms, evolutionable. Strength, 55. Speed, 41. Hardness, 41. Toughness, 41. Basic variability, 1%. Life theory activity limit, 400. Basic transformation talent, hyperbasic text, hyperbasic recast. Superbase recast, the power that cannot kill you will eventually make you stronger. All pain and suffering will become the cornerstone of your recasting of glory. Lin Shen was very glad that the talents he obtained were not repeated, and they were very suitable. Recasting this talent is currently a very powerful recovery ability. The base-transformed carapace is cracked, pierced, or even broken. As long as Lin Shenron is not dead, the base-transformed carapace can be recast and restored. With the enhancement of hypermagnetics and the continuous absorption of world power by the hypermagnetics, Lin Shen is equivalent to a difficult combat machine to kill. As for how much role this talent can play, it still needs to be tested in actual combat. Lin Shen found a green crystal warrior and tried it. An ordinary green crystal warrior could not hurt his crystal base shell at all, making it difficult to leave traces on it. Even the mutated blue crystal warrior and amethyst warrior, the full-strength attack using the skill can only leave some scratches on his shell, and those scratches can be automatically restored in an instant. Lin Shen even asked Kivis to attack his carapace. After Kivis used his skills, he could damage his carapace, but he could also recover in a flash. Lin Shen discovered that the effect of recasting talent was not limited to the base-forming carapace, but also effective on his flesh and blood body, but the effect was not as obvious as the carapace, and the recovery was slightly slower. There was not much time left, and Lin Shen collected the base change liquid of those mutant warriors to continue to improve his base change rate and prepare for his future ascension. Once he can ascend, he will no longer need to be afraid of anyone in his home planet. Without hunting mutant warriors anymore, Lin Shen spent all his time practicing various techniques and familiarizing himself with his talent and abilities. Kivis, Frost Swordsman and Dead Powder were all used by Lin Shen as a coach. Both Kiwis and Dead fans are strong enough, and can be said to be the peak of the BBM, but as long as Lin Shen uses his talent and ability, it will not be difficult to defeat them. It's a pity that there are no ascending creatures on the King of Realms. Lin Shen really wants to go to the crater planet and use those super source dragons to test his combat power, but now he can't do it. Isn't this a ready-made ascension combat power? Kwanlong had no hope, and Lin Shen set his mind on the 6 paths of phoenixes. The 6-path phoenix is indeed not an ordinary spiritual foundation. It can actually respond to Lin Miao's thoughts, and its combat ability is even more terrifying. Just one of the speed is faster than Zhang Guyuan's red jade sword. Moreover, the 6 paths of Phoenix can break through and integrate it. It can wrap Lin Miao with its wings and take her to fight. Unfortunately, the 6-path Phoenix could only respond to Lin Miao's thoughts. Lin Shen also tried to control it, but he had no reaction at all. Lin Shen was very suspicious whether the obsession with sorrow attached to the 6 paths of Phoenixes would allow Lin Miao, a basic transformer, to control it. Sister, let the 6 phoenixes attack me. Lin Shen fought with ordinary crystal-based creatures, and there was no way to improve too much. He needed stronger pressure to train himself. No, I can only communicate with it simply. It is difficult to control it in detail. If it attacks you, it will treat you as an enemy and will not show mercy. Lin Miao immediately refused. There is no need to show mercy. When I face the Ascensioners of the One family, they will not show mercy. If we can't even catch the 6 Phoenix strikes, then we will have to die when we go back. Lin Shen said. Lin Miao also understood this truth. Although he was very worried, he could only do what Lin Shen said. Chapter 229 Growth is a product of helplessness. Lin Shen first activated the Superbasic, Hyperbasic and Hyperbasic recast. On the black and gray crystal shell on his body, the hieroglyphs began to shine and heat up. The entire carapace began to turn red gradually, and soon it was burned golden and became more and more brilliant. Finally, it suddenly cooled down rapidly, making the carapace deep in the forest become crystal clear, like flawless transparent crystal. Hieroglyphs in the crystal have turned into three-dimensional forms, constantly flowing, and each word exudes a brilliant brilliance, just like a mysterious spell from ancient times. Lin Shen, who has fully opened his skills, seemed to be a god who has come from ancient times, and his whole body exuded a sacred aura, which is completely different from the usual black carapace state. In this state, Lin Shen, the full-strength attack of the dead fans can only leave some scars on him, making it difficult to cause severe damage to him, and even the shell is difficult to penetrate completely.
Come on.
Lin Shen stared at the 6 phoenixes in the air. You must be careful. Lin Miao repeatedly reminded him before communicating with Lu Dao Phoenix, allowing him to attack Lin Shen.
The 6 wings vibrated and turned into a golden lightning, instantly passing through Lin Shen.
Lin Shen's body flew backwards, the carapace on the side of his chest was broken, and blood was splashed out. Lin Shen flew backwards for hundreds of meters and hit the sand dunes, knocking out a large pit from the dunes, and the sand splashed everywhere.
Xiao Wu.
Lin Miao was startled and ran over quickly.
I'm fine.
Lin Shen crawled out of the sand pit, and the wounds and carapace on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Miao felt relieved when he saw this. No, my speed is still much worse than Fei upgrade. I can't stand still and wait for the attack. I can only move to have a chance to compete with Fei upgrade. Lin Shen knew what his problem was. This time, he held the dead pink and used the technique of stepping on the immortal garden. His body kept moving rapidly, changing his position, and re-killing towards the 6 phoenixes. Lin Miao also communicated with Lu Dao Phoenix again, allowing it to attack Lin Shen. A golden lightning flashed by, and Lin Shen had no time to swing the dead powder in his hand, and his shoulder was scratched again. But this time the wound was obviously much lighter than the last time, and he did not fall down like last time.
Come again.
Lin Shen knew that he had taken the right path.
Relying on the skills of the immortal court, he had the opportunity to confront Fei Zhang.
After fighting again and again, Lin Shen was injured every time, but he has been improving. Lin Shen constantly integrated various techniques into the immortal courtyard, the rhythm of the evil ways, the techniques of leveraging force in the air of the ladder as the sky, and the momentum of the stacking waves.
Lin Shen needs to be able to fight the assassinator in the air.
If he only practices ground combat skills, it is impossible to touch the assassinator's body. The assassinator can watch the battle from a high altitude and only kill Lin Shen with his spiritual foundation, so Lin Shen has no chance of winning at all. Lin Shen gradually became proficient in the stabbing, fingering, and rod method. He ignored the past and did not practice it, but only picked up the practice that he could understand and know how to use it. The dead fans were soft and hard in his hands, and the various techniques of tugging and whipping were simply strange and unpredictable. With this technique alone, there are probably not many of the basic transformers who are his opponents, but his opponent is the Ascensioner, but this is not enough. Lin Miao looked at Lin Shen being injured by the 6 phoenixes again and again, and got up to fight again and again, and felt complicated. Growth is a product of helplessness. Lin Miao sighed in her heart. If she had a choice, she hoped that Lin Shen would never need to grow up. In an environment like the desert, the power of the world drawn by the Hyperbase article can allow Lin Shen to persist for nearly an hour in a hyperbasement state. Then you can only get out of the hypersynthetic state, rest for a few minutes, and wait for the hypersynthetic text to absorb enough world power to supplement the consumption before you can use the hypersynthetic power again. In the meantime, Lin Shen discovered another feature of the Superbase article. The more intense the battle, the stronger the power fluctuations generated by the fight, and the more power the world will absorb. Once, Lin Shen and Lu Dao Phoenix fought hard several times, and the shockwave of power shock was very serious, and the world power absorbed by the Superbase article was obviously much stronger. Of course, the so-called hard-working battle is actually that Lin Shen cannot avoid the attack of the 6 paths of phoenixes, and can only fight hard to get hurt. As a result, he did not hurt the 6 paths of phoenixes. Lin Shen himself was very injured. If you didn't have the ability to recast this talent, you might not be able to get out of bed in 10 days or half a month. As time goes by, Lin Shen can hold on for longer and longer in the battle with the 6 paths of phoenixes. He also gradually discovered that the six-path phoenix did not rely solely on speed, but also had its own body posture, and it was quite strange and mysterious. In order to understand the behavior patterns of the six paths of phoenixes, Lin Shen tried to imitate the postures of the six paths of phoenixes and found that some postures could make his movements in the air smoother, but only a few of them were used, and most of them were useless. This discovery surprised Lin Shen very much, and he randomly integrated him into the immortal court, making his battle in the air smoother. As the research deepened, Lin Shen felt more and more that he had the chance of winning only when he fought close with the assassinator. He must not be able to distance himself, otherwise he would definitely suffer a great loss. Although it takes a distance to increase the speed by stepping on the immortal court, Lin Shen can move in a relatively small space without such a long straight line distance. As long as they can hit the ascension, Lin Shen will not be afraid of not being able to kill them. For ordinary assassinators, the upper limit of attributes is 80, but most assassinators in turn will definitely not reach this limit. Only the assassinator with multiple revolutions can the attributes break through the upper limit of 80. Lin Shen's current power attribute is 56. This is because the dead fans are growing constantly and are influenced by the infinite contract of force. Lin Shen's power has been increasing. With 56 power, coupled with the blessing of hypersynthetics, Lin Shen's power attribute is no worse than that of ordinary ascenders, and is even stronger than some ascenders with lower power. With the skills of the dead powder and the blessing of its own power, there is no problem piercing the ordinary ascender's shell. Even if you can't penetrate it, you can still use it to click. The only thing you need to worry about is whether you can get close to you. Lin Shen's disadvantage is too great. He has no life base and cannot attack the Ascensioners from a long range. Fortunately, Wan Guotao and the others must have been waiting for Lin Shen in the room, and there was no problem of being able to get close to him at the beginning. A few days later, Lin Shen was still no match for the six-path phoenix, but it was not that easy for the six-path phoenix to hurt him. Lin Shen tried to fight against the six-path phoenix when he turned on hypersynthetic, instead of waiting for the final formation before taking action, which greatly improved the duration of hypersynthetic. However, when the hypersynthetic first started, the strengthening effect on the body was not that strong, and the defense would be relatively low, which made Lin Shen's injury more serious. However, Lin Shen also discovered a very wonderful phenomenon, which can only occur during the hypersynthetic heating stage. Chapter 230 Great Love is Relentless. During the process of hypersylation heating, if the carapace is traumatized, the recasting ability will quickly restore the carapace. The more severe the damage the carapace is in this process, the more times it is recast. When the carapace undergoes extreme cooling, the strength will increase a lot after being injured and recast. It's a pity that this improvement is not permanent. Once the hypersynthetic fails, the effect will disappear. Lin Shen can be sure that this is a special change caused by the combination of hypermagnetic and hypermagnetic recasting. This can only happen if you have these two talented skills at the same time. This discovery gave Lin Shen a little more confidence. He used hyperplasmatics in battle, and the first beaten can be converted into the hardness of the carapace behind. Of course, Lin Shen could even find someone to beat him up before the battle, so that the carapace would become hard enough after it was hypersynthetic, and then fight with the Ascensioner. That old saying is true. If you want to learn to beat someone, you must first learn to get beaten. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. He has been practicing various skills continuously, and his basic variability rate is gradually increasing. The dead fans have added a little more strength to him, and now he has 57 points of strength. Lin Miao was very worried about Lin Shen's situation. Lin Shen has indeed been growing up, but he can never beat the six phoenixes. Lin Shen saw the elder sister's concern and said with a smile, "I don't need to break the life base of those ascendants. Just kill them. Killing them is much easier than breaking the life base." Lin Shen didn't say anything, and there were no acupoints on the life foundation, so he couldn't even point the life foundation. Time passed day by day, and the 30-day deadline was about to arrive. Concubine Bai was waiting anxiously at the Suanio base, hoping to wait for Lin Xiangdong. Unfortunately, Lin Xiangdong did not return to his mother planet at all, and he didn't know what happened on his mother planet, so how could he come back so by chance? Before Lin Xiangdong, he waited for Wei Wufu, who had returned from Tianchang. After Bai Xinfei told Wei Wufu what happened, Wei Wufu turned around and rushed to Tiancheng again without saying a word. Wei Wufu knew that relying solely on his own strength, it was impossible to stop the Wan family from killing Lin Shen and Lin Miao, so he could only ask the elders in the family to take action. But Wei Wufu was not sure whether he can ask the elders in his family to take action, but now there is only one way to go, and he has to give it a try no matter what. Concubine Baishan knew what Wei Wufu wanted to do, but she did not have much hope for the Wei family. She once heard from the elders in the family that there was a person walking and dying outside in the Wei family, but the elders of the Wei family did not come forward to avenge him. Even if he treats his own people like this, Lin Shen is not a member of the Wei family. Will the elders of the Wei family really leave Tiancheng for him? Concubine Baishan didn't know if the Wei family would make an exception because of Wei Wufu, but the hope was really slim. She could only continue to stay at the Suanio base, hoping to wait for Lin Xiangdong. Concubine Baishan kept in touch with Instructor Mu, knowing that Lin Shen had not teleported back. There was still a glimmer of hope. After Wei Wufu rushed back to Tiancheng, he came to the town hall of Tiancheng. This is built by the Wei family to suppress underground space, and it is the forefront of human defense. Wufu, why are you back so soon? Wei Changqing was stunned when he saw that Wei Wufu's face was actually anxious. He knew his grandson very well, and even if he had a knife and axe, he would not have changed his color. Master, Wufu, please help. Wei Wufu knelt directly in front of Wei Changqing, knocked to the ground, and refused to get up again. What happened? Wei Changqing looked solemn. Wei Wufu usually speaks word by word. Today's sentence is already very smooth for Wei Wufu. Lin Shen, my friend, a big disaster. Wei Wufu still didn't look up and just said. Wei Changqing kept listening until he understood what Wei Wufu meant, that he reached out to pull Wei Wufu up. But Wei Wufu refused to get up and insisted, Master, Wufu, please, any of you, can help you. Can you do this for him? Is this person very important to you? Wei Changqing asked softly. Yes. Wei Wufu only answered one word. Wei Changqing nodded and continued to ask, is his life more important than yours? Yes. Wei Wufu answered another word without hesitation. Wei Changqing nodded again, you are willing to exchange your life for his life, because you think he is very important to you, and you are not wrong. When Wei Wufu thought there was hope and looked up at Wei Changqing, he heard Wei Changqing continue, but for me and the Wei family, no one's life is more important than this line of defense. If any of your other grandfathers leave here, they will be taken advantage of by the terrifying creatures in the underground space. By then, it will not be 1 or 2 people, but 100 million people. In the past 10 years, let alone outside the Tiancheng, even if it is this town hall, we can no longer leave. If there is a slight mistake, it will be a disaster. In order to save a person, millions of people died. Martial arts, I have no choice. Great love is love without love, and affection is heartlessness. It is hard to say it, and it is hard to explain it. Wei Changqing closed his eyes, unable to face his grandson's prayerful gaze. Master, martial arts, understand. Wei Wufu kowtowed 3 times to Wei Changqing, as the third master of the Lin family, martial arts, I'm leaving, my husband, take care of me. After saying that, Wei Wufu got up and left. Since the elders in the family cannot go to the Cape base, he can only go by himself, not asking for the result, but just asking for a clear conscience. Fu Wei Wufu, where are you going? Are you going to find a Tian? Before Wei Wufu left Tiancheng, he was blocked by Ouyang Yudo. Yes. Wei Wufu replied. Ouyang Yudo's eyes lit up immediately. He came to Tiancheng to find a Tian. However, no one who asked all the people in Tiancheng knew a Tian except Wei Wufu. I asked Wei Wufu before, but Wei Wufu refused to tell who a Tian was. I didn't expect that Wei Wufu would admit so readily today that he wanted to find a Tian. I'll go find him with you. Ouyang Yudo said. No. Wei Wufu refused directly. Why? Ouyang Yu frowned. Death. Wei Wufu said with a serious expression. Speak clearly, what a dead end. Ouyang Yu frowned even tighter. Wei Wufu roughly explained it. Although it was difficult to understand, Ouyang Yu understood it.
You mean, a Tian is Lin Shen? Yang Yu widened his eyes. Isn't Lin Shen practicing theory of talents? No. Wei Wufu shook his head. Ha, it's interesting, it's really interesting. Let's go with you. How could I miss such an interesting thing? Yang Yuduan pulled Wei Wufu and walked out of the city. Chapter 231 Not a Beggar. Haha, I'm finally back.
In the desert, Shimon's swordsman roared to the sky excitedly, and he finally teleported to this desert again. He wanted to find the place where the sand shell was as soon as possible, hoping to snatch the man and poach all the green crystal eggs inside. Summoned a mount, the Shimon swordsman looked at the surrounding environment and ran wildly in one direction. After walking for a long time, Shimon's swordsman suddenly heard something in the desert on the left. He was curious, hesitated for a moment, and rushed to the left to see what was going on there. After running far, I saw the corpses of green crystal warriors everywhere. I was afraid there were not as many as thousands, and there were also the corpses of blue crystal warriors and amethyst warriors, and even the corpses of red crystal warriors. Near these corpses, a man and a woman were watching him.
Second ancestor?
Shimon's swordsman looked carefully and recognized the man, but his heart was shocked. He knew about the second-generation ancestor Lin Shen and had seen some images of Lin Shen, but his impression of Lin Shen was only that he had something special and his strength was not good. But seeing so many green crystal warriors and mutant warriors being killed, if this was done by Lin Shen, his strength would not be that simple. The Shimon swordsman thought about it and rode his mount to the nearest forest. He turned over and asked with a smile, "In the Shimon swordsman, I have heard of the name of the second-generation ancestor for a long time. As expected, the famous Wushu soldier can kill so many green crystal warriors and mutant warriors. Your ability is still above the rumors in the market.
Your Excellency is too much,"
Lin Shen politely said. He heard the sound of hooves just now, but unexpectedly it was Shimon's swordsman who came.
He said to himself, "I really have a fate with this guy, and I actually met him in the desert again."
Lin Shen had no intention of calculating about the past with him, so he planned to make a few perfunctory words and let him leave as soon as possible. As for the corpses on the ground, Lin Shen had no intention of asking for them.
If Shimon's swordsman wanted them, he would just take them away.
Shimon's swordsman was about to say something, but suddenly he sniffed hard with his nose, as if there was something strange in the air.
"Are you that ruthless person?" Shimon's swordsman's face suddenly changed and he pointed at Lin Shen and shouted.
Lin Shen was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect that Shimon's swordsman could recognize him. The environment was so dim at that time. Lin Shen was wearing a battle helmet and his face had never been revealed.
Shimon's swordsman should not recognize him. Thinking of the moment when Shimon Jianka thrust his nose hard, Lin Shen suddenly realized, is this guy a dog? He can actually distinguish people by smell. Okay, I didn't expect that the second-generation ancestor is a cruel person. Today, we are just breaking apart. Shimon's swordsman drew his sword and pointed at Lin Shen and said, "We can't say anything about hatred, right? We just want to make profits for ourselves."
Lin Shen had other things in his heart. He was lazy to talk to him so much. He pointed to the corpse on the ground and said, "If you feel you have lost, take all these away, as compensation." When Shimon's swordsman heard this, he was slightly stunned, and then furiously said, "Who do you think of my Shimon swordsman?
I am not a beggar.
I will naturally rob you of whatever I want, and there is no need for others to give alms."
Lin Shen was stunned and thought to himself, what theory is this?
You don't want others to give it to you, and you have to rob it.
Is it honorable to be a robber?
As if seeing Lin Shen's thoughts, Shimon's swordsman proudly said, "Waiting for others to give alms is a reward for nothing. The robbery of himself depends on his ability and the contribution is to make a contribution."
Of course it is different. You don't seem to be wrong with what you said.
Lin Shen suddenly felt that what Shimon's swordsman said seemed to make some sense. Of course, the premise is that Shimon's swordsman is not robbing him, and there is no reason to rob him.
Okay, tell me, how do you want to grab it? It's here, you can grab it whatever you want.
Lin Shen said, pointing to the mutant warrior's corpse on the ground.
Now I can't mess with Shimon's swordsman. I clearly asked you to take it casually. It seems something wrong if he snatches it, and it seems something wrong if he doesn't snatch it. Aren't these enough? I have some base liquid here, so you can grab it. Lin Shen also threw several bags of base liquid on his body on the ground. Anyway, it will be teleported back soon. At that time, the battle of life and death will be inconvenient to carry these burdens on you, and you didn't plan to take them away. Shiman Swordsman was a little stunned. Why is the cruel people today completely different from the cruel people that day? If it weren't for having absolute confidence in his sense of smell, Shiman Swordsman began to doubt whether he had found the wrong person. Shiman Swordsman is not afraid of his opponent's ruthlessness, but Lin Shen's actions made him feel a little confused about how to continue. If you are worried about my conspiracy, or if you are afraid that I will attack you, it doesn't matter. Let's leave now. Lin Shen said and prepared to leave with Lin Miao. Wait. Seeing that Lin Shen actually left, Shiman Jianka's doubts disappeared. What else do you want? Just say it just right. Lin Shen turned around and asked. Do you have some terminal illness? Shiman Swordsman looked at Lin Shen and asked in a deep thought. If a person does not suffer from a terminal illness, how could he suddenly become so desireless? Especially a ruthless person like Lin Shen who would rather use such tragic means than let him take away something last time, he would not be so hopeless. If Lin Shen really had a terminal illness, no matter how much he robbed, he would feel boring. His Shiman Swordsman has not yet fallen into disgrace and needs to steal something from a dying person. What terminal illness? Lin Shen couldn't help but be stunned. No terminal illness, what do you mean? Shiman Swordsman said, pointing to the thing on the ground. I can't use it anymore. Lin Shen said with a smile. Why can't you use it? Those are mutant base liquids. Is your base variable rate full? Shiman Swordsman didn't believe Lin Shen's words. Who would think there was too much mutant base liquid? Even if you can't use it yourself, you can still sell it for a big price. Don't you know what happened at the Cape base? Anyway, this incident will inevitably spread in the future, and Lin Shen has nothing to hide. He roughly told his current situation. The base of Wanjia's transformation blocked you at the Cape base? You teleported to the Star of Realm again. There were several times before, but there were no images of you. In other words, you have a teleportation device that can be teleported to the Star of Realm at any time? Shiman Swordsman suddenly thought of a lot of things. Not bad. Lin Shen admitted readily. After this battle with the Wan family, I'm afraid no one doesn't know about this, and it's meaningless to conceal it. So that's it. Shiman Swordsman pondered for a moment, nodded and said, no wonder you are so desireless. It turns out that it's similar to having a terminal illness. Anyway, it's a situation of dying. It's better to give me all the good things you have on you now. Your pets are very good, and the pet launcher is also very good. There are also things that Wanja wants. Give them now so that you won't be cheaper for those people in the Wanja. It can be considered as giving you a sigh of anger. Shiman Swordsman's face was full of shameless words. Chapter 232 Relieve the Force. Okay. Lin Shen saw that he could take such shameless things so naturally, and he was as lazy as if he had done a great good thing. Did you really figure it out? Shiman Swordsman was overjoyed when he heard this. I figured it out. As long as you can defeat me, just take whatever you want. Lin Shen drew out his dead fans and pointed at Shiman Swordsman and said. Then it's a matter of determination. Shiman Swordsman didn't say anything nonsense and stabbed Lin Shen with a sword. His sword is very fast and his body is very thin, which is not conducive to chopping and slashing. He also takes a pricking path. Please be quick. His sword was fast, Lin Shen's spear was faster than him, and it was longer. Shiman Swordsman's sword could not touch Lin Shen at all, and the spear had already arrived in front of him. Shiman Swordsman could only move and dodge, wanting to get close. Lin Shen's spear fell into nothing, and as he saw Shiman Swordsman approaching, there seemed to be no good idea. Seeing this, Shiman Swordsman wanted to slash Lin Shen's hand holding the gun with one sword first. Lin Shen blocked his sword with a spear and blocked his sword. I'm still young. The sword in Shimon's swordsman left as soon as he touched it. He had no real power at all, and he had to cut Lin Shen's neck with the flow. Unfortunately, as soon as his sword moved, the dead powder in Lin Shen's hand was already wrapped around like a poisonous snake, directly entangling Shimon's swordsman's arm holding the sword. Shimon's swordsman had never seen such an evil weapon. He immediately grabbed the dead pink that was wrapped around his arm with his other hand, trying to pull the dead pink apart. Who knew that as soon as his hand touched Deathfan's body tangled up again, wrapping up his other arm. Lin Shen held the other end of the dead pink and threw it hard, throwing Shimon's swordsman up. Lin Shen was like a slinging mascot, letting the Deathfan spin over his head. Shimon's swordsman, whose arms were trapped, swung around in the air, and his mind was almost dizzy. Unfortunately, there are no big trees or beams here, otherwise he would be hung up directly. Suddenly, a carapace appeared on Shimon's swordsman's body. The carapace swelled like a balloon, and then shrank violently, causing the dead pink to entangle. Shimon's swordsman took the opportunity to escape, and after landing on the ground, he stared at Lin Shen and said, "Something is something. Is your thing not a weapon, but a pet? Is anyone who stipulates that pets cannot be used as weapons?" Lin Shen said with a smile. "That's right, no one really stipulates that pets cannot be used as weapons." Shimon's swordsman nodded, still staring at Lin Shen. Lin Shen kicked the sword dropped by Shimon's swordsman on the ground with his feet. "Your sword. I can no longer use a sword to deal with you." Shimon's swordsman caught the sword, but directly inserted it to the ground. "So, if you don't use a sword, you're more powerful than using a sword?" Lin Shen looked at him with interest. "You need to judge it yourself," Shimon's swordsman said, rushing towards Lin Shen again. Lin Shen didn't feel anything special about this punch, and his speed and strength were not stronger than when using a sword. Lin Shen waved his fans to death, and another straight stab. Shimon's swordsman clasped his hands together and actually clamped the spear. The dead fans used the same trick again and have to get involved again. But this time, Shimon's swordsman wiped his hands and the dead pink body suddenly rotated like a drill bit. Lin Shen was caught off guard and his hand holding the dead fans was immediately bounced away. Shimon's swordsman grabbed the spinning dead pink, threw it in his hand a few times, and then threw it to Lin Shen. "Now we're even," Shimon's swordsman said with a cold face. "This hand's spiral power is a bit powerful." Lin Shen caught the dead pink, and the dead pink was still spinning in his hand. Lin Shen held it tightly before he stopped. "No one stipulates that spiral force cannot be used, right?" Shimon's swordsman said and rushed up again. Lin Shen did not use all his strength, but only maintained his strength at a level similar to that of Shimon's swordsman, and fought with Shimon's swordsman. Soon Lin Shen discovered that this Shimon's swordsman is not as strong as Ouyang Yudu, nor as comprehensive as Wei Wufu's combat skills, but his ability to control strength is very special. When I was on Taiyang Xingpo before, Ouyang Yudu also used the technique of leveraging force to fight, but for Ouyang Yudu, it was just a skill. However, Shimon's swordsman's entire person seemed to have become a converter, and any power that could be converted by him. Others use force to fight, but he uses other people's strength as his own. The tip of the gun pierces his body, his muscles sink inward, and then the tip of the gun pops out again. Is this guy really a human? He has actually trained his body to this level and is simply a monster. Lin Shen knew that there were only two ways to break the Shimon swordsman's technique of removing power. One way is to use absolute power or speed so that it can be broken naturally without time to transform its strength. Lin Shen's power is enough, and with the dead powder's armor-breaking and instantaneous skills, it is almost impossible to break it. Another method is to find his flaws and use his skills to break the Shimon swordsman's technique of removing strength. No matter how hard a person practices his body, it is impossible to practice so that every person on his body can relieve his strength. As long as he finds the place where he cannot relieve his strength, that is, his weakness, he can break his strength relief technique. Lin Shen was quite interested in his power relieving technique, so he did not use the method of breaking it with force, and he happened to use Shimon's swordsman to test the results of his hard practice during this period. Although Shimon's swordsman could relieve his strength all over his body, Lin Shen's moves were too strange and unpredictable. It was so bizarre that it was as if it were absurd.
Many of the tricks were something that Shiman swordsman had never seen or heard of, and it was very difficult for him to deal with. It is not easy to borrow Lin Shen's strength to fight back against Lin Shen. Especially when the dead fans tangled on their bodies, it made Shiman swordsman very uncomfortable. He is not afraid of hard weapons, but this kind of soft weapons is very unfriendly to him. The two of them kept fighting, and no one could get the advantage.
No more fighting. Shiman swordsman suddenly retreated and jumped out of the battle circle, shook his head and said, "Why don't you fight?" Lin Shen asked in confusion.
"The tricks of your pet weapon are too damaging, and they are uncomfortable to beat." After saying that, Shiman swordsman directly got on the mount and turned around and left.
"You don't want the stuff?" Lin Shen shouted.
"I can't win, I have no shame to ask for it.
Next time I will snatch your things." Shiman Jianka didn't look back and ran away all the way, but disappeared in a blink of an eye.
"That person is quite interesting," Lin Miao said with a smile. "If you are not as strong as him and are his enemy, then you won't think he is interesting." Lin Shen didn't have the heart to care about Shiman swordsman. The countdown was not a few days, and he had to continue working hard.
Shiman swordsman is just a basic changer.
It is not easy to win him with skills, and it is probably even more difficult to face the Ascensioner. Lin Shen didn't know that Shiman swordsman was a person who had a record of killing the Ascensioner, and he was not an ordinary crystal. Even if Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu came, they would not dare to say that they would definitely beat him. A few days later, the countdown was over, and Lin Shen and Lin Miao were both ready, waiting for the last second of the countdown to arrive. Finally, the countdown returned to 0, and the two of them felt the situation in front of them changed, and they returned to the familiar living room.
Chapter 233, Kill with One Shot.
Wan Guotao and Lu Qingxue waited in the yard for 30 days, because they had never waited until Lin Shen and Lin Miao teleported back, and they were inevitably a little impatient. But no matter how impatient they are, they can only wait. They must kill Lin Miao and take back the unfinished spiritual foundation. The backer of the Wan family in the alien star is the Emperor Barbarians. If they disobey their master's orders, they will naturally have no good ending. Although Catherine only said that she would get back the spiritual foundation that had not been sad, in the eyes of the Wan family, why did Catherine need that useless waste spiritual foundation? The greatest possibility is to hit Wan family. Catherine already knew about Wan Nianzai and Lin Miao, and also knew that Wan Nianzai's last wish after death was to give Lin Miao his unfinished spiritual foundation, so she wanted to take away Wan Nianzai's spiritual foundation. The most satisfying way to make Catherine satisfied is naturally to take back the spirit cake and kill Lin Miao. Only in this way can Catherine be preserved and the Wan family can continue to develop with the big tree of the Emperor Barbarians. They also thought that Catherine might not know Lin Miao at all, but they were unwilling to take risks. In their opinion, even destroying a small family of the Mother Star is much less risky than going to bet on Catherine.
So what if there are ascendants in the Lin family? Just 1 or 2 ascendants, what if it is stronger? There are so many ascendants in the interstellar families.
A few ascensioners, even if the family of the Mother Star was destroyed, would be better than having a thorn in Catherine's heart. But I didn't expect that a small family like the Lin family would actually have a teleporter in their hands. For 30 days, the interstellar Wanjia kept urging them. Wan Guotao and others were already very impatient, but they could only wait patiently. Damn Lin Shen and Lin Miao, as long as they teleport back, they must let them disappear in this world as soon as possible.
They must never give them a chance to activate the teleporter.
Wan Guotao and Lu Qingxue stared at the place where Lin Shen and Lin Miao disappeared. Once they teleport back, he will launch an attack immediately and will not give them any chance. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared out of thin air where they were staring.
Lu Qingxue and Wan Guotao almost did not hesitate and mobilized their life foundation from their bodies.
Although ascendants generally have ascendant pets, the first reaction of ascendant is usually to use the life base, because the life base is like a part of the body, like a limb, like a hand and a foot, and the response speed is the fastest. When using pets, even if you use advanced pet launchers, you must pull out the pet launcher and press the trigger. Naturally, it is not as fast as using the life base. The life foundation of the 2 people broke out and rushed towards Lin Shen and Lin Miao respectively. When Lin Shen and Lin Miao teleported back, Lin Miao's body was already wrapped in 6 phoenixes. Lin Shen's carapace was also extremely brilliant, and there was a layer of blood film outside. The talent skills are fully opened, and before this, the 6 phoenixes were allowed to smash the shells again and again and again, making the cooling shells reach a very terrifying level. Lin Shen knew very well that the first time they came back was the most dangerous time. As long as they survived this level, they could find another way in the future. Wan Guotao's life foundation was a sword, directly killing towards Lin Miao, while Lu Chengshua's life foundation was a sword, slashing towards Lin Shen in the air with a terrifying force, so fast that he could not dodge at all. The 6 phoenix wings on Lin Miao's body fluctuated, blocking Wan Guotao's sword. Lin Shen saw Lu Chengshua's sword slashing over, but instead advanced. The dead powder in his hand was like a spear and stabbed directly at Lu Chengshue. Seeing this, Lu Chengshue sneered. He didn't even use the base transform into a carapace because there was no need for that. The speed of the life base is much faster than that of the transformer. Lin Shen's gun is impossible to come to him, and his body will be cut in half by his life base. The Assassinator faces the basic transformer, which is an absolute crushing advantage. The fact was indeed as Lu Chengshue expected. His life-base sword slashed Lin Shen first, but this sword was not as he expected, and he directly split Lin Shen in half. This knife actually cut a wound from the shell on Lin Shen's shoulder. The knife was more than an inch into the knife, but it couldn't cut it down. The shell recasted by the 6 paths of Phoenix helps is already extremely strong. In order to ensure insurance, Lin Shen also used the blessing skill of the Blood Jade Mountain God. Lu Chengshue is just an ordinary Ascensioner with more than 60 power attributes. It is quite difficult to split Lin Shen's body directly. Lu Chengshue could not have thought that this would be the case, and what he could not have thought was that the spear stabbed in Lin Shen's hand suddenly accelerated, so fast that he could not dodge. The main reason is that the distance is too close. A hall is just a little distance away. Lin Shen held the dead pink and almost straightened his arms and could penetrate Lu Chengshue's body. At such a close distance, Lu Chengshue was not prepared at first, so he could not dodge now. But the Ascendant is the Ascendant. In just a moment, Lu Chengshue still used the base-turned carapace. Until this moment, Lu Chengshue still did not take Lin Shen's attack seriously. The attack of the transformed man was difficult to leave traces on his shell, let alone hurt him. But the moment when the dead acne fell on his chest, Lu Chengshue's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had seen something incredible. The spear in Lin Shen's hand pierced through his base-turned carapace, pierced through his heart, and penetrated from behind him. Impossible. This is the thought in Lu Chengshue's mind, and it is also the thought in everyone present. At the moment when it was supposed to be tense, there was a moment of silence. Lu Chengshue didn't believe that his base-transformed shell with a hardness of up to 64 would be pierced by a base-transformed shell. Wan Guotao could not believe that such a thing would happen, and the other Wanjia's fundamental changers were even more unbelievable. But the matter was right before Lu Chengshue, and his life-making fundamental failed to kill Lin Shen. Instead, Lin Shen shot his heart and the steel transformed into a shell. They were all shocked and incredible, but Lin Shen did not hesitate at all and directly pulled out the dead fans. As the dead powder was pulled out, blood like a spring water also gushed out from the wound. Lu Chengshue covered the wound on his chest and stared at Lin Shen with his eyes, but the wound behind him was still surging blood. He took a few steps back and fell to the ground, struggling but could no longer stand up. He wanted to say something, but blood was spurting out. A Ascensioner died just like that. Wan Guotao was shocked and angry. Lin Shen did not pause at all, his body moved like lightning, and he shot Wan Guotao again. Since he had reached this point, either you die or I live. There was nothing to say. He just needed to kill the enemy and let himself survive. Chapter 234 Killing Feisheng. To everyone's surprise, Wan Guotao actually flew up and knocked a big hole in the roof. He actually wanted to escape. Wan Guotao is noble and arrogant, and that is when he has absolute strength to crush him. Lin Miao actually had 6 Phoenix Spirit Foundations on his body, which was beyond his expectations. Obviously, the ascension failed, the human beings were dead, and the life foundation had not been fully formed. In theory, it was just a waste spiritual foundation and it was impossible to use it. Even if it is formed, it is impossible to activate the flexure without the power of the assassinator. But an unfinished waste spiritual foundation was actually activated by a base transformer, which was beyond his understanding. What's even more terrifying is that Lin Shen, a fundamental changer, actually shot the ascended man Lu Qingxue to death with one shot. Although a big factor is that Lu Qingxue is too arrogant, he is useless even in his skills and has not used any moves, so he is stabbed to death, but this is already scary enough. At least it can be explained that Lin Shen, a basic transformer, has the ability to kill the Ascensioner. 1-on-2, Wang Guotao was not sure at all. He didn't want to take risks. There were 12 assassinators from Wanjia outside the base. Lin Shen and Lin Miao were bound to die. He didn't need to take risks in this situation. Lin Shen soared into the sky without hesitation and chased out from the hole that Wang Guotao bumped out. Instructor Mu was in a small building nearby, paying close attention to his every move here. Suddenly, he heard a terrifying sound from the courtyard and gritted his teeth and wanted to rush over. But before he could rush out, he saw a figure breaking out of the room. It turned out to be Wang Guotao, and later another figure chased him out. This situation was something Instructor Mu never expected and was stunned for a moment. Not only Instructor Mu did not expect that the assassiner sent by Hai Dashio to monitor the situation here was also stunned by this situation. He had thought about various situations, but he had never thought that Wang Guotao would be the one who escaped. The people who came after the waves of the nations were extremely brilliant, just like gods walking out of ancient times, and their bodies seemed to exude holy brilliance. He had never seen anyone's base-changing carapace be so gorgeous and dazzling. It was obviously just a base-changing level, but just looking at the base-changing carapace make people feel that he is outrageous. After Lin Shen rushed out of the house, he directly used the dead fans as a javelin and threw them at Wang Guotao. Wang Guotao saw the dead fans flying like dark red lightning, and sneered in his heart, looking for death. The sculpting shell wrapped his whole body, and at the same time pulled out a spiritual sword and slashed at the flying dead pink. The speed of the dead fans is already fast enough, but in Wang Guotao's opinion, this speed is not fast enough for him to kill it with one sword. At the same time, his life-based sword also penetrated through the roof of the house, stabbing Lin Shen in the air from bottom to top like lightning. No matter how strong a base changer is, he is still a base changer after all. He has no ability to fly and cannot change his flight trajectory in the air to avoid the attack of the life base. Almost as the spirit sword slashed the dead fans in Wang Guotao's hand, his life sword also reached Lin Shen. Everything happened too quickly. When Instructor Mu realized that the person chasing him might be Lin Shen, it was too late to rescue him. But a strange scene happened. The spiritual sword in Wang Guotao's hand slashed on the straight spear, but the spear suddenly became extremely soft. After the Lingji sword was slashed on it, it was useless. On the contrary, the dead pink was like a rope, and with the power of his slashing, he directly wrapped around the Lingji sword, and also wrapped around Wang Guotao's hand holding the sword. Lin Shen on the other side was in the air, with his left foot on his right instep, and moved a distance away. Wang Guotao's life-based sword almost wiped Lin Shen's body and rushed into the sky, leaving a long mark on Lin Shen's shell. Boom! 6 golden phoenixes broke out into the air and turned into a golden lightning, rushing towards the waves of all nations in the air. The speed of the 6 paths of phoenix was too fast. Wang Guotao had no time to dodge, and even pulled away the dead pink wrapped around his hand, and directly waved his sword to slash at the 6 paths of phoenix. The dead fan was extremely cunning, and his body was directly wrapped around Wang Guotao's body. The spiritual sword in Wang Guotao's hand fought hard with the phoenix's wings of the 6 phoenixes. The Lingji sword was directly cut off by the phoenix wings, and Wang Guotao's body was shocked and flew backwards in the air, just flew to where Lin Shen was. The man was still flying backwards. Wang Guotao threw away the broken sword in his hand, grabbed a pet launcher, and shot Lin Shen several meters away. This is a flying upgraded pet launcher with a speed of up to 80. He has seen that Lin Shen's power is very strong, and it can be said to be outrageous, and it can even be compared with some assassinaries. But his speed was still not fast enough, and he was unable to completely avoid his life-based attack just now. He would definitely not be able to avoid the ascending pet launched by this 80-speed pet launcher.
The Ascension pet hit Lin Shen directly. If he couldn't kill him, he could kill half of his life. It was still a dead end. But the moment he fired, Lin Shen's speed suddenly soared wildly, almost reaching an incredible speed. Lin Shen didn't expect that there would be such a good thing, and Wan Guotao would actually hit him with a high-level pet launcher. The 7-step sword was launched, and Lin Shen's speed soared to 80. A distance of several meters arrived in an instant, and Lin Shen rushed to Wan Guotao in the air. Wan Guotao was shocked and angry, and could not figure out how Lin Shen's speed could suddenly soar to the point where he was not as good as him. He reached out to hit Lin Shen, but felt that his arm was tied up with a rubber band. Although he forced it out, the speed was much slower. The dead powder wrapped around him was stretched long and thin, but it did not break. Lin Shen flashed past him, dodged his fist, and pointed his finger hard under his ribs. Wan Guotao thought it would be fine if he forced Lin Shen to withstand this finger, but after that finger was on his body, Wan Guotao suddenly felt his body stiffen and he couldn't move. 6 phoenixes flew into the air, and Wan Guotao was already desperately controlling his life to fly back, trying to block the 6 phoenixes, but he was still one step too late. The 6 phoenixes flashed past Wan Guotao's side and cut Wan Guotao's body into 2 pieces. Wan Guotao's upper body and lower body were separated, his eyes widened to the extreme, and he could not believe that he would die here until his death. Don't kill him! Almost at the same time Wan Guotao was cut in half, Instructor Mu's voice also came, but it was a little too late. Instructor Mu? Lin Shen fell on the roof and looked at Instructor Mu with some confusion, wondering why he wanted to plead for Wan Guotao. Instructor Mu saw Lin Shen's thoughts and said with a wry smile, "If you kill Wan Guotao, you will have a mortal hatred with Wan family. It's already a dead enemy." Lin Shen said. There are 12 ascenders in the Wan family outside the base, which is only stronger than Wan Guotao. One of them is the 7-turn ascender. Instructor Mu sighed. 12 assassinators. Lin Shen's face also changed. He thought that after killing Wan Guotao and Lu Qingxue, the Wan family would send the assassinators to come over again. There should be some time to buffer. He and his elder sister could escape first, but he didn't expect that there were actually 12 assassinators and the Wan family were outside the base. But Lin Shen did not regret his choice. Even if he didn't kill Wan Guotao, Wan family would not let him go. Chapter 235 Take the initiative. Wan Guotao and Lu Qingxue are just ascending players. Among the 12 ascenders outside, there are 7 turns, which is quite scary. The ascender who turns 1 has at most 80 attributes. The ascender who turns 7 times is equivalent to 60% more attributes. If calculated based on the top 80 attributes, the attributes of the ascender who turns 7 times can reach 128. Just absolute attribute suppression can crush the assassinator of the same level. Lin Shen was not worried about this 7-turn assassinator, because over such a long time, the attributes accumulated by the halo of sacrifice in the sky had exceeded 15. With his own attributes, when he had his full force, other attributes could reach more than 19, and his power exceeded 200. As long as he catches the opportunity well, he has a high chance of killing the 7-turn assassinator in one blow. But no matter how strong this attack is, it can only kill one assassinator. There are 12 assassinators outside. After killing the 7-turn assassinator, it is still easy for the remaining assassinators to surround and kill the 2 of them. Even though they are all ascenders, Lin Shen and Lin Miao still have no chance, let alone they are all ascenders. Instructor Mu wanted to say something, but suddenly saw more than a dozen figures coming from outside the base and trying to forcefully break into the base. The battle was already very loud. Wan Shuelu and others outside the base heard the sound and saw Wan Guotao's life-shocking sword. Knowing that something happened, they no longer cared about Hai Daxio's face and rushed into the base of the cape. Hai Daxio was also prepared for it. It was originally just to beware that Wan Zhao would take the opportunity to be unfavorable to the Hake base, but he never expected that Wan Guotao and Lu Qingxue would be killed. But no matter what, Hai Daxio cannot let the people of the Wan family start a war within their own base. Hai Daxio flew up with many ascenders from the Cape base and stopped the 12 ascenders from Wanjia who were about to rush into the Cape base in the air. Wan Shuelu had already seen Wan Guotao on the street, and also saw Lin Shen and Lin Miao standing with Instructor Mu, as well as the 6 phoenixes, who were very surprised. He recognized the 6 paths of phoenixes as the spiritual foundation of all thoughts and grief at a glance.
He did not expect that the waste spiritual foundation could be used, and he also saw that Wang Guotao was killed by the 6 paths of phoenixes.
Is there any other reason why Catherine wants to be sad about?
A thought flashed through Wan Shuelio's mind.
Haidashio, my ascensioner of Wanje died at your Cape base. Do you want to shelter the murderer, or are you planning to start a war with my Wanja?
Wan Shuelu seized the highest point of morality first with one sentence. Haidashio said lightly, the person who killed your Ascension family is from the Lin family and has nothing to do with my Cape base.
However, my Cape base is not a place where people can trample on it.
I don't care if you fight for life and death.
If you want to fight, you out and fight. No one can be arrogant in my base. Does they have been in your Cape base for the rest of their lives, so I will wait outside for the rest of my life?
Wan Shuelu said coldly.
Within today, the Wan family and the Lin family must leave the Cape base.
You must solve your own affairs by yourself.
No one can harm the people and things in my Cape base, otherwise we will fight and fight. My Cape base will be with you to the end.
Haidashio confronted Wan Shuelu without any concessions.
Okay, the Cape base has the rules of the Cape base. I respect the rules of your Haidashio and the Cape base. Wait until midnight outside.
Wan Shuelio's eyes looked like a blade, looked at Lin Shen and Lin Miao in the base, and turned around and left the base. Seeing Wan Shuelu and others guarding outside the base, Haidashio asked the other assassinators to stay here and stare, and he flew to Lin Shen and Instructor Mu.
You have heard what happened just now. I can only keep you until midnight.
Otherwise, the Wanja ascended to fight in the base.
I don't know how many people will be affected. I can't bear the price. Haidashio looked at Lin Shen and said.
She was quite curious about Lin Shen. It was indeed surprising that a base changer who came out of the Suwanio base could kill the Ascensioner beyond the level.
What's the difference between them going out now and dying? Instructor Mu sighed. Sorry, the Cape base is not my only one, Haidashio.
I have no right to save someone else's life.
Haidashio said.
We siblings are already grateful for your help to win us for such a long time. Lin Miao said with a slight salute. Lin Shen also knew that Haidashio and them were not related to each other, and had no obligation to be enemies of them with so many ascendants from the Wan family. Haidashio didn't drive them out immediately, because it was because of the sake of Instructor Mu, and he helped them get so much time. Lin Shen can now choose to teleport to Alien again, but if he does that, when he and Lin Miao come back, they will face not only Wanja, but also Haidashio, and the Ascenders at the Cape base will also become their enemies.
Haidashio has helped them by this day.
Running now is like forcing Haidashio and the others to the Wan family, and the consequences are even more serious. Lin Shen knew that he could not run away now, so he can only take a risk.
He did not plan to stay until midnight before leaving.
The biggest advantage of the day that Haidashio won for Lin Shen is that he could go out alone, and the eldest sister could still stay in the base and wait until midnight. With this time difference, the siblings will not be besieged together.
They will definitely not be able to beat them.
The two of them went out and were besieged together, and the 6 phoenixes could not save Lin Miao. Lin Shen has only one chance now. If he can kill the 7-turn Wanshui River in one blow and intimidate the remaining 10,000 Asinaries, he will be able to survive today. Lin Shen restrained the base of the body and bowed to Instructor Mu and said, Instructor, I want to leave the city alone first. Please help me take care of my elder sister first. After hearing Lin Shen say this, Instructor Mu and Haidashio were both stunned and looked at each other, not understanding what Lin Shen means.
Xiao Wu.
Lin Miao wanted to say something when he heard this, but was stopped by Lin Shen.
Sister, you must listen to me this time.
Lin Shen couldn't explain now, but just looked at Lin Miao with a firm look. Although Lin Miao didn't know what Lin Shen wanted to do, she chose to believe Lin Shen. Now that things have come to this point, it is a dead end. Before she dies, she is willing to leave her trust to Lin Shen.
You siblings can only stay at the base until midnight.
Haidashio misunderstood Lin Shen's meaning, thinking that Lin Shen still wanted Instructor Mu and the Haijio base to protect Lin Miao, which of course was impossible. Even if Lin Shen is dead, the Wan family will not be able to let Lin Miao go, and Hai Dashio will not be able to keep Lin Miao.
I know. Lin Shen nodded slightly, then took out the watch.
When Hai Dashio saw Lin Shen take out his watch, she couldn't help but frown slightly, thinking that Lin Shen wanted to teleport to Alien again. Lin Shen handed the watch to Lin Miao and said, "You hold the teleportation device. If you have the chance, you rush out of the base and then use it to teleport away." Lin Miao had no intention of taking it at all, but just said calmly, My brother and sister can only live and die together, and there is no reason to live alone."
Okay.
Lin Shen knew the eldest sister's temper, and teleportation could only survive temporarily and could not solve the real problem. After putting away his watch, Lin Shen bowed to Instructor Mu again. "Instructor Mu, my elder sister will ask you to take care of you for the time being." After saying that, Lin Shen turned around and walked towards the base gate.
Chapter 236 Sledgehammer Forging Armor. What do you want to do?
A man sat in the private room on the second floor of the tea house, watching Lin Shen walk towards the base gate alone, his eyes full of curiosity. "Brother, he is the second-generation ancestor Lin Shen you mentioned."
"It's such a pity. I haven't been able to talk to him yet, so I'm going to die."
The girl next to me, who looked a little boyish, sighed.
"That's nothing to do. The 12 families ascended, and one of them was ascended by 7 turns in 10s of them.
There were no more than 10 families on the mother star who could suppress them.
Unfortunately, those families should have no reason to save the Lin brothers and sisters."
Tu Xiaodao shook his head and said,
"Didn't you say that Lin Shen has a good relationship with you? Don't you go to see him before he dies?" the girl asked again.
"When he dies, everything will disappear.
It's meaningless to say anything now. I hope someone can help him."
Tu Xiaodao shook his head. Lin Shen walked to the gate of the base and saw the 12 people from the Wan family ascended not far outside the base. They also saw Lin Shen and stared at him with cold eyes. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shen walked out of the base directly and ascended toward the Wanjia 12. Lin Shen carried Wan Guotao's sword and Lu Chengshua's knife on his back, and Wan Guotao's 80-speed pet launcher hung around his waist.
Unfortunately, Lingji cannot be activated, and the Ascension pet launcher cannot be used either.
Wan Shuilu and others were surprised when they watched Lin Shen walk out alone, but they didn't expect him to come out so soon. Lin Shen untied the sword on his back and threw it on the ground as he walked. The Wan family didn't quite understand what Lin Shen was doing, and did not attack him for a while. Their main targets are Lin Miao and the Sadlingji, and Lin Shen can only be regarded as killing them by the way. They did not see the murder of Wan Guotao and Lu Qingxue. They all thought that Wan Guotao and Lu Qingxue were killed by the 6 paths of phoenixes, and did not pay much attention to Lin Shen. Lin Shen continued to walk forward without saying a word, while also taking off the pet launcher on his waist and throwing it on the ground. Hai Dashio and Instructor Mu, who were standing on the wall watching, were also confused by Lin Shen's actions, and they didn't know what Lin Shen was. After Lin Shen threw away the pet launcher, he was still walking towards Wan Shuiliu, and his eyes were also staring at Wan Shuiliu. Wan Guotao and Lu Qingxue were both killed by me, and the Ascensioners of the Wan family were nothing more than this. Wan Shuiliu, since you are determined to die and insist on sending death, then come out and die," Lin Shen said as he walked towards Wan Shuiliu. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone who was watching secretly showed a look of astonishment on their faces. They thought about it, but they didn't expect that Lin Shen would say such a thing after he walked out alone. This person is really interesting, but unfortunately he is about to die.
Shiman Swordsman sat on the wall watching the show.
When he heard what Lin Shen said, he couldn't help laughing out loud.
Instructor Mu and Hai Dashio were both shocked.
They had never seen a genius so arrogant in front of the Ascensioner.
"You student, really don't have any brains?" Hai Dashio looked at Instructor Mu and asked with a complicated expression. "It should, it's not sick." Instructor Mu couldn't think of what Lin Shen was doing. The Assassinator of the Wan family was not angry, but just looked at Lin Shen like a clown.
In their opinion, Lin Shen said these words just to stop the responsibility from him and to separate Lin Miao from him. But this idea is obviously too naive. Not to mention that the Wan family came for Lin Miao. Even if it was not for Lin Miao, it would be impossible for Lin Miao to be let go if Lin Shen was killed.
Since you have taken action, you must eradicate the roots and not leave any disasters. Wan Shuilu glanced at Lu Chong, the ascendant beside him. Lu Chong understood what he meant and directly summoned the foundation of his life. A glass-like sledgehammer broke through the air and smashed towards Lin Shen.
Although the speed of the hammer life base is not as fast as that of the sword, its destructive power is generally much stronger than that of the sword.
Lin Shen's base-turned carapace appeared on his body.
The moment the glazed hammer hit, the person moved left like a phantom. Lin Shen's speed was already fast enough, but it was still much slower than the sledgehammer and could not completely avoid it.
The sledgehammer hit Lin Shen's shoulder, shattering the carapace on his shoulder. Fortunately, the sledgehammer only hit his shoulder and did not hurt the vital points.
The sledgehammer turned in the air and hit Lin Shen again, and the speed was faster. Lin Shen moved quickly, but his speed was obviously not up to the sledgehammer.
He was swept through the intercostals by the sledgehammer.
A large piece of crack suddenly appeared in the shell, and blood oozed out. I was so angry just now, and I thought I really had some skills. It turned out that it was just that.
The girl next to Tu Xiaodao was slightly disappointed.
He should have his reason for doing this.
Tu Xiaodao frowned. If you've been beaten like this, what else can you make? If you have a few more hammers, you're afraid that everyone will be killed. Could it be that you can go on and talk to the King of Hell?
The girl curled her lips and said, "Brother, you said this person is so powerful. I think he can just say something big, but you're probably fooled by him."
Maybe. Tu Xiaodao didn't say anything else.
Lu Chang's sledgehammer hit Lin Shen again and again, smashing Lin Shen's carapace with cracks everywhere, but he was unable to kill him. At this time, someone had already seen something was wrong. Lin Shen's carapace was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was like a piece of iron burned red, becoming more and more red and more gold.
Every time Lu Chang's sledgehammer hit the shell, it would make iron flowers splash, like hot magma splashing.
But he still failed to smash Lin Shen to death on the spot. Instead, Lin Shen seemed to be getting faster and faster.
What kind of talent is this? It seems that the more you fight, the stronger you become.
The girl was a little surprised. Not only him, but everyone watching was a little surprised by Lin Shen's performance. He was a basic transformer who could withstand the attacks of so many ascenders, and his speed was getting faster and faster. The recovery ability of the carapace was also amazing.
This was not something that ordinary basic transformers could do. Can he be able to kill Lu Qingxue? This talent is quite powerful. Hai Daxiu seemed to have some realization.
The sledgehammer hits the forest again and again, and the carapace is constantly deformed by the hammer, just like an iron embryo being forged. The carapace, which had been forged and was radiant, suddenly dropped in temperature and a white mist rose. In the mist, Lin Shen, who was emitting brilliant glory in deep body, punched at the foundation of the glazed hammer that was bombarding him again.
Boom!
The glazed hammer was actually smashed open by Lin Shen, and Lin Shen's punch could actually compete with the Ascension's life base.
The last chapter is a little later. Chapter 237: The Bloody Prison King.
Lin Shen's punch was not just a punch.
He has been using the Immortal Court to avoid the bombardment of the sledgehammer.
In fact, he can avoid it completely, but he did not avoid it completely, but he just avoided the key points and used the sledgehammer hammer to train the carapace to enhance the strength of the carapace.
At the same time, we are also accumulating strength by stepping on the Immortal Courtyard. Stepping on the Immortal Court is a step stronger than the next, and it has the same effect as the Folding Wave Spirit.
Rather than saying that Lin Shen has understood the power of Dailang, it is better to say that he has just learned the flexible use of stepping on the Immortal Courtyard. Every time Lin Shen took a step, his momentum became stronger. After so many steps, his momentum was higher and higher than the wave, and he was already like a stunning wave. With such strength, Lin Shen had no power that was much worse than Lu Chong. With all his strength, he slammed the hammer backwards. The continuous force, like a huge wave of surges, made the hammer unable to hold back and directly hit Lu Chong, smashing a big hole in the ground. Instructor Mu's eyes lit up. "Okay, you guy, you have already practiced the folding power to this level.
You just don't show it during class, so you're teasing me, right?" Brother, this person is really a bit strong. The girl looked at Tu Xiaodao in surprise and said.
It's already very strong, but such power is not enough to fight the Ascensioner, and it's even more impossible to scare away the waters.
It's still a dead end. Tu Xiaodao sighed. This punch is interesting. Shimon's swordsman narrowed his eyes into a very line.
Seeing that his life base was hit on the ground by a base changer, Lu Chong was immediately angry and embarrassed. With a hand, the sledgehammer flew into his hand and was about to rush out to destroy Lin Shen.
If my subordinates don't kill the Wuming people, they will flow. Don't let your subordinates come out and die.
Lin Shen said lightly.
You are looking for death. This sentence immediately angered Lu Chong.
He was like a tiger coming out of the gate and hit Lin Shen's head with a hammer. A thunderous halo appeared on the hammer. This was Lu Chang's blessing of his talent and ability on the basis of his life, and he was determined to kill Lin Shen with one blow.
Wan Shuiliu and other ascendants were just watching, and there was no intention of taking action.
Lin Shen is indeed very strong. He can be said to be an invincible existence among the basic transformers, but for the Assassinator, such power is still not enough.
Lu Chang's full-strength attack was not something Lin Shen could withstand.
Thunder and lightning struck the sky and reached Lin Shen's head in an instant. Lin Shen seemed to have no time to dodge, and watched Lu Chang's two-headed hammer fall from the sky, and the hammerhead was shining with lightning, and it was about to hit Lin Shen's head. Before he could dodge it at this time, everyone thought Lin Shen was about to finish it. But for some reason, Lu Chong was stunned for no reason in the air. But when Lin Shen was stunned, his body suddenly moved, and the dead powder in his hand instantly turned into a spear, and the man jumped up and interspired with Lu Chong in the air.
The dead fans pierced through Lu Chang's throat.
The moment Lin Shen and Lu Chong interspired, they reached out to grab the dead fans from behind and pulled them out. Lu Zhong fell heavily to the ground, covering his neck that was bleeding heavily, and wanted to struggle, but it was too late. Blood kept spewing out of his mouth, and the big hole in his neck was even more bloody, and he seemed to be unable to survive.
Everyone was shocked.
They didn't even see how Lu Chong was killed by Lin Shen. Lin Shen's power is indeed very strong, and it can even be said to be outrageously strong.
That is a power that a fundamental changer cannot possess.
However, such a power can only be considered very ordinary for the Assassinator, and it is impossible to kill Lu Chong easily. In their opinion, Lu Chong seemed to have not resisted and bumped into Lin Shen's spear. They still haven't figured out how Lin Shen did it.
Wan Shuiliu, I have already said just now, don't let your minions die. Lin Shen said with a spear in his hand and pointed at Wan Shuiliu.
When Lin Shen said this just now, the Assassinators from the Wan family thought he was crazy. But now Lu Chong is not dead yet, and blood is flowing all over the ground. No one can take Lin Shen's words as crazy.
Your teleporter is good.
Wan Shuiliu said lightly. Lin Shen suddenly felt astern, knowing that Wan Shuiliu had seen through his tricks. The shot just now was indeed not his true strength. He just opened a message on his watch when Lu Chong rushed over, allowing Lu Chong to see the smiling image of the Netherworld Yellow Spring Wolf sent by Hong Xinei.
Lu Chang's mind was immediately fascinated and he didn't even resist, so Lin Shen shot him through the neck.
I originally thought that this move could be used once or twice, but I didn't expect that it would be discovered so quickly by Wan Shuiliu.
But even if they see through it, what can they do?
As long as they see this image, they will still be affected by their minds. Unless they don't look at Lin Shen, but in that case, Lin Shen will still take advantage. Since he had been seen through, Lin Shen simply projected the image in his watch directly. He has read it many times himself. With the help of evolution, he is immune to the smile of this Netherworld Yellow Spring Wolf, but others will inevitably be affected when they see it. Sure enough, all those who saw the smiling face of the wolf in the Netherworld Yellow Spring were stunned. Lin Shen rushed towards Wan Shuiliu and others without hesitation, but before he could rush over, strange blood-colored particles rose up on Wan Shuiliu's body. The blood-colored particles condensed on top of his head, forming a strange life base with thousands of hands, thousands of eyes, 3 heads and 8 feet. The blood-colored life foundation is like a demon or a ghost, with countless arms spreading, and there is a closed eye on each palm. It has 3 heads, the front head is like a Buddha, and the left side is a bird's head and the right side is a tiger's head. The tiger's hair made a tiger roar. The person who was confused by the smile of the netherworld yellow spring wolf suddenly recovered from his awakening after the tiger roar. The Buddha's face on the front made waves of whispers like a devil's whisper. The whispers actually made Lin Shen's watch lose its supposed effect, as if the energy was exhausted, and the cast image disappeared automatically. I originally wanted to take your life, but you used those despicable means to kill my Ascension family. Now you can't die even if you want to die. You can't forgive your sins. I want you to experience all the pain in this world. You can't survive or die. As the vicious words flowed through the river, the life foundation of the demon and ghost was opened one by one, as if you were alive. A strange blood-colored halo was blooming in the blood-colored eyes, like the eyes of a ghost in hell. 7 turned Fate Base. Bloody Prison King. Instructor Mu's expression changed drastically. Unexpectedly, when dealing with Lin Shen, Wan Shuilu actually used his 7 turn Fate Base directly. Chapter 238 The Eye of the Prison King. Lin Shen stared at the bloody Prison King of the 7th Transformation Life Base, but still rushed over at full speed. The reason why he threw away his sword and even threw Wan Guotao's pet launcher was just to attract Wan Shuilu and his attention so that they would not attack immediately when they saw him. Distance, he needs to get closer. Only when the distance is close enough can he have a chance to kill with one blow. But in the eyes of others, Lin Shen rushed directly to the bloody Prison King, and this action was like seeking death. The first reincarnation of the Assassinator's life base will increase 10% of its attributes, but not just improve its attributes. The ability to transform talents in basic transformation will also be improved through reincarnation. At the same time, it also improves the talent of the basic body of life. Ordinary life bases generally do not have the talent for life bases, and only mutated life bases can have the talent for life bases. As the life base is reincarnated, the power of the life base skill will also continue to increase. The Bloody Prison King of 7 turns is a very rare 3-talent mutant life base. Among them, the Eye of the Prison King is a very domineering life base talent. Among the human Assassinators, it can be regarded as a life base talent that can be ranked first. Most ordinary Assassinators will not choose to reincarnate too many times if they have the opportunity to be promoted. The resources required to consume too many reincarnations are too huge. Most human Assassinators will try to break through after the 5th turn, rather than spending all the time to upgrade. If you stay in the flying for a long time, your efforts and gains are almost inconsistent. In order to enhance each reincarnation by 10%, it is not cost-effective for ordinary Assassinators to spend a lot of resources and time later. Only those Assassinators with truly outstanding talents and special talent in life will pursue higher reincarnations. Wan Shuilu is such a person. With his ability, there is a high chance of breaking through the flying upgrade during the 5 revolutions, but he still stays at the flying upgrade in order to pursue the limit of the 10 revolutions. After the 5th turn, the resources required for each reincarnation are too huge. Until now, he has only 7 turns, and is about to break through to the 8th turn. On the countless palms of the bloody Lord King, bloody eyes bloomed halos, and countless halos were intertwined, as if countless devil eyes were staring at Lin Shen. Lin Shen, who was rushing forward, stopped as if he was imprisoned. It seemed that there was only the bloody Prison King who was like a demon and a ghost, and the strange bloody eyes everywhere staring at him. I have always heard that the Blood Sea Reincarnation Sutra of the Cosmic Clan High's Great Clan has the opportunity to condense the bloody prison of the vulnerable prison after ascending, and the bloody Prison King has a very small probability. He will have the talent of the Eye of the Prison King, and can transform the power of the life base into eyes that can imprison all things. Today I finally saw it with my own eyes, which is indeed amazing. Tu Xiaodao exclaimed. Is it possible for Lin Shen to break the Eye of the Prison King? I don't know if it was because of sympathy with the weak or some other reason. The girl did not want Lin Shen to be killed like this. It's very difficult. Tu Xiaodao said in a pondering voice, as far as I know, there are only 2 ways to break the eyes of the Prison King's eye. What method? The girl asked quickly. There are some skills of the life base that can restrain the Eye of the Prison King, such as the Phoenix Purple Chi art practiced by the Wei family. After ascending, there is a chance to condense the Purple Chi Phoenix life base. Some Purple Chi Phoenix life bases have a talented skill called Purple Chi Donglai Divine Light, which can break the eye imprisonment power of the Prison King's eye. There are several similar life base talents, but unfortunately Lin Shen is still a base changer, so this method is not feasible.
There is another way, the girl said anxiously. There is another method that is relatively simple.
The eyes of the Prison King's eye are transformed from the power of the Bloody Prison King itself. As long as the power can exceed the Bloody Prison King's eye, you can break the eyes of the Prison King's eye with absolute power.
Tu Xiaodao said.
No matter how strong Lin Shen is, no matter how strong he is, he cannot be stronger than the 7th Turn Life Foundation.
Then isn't he dead? Isn't he? Is there no other way, said the girl. At least I have never heard of any other methods.
The reason why one Shuilia pursues high reincarnation is to be able to maximize the role of the Prison King eye. For the same Ascensioner, unless the reincarnation exceeds 10,000 water Shuiyu, it will be difficult to break his Prison King eye.
Tu Xiaodao shook his head.
Instructor Mu, Hai Dashio and others also knew what Tu Xiaodao knew, so when he saw Wan Shuilu directly use the Bloody Prison King, Instructor Mu knew that Lin Shen was in trouble. Instructor Mu stood up, but was held down by Hai Dashio. Your teaching ability is unmatched, but your life base is reincarnated too low, not as good as the flow of water. It cannot break the eye of the Prison King, and it is useless if you go.
Hai Dashio shook her head and said. I left Lin Shen. If I did nothing and saw him being killed, how can I face that brat in the future? I can't let him point at my old face and scold me? Instructor Mu said. You promised Wan Guotao that you will no longer interfere in Lin Shen and Wan family affairs. Hai Dashio said again.
I would rather be that villain who broke his promise and had an old face, just not to do so.
Instructor Mu said as he pushed Hai Dashio's hand away.
However, Hai Dashio's hand seemed like a mountain, making it difficult for Instructor Mu to move.
You.
Instructor Mu's face changed suddenly.
Old Mu, you can't do this face, but you can't do your life. You can blame me, but I just want to keep you alive.
Hai Dashio's lifelike foundation gushed out of her body, wrapping Instructor Mu's entire body in a water ball. Dragons inside the water ball entangled Instructor Mu's body, making him unable to move. Instructor Mu tried his best to break the shackles of the dragon and stood up, but it was difficult for Hai Dashio to break the foundation of Hai Dashio for a while.
It's over.
Shiman Swordsman, who was sitting on the wall, stood up and planned to leave here.
He met Lin Shen in the desert.
After knowing about this, he teleported back from the King of Realm, and rushed to the Cape base to watch the fun. He did watch a good show. Lin Shen was very capable, but he had no chance to face the Bloody Prison King of 7 turns. Lin Miao, come out, otherwise I will cut off Lin Shen's flesh piece by piece, making him unable to survive or die. Wan Shuilu reached out and sucked Lin Shen's spiritual foundation knife that Lin Shen threw on the ground into his palm, and slowly walked towards Lin Shen. The Bloody Lord floated above his head, and the eyes of the Lord's eye imprisoned Lin Shen so hard that he could not move. The Superbase story on Lin Shen's body still shines with a brilliant light, but no matter how hard he tried to explode his power, he still couldn't move at all, and the dead fans in his hand could not move.
Wan Shuilia walked to Lin Shen, but Lin Miao still didn't see him coming out.
Without hesitation, he directly cut Lin Shen's arm with a knife, and wanted to cut him into a human stick first.
Don't you have super strong recovery ability? Let me see if you can break your arm and regenerate.
If you can, then cut you down 1,000 times and 10,000 times. If Lin Miao doesn't come out, then cut you down all the time. Wan Shuiliu's eyes were extremely cold.
Chapter 239 The Terrifying Boxing Force.
Stop. A golden stream of light flew out from the Cape base, and it was Lin Miao wrapped in 6 phoenixes.
Lin Miao couldn't watch Lin Shen be killed.
If she wanted to die, she should die first. This is her business. Wan Shuilu saw Lin Miao and heard her voice, but she had no intention of stopping. The spiritual foundation knife in her hand still slashed down. Lin Miao gritted his teeth, and almost fire erupted from his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing this scene, Hai Dashio couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. The girl beside Tu Xiaodao could no longer bear to look at it, so she turned around and said to Tu Xiaodao, "Brother, let's go."
Tu Xiaodao stood up silently. He wanted to help Lin Shen, and he was not afraid of the Wan family. But he is no match for Wan Shuiliu, and he can only die when he goes up. What's more, there are 11 Asinaries in the Wan family staring at them, and he has no ability to fight against the crowd. Oh, it was you who taught me the principle of being a low-key person and accumulating strength. Why did you make such a mistake by yourself? Tu Xiaodao sighed in his heart and turned to look at Lin Shen for the last time. But after seeing this, Tu Xiaodao's pupils suddenly contracted, and his face showed a look of seeing a ghost. Lin Shen, who was imprisoned by the eyes of the seven-turn prison king, suddenly had a bloodlight on his body, and his body actually started to move. Impossible. Everyone who saw this scene widened their eyes to the limit, and their eyes were almost glaring out. How could a basic changer get rid of the imprisonment under the sight of the seven-turn prison king? This is simply illogical. Hai Daxiu, Instructor Mu, Tu Xiaodao, and many ascendants from the Wan family stared at Lin Shen with their eyes wide open, their faces full of horror and disbelief. The Wanshui River slashed towards Lin Shen's arm with one sword, and he couldn't believe that a mere basic change could actually break the shackles of the seven-turn prison king's eye. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wan Shuiliu was shocked, because Lin Shen not only broke free from the prison king's eye, but also punched him with a terrifying and harsh roar. Fast, it's too fast. Even Wanshui River, the ascinator of the seven-turn ascension, felt that his movement speed became as slow as a turtle at this speed. At such a close distance and such a fast fist, Wan Shuiliu had no chance to dodge. A base-turned carapace appeared on his body. At the same time, he desperately changed the slashing trajectory of the knife in his hand and faced Lin Shen's fist. The seven-turn bloody prison king above his head also had his eyes wide open, and he had to confine Lin Shen's actions with all his strength. Useless, completely useless. The bloody dizzy in the eyes seemed to be distorted by terrifying power, and it was completely impossible to bind Lin Shen's body. Boom! Lin Shen's fist, which was blooming with brilliant light and blood, faced the long sword that flowed through the flowing water. With just a moment of contact, the Spirit Foundation knife was broken into pieces and exploded like tofu under Lin Shen's fist. Lin Shen's fist did not pause at all, and with the sound of thunder, it directly hit Wan Shuiliu's chest. Blood, bones, internal organs and carapace fragments gushed out from behind the flow of water like a volcanic eruption. Standing behind Wan Shuiliu, the assassinator who was facing him was hit by the gushing out of his body by the thing that was gushing out. His body was covered with holes, and blood formed a large spray-shaped fan area behind him. Some blood was splattered on the nearby assassinators. After reacting, they were shocked and retreated, away from the assassinator. When he subconsciously turned to look at the water flowing, he retreated in horror. Wan Shuiliu's entire chest was blasted out of a big hole, and the seven-turn ascension body and the base-turn carapace were actually smashed into pieces by a punch. Many of the remaining 10 assassinator's in the Wan family had the urge to turn around and escape, and flew into the air. In their eyes, Lin Shen is no longer alone, he is simply a monster. The body of a basic transformer can burst out such a terrifying power. What else can it be if it is not a monster? Tu Xiaodao's mouth was open wide and he didn't close for a long time. Shiman Swordsman, who was about to leave, froze on the wall, staring at Wan Shuiliu's remaining body slowly falling down. Hai Daxiu was also stunned there, staying for a while without moving. Instructor Mu's eyes were full of ecstasy, and then there were countless question marks in his heart. Can that kid be an alien monster wearing human skin? Even Lin Miao, who rushed out of the base, stopped in the air, looking at Lin Shen and the water falling down in front of him in disbelief. As Wan Shuiliu's body fell down, the bloody prison king Mingji on his head also lost his spirituality and fell to the ground. The eyes of the prison king and countless palms were also closed, and no longer radiated halos. Lin Shen slowly withdrew his fist and looked at the other assassinators from Wanja. His eyes were swept away. Those assassinators who were usually tall were actually like frightened birds, subconsciously retreating, and their expressions seemed to have seen a ghost. Don't you want my life? I'm here. Lin Shen showed calmness, as if the god of death was staring at the ascensioners, but in fact he was extremely panicked. Why haven't these guys been running yet? The power of my aura of sacrifice to the sky has been put out. If I continue to fight, I can't be the opponent of these 10 assassinators. What should I do? After Lin Shen said this, the assassinators seemed to wake up from a dream and turned around and fled to escape. Stop it all. A sword light flashed, stopping the assassinators who were about to fly away. I saw one of the ascensioners standing there and not running away, still staring at Lin Shen coldly. A big sword shining like the sun above his head, which shone golden light like the sun, circled like lightning, stopping all the assassinators who were about to escape. Eternal Lu, what are you doing? If you don't leave at this time, do you want us to die here? A assassinator said furiously. No one will die. Wan Gulia didn't look at him, but just stared at Lin Shen and said coldly, do you think this is normal for a basic changer to burst out such power? If he still has the ability to create such power, do you think he will let us go? He hasn't yet killed him, there is only one possibility, he can no longer create such power. This is all your guess. Before the Ascensioner could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wan Guliu. So, I'll be this touchstone. If he can still burst out with such power to kill me, it's not too late for you to escape. If he can't even kill me, a turbulent Ascensioner, just a basic changer, what are you afraid of? Wan Gulia said, and the great sword above his head turned into a golden rainbow and rushed towards Lin Shen. I only had a little bit of success. Unfortunately, the Wan family is not an ordinary family after all. Someone can stand up at the critical moment. Shiman's swordsman narrowed his eyes. His judgment was the same as Wan Guliu. Lin Shen should not be able to explode such a terrifying power for the second time. Chapter 240 The Eternal Flow. Don't come here, it's enough to have me alone here. Lin Shen stopped Lin Miao, who wanted to rush over to help. His eyes were slightly condensed, and he took one step forward, avoiding the sword of the eternal flow with the posture of stepping on the immortal courtyard. Almost at the same time, Lin Shen opened the message on his watch, and the smiling face of the netherworld yellow spring wolf was projected again, forming a not-so-large holographic image above Lin Shen's arm. It was just now that the Bloody Prison King's suppression made the watch unable to start. Now the Bloody Prison King has lost control, so Lin Shen naturally cannot leave it alone. The moment the image of the netherworld yellow spring wolf was projected, the immortal sword, like a sun-like life-based sword, burst out with strong light, like a small sun. The light and shadow projected by the holographic image were disturbed by the light on the sword, and the picture became distorted and blurred, and it was difficult to play a role again. Lin Shen could only continue to move his footsteps quickly. The little sun-like life-based sword kept coming, and the speed was already quite fast in one turn. Fortunately, Lin Miao understood what he meant and did not rush over to help, but just watched from a distance. The siblings' joined forces are still not the opponents of so many assassinators, and the deterrence of the previous punch will be completely useless. Lin Miao's failure to come is a deterrent, but the deterrence does not come from Lin Miao. Although this eternal flow only has one turn, it is more difficult to deal with than that 10,000 flow. Lin Shen knew that he had really met an opponent. Although Wan Shuilu is powerful, he never regards Lin Shen as his opponent. Arrogance is his original sin. Wan Gulu's strength is far inferior to Wan Shuilu, but Lin Shen feels even more difficult. Originally, Lin Shen thought he was going to scare these assassinators from Wanjia, but he didn't expect that the situation would be reversed by Wanyu. We really can't underestimate these families that can leave their home star. No one knows how many outstanding talents there are among them. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. Did you see it? He no longer has the ability to strike that attack again. He is just a basic changer. At most, he is stronger than ordinary basic changer. His strength and speed are not as good as ordinary ascendants. He will work together to kill him in just a moment. Wan Gulia shouted loudly to the other ascendants. He had no other way, because he only had a life foundation, and he had no pets or other spiritual foundations on him. Wan Gulu was not so poor, so who made Wan Shuilu his eldest brother? Because Wan Shuiliu gave birth to the Bloody Prison King's fate, all their family's resources were poured into Wan Shuiliu, just to increase Wan Shuiliu's fate to 10 turns as soon as possible. If Wan Shuiliu, who has the foundation of the Bloody Prison King, was born into the interstellar family, the Bloody Prison King would have already been 10 times. Unfortunately, he was born in the Wanjia family of his mother star. Although he was both a Wanjia family, the Wanjia family who stayed in the mother star was actually basically equivalent to being eliminated. The resources and environment in the universe are naturally much better than the parent star. How can anyone with the ability not want to gain a foothold in the universe? Those who can go out are like capable people who go out in mountains and valleys. They have made their own world outside. Those who can't go out, their abilities are naturally much worse. Although the flow of thousands of water can also enter the universe to work hard, there is still a difference between the mother star Wanjia and the Wanjia of Hanjixing. Resources and other aspects will not tilt towards the flow of thousands of water. Their surname is Wan, but their bloodline has already branched out. In order to allow Wanchuiliu to grow as soon as possible, their bloodline did their best to support Wanchuiliu. As Wanchuiliu's younger brother, Wanchue is willing to give everything he can. Even though his efforts were insignificant, he could only hunt some ascension creatures, but he also gave all the spiritual foundations he could obtain. Wanchuiliu is very sober. As long as Wanchuiliu grows up and as long as he breaks through and ascends, their bloodlines of 10,000 families can be able to leave the mother star, one person can attain enlightenment, and the chicken and dog ascend to heaven. However, Wanchuiliu, who was highly anticipated by their family, was killed by a base transformer on the parent star. This was like a devastating blow to Wanchuiliu, the bloodline of Wanjia. A 7-turn assassinator who had almost no rival in his parent star died like this, no one could have thought. Before the eternal flow, I could not imagine why the Jibian could kill the 7-turn ascension. But he had no time to worry about those problems. Wanchue died, and the Wan family still had to continue to live. He had to reduce the losses to the lowest point. He thought that Lin Shen could not hit a second attack, which was not entirely speculation. In fact, he had noticed some details. When Lin Shen used that terrifying power, a blood-colored halo burst out from his body. After Lin Shen used it, the blood-colored halo on his body shattered and rose, as if it had dissipated. Instead of using normal talent skills, the halo will normally be convergent. With all kinds of speculations, Wanchuiliu determined that Lin Shen could not hit the second attack, and he wanted to take a risk. He wants to get the bloody emperor of the 7-turn spiritual foundation. Only in this way can he recover the losses to the greatest extent. But Wanchuiliu couldn't get it by himself. He had already seen that Lin Shen had been circling around the Bloody Prison King and had never left the vicinity of the Bloody Prison King. Obviously, Lin Shen also knew the importance of the Bloody Prison King and would not let him take the Bloody Prison King away. Wanchuiliu has already had a clear understanding of Lin Shen. At close range, Lin Shen has the ability to kill in a sense, so he must not give Lin Shen a chance. Now as long as other ascendants attack Lin Shen together, Lin Shen will undoubtedly die. Even if he doesn't die, as long as he is forced to leave the neighborhood of the Bloody Prison King, Lin Shen will still be dead after Wanchuiliu gets the Bloody Prison King. Wanchuiliu is glad that Lin Shen is just a crystal base. If he were the Ascender, even if he was just an Ascender, he would have already picked up the Bloody Prison King to use it. Then, those ascended people, let alone kill Lin Shen, may even be difficult to escape. Brother Gulu, this person is extremely insidious and cunning. When he was fighting with Lu Chong just now, he deliberately hid his strength and deceived brother Shui Lu. As a result, he was killed with one blow. We must not be fooled by him again. Let's retreat for the time being, and then go back again and make a long-term plan after going back," said an assassinator. Wanyo's breath was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He never expected that there was such a group of timid teammates around him who were afraid of death. They have reached this point, and they don't even dare to take action. Ha, are all the ascenders of your Wan family so timid? Lin Shen laughed and mocked. Wanchuiliu Qiang suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "You should all be very clear about what the order from Han Jixing is. If you fail to get the things back this time, you should also be clear about the consequences. You should think clearly." The assassinators who had already wanted to run away regardless of Wanchuiliu, heard Wanchuiliu's words and hesitated again. Chapter 241 Deterrence. Of course, they knew very well that if they could not bring back the spiritual foundation of all thoughts, the Emperor and barbarians would not let the Wan family go, and maybe it would be a disaster for the family to destroy the family.
But their eyes looked at Lin Shen, and when they listened to Lin Shen's ridicule of them, they were very afraid and dared not take action easily. Lin Shen's punch really scared their courage, and they were afraid that Lin Shen would just wait for them to take action.
What are you still watching? Let's kill him together. Only in this way can we survive. Wang Guliu said again. Wang Guliu, you are so scheming. If you don't want to go up, you are urging them to die. Your scheming is much stronger than your brother Wan Shuiliu. Lin Shen said while avoiding Wang Guliu's life-based attack.
The assassinators who had been a little moved by Wang Guliu and wanted to take action hesitated for a moment.
Yes, brother Gulu, why don't you go up? The assassinators' eyes immediately turned to Wang Guliu. After Lin Shen said this, they realized that Wang Guliu had just released his life foundation and he did not go there.
If Lin Shen is really as he said, his strength is almost the same as an ordinary person's first turn, or even worse, then why didn't he rush up and work with his life to kill Lin Shen? Assassinators like to use life-based combat, because in the Ascension battle, close-up is very difficult, so they rarely fight in close-up, but it does not mean that they do not have the ability to fight in close-up. In fact, the Assassinator's own combat ability is not inferior to the foundation of life.
Lin Shen is not an Ascensioner. He can't fly and has no long-range attack ability. So why can't Wan Yu rise?
Wang Guliu wished he could kill all these idiots at one stroke, but he had to suppress his anger and said, you just need to use the life base like me to strangle him long-rangely. If you are afraid of the life base damage, then release your pet without any risk.
Wang Guliu knew that it could not be explained now.
If he said that Lin Shen had the ability to kill and ascend in close combat, it would only make these assassinators have more doubts. Eternal flow, you really want to kill me, so don't hide it and let your pet come out.
Lin Shen said.
Wang Guliu saw several Ascensioners hesitating again, and he felt so angry. It can only be said that because of the limitations of their strength, the ascendants on the mother planet are too cautious after they leave the mother planet, so that too many ascendants on the mother planet become suspicious and dare not take any risks. When he was domineering on his mother star and never met his opponent, he was really a big shot, as if he didn't take anyone seriously. But once you encounter something that you can't understand, your temperament that you have developed when you struggle to live is exposed. A truly capable and capable Ascensioner will not be stationed in his home star for a long time. After all, among these Ascensioners, the only one who is truly surnamed Wan is Wan Feixiong, except for Wan Yulio. The other Assassинators joined Wanja to rely on the big trees to enjoy the shade. They used the interstellar resources of Wanja to hunt Ascension creatures. When it's time to fight, there are a few who are really willing to fight for their lives. Wang Guliu couldn't say that he had no pet at all, so how could others believe that Wan Shuiliu, the 7-turn Ascensioner, actually didn't even have an Ascension pet? He said that others would not believe it, but would only be more suspicious.
Uncle Xiong, they don't know the weight of that order. Don't you know? If you can't get the things back, how can we explain to the princess of the Emperor Barbarians? Wang Guliu planned to start with Wan Feixiong first. Uncle Xiong, I don't need you to take action. Let your flaming dragon be released and leave the rest to me.
After the matter is done, my brother's bloody prison King Lingji will belong to you.
Wang Guliu said.
Wan Feixiong's expression changed when he heard this, and his eyes were filled with greed and desire. Lin Shen knew that things were going to be bad when he saw Wan Feixiong's eyes.
Sure enough, Wan Feixiong was moved by Wang Guliu.
As Wang Guliu said, if the task cannot be completed and the Emperor and barbarians pursued it, their fate will definitely not be much better.
Now he doesn't have to take risks.
He just needs to release the flame dragon.
If he can succeed, he will run away if he can't.
If he really succeeds, the value of the 7-turn bloody prison king is simply incalculable. He may not have such a spiritual foundation in his life.
Okay, nephew Gulu, I'll help you.
He said this, but the man stepped back a little, pulled out the pet launcher, and aimed at Lin Shen to launch a pet capsule.
Don't.
Wang Guliu really didn't expect that Wan Feixiong would be so bad that he actually fired the flame dragon towards Lin Shen.
Wan Feixiong could completely keep the flame dragon by his side, just let the flame dragon use his life base to attack Lin Shen at a long range.
Who knew that he would shoot the flame dragon at Lin Shen?
It was too late for Wan Gulia to stop him, so he could only take advantage of the situation and attack Lin Shen without hesitation. If Lin Shen rushed over to deal with the flame dragon, he could take the opportunity to take away the bloody prison king. If Lin Shen avoids the attack of the flame dragon, he can only retreat. Coupled with the attack of Wan Gulu's life-based sword, he can also force Lin Shen back, and Wan Gulu has the chance to take away the bloody prison king. If Lin Shen chooses to fight hard, he will no longer need to get the bloody Hell King. With the flame dragon and his life-based sword, the three of them will surround Lin Shen and kill Lin Shen, and Lin Shen will definitely be killed. That one Fei Xiong is really funny. He actually used Fei Xing Pet like this. Is there any trick in his brain? The girl next to Tu Xiaodao said with a smile. He thought Wan Fei Xiong was too stupid. But Tu Xiaodao said, if you really think Wan Fei Xiong is stupid, then the funny person is actually you. What does it mean? The girl's face was full of questions. Do you think he really shot his pet at Lin Shen? It would be too naive to think of you like this. He did this on purpose just to force Wan Gulu to take action. Only in this way can he test whether Lin Shen can still use that terrifying power. Tu Xiaodao said disdainfully, you think they are so scared, why haven't you left yet? They also know that Lin Shen may not be able to exert such power. They also want the 7-turn bloody prison king, but they are afraid of taking risks, so they can only let Wan Lu take risks. Ah, then Wan Guliu was cheated by him, he was so pitiful, said the girl. No, Wan Guliu was actually very clear about what Wan Fei Xiong is thinking. This is what he wants. Tu Xiaodao shook his head. When they were talking, the flame dragon had already landed in front of Lin Shen, and opened its mouth and was about to spit out its life base. Lin Shen did not retreat but advanced. After avoiding the attack of the sword weapon, he rushed towards the flame dragon and punched him directly. Seeing this, Wan Guliu was ecstatic and used his life sword to cut off Lin Shen's retreat, and accelerated to pounce on the bloody prison king Mingji. Chapter 242, Overwhelming the Eternal Flow. But when Wan Julia rushed towards the bloody prison king Lingji, he suddenly saw a huge figure appearing out of thin air behind the bloody prison king Lingji, opening his huge mouth like a crusher, and swallowing the bloody prison king Lingji in one mouthful. Wan Guliu was shocked and angry, and punched the huge creature, wanting to blow it up directly. It was just a crystal-based creature. He believed that with his own strength, he could explode it instantly and dig out the bloody emperor in its belly. However, his punch hit the huge creature's body, as if it hit a balloon, sank the abdomen of the giant creature inward to an exaggerated level, as if it would explode at any time. In the end, it did not explode, but the huge body bounced out, flew out a long way, hitting the alloy wall of the base, knocking the alloy wall into a large gap. Lin Shen avoided the claw attack of the flame dragon in front of him with the step of stepping on the immortal court. With the force of stacking waves that were gradually raised, he punched the red dot under the flame dragon's abdomen. At the same time, the angel revolver held in his other hand hit the flame dragon's abdomen and fired a shot. The gunshot sounded almost at the same time as the sound of the fist hitting, and the capsules inside the gun hit the abdomen of the flame dragon and could not be fired. But this is enough, because the pet capsule launched by Lin Shen is the Dragon Hunter Keeves. Although it was not launched, the pet capsule hit the flame dragon, which was enough to allow Kiwi's dragon killer talent to play a role and weaken the flame dragon's power. Lin Shen's punch was filled with huge waves, and it bombarded the acupoints on the abdomen of the flame dragon. With the power of a punch, the flame dragon's weakness was blown away, and the fist was inserted into it, and the ascension liquid sprayed out poured into Lin Shen's body. As everyone was staring at the horrified eyes, the flame dragon that was about to spit out the life foundation, flew up directly into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground, with no movement at all, and even its claws did not move. Wan Fei Xiong and others were shocked. Lin Shen actually killed the flame dragon with one punch. He even more suspected that Lin Shen still retained the terrifying power, and became more suspicious. How could they know that the flame dragon was not dead? It was just that Lin Shen hit the acupoint and could no longer move. They had no idea that there was the ability to point acupoints in the world. When they saw that the flame dragon was not moving at all, they thought it was dead. Lin Shen took another step forward and rushed towards the eternal flow with a terrifying aura. His body seemed to be pushed forward by layers of huge waves, making people feel unstoppable.
Juan Gulia had the same thought in his heart, but he knew that he could never retreat. If he retreated this time, the mentality of the other assassinators would completely explode, and he would never be able to help him kill Lin Shen again. Juan Gulu gritted his teeth and refused to retreat, and his aura also burst out, and his fist faced Lin Shen with a shocking momentum. The shells on his body stood up like dragon's reverse scales, with flashing at the edges. The reverse scale killing fist is the strongest destructive skill among his talented skills. Lin Shen also had no intention of retreating. He soared wildly with the speed of stepping on the immortal courtyard, raised the huge waves of the sky, and faced the eternal anti-scale killing fist. Boom! Just like an atomic bomb exploded, the air waves were like rings, and the dust rose into the sky like mushroom clouds and exploded. The body of the assassinator who had flowed forever could not withstand the shocking momentum raised by Lin Shen. It was blasted backwards and plowed 2 deep ditches on the ground with both legs. Strong. It's really too strong. Tu Xiaodao's eyes shined. He saw that this punch was Lin Shen's own strength. The power of a punch could actually shake the Ascensioner. Although he was accumulating momentum, it was already very surprising. The punch that killed Wan Shuilu was just external force after all, and in Tu Xiaodao's opinion, it did not represent anything. Wan Guliu was shocked and only suffered a little bit of minor injuries. He forced the blood to his mouth to swallow, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. A sword shadow attacked from Lin Shen. Because of the influence of a full-strength attack, Lin Shen has not completely escaped from the influence of the collision force, and his control ability on his body is a little worse. When he discovered that the sword weapon, which was originally shining like the sun, had no light at some point. When it came like a ghost shadow, it was already a little too late and had only time to avoid the vital points. The sword weapon passed through his waist, piercing the carapace on his left waist, revealing the injured lumbar muscle inside, and blood immediately flowed out. See it? His power is just like this. At most, it is similar to the Ascendant in one turn. If you don't kill him now, when will you wait? Wan Guliu roared at Wan Feixiong and other Ascendant. Then let's fight. Lin Shen stepped out firmly and rushed to Wan Yuliu with will, as if he was completely ignored by Wan Feixiong and the others. The broken carapace and wounds around the waist also recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Shen's fist is like a surging giant fist, one punch after another, and the continuous jab combined with the leg technique like a whip, causing waves of terrifying momentum. It actually suppressed the upgraded Wan Juliu, and fought Wan Julia step by step. Didn't you see it? What are you waiting for? Let's kill him together, just in a flash. Wan Gulia fought with Lin Shen while roaring to the sky. Wan Feixiong and the others were still hesitating. Lin Shen ignored him and even exposed all the flaws behind him. As long as they sacrificed their lives, they seemed to be able to attack Lin Shen directly. But because of this, they hesitated. It's just a bunch of garbage. No matter how many times you call it, they won't come down. Lin Shen's crazy attack continued, and he said contemptuously. Wan Feixiong and other ascended people were insulted by Lin Shen like this, and their fear became deeper and deeper. Brother Gulu, he just wants to inspire us to take action. There must be a conspiracy. If he cannot do what he wishes, he should retreat quickly, said an assassinator. Puff. Wan Guliu couldn't help it, and a mouthful of blood spurted out in anger. He was already very uncomfortable in fighting. His reverse scale killing fist was extremely destructive. He could tear apart Lin Shen's shell every time, leaving deep marks. However, Lin Shen's carapace recovered too quickly, and the torn deep marks could be recovered immediately. What made Wan Guliu even more uncomfortable was that Lin Shen's strength was getting stronger and stronger, and his speed was getting faster and faster. The key was that his rhythm was very strange, and each note of the attack made Wan Guliu feel at the most uncomfortable time point. The life-based sword flew around them, but he rarely found an opportunity to attack Lin Shen. He seemed to have become Lin Shen's shield, but he couldn't get rid of it. Lin Shen's jabs and leg techniques are also very strange. The jabs are fast and fierce. They are obviously just simple jabs, but they make people feel unpredictable. The leg technique is extremely strange. Each leg seems to be unconventional. It can be thrown out from unexpected angles, as weird and vicious as a steel whip.
Chapter 243 Reinforcements.
Wan Juliu is under Lin Shen's crazy offensive, and the situation has changed very badly. It seems that he can't hold on for too long. Wan Feixiong and others were still hesitating.
The overall situation was decided by everyone watching the battle in secret. Once Wan Gulia dies, the ascension of the Wan family will most likely retreat. Wan Gulia suddenly yelled, "If the Lin brothers do not die, all of you will die."
He suddenly said this, and no one knew what it meant. He has reached this point and he has no way to protect himself. What's the use of threats?
But the next second, Wan Gulia forced himself back.
Although he could not get rid of Lin Shen's continuous offensive, he was enough to raise his hand to take out a watch-shaped transmission device and directly press the transmission switch. Lin Shen realized something when he shouted that sentence. He tried his best to rush into the eternal stream, but was still one step too late. He ran into nothing, and Wan Gulia's figure disappeared out of thin air, probably because of teleportation.
At this moment, Wan Feixiong and other ascenaries all changed their faces.
The Wan family had a teleporter that teleported to the Han Jixing Wan family. They always thought it was on the head of the Wan family, but they didn't expect it to be on Wan Guliu.
Damn it!
Wan Feixiong cursed in a low voice.
Their performance today must have been recorded by Wang Guliu.
Now Wang Guliu has teleported to Wanja Hanjixing Wanja and handed over the video to Wanja.
Their outcome can be imagined.
Wan Feixiong also thought that the teleporter might not be in the hands of the head of the family, but he never expected that it would be in the hands of Wan Guliu. He used to think that the biggest possibility should be in the hands of Wan Shuilu. After all, Wan Shuilu is the most important training object of the parent star Wan family. If it is in the hands of the head of the family, they should not be too worried. They are the main combat power of the mother star Wanja. If the head of the family sells them, it is equivalent to destroying the mother star Wanja. But it was different in Wan Guliu's hands. After his elder brother died, he was ruling him out of his way and refused to help.
Wan Guliu would never show mercy to their subordinates.
Just as Wan Julius' teleportation said before, if the Lin brothers do not die, they will all die.
This is definitely not as simple as threats.
The only way now is to kill the Lin siblings and rob the spiritual foundation of the heart of all thoughts. Otherwise, when Han Jixing's Wan family sent people over, they would not have lived a better life than death. Brothers, if we don't do this today, we may feel even more uncomfortable than death.
Don't hide it, just fight for yourself.
Wan Feixiong said, taking out the pet launcher and launching another ascending pet, and summoning his own life base.
These ascenators are all human spirits, so how could they not understand what the situation is now?
They can also see that although Lin Shen is strong, he has never burst out such a terrifying power again. If they work together, it should not be difficult to kill Lin Shen in a short period of time. Several ascenators gritted their teeth and fired their ascension pets, and one by one fell to the ground. Seeing the ascension pets landing, Lin Shen complained secretly in his heart.
Wan Gulia's move is really powerful, and Wan Feixiong and the others have to fight to the death.
Lin Shen is not able to deal with so many ascending pets now. The pets he has are all basic changing, which is one big level away, not to mention that the number is not advantageous. Even if Kivis and Dead Fan can fight the ascension pet that is turned into a turn, other pets do not have that ability. What's more, Wan Feixiong and his spiritual foundation need to be dealt with, and no matter how you think about this battle, there is no chance of winning. It seems that I can only teleport to the King of Realm. I will stay there for a while. Lin Shen had already felt a desire to retreat.
Even though you know you can't do it, there is no need to fight for your life.
Keep the Green Mountains there, and you won't be afraid of losing firewood. Just as I was thinking about going back, I took my elder sister to Wanqing, but suddenly I heard the sound of hoofs coming from the transmission. The sound of hoofs sounded at this point in time, which was very inappropriate. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look in the direction where the sound of hooves came, and the two cavalry rushed towards the battlefield. The mounts under their crotch were foaming while running. Before they could rush into the battlefield, the two mounts fell directly to the ground. The two mounts flew up, regardless of their life or death, and the people had already rushed into the battlefield. Old Wei. Lin Shen was slightly stunned when he saw that the people coming were Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu. Finish the fight, let's talk about it. Wei Wufu's amethyst armor appeared and rushed directly towards an assassinator. Ah Tian, you've cheated me so hard. Ouyang Yu looked at Lin Shen and said, then turned around and looked at the Ascensioners. His eyes fell on one person, narrowed his eyes and said, I'll deal with them first, and then go back and settle the score with you. 3 of the 12 assassinators outside the Wan family died and 1 left, and now only 8 remained. Fu Wei Wu, this matter has nothing to do with your Wei family. Seeing that Wei Wufu ignored him at all, Wan Feixiong had already rushed towards an Ascensioner, so he looked at Ouyang Yudu and said, you God-love base, you really want to be enemies with our Wan family? Can you Ouyang Yu be the master? I can't do it, but it doesn't matter. Ouyang Yu rushed towards the Ascensioner as he said. Fight quickly and decide quickly. Wan Feixiong asked the 2 assassinators to suppress Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu first. He and the other 5 assassinators continued to siege Lin Shen, in order to kill Lin Shen and Lin Miao as quickly as possible and get back the 6 Phoenix Spirit Foundation. This belongs to me. 2 Xiaodao flew out of the base and stopped at 10,000 assassinaries. How long hasn't seen 2 Xiaodao actually ascended? Wan Feixiong's face looked very ugly. Just as he was about to say something, he saw another figure jumping off the wall of the base, holding a thin sword in his hand, and blocking another assassinator. Shiman swordsman, you, a wandering and transforming person, dare to be an enemy of my Wan family? Wan Feixiong was extremely angry. 2 Xiaodao himself is an Ascensioner and is from an overseas Superbase. Wan Feixiong can understand why a Shiman swordsman dares to jump out? When did the Wan family fall to this level? It seems that anyone can step on it. I didn't want to be an enemy of the Wan family. I just saw that the basic transformer killed the Ascensioner and played. I also wanted to try what it would be like to kill the Ascensioner with my own hands. Shiman swordsman said and rushed up. Lin Shen was a little stunned. It was understandable that Wei Wufu came to help him. Why did Ouyang Yudu and Shiman swordsman jump out too? And the 2 Xiaodao, how could it have ascended so quickly? How long hasn't seen each other? Lin Shen originally wanted to run away, but so many people were on board, the situation was not that bad, and he didn't plan to run away again. Sister, everyone has come to help, let's go too. Lin Shen couldn't do so many Ascension pets and Assassinators alone, so he asked his elder sister to help. Lin Miao communicated with the 6 phoenixes without hesitation, and the 6 phoenixes turned into a golden stream of light and rushed into the battlefield. Lin Shen was not idle either, so he beat Kiwi's out, allowing him to face a dragon-type Ascension pet. The dead fan could not count on it. It swallowed the bloody Prison King's foundation for 7 turns, but it could not digest it at all. Its body was twisting and struggling there, and it seemed that it had no combat power. If you can't swallow it, can't you spit it out? I'm so greedy, even more greedy than me. Lin Shen cursed in his heart. If the situation was not too urgent at the time, he would not have let the dead fans touch the bloody Prison King's Destiny Foundation, which would be the mutated Destiny Foundation of the 7th turn. Chapter 244 Melee. Lin Shen rushed into the Ascension Pet group with the power of stepping on the Immortal Garden and fought with the Ascension Pets with the 6 phoenixes. Kill him together. Wan Feixiong commanded his life toward Lin Shen, and the other 3 Assassinators also commanded his life toward Lin Shen. Many Ascension Pets spewed out their lives, and countless streams of light rushed towards Lin Shen and the 6 phoenixes, and for a moment, the sky flashed. The sound of the air explosion and the air ring continued to explode, and the space around suddenly became turbulent and uneasy, and violent airwaves were everywhere. Lin Shen rushed into the Ascension Pet group. His body movements were extremely strange, and he was spinning around the pet group. Instead, the Ascension Pets became obstacles for Wan Feixiong and others to kill Lin Shen. The speed of the 6-path Phoenix is too fast, and its body movements are extremely mysterious, so it is even more difficult to hurt it. At this time, Wan Feixiong and the others were extremely regretful. No one could tell that Lin Shen could really not punch that terrifying punch. If they hadn't been suspicious and had fought with Wan Guliu at that time and had already killed Lin Shen, how could they have fallen to such a point?
It's not too late to kill him now. Don't worry about the 6 phoenixes, kill Lin Shen with all your strength. Wan Feixiang roared and directed his ascension pet to distance himself from Lin Shen. In the distance, another huge blackbird flew over, and a graceful figure jumped up from the back of the blackbird and rushed towards an assassinator from the Wan family. The assassinator had to recruit his own life to face this sudden person. Concubine by Shun. Why did she come too? How could so many people help the boy of the Lin family? Could it be, this is a conspiracy against my Wan family? The more Wan Feixiang thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. The Bai Shenfei of the Bai family, the Wei Wufu of Tianchang, Ouyang Yudu of the Shanai base, and Tu Xiaodao of the overseas Superbase. The family behind these people, one by one, even though the Wan family is not afraid, they are all afraid of it. Now that so many people have come forward to help Lin Shen become enemies with the Wan family, people have to think more about it. But now it is too late. We can only kill Lin Shen and Lin Miao with all our strength and get back the 6 paths of Phoenix Spirit Foundation to have a way out. Wei Wufu walked step by step towards the assassinator opposite, and the shells on his body were stacked layer by layer, like heavy mecha warriors, making Wei Wufu, who was already very tall and majestic, look even more domineering. I have always admired the Wei family for thousands of years. The Wei family has always been uncontested, so why bother with this kind of thing? Zhu Keiling's life foundation was suspended by his side, looking at Wei Wufu and said, "I'm here, he's here." Wei Wufu still walked step by step. "Do you know that I have ascended to the 3rd turn?" Zhu Keiling said again. "That's right, it's you." Wei Wufu chose Zhu Keiling, the hardest bone to crack. "I pity your Wei family and don't want to hurt you, but you want to force me to the dead end. Then I can't blame me." Zhu Keiling's eyes narrowed, and the death hook turned into a rainbow light and shot towards Wei Wufu. "Ouyang, you didn't say anything nonsense at all." His white jade shell, like a fairy helmet, protected his whole body and rushed directly to another 2nd turn assassinator. The life base of the Ascensioner is a relatively common sword weapon, which brings thousands of sword shadows and covers Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu's eyes were filled with blood. He even rushed forward, regardless of whether the sword shadows were real or illusory. The sword shadows all over the sky disappeared, and a sword weapon penetrated Ouyang Yudu's chest. "Ouyang Yudu, no matter how famous you are and how strong your talent theory is, you are just a basic changer and you are not qualified to be arrogant in front of me." The Ascensioner looked at Ouyang Yudu, who was pierced through his chest, and said coldly. Ouyang Yudu had no interest in speaking at all. His body, which was pierced by the sword, paused for a moment, and then rushed towards the assassinator in the air. The assassinator snorted coldly, trying to let the lifeline penetrate Ouyang Yudu's body and attack him again. But the sword trembled continuously in Ouyang Yudu's chest and could not fly out. A trace of light red blood flowed out along the sword body. It did not drip, but instead covered the life-based sword. Ouyang Yudu's blood was terrifyingly light, just a light pink, and the color of blood was almost impossible to see. The assassinator rushed upwards, trying to fly up to the sky and distance himself from Ouyang Yudu. Ascender fights the base transformer. As long as he keeps the distance, it is an absolute advantage, but he is already a little too late to keep the distance. Ouyang Yu rushed to him like a ghost, entangled the Ascensioner, and his moves were all about his own devotion and died with the enemy. At first, the Ascensioner was still a little afraid of the Ouyang family, which did not attack Ouyang Yu, but soon he discovered that Ouyang Yu was like crazy, and he only attacked but not defended, which made him very uncomfortable. "You forced me by yourself." The assassinator stopped holding back and directly punched Ouyang Yudu in the chest. How could he be afraid of the power of a basic transformer when he ascended to the 2nd turn? No matter how strong Ouyang Yudu's power is, he cannot break his shell. The target of the assassinator's punch was the hilt of the sword of the Fate sword that was inserted into Ouyang Yudu's chest. After this punch hit, the Fate sword could directly penetrate Ouyang Yudu's body and fly out from behind. His punch hit the hilt of the sword, and the sword of life quickly penetrated Ouyang Yudu's chest, but Ouyang Yudu just grabbed his arm that swung his fist. But at this moment, Ouyang Yudu's mouth showed a bloodthirsty smile, and he grabbed his arms and turned around with force, as if he had used a shoulder-falling posture, and his back hit his arms. The life-based sword that penetrated through Ouyang Yudu's chest also penetrated through the Ascension's chest. The assassinator's eyes burst. He had never seen humans fight like this. How could there be such a move in the world? Yang Yu was the first to end the battle.
Tu Xiaodao on the other side confronted a flying ascensioner, but the battle had not started yet.
Friend, you are not a direct descendant of the Wan family, why bother to work hard for the Wan family?
After Tu Xiaodao stopped the ascensioner, he had no intention of taking action at all, and entered the persuasion mode after coming up.
If I can't kill the Lin brothers and sisters today, the Han Jixingwan family will not let me go. The assassinator also knew Tu Xiaodao's identity and hesitated and did not take action. That's not simple. Don't go back to the Wan family. If you follow me in the future, what can Han Jixing's Wan family be like?
Tu Xiaodao said with a smile.
This.
The assassinator hesitated a little.
Society is not fighting and killing. You have to follow the right people.
The virtues of the Wanjia family. You work for them wholeheartedly and worry about whether they will kill their lives.
Is such a Wanjia worthy of your life? Follow me in the future, as long as you do your best for me, you will not end up like this. Tu Xiaodao continued to persuade. But my family is in the thousands of families.
The assassinator was hesitating, but suddenly saw a cold light flashing, and a life-based flying knife inserted into his heart.
You.
The ascender had no choice but to believe that Tu Xiaodao was actually the ascender of the second turn.
What was even more unexpected was that the second turn assassinator actually designed to attack him as the first turn ascension.
The kingly way is to defeat the weak with the strong. Lions must also fight rabbits with all their strength.
You must remember this truth in the next life.
Tu Xiaodao said lightly.
Chapter 245, The Demons and Snakes.
The sword in the hand of Shiman swordsman had been cut off by Lingji.
The second turn assassinator had a red spear and died at Shiman swordsman again and again. Shiman swordsman seemed to have no weight, and the sonic boom and strong wind brought by the spear could blow him away.
The second turn ascender looked at the soft and weak swordsman in the wind, as if he could kill him in an instant, but when the lifeblood flew over, the force on the gun directly pushed the swordsman away, as if his body had no weight. Unless there is no force on the gun, you will not be able to touch the Shiman swordsman.
This feeling made the assassinator very uncomfortable.
Shiman swordsman and his life base were as if the anode of a magnet was facing the anode, and there seemed to be something separated in the middle. The life base could not get close to Shiman swordsman. What made him even more depressed was that as soon as his life spear retreated, the Shiman swordsman rushed up again, and the assassinator was very uncomfortable. He can't kill him, no matter he doesn't do it, it's even more uncomfortable than candy. The sword in the hand of concubine by Shen was able to withstand the life base of the ascensioner without any damage. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary person. Her swordsmanship and body skills are extremely consistent with the talent theory. It can be said that the Bai family has studied the talent theory for so many years, and all the achievements are dependent on concubine Bai. The power and speed she can burst out, as well as the combination of body skills and sword skills, all make her combat power far exceed that of ordinary basic transformers. Although it is still a bit difficult to kill Fei Xing and it is difficult to gain the upper hand, it is not that easy to hurt Fei Xing. The Wei Wufu, who carried the three-turn ascension alone, was like a human arsenal. His skills and combat experience were too rich, and he even approached Zucaling, making it difficult for Zucaling to distance himself. His life base became so restricted that he could not exert his true combat power. At first, he wanted to rely on his hard shell to withstand Wei Wufu's attack and take the opportunity to severely damage Wei Wufu. This was also a shameless way of fighting, which was to bully Wei Wufu with high-level attributes. But after he punched Wei Wufu, he didn't dare to have such thoughts anymore. Wei Wufu's fist power actually ignored his shell defense and injured his flesh and blood body and internal organs. Fortunately, his ascension body was strong enough. If it were an ordinary assassinator, his internal organs would probably be broken by Wei Wufu. Shu Kailing is extremely regretful now. He shouldn't have said nonsense at the beginning, giving Wei Wufu the opportunity to get close. What kind of monsters are those? Hai Daxiu looked at everyone's battle, and said this, but she could not hide her appreciation in her eyes. The people who participated in this battle today were all like ghosts, and even people like Haidashio felt a little moved. She was not as powerful as them when she was at their age. These young people should be the ones that our parents' star young generation has the most hope to go out. Instructor Mu was in a good mood. After saying that, he said angrily, Haidashio, don't you let me go. I must release it, but it's not now. Haidashio said. Haidashio, you are really getting back and forth as you live. Those young people dare to stand up. Where did your former heroic spirit go? Instructor Mu said angrily. As old, they can ignore the consequences, but I can't ignore them. Haidashio was not angry and said with a smile, if they did something wrong, all their elders wiped their butts. If I did something wrong, who wiped my butts? At this age, I can only be the one who wiped my butts. Old Mu, you are not young anymore, and your temper should be restrained. If it weren't for your temper, how could your life base have such problems back then? With your talent, how could you have only achieved this little success now and not learned a lesson? People live not just to go far, I just want to walk my own path and see the scenery I like. Instructor Mu said. You are noble and casual. If something happens to your disciples, who will help them wipe their butts? If there is no problem with your life foundation, can the people of the Wan family bully the Lin family today? Haidashio said nothing but Instructor Mu. Lin Shen and Ludao Phoenix joined forces to deal with many Ascension pets, Wan Feixiang and others. He took advantage of the immortal garden to the extreme, his speed was getting faster and faster, and his momentum was getting stronger and stronger. Every step you walk out is accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. The turbulent airwaves roll up the chaotic airwaves around, as if you are catching the wind and stepping on the waves. The speed is no less than the speed of flying and upgrading, and the raised airwaves are even higher than the waves. The battles around him continued to break out, and in this turbulent environment, the effect of the Superbase article became stronger and stronger, and the power of the world could be absorbed was also increased. Hypersynthesis has been ongoing, with no sign of subsidence of strength. Lin Shen wandered among the many ascending pets alone, and had to face so many attacks on life bases, but he became stronger and stronger. Wan Feixiang already felt something was wrong. The three of them Ascensioners, plus so many Ascension pets, could not suppress the Lin siblings. What's worse is that as the Assassinator who was fighting Ouyang Yudu and others had an accident, the Ascension pets who participated in the battle also withdrew from the battlefield, and the restrictions on Lin Shen became weaker and weaker. What kind of monsters are these? Wan Feixiang felt a little cold when he saw Wei Wufu fighting with Zhu Keiling, who had been 3 times. I saw that Ouyang Yudu and 2 Xiaodao's Ascensioners had been killed, so I dared not to fight. Brothers, today either he dies or I dies. Only by killing them can you survive. I will fight. Wan Feixiang roared, as if he was about to fight to the death. But who knew that when the other 2 Assassinators rushed forward, he flashed, took back his life and turned around and flew away, not even a pet Ascension. This operation made the other 2 Assassинators who were already trying to fight desperately, and they immediately lost all their momentum, so they had no intention of fighting again. Can you run away? Lin Shen jumped up, rode the wind, and his body rolled up the weather waves, and his speed was no slower than Wan Fei. Wan Feixiang was shocked when he saw Lin Shen chasing him through the air, and he didn't care much about it. He directly threw out his life and wanted to stop Lin Shen. After all, Lin Shen is still a basic changer. He has no ability to fly and cannot borrow power in the air. As long as he uses his life base to block him, Lin Shen will never be able to chase him. Even if the fortune-telling base is damaged, it doesn't matter. Compared with the life-telling base is naturally nothing. Unfortunately, his plan was wrong. Lin Shen was in the air and jumped up again like a strange bird, avoiding Wan Feixiang's life base, and his speed increased instead of decreasing. The body broke through the sound barrier, carrying a long white wave of air, like a white cloud dragon passing by, chasing behind Wan Feixiang. Die for me! Wan Feixiang was shocked and saw that he could not escape, and a 3-turn spiritual foundation knife appeared in his hand, slashing directly at Lin Shen behind him. Lin Shen, who arrived in front of Wan Feixiang, actually jumped up again, flashed through Wan Feixiang's spiritual foundation sword like a dragon raising his head, and Lin Shen stepped on Wan Feixiang's head with 1 foot. Boom! White airwaves crossed the sky, and the clouds were swept open, and the bursting shock waves rippled in the air. Lin Shen stepped on Wan Feixiong's head and threw a pit of more than 10 meters in diameter. The surrounding soil and gravel rose in a ring, shaking several meters high. The dust fell, and Lin Shen was standing in the pit. Wan Feixiong, who was stepping on his feet, his head was as thin as a watermelon.
Chapter 246. This is just the beginning. It's over.
Instructor Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Hai Daxio's life base was taken back, and he also got rid of the suppression. No, this is just the beginning.
Hai Daxio shook her head.
Instructor Mu looked at Hai Daxio in a daze, as if he realized something, and his face showed joy. Hai Daxio also looked at him and said calmly, "You haven't left your mother star for too long.
Do you know how far the Wanjia family has developed?"
Before Instructor Mu answered, Hai Daxio continued, "Now, the Wanjia, based on the planet Hanji star, the subordinate of the Emperor Barbarians, has already owned its own residences in more than 30 alien stars, but there are more than a dozen Nirvana people on the surface, and there are already 5 figures of ascendants on Hanji star.
The Nirvana cannot return to the mother planet, and new humans born from alien stars cannot return to the mother planet.
If they do not go out through the mother planet's teleportation device, there will be no way back." Instructor Mu pondered.
You are right. Nirvana cannot return to the mother planet, and new human ascenaries cannot come to the mother planet. Do you know how many of the Wan family members who have walked out of the mother planet are ascenators now?
It will not be less than 1,000 people, and most of them have experienced many years of experience, and they will not be ascenators with low reincarnation. Instructor Mu's expression became more and more serious.
He knew what this meant.
If the Wan family was really determined to kill the Lin brothers and brothers. After seeing the images of this battle, hundreds of advanced ascenators might be teleported back to their home star. Hai Daxio looked at the sunset outside the window and said, "Their battle is over, our battle has just begun.
Do you want to help Lin Shen and the others?"
Instructor Mu was both surprised and happy.
It's not helping them, it's helping all young people with no background in their parent star.
They have proved their value and touched me. Hai Daxio said seriously.
What are you going to do?
Instructor Mu asked. With me, go and convince the old guys in the Supreme Hall of Humanity to make at least half of them agree to pass a parent star bill, restricting the alien family from interfering with the parent star too much. Hai Daxio said as she glanced at Lin Shen and others outside and said, "Before we succeed, they can only leave the parent star for the time being." Where do you go? Instructor Mu pondered. The other people have their own family arrangements behind them, Lin Shen, Lin Miao, and the Shiman swordsman.
If they want, they can go to Zhuangxing first.
Hai Daxio had already made plans in her mind.
Why is it the giant ring star?
Instructor Mu was a little puzzled. As far as he knew, it should not be the sphere of influence behind Hai Daxio. Behind the Wan family is the Emperor Barbarians. If they go to our planets, the Emperor Barbarian's hand can still be extended. The giant ring star is the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Man race, so I don't need to say more about the relationship between the Heavenly Man race and the Emperor Barbarians. The Emperor Barbarian's hand cannot be extended. Only there can they truly get rid of the threats of the Wan family and the Emperor Barbarians.
Hai Daxio said. It's indeed feasible.
Instructor Mu said thinking.
Old Mu, start over, it's still time to start.
I know that over the past few decades, you have paid a lot to cultivate young people on the parent star, but you should also be clear that most of the teleportation devices that the parent star goes out are in the hands of various major families.
No matter how many young people you train, they can only go to those major families in the end.
You have to open up a channel for them to rise, not just cultivate them. Hai Daxio stared at him with a burning look. I know it's hard to start over, but I believe you can do it. Instructor Mu looked at Hai Daxio in a daze, and laughed silently for a while and said, as long as you are not afraid of me pulling your back.
Who dares to say that Wu Xuxing Mu Qingchuan is the one who pulls his back? You were the only one in the past.
Hai Daxio also laughed.
What Wu Xuxing, you are slapping me in the face.
Instructor Mu smiled bitterly. No, in my heart, you will always be the Mu Qingchuan who surpassed the contemporary era. Hai Dashio's eyes were serious, without any joking.
All the battles except Wei Wufu have ended.
In addition to Zhu Kailing, the 14 assassinators from Wanjia who came to the Cape base this time can be said to have been wiped out. The assassinator who fought against the swordsman of Shimen finally died under his own life base and was killed by the swordsman of Shimen.
Zhu Kailing wanted to escape, but unfortunately he couldn't get rid of Wei Wufu. Is it okay? Lin Shen walked over to see Ouyang Yudu's injuries. Injury will only make me feel more comfortable.
Ouyang Yu ignored the wound on his chest, and the wound did not heal. Strangely, his flesh and blood were blooming, and the wound that looked very serious did not continue to bleed. Lin Shen was sure that Ouyang Yudu's injury did not need treatment, so he felt relieved.
He really didn't expect that Ouyang Yu would help him. What made Lin Shen even more confused was the Shimen swordsman.
If you count it seriously, he and Shimen swordsman are enemies, not friends.
Shimen swordsman helps him, which is even more surprising than Ouyang Yu who can help him.
But when Lin Shen went to see the swordsman of Shimen, he only saw his back, and he was already riding his mount away.
Xiaodao, thank you.
Lin Shen saw Tu Xiaodao coming over with a girl and said thank you seriously.
It's just within your ability.
Tu Xiaodao pointed at the girl beside him and said, this is my little sister Tu Xiaoyao.
Small waist?
Lin Shen was slightly stunned and looked at the girl's waist.
It was indeed very thin. The girl smiled and spat, where should I look at it? It's the fairy's demon, not this waist. So that's it. Lin Shen suddenly realized. How long has it been? I didn't expect you to be a second-turn assassinator.
After saying hello to Tu Xiaoyao, Lin Shen looked Tu Xiaodao and exclaimed. I was inspired by you, and I realized that everything else is empty. Only level and strength are the most important.
I don't need to challenge anything higher than the opponent.
I just need to always be higher than the opponent's level and stronger strength, and crush the opponent.
Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shen and said, originally, I came out this time and wanted to crush you and Ouyang Yudu.
Now it seems that my level is not high enough, and I need higher levels and stronger strength. After this time, I won't come out in less than 10 turns.
See you after 10 turns.
After saying that, Tu Xiaodao took Tu Xiaoyao to farewell. Lin Shen stared at Tu Xiaodao in a daze. He didn't remember when he inspired Tu Xiaodao.
Wei Wufu was as stable as a machine.
No matter what the circumstances, it was almost impossible for him to make a mistake. But Zhu Kailing did not have such a good mind.
With so many Ascensioners together, he is the only one who is not dead yet.
Lin Shen and others were watching the game. He had already begun to get a little impatient, and he couldn't wait to get rid of Wei Wufu and escape from here. But the more he wanted to escape, the more he could not get rid of Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu was still not impatient or impetuous, and he always fought against Zhu Kailing in the most perfect way. Looking at Zhu Kailing, who seemed to be coming from Lin Shen, had to choose to take the risk, but Wei Wufu seized the opportunity and punched Zhu Kailing on the back. The force penetrated his heart, making Zhu Kailing's mouth gush with blood. Not only did he fail to escape, the situation took a sharp turn. Wei Wufu's expressionless face, he tangled Zhu Kailing and continued to output stably. Zhu Kailing, who was already indifferent to fighting and was injured, could not stop him.
He was hit again and again by Wei Wufu, and I don't know how many times he was hit.
Finally, the broken internal organs were sprayed out of the mouth, and the person was almost out of his way.
Old Wei, you are really strong.
Lin Shen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This guy was really a direct person who fought against the third-turn Ascensioner.
Chapter 247 Opened Information.
Although these ascendants from the Wan family are not considered elites, most of them are at the bottom of the ascendants. However, it is already a very terrifying thing to kill the ascension with the body of a fundamental change. It is just because these people are too strong that people mistakenly think that the ascenders don't seem that strong. Originally, Lin Shen planned to go to find Uncle Lei and the others, but was stopped by Instructor Mu. Instructor Mu told Lin Shen that Uncle Lei and others were in the Shura training camp and nothing happened for the time being, which made Lin Miao breathe a sigh of relief. Although Lin Miao knew that the Wan family should not be able to kill the enemy in the Cape base, he was still afraid that there would be something wrong. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu both followed Lin Shen and the others to the training camp, and Concubine Bai naturally went there together. Instructor Mu did not avoid them, and directly said that he would send Lin Shen and Lin Miao to Zhuangxing. Lin Shen originally planned to find a place to ascend as soon as possible, but after listening to the story of Zhuangxing, he was very moved. His previous plan was to find a place on his home planet to temporarily avoid it, and then teleport to the realm Wine Star and never come back for a long time. If you go to Zhuangxing, it is obviously better than this plan.
We're leaving, what should I do with the Suanio base?
Lin Miao was a little worried about the people from the Lin family.
What the Wan family wants is you.
Those people are not surnamed Lin, so killing them has no meaning to the Wan family. However, for the sake of safety, it is best to dismiss them for the time being, so that the core members can stay at the Cape base temporarily, and then return to the Lin family when you come back in the future.
Instructor Mu said. When will we come back?
Lin Miao sighed. It depends on when the Supreme Hall can pass that bill.
Instructor Mu sighed. This is not something his power can influence.
At least more than half of the members of the Supreme Hall voted in favor before they could pass the bill. The Supreme Hall is composed of human forces that have walked out of the parent star, and most of the members come from large families of alien stars. The Supreme Hall of Humanity was initially established because humans had difficulty in survival in the universe and could watch over each other. But to this day, the Supreme Hall has become a platform for all human forces to fight for their own interests. Lin Shen wanted to go to Zhuangxing, but he still had one concern. That is the original egg used by Ascension, and it has not yet been settled. If he goes to the giant ring star, when he needs to ascend, he cannot find the original egg on the giant ring star, so he can only use the ordinary ascending egg to ascend. It is okay to teleport back from giant ring star, but after teleporting back, it will be difficult to go to giant ring star. Turning on the teleportation device to giant ring star once requires a lot of resources, and others cannot turn on a teleportation for him alone.
Instructor Mu, can you give us some time?
Let's discuss it.
Lin Shen said.
Yes, but you have to hurry.
Wanjulia should have teleported to the Wanja family of Hanjixing.
The people of Wanja should have arrived at the mother star soon.
You don't have much time left. Instructor Mu said.
Okay, I understand. Lin Shen called Wei Wufu and wanted to chat with him alone.
When he arrived at noon, Lin Shen said to Wei Wufu, Old Wei, are there any original eggs for Ascension in Tianchang?
Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen and said, all change eggs. Lin Shen was overjoyed when he heard this. He understood that Wei Wufu meant that he wanted to exchange all the harvests this time for the original eggs. This time I gained a lot, but there were more than a dozen Ascension pets, more base turn pets, and they were all high-end goods. In addition, spiritual foundations and pet launchers, etc., it can be regarded as a huge wealth on the parent star. But after thinking about it, Lin Shen's smile disappeared again. Old Wei, tell me the truth, you didn't take out the original eggs you used to ascend to me, right?
Lin Shen said, staring at Wei Wufu. No.
Wei Wufu shook his head. Lin Shen then breathed a sigh of relief. Although those things were valuable, the original eggs used for ascension were even more priceless. To be honest, Lin Shen took a huge advantage by using those things to replace the original eggs. But all these are easy to say. As long as they do not occupy the original eggs used by Wei Wufu Ascendant, they can repay their favors slowly in the future. After discussing with Wei Wufu, Lin Shen decided to go to Zhuangxing with Lin Miao first. Wei Wufu brought his things back to Tianchang. After Wei Wufu handled everything here, he would go to Zhuangxing to find Lin Shen and bring him the original eggs. After Lin Shen and Wei Wufu finished discussing, when they returned to Instructor Mu and the others, they happened to see Ouyang Yudu and Concubine Bai Shen were taken away by two waves of people. Judging from their appearance, they were like prisoners being escorted, with people in front, back and left and right, and you could tell at a glance that they were not ordinary people. Lin Shen guessed that most of them were ascendants. When Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yudu turned around and smiled at him, opening his mouth and saying something, but he didn't make any sound. Lin Shen looked at the lip-syncing guess, and he seemed to be, I will come to you again. Concubine Bai also glanced at him, but said nothing and followed the people to leave the training camp.
What's wrong with them?
Lin Shen asked Instructor Mu in confusion.
They helped you kill the Ascensioners of the Wan family. This is not a trivial matter. But you don't have to worry. The Bai family and the Ouyang family have a considerable influence in the Supreme Hall.
The Wan family cannot do anything to them, and they dare not get into evil with the Bai family and the Ouyang family at the same time. Instructor Mu paused and continued, they brought back both Bai Xinfei and Ouyang Yu, mainly to protect their safety and avoid accidents.
You guys have decided?
Please help us tell us about Hai Dashio.
Thank you for her help. We want to go to Zhuangxing. I don't know how much it will cost. We try to get it all. If we can't get it all now, can we pay it in installments? Lin Shen said.
I have discussed this with Hai Dashio.
Now I have asked you to pay the transfer fee. It is really a bit embarrassing for you.
After you arrive at Giant Ring Star, you can pay it back slowly. Instructor Musaidin said, actually, now is not the best time for you to leave your mother star. Now the mother star has the resources of the world star, which is more suitable for the development of the basic transformer.
After ascending, he will go to the alien star.
Although the resources on the Giant Ring Star are far more than the home star and more than the world star, the basic transformed mutant resources are not as good as the world star. In the entire universe, few planets can compare to the world star's mutant resources. Lin Shen was not worried about this problem. He had a teleportation device on his hand, and even when he reached the Giant Ring Star, he could still enter the King of Realm at any time. Lin Shen didn't know how to hide it from Instructor Mu, and told him that his watch could be transmitted to Wangxing in the world. It turns out that the place where your teleportation device is actually the King of Realms.
That's great.
You can first reach the basic variability rate in King of Realms. After ascending, the resources on the King of Realms will also be of great help to you. Let me think about how many areas of the King of Realms are more suitable for your development. Instructor Mu took the watch and looked at it. After Lin Shen planned it. Instructor Mu thought in his heart, his fingers unconsciously rubbed his watch.
The watch suddenly vibrated, which was a message.
Instructor Mu, who was rubbing his fingers with his watch, happened to encounter information by accident. The information was immediately opened and the image was projected out.
Chapter 248 Queen of Moonrabbit.
Lin Shen didn't expect that it would be so coincidental. Instructor Mu just looked at the time and Hongxine happened to send a message. The images and the information were projected directly and presented to several people. Lin Shen subconsciously wanted to close his eyes, and only then did he remember it after closing his eyes. He had seen it all. It was impossible to close his eyes if there was a problem. Fearing that something might happen to Instructor Mu and Lin Miao and the others, Lin Shen quickly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Miao again. Seeing Lin Miao's expression, Lin Shen realized that there must be something wrong with the image sent by Red Heart A, but it is different from the previous one. Lin Miao looked at the image with her eyes straight, and her face turned very strange. She turned her head to look at Lin Shen, and her strange expression made Lin Shen realize that something was wrong. Lin Shen looked at Instructor Mu again. His expression was calm, but his eyes were as strange as Lin Miao. Lin Shen was confused, but it was certain that the image information this time did not have the ability to confuse people, and both the eldest sister and Instructor Mu were sober.
What strange image did Hongxine send? How could he let my elder sister and Instructor Mu look at me with that look? Lin Shen couldn't help but be curious and looked at the image.
After seeing this, Lin Shen's expression became strange. He finally knew why the expressions of his elder sister and Instructor Mu were so complicated.
The image in the message turned out to be a bunny girl dancing.
You said it was exposed, the rabbit girl didn't even reveal her flesh below her neck. You say conservatively, the black stockings are all at the base of the thighs. The key is that the dance she danced is not a problem, but anyone who watches it will have a lot of thoughts.
Xiao Wu, you have finally grown up. Lin Miao patted Lin Shen's shoulder, his face full of relief. It's normal for men. But don't be too addicted. Just be appropriate. Don't damage your body and affect your practice. Instructor Mu returned the watch to Lin Shen and said meaningfully. No.
Lin Shen wanted to explain, but Instructor Mu gave him an expression I understood, patted him on the shoulder, and then left. Lin Shen was so depressed. If he really saw it, it would be nothing, it would be normal. The key is that he didn't watch it, which is a bit frustrating. This figure is really good. Lin Shen took the watch and took a look again. It was really attractive. What is most noticeable is that this bunny girl looks like a real bunny girl, not the fake bunny ears she wears, but really has 2 pink rabbit ears.
What does Hongxin mean? Why do you send me this?
Lin Shen read it very seriously in order to understand Hongxin's intention. The image was just a dancing image of more than 3 minutes, with nothing else, no words or sounds. I really don't know what Red Heart meant to send him this. Lin Shen remembered that before this, Red Heart sent a message that he did not open. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shen found the message that he had not read, guessing that there should be the reason why Hongxin sent him a picture of the rabbit girl. No matter how powerful Red Heart is, at most it can use information to influence his brain. With evolution, there should be no big problem. Click on the information and see that there are only texts and no images in the information. You are not dead, why should you hang up the communication? At least you should reply to a message. It doesn't matter if you don't want to pay attention to me. Recently, I discovered another fun thing and sent it to you to appreciate. It is said that in the image of the Queen of Moonrabbit, there is a mystery of the disappearance of the Moonrabbit clan. Take a look. If you find it, please return the message. After watching it, Lin Shen didn't understand what Hongxin meant. Judging from the content, the protagonist in that image should be the Queen of the Moonrabbit clan. But Lin Shen had never heard of the Moonrabbit race. Hongxin's meaning seemed to say that the Moonrabbit race had disappeared, but it seemed that it had nothing to do with him. Lin Shen clicked on the image again and looked at it. No matter how you look at it, it was a normal dance, nothing special. However, it seems that the queen of a race is not suitable to dance such a dance. She is not like a queen, but more like a dancer. I don't know what the origin of this Red Heart is. Why are you free and doing these strange things all day long? Lin Shen checked the information and planned to pack up the things. He will go to Giant Huanqing tonight. There is nothing else to clean up. He usually uses everything he uses with him, and he can take it away with him by carrying it. The only thing that was a little troublesome was the dead fans. After swallowing the bloody prison king for 7 turns, the guy couldn't digest it, and his body was still in a state of huge transformation. Once it gets smaller, a big bump will pop up in my stomach. Not to mention fighting, it will be difficult to even move. This guy seemed to feel very uncomfortable. Although he didn't twist and wriggle in pain, he felt uncomfortable lying there and was not very good. There was no time for it to digest, so Lin Shen had to turn it back into capsule form. After seeing Haidashio probably explained the channels to Lin Shen and his brothers to the Giant Huanqing, and then gave them some information, and then they waited for them to read slowly when they arrived at the Giant Huanqing. After saying goodbye to Uncle Lei and others, Lin Shen and Lin Miao went to the place where the teleportation device was located. It was a little different from what Lin Shen imagined. Looking at the teleportation device like a hill, Lin Shen said intimately, "This is really different from the World King cultivation device." No wonder the old guard didn't see it at the beginning. The real teleportation device was too big. It seems to be seeing Lin Shen's thoughts. Haidashio explained, the watch is just a trigger for the transmission device, which is the main body of the transmission device. The watch trigger itself is only used to start the transmission device and does not require too much energy. However, every time the transmission device is turned on, it requires energy. This transmission device is already small, and there are many larger than this. Transmission devices of the size of the King of the World is also rare in the universe. This teleportation device can only be transmitted point to point. After teleporting you to the teleportation device main body of the infantry star, it will be decided before the owner of the Heigongwen there will be arranged for you to continue teleporting. It will take 4 teleports in the middle to reach the giant ring star. Haidashio reminded them again. Do you go now? Lin Shen asked after Hidashi finished speaking.
Wait a minute, there is another person who wants to go to Giant Ring Star with you. Hidashi looked at the time, it should be coming soon. As he was talking, someone was brought over.
Lin Shen saw clearly the appearance of the visitor and realized that the person Hidashi was talking about was Shaman Swordsman. After leaving the mother planet, you have to take care of each other.
It is not easy for humans to be outside. If you can, please help.
After Hidashi said that, he urged them to enter the teleportation device.
I am used to being alone.
I don't like helping others, nor do I like helping me.
I'll go my own way in the future. Shaman Swordsman said with a lip.
Lin Shen and Lin Miao both smiled and said nothing. Under the arrangement of Hidashi, the three of them entered the teleportation device. After a dizzy turn, the scenery in front of the three people had undergone tremendous changes.
Chapter 249 Giant Ring Star.
The size of the giant ring star is many times larger than that of the human parent star, and it is estimated that it is at least several hundred times larger. The gravity here is much greater than that of the human parent star, similar to that of the world wine star, and even stronger.
The living environment is similar to that of human parent planets.
The oxygen content in the atmosphere is higher and the ingredients are somewhat different.
Ordinary humans have almost no way to survive on the giant ring. When the base transformer arrives here, many problems will arise.
It takes some time to adapt and some potions to help them live normally on the giant ring. When Lin Shen and the other two first arrived at Giant Ring Star, they obviously felt difficult to breathe.
They obviously had enough oxygen, but they just felt uncomfortable breathing, as if they couldn't breathe.
The digestive system was also affected. After coming here, I started vomiting and ejaculation. The headache was like a knife cutting my brain, and the whole scalp was as painful as a needle.
There were also many dark spots on them, which were made of black velvets. The three of them looked like moldy steamed buns, accompanied by fever and edema.
The three of them are all crystal-based and have also drunk special potions. The situation is still so unoptimistic. If it is a base changer with a lower level, it is hard to say whether he can survive it. After Shaman Swordsman originally planned to teleport to Giant Ring Star, he went outside alone. But now this guy is at the 2 points between the bed and the toilet.
The wind that is empty will fall when it blows.
Don't talk about going out and strolling, even walking staggers. Lin Miao's situation was not much better, and Lin Shen was just starting to feel a little uncomfortable. Due to the effect of evolution, he was fine after lying for less than 10 hours.
Brother Lin, I have taken so many human base transformers.
You are the first to be able to adapt to the Giant Ring Star environment so quickly.
Have you ever been to Giant Ring Star before?
Lao Yu, who was cooking at the door of the stone house, was surprised to see Lin Shen coming out as if nothing had happened.
I have been to a planet with similar environments before. Lin Shen said while looking at the surrounding environment. Is the Giant Ring Star a planet under the Heavenly Man race? Why are the conditions here so poor?
In Lin Shen's opinion, the conditions here are worse than those in the era of cold weapons in humans. The houses we live in are piled up with stones, one by one, and there are 4 rows in total. Heaven and man advocate nature, so it is forbidden to use high-tech products on Giant Ring Star, nor are they allowed to build in factories. These are all temporary constructions. Most humans and aliens come here to hunt fundamental creatures, and they are not very particular about everything else.
Lao Yu explained with a smile.
I didn't expect that the gods and man are still concerned about humans.
Lin Shen exclaimed. It is for foreign tribes. The heavenly beings themselves are not so particular. They don't live on the ground.
Whatever the ground looks like has no effect on them.
Lao Yu said with a lip silence. If you don't live on the ground, where do they live?
Lin Shen said in confusion.
There. Lao Yu pointed to the sky.
Lin Shen looked up and saw a huge star ring in the sky, surrounding the planet, like a huge rainbow, floating directly above the sky. That is the Giant Ring Star Belt, which is composed of countless floating islands. The gods and people here live on it, and some high-level alien races can also live on it.
There are everything to eat, drink, and have fun. As humans, we humans are not qualified to buy and enter those floating islands, so they can only live on the ground. Lao Yu talked about the giant ring star while cooking.
There are many ascending creatures on the giant ring star, but most of them are just basic creatures on the ground. If you want to hunt ascending creatures, you have to go to the suspended islands on the star belt to have a relatively high chance of encountering them. The so-called suspended island is actually many meteorites of different sizes. Legend has it that those meteorites originally belonged to another planet that was larger than the giant ring star.
For some reason, the planet exploded into many fragments.
The fragments were attracted by the giant ring star, just like the moon surrounding the Earth, and many fragments became the current star belt.
Lao Yu said that those floating islands are larger than the moon.
Many floating islands have ascending creatures inhabit, and even legends are said to be nirvana creatures.
Lao Yu, what are you cooking?
Lin Shen originally thought Lao Yu was cooking, but after looking carefully, he found that the things he cooked in the pot were all grass. These are some plants on the giant ring star.
Cook them and boil them.
They are good for humans and aliens who have just arrived on this planet.
They can quickly adapt to the environment.
You can usually adapt to the environment at least 2 or 3 months.
Of course, an exception is the exception.
Drinking this soup can make you fully adapt in half a month. I'll give your 2 companions a bowl each, 3 times a day, so that they will definitely have nothing to do in half a month. Drink it for 2 or 3 days. If you drink it for 2 or 3 days, you won't feel that it will be so uncomfortable.
Drink 1 bowl first today, and it won't be so hot. Lao Yu said while serving the soup. Thank you.
Lin Shen took a full bowl of soup and thanked him.
No need to thank you, it's okay, 1 bowl of heavenly coins. Lao Yu said with a smile. We just came to Zhuwangsing and didn't bring any money. Can we pay on credit or other things?
Lin Shen realized that these things had to be paid. Lin Shen thinks this is normal. It is normal for them to be relatives and not to be related to them, so it is normal for them to collect money.
Yes, I'll keep the account for you first.
Lao Yu was very pleased and handed the bowl to Lin Shen, continuing, You recover so quickly.
I think you can go out to make money tomorrow. What level are you?
Jingji. Lin Shen replied casually.
It's great. As long as it's not too useless, it's not difficult to earn 7 or 8 coins a day, and it's enough to drink medicine. Lao Yu said with a smile while keeping accounts in his small notebook.
Lin Shen took a look at his small notebook, and it was recorded in it, all of which were all the debts owed to him by others.
Lao Yu, are you doing a bit big in this business?
Lin Shen didn't know how much a Tian coin is worth, but the amount of debt written on it was even higher than 5 digits.
If it weren't for making some money, who would come to such a ghost place? He couldn't eat well and sleep well. He would be worried every day. Maybe he would lose his life one day.
Lao Yu closed the notebook, solemnly collected it, and then said to Lin Shen.
Is this dangerous here?
Lin Shen didn't think there was any danger here, nor did he see any base-transformed creatures appearing nearby.
Hee, you have just arrived and have not experienced the darkness here. You will know then. I'll give you a piece of advice.
Lao Yu's eyes narrowed, the folds on his face shook, and he said in a gloomy voice, It's dark, don't go out. Lin Shen had noticed just now that they had been to Giant Huanqing for more than 10 hours, but the sky was still very bright and had no intention of ushering in the night. In fact, Lin Shen had never seen the sun at all, just like the light in the sky, all emitted by that star belt.
Chapter 250 The Dark Night.
Lin Shen brought the medicine soup into the house and drank a bowl himself first, but his body did not feel abnormal. Then he gave Lin Miao and Shiman Swordsman each one. Lin Miao and Shiman Swordsman were still having a high fever, and everyone was a little confused. Lin Shen could only pinch their teeth and pour them in.
This medicine soup is indeed useful.
After drinking it, it was obvious that the fever was not that bad. After taking out the information given by Hai Deshou, Lin Shen carefully studied the information about Giant Huanqing.
The time calculation method of the universe is very special.
Most habitable planets have their own timing methods, but no matter which planet's timing method is 24 hours a day, but how long is the 24 hours per planet, it is different.
So there is also a universal timekeeping method in the universe. No matter what time the planet you are in, the time in the universe will not change. The cosmic time is calculated based on the time of the transmission device. The countdown on the watch is 1 hour, which is the standard cosmic hour, and the timing of all transmission devices is unified, without exception. Strangely, this cosmic time is surprisingly close to the time of the human mother planet, and even the calculation of the entire cosmic time is surprisingly close to the timing method of the human mother planet. A cosmic year is approximately equal to a human mother planet year. Generally, there is a difference of several days, at most 10 days and half a month. Since the discovery of the giant ring star, it has only been 17 universe years, and it is a planet with a low level of development. It is currently found that there is only one teleportation device that can be teleported to the giant ring star, which is in the hands of the heavenly man race. The main body of the teleportation device has not been found on the giant ring star. A black watch will appear on the wrists of those who teleport here, which is also a 3-day countdown. However, after the 3-day countdown is over, it will not be directly transmitted. You can choose to continue to stay or teleport back. As long as you don't choose to go back, you can stay in giant ring star forever. This is almost exactly the same as Evolution's teleportation to the world Wangxing. Could it be that Evolution itself is a teleportation device? Lin Shen secretly speculated in his heart. Continue to read the information about giant ring star. It is probably similar to what Lao Yu said. Giant ring star has a huge star body and there are many basic transformation creatures on it. The inside of the planet is mainly basic transformation creatures, and there will be ascending creatures in some areas. There are a large number of ascending creatures on the star belt, and ascending creatures often come down from above to hunt. Because it is a planet with relatively short development time, there is not much information. Later, I focused on some taboos of giant ring stars. Most of them cannot touch anything or go to any area. There is another particularly eye-catching one, that is, after dark, you must stay in a closed space and do not go out casually, otherwise you will be in danger of life. The specific reason is that the information does not write about it, but only the location of the giant ring star, which is the edge area of the galaxy. It is very low in influence by the stars, and it may even leave the galaxy and become a wandering planet at any time. The main source of light from the giant ring stars is the star belt. The star belt does not shine on those suspended rings, but on the star belt itself. The light of the star belt will usher in a dark period every 80 universes, and the dark period will last for nearly 40 hours, which is the night of the giant ring star. Lin Shen couldn't understand what the star belt itself means. Isn't the star belt formed by those suspended circles? The floating ring does not shine, and the star band itself shines, which sounds very contradictory. Unfortunately, there is no answer on the information, so Lin Shen asked Lao Yu again, but Lao Yu couldn't explain it clearly. He gave Lin Shen a timeline with a nighttime cycle with giant ring stars on it, and once again told him that when the night came, he had to go back to the house and close the door. If you don't have time to come back, just find a cave outside, then seal the hole with something, and wait for the night to pass. Of course, for this information and timetable, Lin Shen paid 2 more debts for the debt. Stone houses are naturally not free either. Each stone house requires a rent of 1 Celsius coin every day. After taking the schedule and roughly calculating, there were less than 3 hours left before the next night. Lin Shen naturally did not want to take the risk and prepared to make plans after this night. After taking the medicine soup, Lin Miao and Shimen Jianke became more energetic. Lin Shen explained the situation they learned in detail so that they would not know the situation. It would be bad if they ran out in the dark time. Originally, there were 3 people in each of them with 1 stone house. Lin Shen asked Lao Yu to leave the stone house, and he and Lin Miao lived in one. Lao Yu agreed to withdraw from the stone room, but the rent today cannot be reduced. Lin Shen was not originally trying to save money. Giant Huanqing was too weird. He was afraid that something would happen, so he was more at ease with Lin Miao. Lin Shen asked Lao Yu to make a few more bowls of medicinal soup and put it in a water bag, so that he could drink it when the night came. Lao Yu likes people like Lin Shen who are generous in credit, and he is not afraid that Lin Shen will not pay back the debt. He left a bag of medicine soup for Shimen Swordsman and told him that the night was coming soon and that he would never go out.
In fact, Shimon's swordsman is very weak now, with dark spots everywhere on his body, and it is difficult to get out of bed, so he probably won't go out.
Shimon's swordsman didn't say anything, but his eyes looked at Lin Shen a little strange. It's also the first time I've been to Giant Ringstar. Why does Lin Shen seem to be fine? What's wrong with me? Shimon's swordsman was very depressed. It's almost time. After I leave, you lock the door from the inside.
Lin Shen saw that his spirit had improved a lot, at least he had already awakened his consciousness, so he closed the door and went out. Back at my elder sister's stone house, Lin Shen closed the door, locked it from inside, and gave my elder sister another bowl of medicinal soup. My eldest sister was not that uncomfortable and finally could sleep for a while. There was nothing in the stone house, except for a stone bed. There was not even a stool. A few larger stones seemed to be used as stools. Lin Shen found a stone that was more comfortable to sit up and sat down to wait for the night to come.
What will happen in the darkness here?
Lin Shen thought to himself. Finally, when it was dark, although there were no windows in the stone house, the light that penetrated from the crack in the door suddenly disappeared. It was not the kind of darkness that the sun slowly set, but more like the light suddenly went out in an already dark room. It's black, so dark that there is no light, and you can't see your 5 fingers. Lin Shen wanted to see what was happening outside through the crack in the door, but he couldn't see anything. There was no light outside, and his eyes completely lost their function. Lin Shen originally thought that after his eyes adapted, he should be able to see a little light, but after waiting for a while, his eyes could not adapt. It was like he was blind and could not see anything. Suddenly, Lin Shen heard a voice, seemingly singing next door. Chapter 251 Blood-Faced Worm. Lin Shen listened carefully and found that it was coming from the left of the stone house. The stone houses they lived in were in a row, with the stone houses where Shimon's swordsman lived on the right, and the stone houses where Lin Shen lived on the left during the day. Has Lao Yu rented out that stone house so quickly? Lin Shen thought for a while, feeling that this was normal. Maybe it was someone who went out during the day and rushed back before the night. There are 4 rows of stone houses here, each row has more than a dozen rooms. During the day, Lin Shen has seen a few people except Lao Yu, and most of them should have gone out to hunt down the genital creatures. Lin Shen listened carefully again. He heard that there should be a woman in the stone house on the left. Although she was just humming casually, the sound was not loud, but it was quite interesting and her voice was very charming. After listening for a while, I found a dim light on the wall, like an oil lamp passing through the gap in the wall. The stone house is originally piled up with irregular stones, and the joints are bonded with a kind of white gray. Over time, it is normal that the gray powder falls off and there will be gaps. If it were normal times, Lin Shen would not pay attention to such things, but this dark environment and this kind of place made Lin Shen actually want to see through the gap and see what kind of person the woman living in the stone house next to him was. It's not good to peek at other people's privacy, and I just came here. If I was discovered, my reputation would be bad. Lin Shen calmed down and decided not to look at it. But the night with Giant Ringstar is too quiet and too dark, making the little dim light particularly eye-catching. Lin Shen couldn't hear what a woman was humming, but she sounded very good. It seems that she has a very good harvest during the day and is in a very good mood. I don't know what she has hunted, so I will look at her prey. Lin Shen endured it for a while, and couldn't help it. He found a reason for himself, walked to the wall lightly, and leaned towards the gap. The gap is very small, and the place where you can penetrate is only a small hole as big as peanuts. The deep forest looks through the small hole. Lin Shen was lucky, and immediately saw the stone house full of dim light. A woman was sitting on a stone high in the stool while humming an indecipherable song while combing her hair with a comb. Because I can only see my back, I can't see anything. I can only see a woman wearing a white suspender skirt, sitting there making her hips look unusually round. The long black hair hangs down like a waterfall, and the comb is placed on it, making people wonder that if they let go of the comb in their hands, it should slide down directly. Lin Shen took a look, looked away, then returned to the stone and sat down. He was just a little curious, not a real voyeur, just forget it after seeing it. The woman seemed to be in a good mood and kept humming. Lin Shen listened for a while and felt a little annoyed. Anyway, it's dark night now, no one dares to go out.
Let's try to see if the mechanical watch can be used here.
Lin Shen took out the mechanical watch, and he didn't know if this thing could be used here. Now that he already has the giant ring star teleportation watch in his hand, it is hard to say whether he can use another teleportation watch on the giant ring star to go to other planets. Lin Shen tried it and adjusted the time very short. After pressing the transfer switch, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed and he came to the familiar desert again. Because he set a seat when he left last time, the place he came to was the place where he left last time, and there were many corpses of green crystal warriors on the ground. What is unexpected is that there were many black bugs as big as a fist on the corpse of the green crystal warrior, like a ladybug. The black bugs were gnawing at the corpses of the green crystal warriors. The number was so large that it was scary, and each corpse was covered with these black bugs. The same is true for the corpses of blue crystal warriors and amethyst warriors, with such insects everywhere. Lin Shen quickly looked at the corpse of the red crystal warrior. Last time he couldn't take it away, all the corpses were thrown here. Lin Shen originally thought that he had time to get the corpse of the mutant warrior back. After a closer look, there were not so many insects on the corpse of the red crystal warrior. The other corpses were covered with dense black bugs, and there was only one black bug with red patterns on the corpse of the red crystal warrior. The black bug with red patterns looked very strange, and the other bugs were all black jade. The red patterns on the back of the insect were like burnt iron wire, outlining a somewhat abstract face pattern on its back. The pattern is a bit like a face painted in an ancient drama, but the lines are all red, which looks very weird. Because Lin Shen is still a distance away from the corpse of the green crystal warrior, the insects are desperately gnawing on the corpse and do not notice him. Lin Shen thought for a while, but instead of rushing over, he slowly lay down and quietly observed the insects.
There are too many insects. Thousands of green crystal warriors have insects on their bodies.
Each corpse has at least dozens of insects on them, and there are probably hundreds of insects on them. If all these insects are crystal-based, they are tens of thousands of crystal-based creatures. Lin Shen doesn't know what abilities they have. If they attack them in groups, Lin Shen doesn't know if he can handle them. The key is that these bugs, like ladybugs, have wings and can fly.
Where did so many insects come from? Lin Shen didn't see the clue for a while.
Fortunately, he set the time for a short time and would teleport away in an hour. When the teleportation time is coming, you can release pets to kill some insects and see their ability. Lin Shen thought well, but he underestimated the speed of these insects eating. In just over 10 minutes, these insects had already eaten most of the corpses. If they continued at this speed, all the corpses would be swallowed by them for at most half an hour. The blood-faced worm was almost gnawing the red crystal warrior's body, leaving only some broken bodies. Lin Shen subconsciously retreated for a while, so as not to find him after eating. It was almost the same as Lin Shen's thought. In a few minutes, the blood-faced worm chewed the red crystal warrior's body, without even a single scum left. It didn't take long for the other black bugs to eat up all the warriors' corpses, leaving nothing left.